on a ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PANAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera. HP Racing, may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas. Tagumpay natin ito. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging every beat. No surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat. No surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow. Beast of the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas. Tagumpay natin ito. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas. Hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas. Ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Zero 35G, 4K ultra clear front vlog phone. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines, Pi Channel, and EVM Convention Center. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 Playoffs action live at EVM Convention Center. Get your tickets now from our official ticketing partner, Slash. Just go to bit.ly/S12 Playoffs tickets for more details. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Welcome to Day 2 of the MPL Philippines Season 12 Playoffs. I'm Reptar, and we're about to dive into another thrilling day of MLBB action. But first, let's take a look back at the unforgettable moments from yesterday. Matilda's guiding wins that guided the Agents to victory during the MPL-PH S12 Playoffs match opener. Despite Onyx Philippines' effort to push back Blacklist International, the Agents reigned supreme over the Sonics in a grueling seesaw match thanks to Renegade's Matilda and the terrifying advantage of Wilderness Blessing to their signature Ube mechanics. On the other hand, the Barangay didn't even get one shot to victory as Task Force RSG eradicated their playoffs journey featuring Irad's cutthroat performance with his Fanny. The Raiders are hungry for redemption. All Pinoy MLBB fans, visit the MPL Arena here at EVM Convention Center at Quezon City and support your favorite MPL teams as they fight their way to their M5 journey. The stage is set, the players are ready. It's day 2 of MPL Philippines Season 12 Playoffs, and the battle for PH redemption continues right now. Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Magandang araw mga ka-squad at isa na namang Smart All Access segment ang masasaksihan nyo today. This is your very own Odin. At puntahan natin ang lahat ng booths kasi kahapon sinilip lang natin. Ngayon kukuha tayo bawat isa. Hello po! Hi! Hello! Kaway kayo sa camera. Kita kayo sa Smart All Access segment. Hello po! Hello! Hi Mima! Anong may o-offer mo sa akin dyan? Bago? Jacket? Parang nilalamig ako. Oo nga eh. Pwede? Pahingi mo ng jacket po. Hingi? Hingi yung term? Hindi pabili? Pwede mayroon mo yung jacket po. Yan. Bigyan ng jacket yan. Siyempre, parang bilang ako sa inyo. Thank you. Ayan, nakikita nyo na anong bago dyan. Ito kasi last season pa, di ba? O, meron ako nito. Ito. Ay, ito naman ito. Ay, meron din to. Ang ganda din. Chibi art. Grabe naman. Ay, thank you. Salamat sa jacket. Thank you. Thank you, Mima. Ay, ano pong bago dito sa ating Blacklist International merch? Ito? Oy! Light stick! Pwede pong pairam. Lalagyan ng baterya. May kasama na pong battery pag bumili. Syempre wala. Sa mga bibili na light stick, dapat may extra battery kayo. Ano po yung battery niyan? Ilang A? AAA na battery. 3 pieces para magamit nyo yung light stick. Uy, nabibenta din to? Mousepad, para sa mga nagsistream dyan, sa mga nag-games. Ang ganda nito, guys. Ay, ito din, nabibili. Nakakakilig naman ito. Pwede ba ito sa single? Ayan. Yay! Thank you, kuya. Salamat. Ay, para makakompleto natin yung merch ngayon, Ano pong bago dito sa Onyx? Ay, parang dadami yung jacket ko, Ang ganda naman yan. Ay, embroidered. It's Onyx time. Ito ba yung willing kang ibigay sa akin? Willing daw siya. Ay, ito. Ano to? Orasan ba yan? Nailaw. Ito yung gusto ko, kuya, Oo. Pwede mo suot sa akin, kuya? Yan! Umiilaw-ilaw tayo, guys, Thank you, kuya. Katabi nito ang TNC. Hello po. Ano pong bago sa TNC? Ano pong bago dito sa merch booth? Ay! Gusto ko yan, ayun! Bagong-bago! 20 tips na t-shirt. Angas, oh. Akalain mo ikaw lang yung may solo merch. Ay, meron ka din si Jesu. Meron ka din, ha? Oh. Ganda. Pero parang ito gusto ko din to. Akin na lang, ha? Thank you. Babalikan kita. Thank you. Makukompleto natin ang merch ngayong araw. Hello po mga kabarangay! Oh, parang may dala silang TV. Ano yung TV? Standee ng Smart Omega. Ay, parang maganda to. Ito ba yung bago? Ito yung bago? Parang bagay sa akin. Pwede mo ba akong suotan na ito? Ay, lalaruin. Lalaruin natin. Paano to? In order. Paano bumili ng eSIM?
Ito yung mga choices. Ayan. Ano una?
Enter your mobile number.
Ito dapat.
Ito ba?
Ito muna.
Tama. Ito. You will receive your eSIM QR via email.
Pinakahuli to.
Ito. Magbabayad pala muna kayo. Ayan. Babayaran nyo muna bago kayo makareceive. Talaga naman. Thank you. Tama na to, ha. May kodigo na kayo sa mga maglalaro.
Dahil nakahula ka, tama. Pili ka na isang sticker.
Isang sticker. Ito si Idol.
Yan, ito ma'am. Pili ka rin ng libre.
Uy! Thank you, ate. Ito gusto ko. Pwede ba to?
Bibigyan din ka na.
Bibigyan daw niya ako. Grabe naman. Kabarangay, tatlo nakuha ko, guys, oh. Pwede mo ba suot sa akin yan? Lahatin na natin. Yan. Salamat. Hello po. Ay, bumisita ako kahapon dito. Hi, madam. Hi ka dito. Nakalive tayo sa Smart All Access segment. At nandito tayo ngayon sa RSG booth. For sale din po ito, di ba? Meron din sila mga standee. Sino yung crush nyo dyan? Pwede nyo i-display sa inyong mga kwarto.
Baka gusto yung section, madam. Ito yung pinakabago.
Ay, ito. Ang ganda. Alam mo ba, dumaan ako dito kahapon.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Bagong-bago. Ito yung kurso
naman.
natin. Belt bag ba yan?
Opo. Ang tawag dito,
Anong tawag?
sukbit.
Paano yun isuot?
Yes po. Then ito, ma'am. Baka gusto nyo i-try.
Nakaganto na ako eh.
Hindi, okay lang yan.
Ayan.
Taktuban muna natin
Sige.
saglit. Baka gusto nyo i-try na.
Sige. Siyempre, gusto ko. Lahatin na natin yan.
Oh, kita pa rin naman eh.
Kita pa rin naman eh.
Reversible yan, madam.
Pero gusto ko din ang bag, kuya.
Sige,
Para
try mo
ano,
din.
Para may lalagyan ako ng lahat ng merch na aking nabili. Paano ba yung suot?
Kahit ganyan. Yan, kahit ganyan lang. Yan.
Sakto, guys. Suwabe ang ating pamimili or should I say, pangunguha ng giveaway sa ating mga booth. Hi, Madam Jana! Ay, anong bago niyo dito sa brand? Ano bago niyo dito? Hoy! Jacket din! Hoy! Ay, parang bagay sa akin yan. Bagay ba? Bagay na bagay. Bagay na bagay na bagay. Kung ganon, sige, kalahati. Kalahati. Feel ko kanan, ko kaliwa, brand. So, kasi nga natin kung talagang mapipil natin na tayo ay part ng brand, AP brand. Hala, ang ganda! Talaga naman. May stock ba kayo na ito? Pre-order? Yes po. Pre-order. Pre-order siya. So kung ako sa inyo, para bago mag-grand finals, may jacket kayo, pumunta na kayo sa booth ng AP brand. O, diba? Thank you so much. Okay, pwede mo nang bitawan. Di mo pwede kunin to. Salamat, thank you. Thank you, guys. At ito na nga ang itsura nyo pag kayo ay naging isang ultimate fan ng MPL Philippines. Lahat ng merch, hawak nyo, lahat isuot nyo. Diba? Para kahit sinong manalo, bias nyo lahat. At ito na nga, nakita na natin kung anong laman ng merch booth ng bawat isang team. Mamaya, sa susunod na episode, puntahan naman natin itong Mia's Archery Lane and Layla's Shooting Lane. I'm so excited na matry at makita kung anong pwede nating mapanalunan dahil dito sa MPL-PH Community Hub, meron kayong passport at lahat ng stations pwede nyo makuhanan ng stickers and you can win up to 5,000 MLBB diamonds. See you sa susunod na Smart All Access segment. This is your very own Odin. Silipin na natin kung ano nangyayari sa Land of Dawn.
Together with Romy.
Sobrang saya ko na nandito na tayo ng Day 2 ng MPL Philippines Playoffs and panigurado, ang dami pang mangyayari today.
We're welcoming you to the home of the greatest MLBB players in the world. This is the second day of MPL Philippines Season 12 Playoffs. Now, after a thrilling matchup, we are now down to our final 4 teams who will compete for a chance to represent our country in the M5 World Championship. Sino kaya sa mga agents, sa Orca, sa Raiders, and the Bees ang makakahakbang para sa ating papalapit na inaasam nilang kampyonato?
We're inviting you guys to watch MPL-PH Season 12 Playoffs live and on site. Get your tickets now from our official ticketing partner, Slash. Just go to bit.ly/S12 Playoffs tickets for more details.
Now, whether you're watching live, online streaming on your favorite site, well, don't forget to post, tweet, and all the videos and pictures that you're putting out there, use the hashtag MPL-PH-S12 Playoffs. Again, that's hashtag MPL-PH-S12 Playoffs para makita namin ang inyong mga litrato at ang mga videos na pinopost nyo, and you have a chance to win MLBB Diamonds and MPL merch. Good luck to you.
And
Now, to join us, actually, for the opening of the first matchup of the day between the M3 World Champions and the M4 World Champions, let me call on someone who was actually there to call everything, to call the game. He's one of the best casters all the way from Indonesia. Let's all welcome Mirko. Hi, Mirko.
Yo, what's up, guys? How you doing?
yo, what's up, Mirko? I miss
Hi.
you.
I don't know if you heard, but as soon as I said Mirko, people started clapping and they said, wow, you're famous in the Philippines, huh? How are you?
Yeah. I'm doing great, yeah. And shout out to all the Filipinos who are watching in the venue right now. Yeah, technically most of my viewers are actually Filipinos, so yeah.
Can you say something in Tagalog for us, Mirko?
Kamusta mga mahal kong Filipinos?
Ah, that's what you want. That's what
Okay,
you want. Now,
One
one more time for the fans.
One more.
Do the same thing?
Same thing, my guy.
Kamusta mga mahal kong Filipinos?
Nice one,
Let's
Mirko.
hear it.
But by the way, I just have to ask, what happened to your Mirkos? It's a mere curse. It seemed like you got our first playoffs match yesterday wrong.
Mirkers.
Miracles has been a thing that is happening. That's been happening a lot to me recently. Well, the last 2 years, but just recently as well. FPL-ID, I got like 90% of my predictions right. So I'm really hoping that maybe we can get 50-50 now. Maybe I can mirror some teams, but mirror bless some teams as well.
I see.
It's improving.
So what do you think about the MPL-PH Season 12 so far?
I think it's been great, man. Especially like the playoffs. I think yesterday we had like amazing games. Even though RGP kind of stopped Omega, it was really exciting to watch them in the draft and the way they played, especially the Red.
Oh, Red was really great. Now, we're down to the final 4 teams here in the playoffs for MPL Philippines. Who do you think will represent Philippines for the M5?
No safe answers, bro. You gotta say what's in your mind. Say it's something that's in your heart.
See, I don't know if I wanna say any team's names now, right? Because usually when I say that I support a team, you know what happens. You know what happens, homie. You know what
No,
happens.
man. That's the entire reason why we planted this question for you.
Okay. You know what? We gotta make it exciting, right? Since I predicted APBR and Echo in my prediction, I'm going to neutralize the curse. Blacklist and RSG will make it to M5.
Blacklist and RSG. Ang
All
dami
right.
nag-cheer. A lot of people are cheering. You know, there's this term. We've asked Gideon this. We've asked Lafel this. It's been going around this quote, end of Philippine era, which it baffles me. What do you think about that phrase?
I think when it comes down to teams like organizations, maybe that could be the case, right? The end of the PH era in terms of like MSC, M series, but when it comes down to actual like SEA games and stuff, where Philippines is against like a full team of Indonesians and stuff, I think it's still the PH era.
So you're saying for the international MLBB scene, like MSC and M5, you think it's the end?
Maybe. I mean, we've seen MSC and SPS. I think to see that if it's really going to end, we'll have to see an M5. It's in the Philippines. If some other region wins, then it'll be the end.
Okay.
Well, I'm pretty sure that you're happy to have some Filipinos in your Indonesian lineup. So the question's this: will your M5 bets for PH prove that the end of PH era is far from over?
I don't know. I think, again, we'll have to see. I think for my predictions on M5 as well, we'll have to see if Onic and Geek can actually like do really well. But I'm actually looking at other regions aside from Indo and Philippines. I want to see a new champ from a new region.
I see.
So you're saying you want to see a new champ, not even from Indonesia?
Yeah, just a new region, new team.
Hey,
Make it
check your
exciting.
Instagram account, Mirko. Check your Instagram account right now.
Interesting.
Hope it doesn't disappear again.
Now, well, let's see about that after your comment about the end of the Philippine era. You were just fighting with two countries there. Now, for today's series, we'll have a continuation of the rivalry forged 2 seasons ago. It's Echo versus Blacklist International. Now, this matchup was made possible after Echo, the top seed of the regular season, chose Blacklist to be in their bracket. Now, we had a chance to talk to Coach Master the Basics prior to their playoffs campaign, and let's listen to what he has to say.
Tinalo kami ng RSG, tinalo namin yung Blacklist. Bakit ko pipiliin yung RSG? So, expected na talaga namin yun na kami talaga yung pipiliin ng Echo.
Yo, man, I'm just saying that MTB is quite happy with whatever happened there. But considering what Coach MTB said, how do you think Blacklist prepared for Echo this time? Because so far, since Echo swept Blacklist in the finals of M4 World Championship, the Codebreakers have yet to win a single series against the Orcas, my guy.
Yeah. Blacklist, I think especially after yesterday's interview with Master the Basics on stage. See, I don't know if my chat actually translated it properly, but what I understood from the translation of my chat was Master the Basics said that, well, they told Echo to be careful about which roster they actually deploy today. So I'm actually very excited to see which roster actually comes in to play for Blacklist International. I've seen both of their rosters, like with Haji, MV3, and also the one with Yue and with Rindo in the jungle. Yeah. I don't know if they've cooked up something really crazy, but I think if you want to beat Echo, you gotta win out in these chaotic duels.
Yeah, with Blacklist International turning to you, I think some switched up a bit and they become less predictable. But here's the thing though, despite those results and Carl Teasy's personal preference to face Blacklist instead of any other teams, the young GOAT actually says that Blacklist still poses a threat. Let's listen to what Carl Teasy has to say.
Since Time 4 po, kasi puro kami panalo sa kanila ngayon eh. So, pili ko mas madali sila kalaban kaysa iba. Opo, threat pa rin po kasi nandun pa naman po si Edward. Kasi madalas siya po yung nagbubuhat sa kanila eh. Tapos maganda ring addition sa kanila si Yue ngayon. Kaya threat sila.
Ooh, Mirko, what do you have to say to what Carl Teasy says?
I think it's accurate, man. I mean, Edward is probably one of the players who will always be good. I think even in MSC, right, when the hype was still around Echo, Boots has said it as well, that it was harder to face off against Edward than Sanford. That's Boots' opinion. But yeah, Edward has always been probably the most consistent XP laner of all time, and I can't wait to see Edward play. Hopefully he gets the playmaking heroes, because I think if Blacklist wants to win, yeah, it probably is going to be through that XP lane first in the early.
Gotta agree, Mirko. You know, Edward has been one of the best and consistent XP laners out there, and you can feel the respect coming in from Carl Teasy. With all those considered, we're now going to ask you the hardest question, or maybe not, depends on how chill you are. What's your prediction on this matchup. I want details, Mirko. I want numbers. I want the team. You gotta the full name, the team. Let's go.
All right. Since a lot of people have been slandering me, saying that I hate Blacklist International, I will predict Blacklist International win 3-2. There you go. I'll help Blacklist International this time. But I don't know. Sometimes when I try to help teams, they lose, right? So I don't know, man. I don't know.
What are your predictions in terms of what heroes will be coming out? I mean, Rhino J has been coming out with new heroes
Matildas.
almost every week. Yesterday, we saw Farsa. So, any heroes that you're expecting to come out today?
I mean, I'm just we haven't seen this in a long time, but I want to see Edward, Agent Zero, play Benedetta. We saw the Benedetta get played yesterday by Nats, so Agent Zero can pull it off for sure.
Hey man, I'm excited to see the Benedetta too. And right now, look at Mara Aquino. I want you to look at her, okay? You're looking at her. What hero do you think is she wearing? What is this outfit inspired on?
The southern seas are my domain.
Hey man, you're Indonesian. You're supposed to know this.
For sure, man. I mean, if it will be a shame if I don't know which hero this is, right? I mean, it's so easy. Green, right? You did the voice line.
Yeah.
It's an Indonesian hero. Gatot Kaca for sure.
Yeah, I agree. You know what? First, I thought it was Vixana, man. Vixana's Indonesian, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think Lapu Lapu is as well.
Yeah. I love it.
Mirko is spot on with his prediction. Very spot on. Now,
Pretty good.
all the Filipino fans, they're so entertained with you right now. If you could only hear their laugh and their cheers every time we say Mirko's name. What do you have to say to everybody watching right now?
I'm trying to think of the Filipino words that I've learned, but...
Hey man, not everything.
Let's be careful there.
I know what we taught you.
PG-13.
Half of it you cannot say.
Okay. I'll just say, mahal kita.
Whoa.
Very basic.
Mahal kita. Is there somebody that's you've been saying that to lately?
Yeah, my girlfriend.
Okay.
I see.
A lot of
You lost
girls
half
got
of your
sad.
viewership.
A lot of girls got sad here. Now, Womi, I asked Mirko and put him on the spot earlier.
no.
If I were to ask you for your prediction of what's going to happen, you don't have to say, actually, fine, I'll save you. You don't have to say who's going to win, but you can say if it's a 3-0, 3-2.
I honestly think it's going to be a 3-0 considering teams are very much inclined for momentum. Basic and safe answer. I love it.
All right. Well, your predictions are locked in. Mirko's predictions locked in. Mirko, thank you so much for guesting once again. And hopefully, we'll see you here in the Philippines again, this time for the M5 World Championship. So let's enjoy the games today. Bye, Mirko.
Bye, boy.
Goodbye.
Talaga nakakatawa pag nandito talaga si Mirko.
That's true. Ang dami rin yung fans
fun.
dito.
Oo nga. Pero tingnan natin kung tama nga ba ang kanyang prediction that he gets sort of right. His predictions are locked in. Our players are ready to make their way inside the land of dawn. Sino nga ba ang magwawagi? M3 World Champions kontra sa ating M4 World Champions. Eto na ang Blacklist International versus Echo. Let's turn it over to the voice of MPL to welcome our teams. Reptar, pasok.
MPL Arena! This is a rematch of a modern-day El Clasico. 2 MPL-PH Grand Finals, 1 World Championship Grand Finals. Welcome to the first upper bracket match of the MPL Philippines Season 12 Playoffs. Let's welcome our teams. Introducing first, your daddy, JP, Bagyong Benny Cutie, the young goat, Carl Teasy, the Apex Predator Sanford, and the all-star mid-laner Sanji. They are the champions of the Philippines and the reigning champions of the world, Echo! And their opponents, the Hitman Renegade, the Filipino Sniper Oheb, Sensui and his instincts, Agent Zero Edward, and you, truly top tier. It's Blacklist International. And their coaches, Coach Tic Tac and Coach Master the Basics. Welcome once again to our playoffs. Let's go! Thank you so much. Whoa, a bit shaky there on that elevator. Welcome to our first series of the day. It's Echo versus Blacklist International. Sigurado ako at this point, sobrang familiar na tayo sa matchup na to. What these two teams bring to the table in terms of their play style, the heroes that they like to pick. I'm actually glad na na-mention ni Mirko yung Benedetta ni Edward, and that's actually one of the picks that I'm gonna be watching out for after Naths showed it off yesterday versus Smart Omega. Parang warning shot yan sa buong liga na, hey, don't forget the Benedetta. Yuzhong is an obvious pick, yes, but the Benedetta is so good. Speaking of, let's talk about Echo, Benecutie, Carl TZ, Sanji, Sanford, and JP. JP here in the roam and his flexibility with the picks. Ang tanong ko sa Echo ngayon is kung susundan pa ba rin nila yung paboritong playstyle nila. Yes, Echo Express, the ecosystem as we'd like to call it. To put it simply, the pick-off style. Will they pick up Kaja, Franco, and then pair it up with something like a Kadita, yung pwede mag-pick off at burst kagad for Sanji and JP. Of course, will we see the Nolan become a factor here? Nakita natin sa mga streams ni Carl TZ, he's been playing Nolan and nakita din naman natin kahapon even though hindi siya nanalo. And we saw it in MDL Philippines, ang sakit mag-scale ng isang Jungle Nolan. So, Jungle Nolan, let's watch out for it. But don't remove the possibility of an XP lane Nolan as well. For Blacklist International, Oheb, Sensui, Yue, Edward, and Renegade, again, what are the picks? What else does Blacklist International have on the table? If you weren't able to watch yesterday, we saw a Popol and Koopa jungle picked up by Blacklist International, and it was played really well against Onyx. But Onyx got to craft a lineup to counter it. The Uranus XP and the Hilda Roam. So, don't take out the possibility of a Popol and Koopa jungle pick being a potential game changer for the draft. Kasi baka mag-commit ng isang ban ang Echo para hindi lang makapag-Popol and Koopa jungle ang Blacklist International. And also, what pick are you gonna give to Edward? How are you gonna rotate the priority picks of Novaria, Valentina, Faramis, even the Angela, with Valentina, with Renegade and Yue, and what picks are gonna go into the hands of the Hitman? We know the story of these two teams. Para sa Echo, they went on that long win streak before it was snapped and stopped by RSG Philippines, meaning that Blacklist record is actually tied and shared with Echo at 11 series. Meanwhile, for Blacklist, similar to the story of teams in that part of the table, AP Bren hanggang Onyx, it was a tight race. A lot of them actually have 7 wins and a 7-loss record. So it just goes to show gaano competitive ang liga natin ngayon in MPL Philippines Season 12 with how close the standings are. But yesterday, we saw a really strong Blacklist against a really strong Onyx, and that came from really great, surprising pickups from the Blacklist International side. So Echo, if they're gonna play it like how Onyx and Blacklist played it, they might show some surprise picks as well. At feeling ko, kailangan yan. Now with these two teams, we know how good they are with the objectives. But these are two teams that really understand gaano ka-importante ang idea and concept of trading. Yung tinatawag natin na trading na alam naman natin dito sa
Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hindi mo pwede kunin ang lahat. If you're gonna go for the turtle, you're gonna have to at one point sacrifice a turtle on the side lane. Things like that. At one point, you move in one point of the map and then somewhere you're gonna lose something. So wag nyo pakinggan yung mga nag-RG sa inyo dyan na sinasabi, huy, yung lane mo, balikan mo. Nagtitrade nga tayo eh. And these are two teams who understand that very, very well. Shout out sa mga Zilong EXP laners dyan. Wala akong pinapatamaan doon. Now, I'm looking forward to actually hearing about or seeing what the keys to victory are for these two teams. Because I'll be honest with you, hindi ko pa siya nakita. I wanted to be surprised. So, Echo and Blacklist International's keys to victory are brought to you by Infinix. Infinix Note Series, ultra-fast gameplay. Let's start off with Echo. Prove that you have the mastery over Blacklist International. Sinabi ni Carl Tizzy sa interview niya, we feel like, compared to the other teams that we could have picked, mas madali sila nakalaban. Pero, mataas pa rin yung threat ng Blacklist International. And Carl Tizzy actually mentioned the two key players in Blacklist in terms of their, hindi lang sa rotations nila in-game, yung galaw nila, pero yung mga picks din nila Yue and Edward has a high impact in the drafting. So, Echo needs to show na first, starting in the draft and then sa paglaro, ang taas pa rin ng mastery ng Echo kontra sa Blacklist International. For Blacklist International, Rosie, it's your time to shine. Again, with the lineup that they field here, it seems like that's the comfort that they found with Renegade, Ohebs, and Sui, Edward, and Yue! Well, Renegade and Yue really seem to have a great combo that I feel like makakasabay talaga kila Sanji and JP, and they need to show it here. Renegade and Yue, they have to match the movements of JP and Sanji. Now, for both teams, the team with the most priority picks wins. There was a bit of a curse on the blue side yesterday for Blacklist International versus Onyx. So, sino makakakuha nila mga comfort picks nila? And most importantly for these two teams, they have a lot of comfort. Sino makakakuha ng power picks? Again, Nolan coming into the draft and the drafting pool changed the prioritizations. Mas madami ng power picks na mas available. But there are even surprising power picks. Priorities on the Fire Mist, priorities on the Terizla, the Yuzong for Echo, maybe even a Kaja. So, a lot of things to watch out for. A legendary rivalry. MPL Arena, are you ready? They're ready. I'm getting tired, running out of breath, so I'm gonna pass you on over to our casters. Kayo na.
The stage is now set for this storied rivalry once again. Who will get the upper hand this time around? Is it Echo or Blacklist International? What is up, guys? I'm Nice2, and it's us, the We Bear Bros. Once again, it's Leo Midnight, and we're bringing you the action for today.
Before we head on to our match, we'd like to tell everyone all about our telco partner, Smart. Thank you so much to Smart. Still, the Philippines' best mobile network, having the fastest network and nationwidest coverage in the country, as awarded by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data for speed and coverage Q1 and Q2 2023.
And of course, you can enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via the mobile number portability or MNP. You visit smrt.ph/switch to Smart to know more.
And there's more, because we have what is ahead of us, and that is M5, of course. So right now, you guys have to grab your early bird tickets. There's the Super Pass and the MVP Pass. They're available now. You can also buy those at the/event.com.
All MPL Philippines ticket buyers will get a 10% off on M5 regular passes. A discount code will be sent to your email on November 3rd. So what are you waiting for? Experience MLBB Esports live now.
All right, with that being said, we can now focus here on the matchup. We mentioned this before. You guys probably saw it if you joined us for the pre-show. It was great to have Mirko here guesting with us, giving his thoughts. I'm sure some of you guys shared, our boy, shared the sentiments out there with him. But, you know, as we compare even the junglers here of both squads, Carl Tizzy and Sensui, one thing is a fact here, and it's the fact that Blacklist International has not beaten Echo in quite some time, Leo.
Yeah. In 10 months' time, by the way. 10 months' time since M4.
Basically all of 2023.
Yeah. That's a long time. I mean, that's... and I feel like one of the big things here is... my question, I guess I would say, Midnight, is why do you think that is? Like, what is this kind of kryptonite, if you will, towards Blacklist International where they have not managed to beat Echo?
I mean, you have to go back to the the whole Echo way of playing MLBB, like the Echo Express, the House of Highlights that turned into the ecosystem, which really translate those aggressions, those highly contested pickoffs from the side of Echo, that is converted into objectives that is usually around these lords, wherein team fights really do matter. Where if you look at Blacklist International, they win games off of that, and you suddenly find yourself up against Echo, who is better in team fighting and picking off heroes. It will just give you, better net results.
And what makes this all the more frustrating for agents and entertaining for the majority of MLBB esports fans is the fact that Blacklist International has already re-rostered. They've changed the way they played, and the meta has already shifted in, again, the past 10 months.
Yep.
And still, they could not get one over Echo every single time they meet, whether it be on an international stage, whether it be on home soil. They still got it in the Echo bag. So I don't know if today we're going to change history. If today, after 10 months of a drought, Blacklist International can change the fact that they can get one over the defending champions.
And I just want to throw it out there that if this is the streak breaker in itself, because again, we know that back in the regular season, Echo had this amazing streak run that they were after. Yeah. They were after that record that was actually set by Blacklist International. What was that, season 8? Season 8, right? They didn't manage to break it further, right? But one thing's for sure, Blacklist International, they want to break this streak, at least against Echo. And I think one of the big things is, over the course of all these changes of the meta and everything, we are in a position now where this is almost a test where I feel like the current roster being fielded by Blacklist International is this is a good time for them to shake things up because their roster has been shaken up. And I think also one of the big factors there, we heard Mirko talk about it, it's Edward, it's UA, but also I think even Renegade brings a certain factor, to that. And I know you have loved watching him play, Leo, right? And so I'm going to ask you, how do you think that changes the dynamic of this Blacklist International? People are so used to seeing this Ube strat, right, which they came out with for the longest time. Do you think it's changed much, or are they still kind of playing the same way there?
Well, we saw last night the Ube is very much alive, and go up against Echo, who are just all predators in their own right. You'll see here they're #1 in average kill score across the season. It's difficult to expect the team to actually grow, and for the hitman, Renegade, to actually exhibit how he can be both his own kind of roamer and fill the shoes of one of the greatest roamers in the history of the esport as it is, as a shot caller. So with that said, I'd say it's gotta be from, as Mirko said, coming from the most consistent player of all of Blacklist. You have to always look back to the XP lane. You always have to wait.
Gotta be Edward.
There you go. You have to wait for Agents here to say, Renegade, I got this. As a co-Bataan boy, if you know, you know. They're from the same hometown. I got this lane. Take care of the rest of the map.
Yeah, and I think that's where the chance actually lies for Blacklist International, because you have this pillar in the form of Edward, wherein most of the the fundamental strategies that were built with Blacklist International started with Edward playing very fundamental heroes like the way back in Season 7, the Benedettas, the Paquitos. Season 8, you had the Lapu-Lapus, the Esmeralda, the Uranus. Season 12 is a flavor of Terizla, Edith. Edward plays those heroes. And I think that's where it starts. And I feel like the Rosie lineup is the best chance you'll ever get in breaking the way of Echo's gameplay. Because the thing about Echo's Blacklist lineup is that they have the same type of same type of gameplay when Wise and Venus were still playing with Blacklist International, like the old Blacklist Ube composition. Now we are seeing the same type of gameplay, the same strategy, but with a different flavor. Renegade is able to play more aggressive than compared to the old Blacklist.
Hell, even Sensui's evolving.
Yeah, he is. And I think, one of the, now you mentioned Sensui, I think this is an important fact to look at, right? Nolan came out yesterday.
Layla's dad.
Yeah, Layla's dad. Didn't get the win, but look, even in SG, picked up, 6 times, had some success. We saw this also in MDL Philippines Season 2 as it went on, did pretty well. Why did it struggle? I mean, it was only, it's not a huge, sample size, if you will, just yet. But Midnight, why do you think the Nolan struggled yesterday?
It's a bad matchup. Like he was up against a lot of heroes that are able to deal with the Nolan. But the thing about Nolan is that, again, it's a very small sample size. It's hard to tell whether the hero is bad or not, because the bigger sample size tells us that this hero is broken.
Yeah.
Like, given it in the right hands, given it in the right matchup, given in the right composition, it's just plain broken. It feels
Yes.
like the old Fredrin in season 11.
What do you think it needs to be successful, though? Like, if you're
More
going to
games.
build a composition around it.
I mean, if you want to build a composition around, I guess you'd want to put it on Blacklist International. You want to put in more supports that are able to kind of like solidify the early game of the Nolan.
You know what Nolan feels to me? Nolan feels like that fire extinguisher in every single building. You know that a fire is not going to happen. You know that we're going to keep it safe. We're not going to leave, microwaves on running. We're not going to leave the stove running. But we'd rather ban it out than it come out and then suddenly just take over again. Because I think, as it is, to answer your question, the meta has to shift somehow. Nolan cannot be as successful and as strong as we think he should be, because currently the kings of the jungle are still your Bakshas, your Fredrins, and your Akais.
Yeah, the trio, the trifecta in the jungle rule.
Which is the Baksha, the
Baksha, the
Fredrin,
Fredrin, and the
Mar-
Akai.
Oh, the Kai. I was going to say the Martiz.
No, Martis has fallen off, man.
He's fallen off?
Barely a prince.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that. Yeah, and it's funny because you're like, okay, what'd you say? He was like a fire extinguisher, right?
Yeah, you just have to make sure that you keep him in check.
Which is funny because keeping him in check also means that it's also changed the dynamic of the draft, right?
Oh, yeah.
This is something that Renmar was talking about a lot back in, like it's so far back, but yesterday, the 5-game series that we had,
24 hours ago.
Super far back. But it was something that he really highlighted on, and he even made a post about this. If you guys follow Redmar on his pages, and one of the highlights there was that Nolan alone, whether he's picked, whether he's not, he's obviously going to be probably banned out, right? And how this kind of changes up the draft, and we saw that. We already saw this yesterday where, heroes such as, for example, Matilda is now being picked up a lot here, and that kind of changes the course of things. But now also putting our eyes here on the gold lane as these players get set up for this first game. What do you think of this head-to-head here, Midnight?
I mean, these two players are internationally recognized best gold laners on both teams. I think Oheb has had a fantastic regular season. Benecutie, not so much, even though he has kind of like revolutionized the way that you play gold lane, especially in the lore dances. But I feel like Blacklist International has just more synergy with the way they play with Oheb, especially with the Claudes like Lexus there. I like that he is flexing the face of you here.
Why you gotta put...
Kiel is flexing the face of you here.
Why you gotta put him on blast like that?
Going back to what I was saying earlier, Blacklist International has more synergy with the way that they utilize their gold laner. Like the peel strategy that they've been pulling off for weeks now, like the mid-game timing that Blacklist is able to like crush amongst these teams. It's all, it's all on Oheb. Like the performance that he has been able to pull off, like good early game starts, not losing lanes by far, and the farm that he gets is always transitioning towards where Blacklist is able to play in the mid game, such that if they are able to establish a lead, they are able to convert that into end game conditions.
I mean, that's just how things work. Blacklist International plays for their cores, and Oheb is mainly their core, almost as much as
king.
how, in the absence of the king, yes. But it's almost as close to how Smart Omega plays around Kelra, right? You have to make sure that everyone works towards helping Oheb. For Benecutie, though, it's quite the opposite. Like, you look at the 15, 16-minute mark, most likely Benecutie's alone.
He's farming.
He's more like doming.
If anything, of Minana Evos, yes.
Minana Evos.
But if anything, JP will somehow just come in like, all right, you want this, Benny? Go, kill. All right, Lord Dance, Benny gonna split.
Oh yeah,
go.
For sure.
He's a very independent gold laner. So with that said, I think it's that polar distinction. It's that difference in their gold lane styles. Yes, that allows for Echo to do what they've done in the Blacklist the past year. It's that. And if some way, somehow, today, KL1 evolves and Oheb shows us a different side of him, maybe Blacklist can give Echo what they've been waiting for.
And I think that's like, as we compare, we've compared the jungle, the gold lane here, and I agree with those points being made because at the same time, I feel like you look at Echo and what they've accomplished, over even just the past year alone, it's quite astonishing, right? And most people that have watched Echo for this time now and become part of that family and that fan base will say that every single lane, they have this huge impact from start to finish, right? You talked about Benecutie, still the Storm in a way, but a little bit of a different Storm this season, I mean, there's often times where he's still split pushing winning games that way, and I feel like that's where the big obstacle, the big test again for Blacklist International is because of the changes that we've seen them go through, of these variations of their own code that has had to develop, up to this point. It's now like, okay, even before, where everybody's like, Edward's Mr. Consistent. He's doing what he has to do, but what about the rest of the lanes? Are they changing? Are they adapting? Because Edward necessarily hasn't had to adapt too much at all.
He's always been Edward.
He's always been Edward. He's always been Agent Zero.
Just wakes up and does his thing.
His thing. So I feel like for this matchup alone, nobody's going home, right?
Yeah.
No one's going home in this matchup, for today, rather. But I think this is also a big test because for me personally, I don't want to see another case of what we had last season, right? I really don't enjoy the grand finals going into a heavily favor of one team or another. Mm-hmm. And I think this is a good kind of sample, if you will. Does Blacklist International actually have what it takes with this new version of that code to get where they need to go to, not only with the grand finals, but again, what's ahead of us, right? The whole M5, because this is also a great sample, once again, of what could happen just months from now, basically, right? So I think that's something that's big here. And still for me, Sensui, he's been his own self, very consistent for the most part. I think even it was Renmar that said, he can hold his retry against some of the best in the world. He has.
He had held his own retribution against Carl Tizzy last season.
Yeah.
Last season, he was matched, I believe, with Carl Tizzy during week 6. So that, that tells a lot. And even during the times where they met, since he has been able to out-retry, like the GOAT, the young GOAT of Echo. But still, you have to keep in mind that it's not just the retry. It's not just the retry of Echo that makes Carl Tizzy great, but it's how he thinks. It's how he operates around map. And I think that's where, Echo's strength lies, like their ability to solidify the strength of each player on all lanes, all sides. Like, you have Benacuti, you have even Sanji in the support position, but you also have Carl Tizzy that is such a big pillar for Echo. If you have Edward on the side of Blacklist International, wherein he acts like a rock for the agents, you also have Carl Tizzy. He is just an insanely consistent player.
I think it's that grit. I'd like to call it the grit that just permeates throughout Echo's lineup. Whether it's Yaoi or JP playing, you know that when things are going wrong for them, they have it in them, a sense of, we're going to get by. We're going to work it out, and I'm going to somehow beat my lane mate. Come early, later, mid, we're going to find a way, and we'll win. It's because we've seen Echo actually do that. They have been guilty of messing around in a draft and in-game, and they did that against Blacklist's other lineup in Season 12, and in the later half of Season 12, they figured out, hey, you know what? We can still win. Take it 30 minutes, take it 40 minutes, we'll somehow beat you. And they did. So I'm looking forward to that Echo here, that more matured and that more, I'd say, long-standing and just enduring Echo.
I mean, if you're Blacklist International, at some point, it's not just about a strategy. You have to break a player here. Like what RSG did to Echo, they broke Sanford. But I don't think that's enough, even though it worked for the Raiders. Blacklist International in this game, I think you have to break Carl Tizzy because he's always been that sort of like Thanos, where he just walks in.
You can't. You can't break Carl Tizzy.
That's the challenge. Like, you're in playoffs, you want to beat Echo, you have to break the strongest player in the team. Because if you don't, he's always gonna be, he's always gonna show up in late game, acts like Thanos, get his Infinity Gauntlet. Fine, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, you want to be the man. You gotta beat the man.
Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking, like, who can actually break Carl Tizzy? Like, right now.
I mean, Mitch broke Carl Tizzy at one point.
That's why he's so strong.
Yeah, that's like the manager of Echo broke the kid.
That's my Mitch, dude. That's different.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's different. She's not in the land of Dawn technically going face to face.
She was.
I mean, just for record.
Yeah,
there she was. Right?
Okay.
So Blacklist International, they have to sort of like be be the enemy Mitch for Echo. I don't know how that went down.
I was gonna say, like, I'm just trying to think, how does that saying come into actual play, right? Like, what do you do against that? Because
RSG broke Carl Tizzy once.
Yeah, and okay,
it's possible.
Yeah, I can't wait for this draft to finally unfold here. But, as we theorize everything, we do have to remember, man, the way that Echo ended the regular season. It wasn't exactly the hottest streak that they had, right?
Not with a bang, but with a whimper.
Yes, exactly. So have they shaken that off? It hasn't been too long. It's been about a week or so, week and a half. We'll see, though. We have Echo here on the blue, Blacklist International on the red. You can already see it. And by the way, I can't remember exactly for the second series, but the first series, blue side was cursed some way, somehow. It was very tough there. We did see a lot of Matilda pop up, but that's going to be banned out here in the first phase.
Yeah, the thing about first pick is that, or blue side, is that you only get to have one priority pick. That's why it's really crucial for teams, especially with teams that have huge arsenal or big hero pools on all players, to get red side. But the bad thing about red side right now is that you're forced to either ban Joy, Nolan, or Baksha. But both of these teams understand that they need to open up a lot of heroes. Echo, they are starting to remove some of those annoying heroes on the side of Blacklist International, like the Novaria. They're letting through the Valentina, so there might be a chance here that Echo wants to fight into that Valentina, or they take it first pick, because they can do that now. But again, you have to also consider that the Baksha is open for Echo.
And I think they're willing to do that. I think it's safe. Or the Valentina.
Or the Valentina.
Yep.
You're right.
I'd say in the hands of Sanji, it's a safe bet here. Easy for them to make the call.
Ooh.
Or wait, what? No, whoa,
I like this. I like this. Blacklist did this once in regular season. If you're up against a team that specializes against the Terizla, you pick it first pick. So Echo picked the Terizla of Edward, and Blacklist International is forced to answer with the Baksha and Valentina. Because if you went with the Edith Valentina, Echo gets Baksha, and now you get Paramus Akai. Even though you're giving the Netherrealm towards Blacklist
and the heavy spin,
you get all the better matchups in the world.
Oh, yo, did they just double cross us? Did they just hit us with a reverse psychology on each other?
Yeah, Echo won 3 picks.
They read it. They read well.
Yeah, they understood that the Terizla will have good matchups. Like the Fredden is already out. Baksha and both the Baksha and the Akai suffer so much versus the Terizla, so that's why it works. Now,
whoa!
Diggy,
the Eggman.
We've seen Diggy get banned multiple times yesterday.
Yep.
And this time Blacklist not gonna let it slip.
You can hear the crowd cheering for it
They
too.
know.
They love it.
All right, Echo, they won the first 3 picks.
Yeah.
But after this 3rd pick from Blacklist International, I would call this a perfect pick, honestly. It counters 3 of your heroes.
I mean, knowing how Echo likes to play, knowing how Echo wants to make sure that they get away with things and they make sure the team fights are won or at least converted for, Diggy's amazing.
Yeah. But here's the thing. They have bad early game.
Yeah, I was going to say that the early game, it's like, or at least for now, based off this first phase, and even comparing to what we have here with the Index, they got to be super careful, like how they approach the early game and not let it slide out of hand.
Yeah, even though the Index tells us that they have a good early to mid, it's just because of the damage output and the way that this hero, this lineup operates. Like the Valentina, if you trade with her, you should get more XP. But the thing is, in turtle fights, even though you have a Diggy, they just have more firepower on the side of Echo, especially with the Terizla.
And with that, as we get through this second phase, it's now complete here. Still wondering what both teams want to park in the gold lane. And as we were talking about, that is going to be a lane to keep an eye on as well, because this could be a situation where we need to see Oheb adapt a little bit. Maybe he changes some of the way he handles his own rotations through the game. We know Benny Cutie, like we mentioned, is always going to be someone you want to keep an eye on for those split push possibilities that might come out here. So, again, a lot to think about.
This is a very good cloud game, by the way, for Blacklist International. Like, if you are considering like the gold lane now, you could pick up the Claude because there's no catch from Echo, even though the Kaja is still there. And they pick up the Idris. Interesting.
Oh, they're going to lean hard on their engagements. This is Blacklist clearly drafting a dive comp. This is front to front.
Yeah, early to mid is the target here for Blacklist International. Something tells me that they might even consider getting the Benedetta for Edward last pick. But Echo instead picks up the Claude. And they will have good late game with this lineup. I think you go Kaja here as last pick for JP. Okay, never mind.
That definitely not Kaja's voice, right? I think that it was the Rafaela.
Oh, interesting.
Interesting too, because I feel like for the Valentina in Blacklist International's hands, you have a lot of options here, right? Like on ultimates that you could take, because what we've seen even in the past when they're against an Akai, for example, they take the heavy spin themselves. They force out Carl TZ from the objective area, right? They kind of push him out. They let the team do that. Not only that, but you also have another realm, which is also why I think Echo decided, you know what, let's also get the Claude so that if we are dealing with another realm against ourselves, then at least we have a tool to deal with that.
You know, they have 4 ults to serve up to Yue. I'm not so sure how Yue is going to play this out because we've seen Valentina's win even without ults to take. But here, Blacklist dig deep and they hand over Agent Zero a solid pickup. This is the Arlet.
Is this what we want from Edward, Midnight? Like, is this the right hero in the hands of Edward?
I mean, the metadata would have provided them more split push, but they were up against a Claude. So I think the idea for Blacklist now is instead of playing for late game or instead of playing for a way to deal with the Claude, let's just all in the early to mid composition that we have right now. Because with the Irithel, the Arlet would be able to provide so much spiel for this lineup, even though it's such a bad matchup against the Rafaela, because Rafaela could just reset. But the thing is, he is enough of an annoyance for Echo to deal with. Like, the Arlet is going to be able to survive long enough for a Blacklist International to continuously take objectives.
Okay, and as we get a last look here, you know, talking even about the early game, I think even given this where Blacklist International has that in their favor somewhat, they still have to be careful how they approach this because things could fall apart for them early on, and they don't want that snowball to build up, which we've seen the Echo Express do so well, right? So we got a glimpse there of the audience prediction. It still is in favor of Echo. But ladies and gentlemen, at some point in the game, a poll will pop up, and you only have until the timer runs out to go ahead and give your predictions. Don't forget the hashtag as well. But we're going to get ready for this first game of today, day number 2 here, between Blacklist International and Echo. Can Blacklist actually defeat Echo finally? We'll find out.
Going into game 1, we've seen the early moments of the game, a double lane from Blacklist International, speeding up, expediting the mid lane's XP, and the answer as well from Echo. Interesting enough, of course, as you have to do, you babysit Oheb, Renegade, staying close.
Yeah, very interesting that Sanford actually rotated towards the mid lane to sort of like help the tank support clear against the Valentina.
Okay, there it is. Again, go ahead and get your predictions in. Don't forget the hashtags. Who's going to be doing more damage? And I think if you're looking at both XP lanes, right, there's a lot of already that people have seen of Terizla's, how they impact. Oh,
JP forced to use a flicker early on, gets away with it.
They got reverse timed.
Yeah.
You know, it's sort of like a soft counter against a Rafaela, but if you're Echo, you don't really mind the matchup because the Rafaela provides you mobility against the Arlet, against the Baksha, and you're more focused on getting those resources in the mid game to be able to fight late game. But Blacklist International, on the other hand, it's a very different game plan, right? The Arlet, it's such a bad matchup against Echo. Like, he has 3 bad matchups.
Yeah.
But the thing is, come mid game, it's a different story. Like, this Irithel will be able to pop off with the protection coming off from the Diggy and, of course, the Arlet.
That's what I'm wondering. Like, if the matchup is so bad, do you literally just have it there for the peel? Like, is that the answer? Like, we now just have a couple options to keep Oheb alive.
Oh, check this out. 2 fronts. Echo. Looks
Wow.
like they're winning. Yue forced to go ahead and turn into Sanford as Call of Duty scores a turtle. Edward here caught in the middle of 4 members.
Oh!
Down JP, not gonna get him, dash it on through, but he goes down instead. First blood drawn by the Orcas.
That was a sexy dodge from Daddy JP. He knew the final slash was coming, went straight behind the Arlet, and that was such a cute play. Even though it was simple, but the idea, like the sheer composure of JP, you know, to be able to make plays like that, and it solidifies like the early game advantage of what Echo could have.
Hey, he's not an MDL, MPL, and world champion for no reason.
Yeah,
that's right. He's also.
That's how you know.
I was gonna say, there's a lot of people like to call him. That's their dad as well.
He's a proud father too.
He's a proud father, and that's the moves, right? Now, with that too, given this Rafaela for this lineup, and now you also have it with this Faramis, do you think they just have better extended team fights later on? Like, is Echo's lineup troublesome for Blacklist International the further on we get into the game here at Midnight?
Oh yeah, for sure. They have nothing against the Claude. Like, it made sense when Blacklist when they had the chance to pick up the Claude, when they gave it up against Echo, especially having a Diggy.
Yeah.
You're just asking for, you know, late game trouble. I mean, they do have damage. Like, if Blacklist International is able to pressure Echo in a way that Echo is forced to play 5v5s, of course, Blacklist will always have a chance in terms of winning team fights as 5v5. But in terms of the actual composition, like the nature of what Echo does, they will always split. And that is the thing that Blacklist International cannot handle.
Okay, well, with that, again, you know, early on, we don't expect too much right now from Blacklist International. They're going to have to really rely on letting OHEB build up. This is what we see every time there's an Earthil in play. So expect that, right? In time, maybe buy those Lords, especially when he starts to pop off here. Meanwhile, he's just got to farm up. The rest of the team has to do what they have to fight these objectives. And now that the second turtle's up, 4 members, Blacklist International, going to show face against the full force.
40 coming in with a penalty zone, forcing out an early times journey from Renegade as the turtle gets reset. Check out the minimap, folks. OHEB has already switched up. He's in the XP lane.
Okay.
That was kind of an oopsie from Echo. Somebody reset the turtle. It wasn't really the call.
Yeah.
But Blacklist International, again, somebody is forcing out the times journey. This is the thing that I like about Echo's gameplay. Nobody is hesitating against these counters. I mean, if you're going to use a times journey, might as well use my penalty zone so that you're forced to use the times journey, but then it's not on your own terms.
Yep, and it's a beautiful dynamic that Echo has. They know that they're proactive. They know that if they can force something out of Blacklist, they're having their way. Coming in, Sensui. There's a holy baptism. Put down a half health. Sensui does not have his full kit. He's already rolled in. And JP and Ben. Oh, Lord, the burst from OHEB. In comes Carl Teasy from the flank. Sanji and Sanford as well. Reverse time on a big old Halloween panda. And there's a penalty zone. They caught OHEB. They answer back with another realm. Blazing duet. Yeah, Renegade put down to a fraction of his health. They traded out already. OHEB down. They're still going. Edward dashes on through. Sanji down 2 for 1. The first trade. Final slash. Sanford, where you going? Down underneath the ground. Agent Zero gets 2K.
There you go. The team fight for Blacklist International. They don't really lack damage.
Wow.
But the focus fire from Echo was there. They were able to shut down OHEB. But you see the strength of how Blacklist is able to peel for their heroes. They are just able to group up and continuously fight with this Arlott. Because the thing is,
hello, Yue! Down he goes. You were saying.
All right. That was a very good pickoff coming out from Echo. But again, Blacklist International, the way this lineup works is that you just have so much to deal with in the front lines.
They won this fight. Reverse time on the Carl Deasy, forcing out a heavy spin and another realm. Echo and Black not letting Midnight finish his thoughts.
Exactly. You know, that's how really
that's
frustrating.
How it feels.
That's how it feels for Echo. Like, the way you want to approach this fight is you want a clean team fight, right? You want to be able to force out the times journey, force out the nether realm, use the blazing duet and heavy spin to deal with Blacklist International, but they're not letting you.
You know what's funny?
Every time you fight into them, they distract you.
And not only that, but I feel like every analyst that sits on a desk with an Echo game is literally, if you vision the Echo Express and the analyst is trying to talk while the train is going. Like, that's what it feels like, because I mean, when they can counterpunch, when they can initiate, whatever they decide to do, they're usually able to find it. But right now, I would say it's even Stevens, right? And now Carl T's going to be forced out of this.
Oh, big damage coming in. Penalty zone, heavy spins, and Sui already pressed the retribution. They scored. Times journey, ensuring that Blacklist will be able to get at least one as they pile on to Sanford. Yue gets the kill off camera, though. Echo called for the trade, pushed in that gold lane tier 1.
Great answer.
Yeah.
Again, that's what we see. Answer back and forth between both teams right now. And this is great to see because it's literally them both just duking it out here. Here they go again, Carl Teasy.
Oh, they're not done, man. They want to take down Carl Teasy. Put down to a fifth of his health. Heavy spin, stolen away by Yue. No veil. And a final slash. Carl Teasy still here. Put down to a tenth of his health. Sanji gonna get popped. Nether realm underneath tier 1 in mid. He's alive. Sensui looking to commit grand theft. Orange. Can Carl Teasy survive? He does, but only for a second more. 2 kills coming in. Edward is on fire. Benny Cutie does not want to force the issue. Edward's still here. Flickers on out. Looking for a protection racket from Renegade. Times journey inside their own jungle. Echo are getting punished. What's going on?
What? Holy moly. These two teams just duking it out. I mean, the whole team. Oh, Sensui.
Oh, he got his purple there, but gonna get punished by Sanford. Dear Lord, is Echo getting rattled or is it just me?
Blacklist International, they're getting everything that they want. Even though they lost Edward and Renegade right there, Sensui was able to seal both buffs. And all the while, OHEB was just pushing towers. He was getting a lot of farm on the map. He's now 800 up. compared to the Claude, which gives Blacklist International more space in this mid-game. I was not allowed to talk during those moments, but so does Echo. They were not allowed to fight into the Arlot because he was just dashing right through all of the heroes of Echo.
You know what the great thing about that is they're allowing Oheb. Yeah, he got that solo kill by himself, you know, with his team. Oh, look at that!
Dear Lord! Wow. Just
ultimate.
2 seconds underneath that crossbow.
Yeah.
And nothing. Edward just said, you don't need me, man. You don't need me now. The Lord dance has begun. First Lord
so
of the
risky.
game. Spawned up. Reverse time. Put in. JP taking a lot of damage. Stanford hit here with a final slash. Penalty zone on the 4. Plus another round. Where are y'all going? There's way too much damage coming in from Blacks International. Extra health popped already.
Oheb.
Stunned. Oheb here. Getting pushed into that wall. Not enough damage. How easy left out in no man's land. That's a pick off for Blacklist.
Wow, again, the response, the counter punches coming from Black International on point just when you thought, too. But right now, it doesn't even look like they want to go ahead and give this Lord up just yet. Echo wants to stay in it.
Sanji coming through, gets phased right into the afterlife. And that's it. Blacklist scoring back-to-back. JP goes down as well. And this whole time, the only trade Echo can find is a turret down bot.
Screw bad matchup, says Edward. What you want, again, is the peel in the mid-game, the ability to protect your Irithal. Even the Kongtizi earlier on had an amazing angle to use the heavy spin onto the Irithal. There was no backup damage. The Claude was still far away from Echo, and Blacklist knew they had the upper hand, the advantage when it came to that fight because they had the Irithal near their Lord. And mind you, Blacklist International even pulled off an Echo. They were trying to bait out the Lord, and when Echo tried to contest, they reset it and went for the 5v4 engagement.
Yeah, again, in all this, before all broke out, they got Benny Cutie before this fight broke out. You see how this all works out. Yeah, there's some great layering of ultimates being used by Echo, but even Oheb able to stay alive, attacking that minion, get some of the health back. The Haskellons gets him, and you know, that is troublesome. Now they're going to be charging into the base of Echo here for game 1.
Oh no. That's the Lord still up. Another big penalty zone answered back with a times journey. Kaldisi already fell underneath a sea of bodies, and it's his lone corpse sitting there. What happened?
It's hard for Echo to fight into this because you're not Edward.
Oh, this is prime Ube, folks. Blacklist already inside Echo's base. Oh, they're gonna call it. They're gonna call it. This is the disciplined play from Blacklist. They'll move on to bot.
Gonna take the bot lane in here. We'll see if they can actually get this turret. They're going to go for it, though. Carl Teasy and Betty Cutie down.
Oh, Holy Baptism. Not enough damage.
Oh!
Big penalty zone through. Renegade still alive, and he keeps his health. He keeps himself up. Flicker on out. The shutdown on the Yue. Sanford gets one. Another one falls. Carl Teasy finds Oheb. Renegade still barely alive. Can they take down Edward? A lot of bounty on Agent Zero's head, too. Blacklist shimmies on out of there.
Wow, that was an amazing clapback coming out from the Trisdorf Echo. Sanford hit an amazing penalty zone onto, what, that was 5 heroes, right?
4 or 5, about 4 or 5.
That was the entirety of Blacklist International, and Oheb, unfortunately, didn't have the sprint at that time, and he has already used the heavy crossbow, so no jump was available for the Irithal. That's why Echo was able to catch up and take out the gold laner of Blacklist International.
And with that play, they've also kind of whittled down some of that gold lead that was getting out of hand, you know, for Black International, which is crucial for them because, you know, still, Benny Cutie is about 1,000 gold behind here. You can even see with this win probability, still favoring Black International right now. But I would say if we get down another 5 minutes or so, if Echo somehow holds on, then their fighting capabilities with the heroes that they've drafted will give them some of the upper hand in terms of these long team fights. Especially, I think a big part of that is if somehow, some way, Echo gets the times journey out. If the times journey is gone for Blacklist International before a big fight breaks out, they're at a disadvantage, right? And then it becomes a mini game in itself for Yue on what ultimate he takes.
Oh, Sensui rolling around.
Here comes the Lord Dance.
Putting up a perimeter. Slight advantage here for Echo, given that they're slowly pulling over to their side. Watch Edward's positioning. Yue stole the Netherrealm. Very key ult here. Benny Cutie looking for some stacks on the Art of Thievery. Doesn't have enough. Be my on out. Sanji, though, very skittish. Sensui looking for one. Oh, he catches Carl Teasy. When's he gonna break out?
They're gonna hold him here.
Ouch, Carl.
Oh, wow.
And there's a final slash coming in. The answer, the Netherrealm. They're all scrambling underneath. Extra life taken down.
Benny!
No more extra HP coming in. Blazing Duet. Benny Cutie gets blasted here by Yue. And Blacklist
Sanji.
are calling all the shots. Down goes Oe, but traded out for 3. Down goes Sanji, down goes JP. Benny Cutie as well. Carl TZ bites it. It's just 40 and Sanji.
What a fight. Again, this whole game has been these just crazy fights, skirmishes before and now full-on team fights breaking out. But still, Sanji and Sanford, the duo, don't want to let this lore just go away here.
Oh, nothing comes for free. Next big objective here, a Luminous Lord. Carl TZ, about 10 seconds away. JP and Benny Cutie just spawned. Black's gonna blitz this.
They got this one. So now it's up to Echo once again on the defense. Based on that last team fight, do you think they have what it takes to stay in this game Midnight? Because Benny Cutie's Blazing Duet was not very threatening there.
I mean, I don't know, with Blacklist International having a Lord in the mid, they could just utilize a Lord with Time's Journey and Netherrealm to let Oheb tower lock versus Echo. They do have the damage, but again, as you've said, Benny Cutie not the best position to pull off the Blazing Duet, especially with the nerf. You don't really want 4 heroes soaking up the damage of the Blazing Duet. Even though it looked threatening for Echo, it wasn't really the right call, as they still had all the the kits that they're able to pull off from Blacklist International. For one, Yue, with all the skills that he has, he's going to be able to burst down your marksman. So I think Benny Cutie pulled off the trigger so early.
Well, we're going to find out. Lord now in the mid lane. Blacklist International going to walk it through. Echo's got to handle it. Turret at the top goes down.
2 waves, top and mid coming in. It's already broken out. Ult's coming in from Sensui. The realm has been popped. Penalty zone from 40, and they're still waiting. 40 goes down. Oheb slays him.
Still alive.
Already extra HP spent in from Echo. Blacklist still has a few bits of buffer.
God, Edward!
Down goes Benny Cutie. And Blacklist are looking to end it right here, right now. A big final slash coming in from Agent Zero. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. The Agents are going to draw first blood.
And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. And Blacklist International takes game 1. They make a step closer to breaking their own streak against Echo here.
Man, oh man. Again, Agent Zero, or the Legend Zero, pulling off the Arlet in front of a bad matchup against Echo and making it work. Peeling for Blacklist International and paving the way for team fight victories and the endgame conversion.
Wait. Is this not a historical event already? Is this not Blacklist's first game win against Echo in a long while?
I was going to say, I was trying to think about that, like the stats that they threw up on the screen.
Yeah, it was
Was
all
it
zeros.
Sweeps?
All zeros.
It was
It
all
happened here
zeros.
today.
They got it.
That's history already.
Thank you, Blacklist.
So it's not one step, it's one giant leap.
Yeah.
But still, they have work to do, right? It is a best of 5, but with this, I guess all the people out there are wondering if it is enough. If this lineup can actually do what they need to do to get to the grand final, to get to M5. Again, I think this was a good depiction of what is possible from them because it was executed very well. And to also be debated is, give this guy, Edward, a hero that can make plays like this.
Yeah.
And even like you said, Midnight, it's not a hero that matches up well against the Terizla in a lane matchup or even some of the other heroes there. But if you look at the timing, it was impeccable with the final slashes. So I know there's more to be broken down here over for Renmar. Renmar, break this one down.
Thank you, casters. A very special guest with me here in the analyst and Coach Arcadia! Coach Arcadia, kamusta?
Ito, okay naman. Sobrang na-miss ko tong MPL-PH community. Itong atmosphere na to. Sobrang nakakamiss.
Yeah, nakakamiss nga. Yun yung madalas sinasabi ng mga international, like our imports, the players and coaches we send all across the world, of course, from Selangor Red Giants and MPL Malaysia, Coach Arcadia. Okay, dami natin na pag-usapan dun sa game number 1 na to. Umpisahan natin sa draft. You were a big fan of the Diggy pick ni Rene J.
Para sa akin, sobrang solid nung pagka-third pick nung Diggy. Kasi yung third pick Diggy na yun, na-counter agad yung first 3 picks ng Echo. Actually, na-expect ko nga na mag-export sana yung Blacklist. Pero yung Digi na yun, magandang pick ring talaga yun. Sobrang ganda ng third pick na yun.
Yeah, and even though the Diggy pickup was really great, as we look at the MVP, actually Yue, I was about to ask you another question, pero ano yung mga bagay na ginawa dito ni Yue na tumatak talaga para sa'yo?
Itong Valentina talaga, sobrang lakas mag-poke na hero. And kitang-kita naman natin, when it comes to the Lord Dance, kitang-kita natin na the zone talaga ni Yue, yung kailangan niya i-zone, or napopoke niya, yung kailangan niya i-poke.
Yeah, actually, merong isang reaction kanina si Coach Arcadia for those, of course, you can't hear us talking behind the scenes na sinabi mo, grabe ang tapang mag-poke ng Blacklist International. And of course, we know Echo to be one of the bravest team fighting in terms of the major objectives, pero yung Blacklist tinatapatan yun. Let's go first though with the early game rotations. Parang for you, you had a few questionable moments para sa Echo dun sa macro nila?
True. Siguro when it comes to the first turtle, nakita natin na parang ina-avoid ni Blacklist makipag-clash dun sa first turtle fight. Nakita natin si Sensui na yung track niya is papunta sa gold lane. Pero apparently, na-check siya nung Rafaela. So wala silang nakuhan trade. Very fortunate pa nga yung Blacklist dos because hindi nawala yung blue from Sensui. Pag nakuha ni Carl yung blue doon, medyo ang hirap bumawi doon. Pero pagdating doon sa third fight, doon na yung nagkaroon na parang problema yung Echo. They were lost because they were ahead for the positioning. They were already there. 5-man turtle fight. But na-reset pa yung turtle. Ang dami pang wrong macro dun sa third turtle fight na yun.
Yeah, third turtle fight. That was, I believe, one of our agreed natin mga turning points for that matchup. Of course, while that was happening, si Oheb actually was in the bottom lane. So nakapag-farm pa siya. Speeding up the process of the Irithel. And then classic Blacklist going to the bottom lane right away after that third turtle para ma-push kagad nila. How do you feel about this Claude pick na napunta sa last two picks ng Echo?
For me, yung Claude, hindi naman siya sobrang pangit dun sa game na yun. Pero yung nature kasi ng Claude for that game is, when you pick a Claude, it's gonna be hard if you're facing a Digi. Because Claude is not so strong in laning phase. Plus you're facing a Digi, it's gonna be extra hard. But in Clash, when it comes to the Lord Dance, that's the time that you're free to free hit, you're free to poke because you're just facing a Digi. You're not facing someone who have a suppress. So, I think okay rin naman yung Claude pick doon and he survived the early phases of the game naman. Siguro yung turning point lang talaga yung nagpahirap sa kanya.
Yeah, and as we look back into the last few moments of the game, of course, Yue, of course, our MVP, nakita natin or we discussed in the Infinix Keys to Victory, importante dito yung communication ni Yue and Renny J with the fact that you have a Diggy who built for damage. Of course, masakit talaga yung damage lumalabas dun sa mid and roam ng Blacklist International and they made the most out of it. One of the reasons why Blacklist International was able to play the game that they did, katulad ng sinabi ni Coach Arcadia, was Yue, tapang din siya na mag-poke and he timed very well with Renny J. So ito yung mga early game rotations na pinag-usapan natin na I think dito naman natin nakikita even though Sensui got to eventually balance it out, parang in the first few minutes doon nakita yung parang veterancy ni Carl TZ, yung expertise niya as a jungle with paano niya na-manage yung first rotation.
Ito talaga si Sensui, gamay na gamay niya rin talaga yung yung tank jungler kung saan siya magro-rotate, kung mag-i-invade siya ng buff, or ikukuhain niya muna yung buff niya.
Yeah.
So, kita talaga yung mastery niya.
Yeah. Carl TZ showed off his mastery, but Sensui showed off his mastery as well with the earlier rotations para hindi ganun ka-laki yung potential turning point to happen if ever si Carl TZ nga makakaagaw ng buffs on the side of Blacklist International. Pero behind the scenes as well, we had a lot of great things to say about the two XP laners. Even though they lost, let's start things first off with Sanford. You had a lot of moments where sinigaw natin, uy, grabe ang ganda ng pasok ni Sanford doon.
Kitang-kita naman talaga yung Sansan duo, yung combination talaga nila. Dun sa nag-try yung Blacklist mag-push ng bottom tower. There was a time na Echo had a chance to come back, right? Because of that play.
Yeah. So Sanford, Sanji, Sansan duo still on point, but then nakita din natin the Arlot pickup for Edward. You told me, Edward, parang ang bigat ng responsibility niya dito. He had a heavy responsibility in his shoulders. For you, yes, we saw Blacklist win, but did Edward fulfill that responsibility?
Definitely. Alam naman natin si Edward, isa talaga siya well-respected na XP laner, not just in Philippines but in the whole world. A lot of players look up to him. So, pinakita talaga ni Edward ano yung world-class XP laner.
Yeah, and a world-class performance from Agent Zero. Now, as a former coach of Aura, of Echo, you've coached some of these players as well in the past. Let's talk about now, as we look at the stats on your screen, we get a better understanding of the numbers behind the game. What does Echo now have to do going into game number 2 para makabawi sila? What should they do?
Siguro para sa akin, just stay with their identity. Okay, you like to draft a team fight comp, okay, but you have to be more careful with your macros. Because kitang-kita naman natin, yung turning point for that game is the First Lord. We cannot change the fact that they gank Benny, right? But after that, you have to make the next macro decision to make sure that you will not get, wag ka na magbigay ng advantage.
Yeah.
Okay na yun. Namatay si Benny, kailangan niyong mag-reset. They have to be more composed.
Composure, reset. Actually, that's one of the things that I feel like na-point out din ng mga casters, not only the Filipino stream, but on the English stream as well, that at some moments, Echo looked shaky. They looked like they were lacking a bit of composure as well in some elements. Now, on the side of Blacklist International, yes, it wasn't a perfect game. What were those specific things on the Blacklist game 1 na nakita mo that they might need to work on, if ever there are any?
Siguro yung pagiging decisive sa first turtle. Kasi alam naman natin na si Blacklist, nire-respect talaga nila yung first turtle ni Echo. Because they feel that this is the biggest strength of Echo. Which is, we know that that's true. But they have to be decisive on what they want to do. Do you want to mirror or do you want to fight in the turtle fight? They have to have one decision.
Okay, so for Blacklist International, a little bit more decisiveness, even though you want that game. You can't let it slip. You're still going up against one of your biggest rivals. Now for Echo, composure. It's if you haven't waken up yet, it's the time to wake up now. But there was one thing that we talked about at the end of the draft, where actually, even though sobrang ganda nga ng Diggy pick and the sequencing for Blacklist International, actually you saw it as a relatively even draft. But it was down to the execution. Why for you was it an even draft after that?
Siguro mas na-execute ni Blacklist ng tama yung lineup nila. Mas alam nila kung paano laruin. Kasi nagdigi sila, right? Plus Valen. And when it comes to the late game, Echo will have a hard time going to the Lord, even checking the HP of the Lord. And that's what happened. You see Carl TC moving to the Lord, getting poked. You see Sanford going to the Lord, getting poked. Because that's the strength of the Blacklist lineup. And they were able to execute it properly.
Grabe. It's great to have Coach Arcadia back here in the Philippines. A round of applause for our coach, Arcadia. I mean, we always talk about behind the scenes, some of all our favorite coaches, for us talents, and your name often comes up. So it's an honor actually sharing the stage with you, and I'm learning a lot talking to you about this game. So, based on what we saw from game number 1, are there any specific things like on the back of your head, the coaching gears grinding in the back of your head na parang, uy, baka lumabas to, uy, baka ito yung maging mangyari? What are those things behind your head right now?
Usually, yung naisip ko is more on the draft. While they're picking, uy, baka ito yung pick niya, baka ito yung pick niya, ganyan.
Yeah.
And tingin ko, marami pa talagang baon tong dalawang teams na to.
All right, so let's see kung marami nga yung baan nila. Let's throw it on over now to Hans with some special guests here in the arena.
Good. Maraming salamat, Coach Arcadia and Renmar Santa Cruz. We are now here right at the audience area kung saan makikita nyo not just 1, but 2-time because they are the back-to-back champions of MDL Philippines. Please make some noise para sa Echo Proud. There you have it. Again, gentlemen, congratulations sa inyong pagkapanalo, and I'm sure sobrang dami ng mga fans na sumusuporta sa inyo. In fact, Katabi ko ngayon ang buong, or actually hindi sila buong roster, but some of the representatives and wearing their uniform right now. The regular season MVP and the finals MVP nung nakaraang second season ng MDL. Zaida, again, congratulations sa iyong nakuha. At kamusta ang panonood ng Echo Proud so far dito? First time nyo ba?
First time po namin.
Ngayon lang ba kayo napunta? Okay. So, I'm sure nanonood naman sila ng day 1 sa kanilang mga bootcamp from a while ago. So, eto na. Alright? So, in this specific situation, nakita natin na there were so many changes na naganap. In fact, nung nakaraang MDL run nyo, nalagay muna kayo sa lower bracket before you've managed to secure. Tama, James? Tama? Tama, di ba? So, what is the constant reminder? Ano ba yung parang how do you bounce back in these kinds of situation? Kasi ngayon, di ba, nakikita natin, Echo lost game number 1. So, kayo, you've been in that situation before na nahirapan kayo. So, anong mindset? What's the approach para sa mga next games?
Nung natalo po kami ng game 1, nag-adjust lang po kami ng drop sa game 2. Kung saan kami nahihirapang hero. Yung mga sinasabi namin na no regrets na pag isang game na lang yung kalaban na malalaglag namin.
Alright, no regrets. You love to see it and I'm sure yan, approval ni Coach. Coach, yung ba talaga yung sinasabi nyo?
Tama.
Okay, tama yun. Tama. Yun talaga. No regrets as much as possible. Make sure na maintain nyo yan and, di ba, nakuha nila yon. Okay, and na-manage nila to keep the streak alive and to keep the championships within themselves. So ngayon, ipapaboto naman kita. Kasi meron tayong tinatawag na the greatest players or greatest 10 players for M5 kung saan meron na mga ninonominate sa Indonesia, sa Malaysia at sa iba't iba pang parte ng mundo. So, kung ikaw ang tatanungin, Zaida, at hindi na sila kasama, okay? Ikaw lang to. Tatanungin kita kung sino ba yung dalawang nominees mo na magre-represent ng Pilipinas para sa the greatest players for M5. Number 1. Sige, go ahead.
Number 1 po, Carl TC.
Alright, Carl TC. Number 1. Okay, explain mo kung bakit si Carl. Na-pressure kasi siya kasi pinapanood siya ni Carl ngayon.
Hindi, young goat po, idol na idol ko po yan.
Alright, young goat, idol na idol niya. Eh di ba kayo rin naglalaro din talaga kayo madalas. So, ano bang pinaka-natutunan mo kay Carl TC?
Yung pagiging matapang sa game.
Yan, pagiging matapang sa game. Ito naman. Dito sa lineup na meron ka, sino ba sa tingin mo yung pinaka maraming sinasabi in terms of like, halimbawa, pag may coaching session kayo nakasama si coach, okay? Sinong pinaka marami or mas maraming input dyan? Si Santi ba? Si Outplayed ba? Sino ba sa inyo?
Santi po.
Okay, si Santi. Santi, oras na. Okay. Ano bang lagi mong reminder, Santi, sa mga players nyo bago lalo na nung MDL Finals? Paano nyo sinimulan yun?
Magdasal lang.
Tama. Magdasal lang. You and get the victory. And again, kasama natin ang Echo Proud. Gentlemen, maraming salamat sa inyo. I hope you guys can continue joining us para sa mga susunod pang laban. Now, we're gonna go back to this game. Casters, you go ahead.
Thank you very much, Hans. Always good to hear from you out there in the crowd. Of course, that is Echo Proud from the MDL, and they were just recently back-to-back champions, of course, for Season 2. I guess there's a lot of eyes on there also because obviously we've seen a lot of players step up from MDL Philippines into the MPL Philippines, and some of them, of course, have really shined and found their footing, I feel like, in the professional league. So, again, great to see them. And also, I know still, with what Hans was talking about with them, they're looking forward to M5, of course, as well. They've got their own idols out there. I think I even heard them mention, I think, Kyrie's name. So, you know, I can't wait. It's going to be a reunion in itself. And we've seen a lot of just players from around the world now coming here for the playoffs. So, with that being said, again, it's 1-0 for Black International. That is the first game win that they've had against Echo in a long time.
Since December.
In 2023. Basically. All right. So take this into consideration. You can just say it's 1-0, you know, in a best of 5, whatever. Consider this. If Blacklist wins this, or whoever wins this, they win one more BO5, they are confirmed for the World Championships.
Ooh, that's tough. Like if you're Echo or you're Blacklist,
yeah,
you're two. But if you win this, you're one series away from stepping into, well, not the international stage, but because the thing is, M5 is here in the Philippines, but in the grandest of stages.
The grandest of stages, and not only that, but also imagine a stage or a world that we live in without physical SIM cards, because now with Smart, you can have a prepaid SIM. It's an eSIM, which can also be delivered to you, of course, through email. It's way better than our traditional SIM cards.
That's right. This cutting-edge technology redefines the way we connect, communicate, and live life. Get yours digitally delivered to your email at the Smart online store for only 99 pesos.
That's, again, technology is evolving here, and I love it. I love, as someone who likes to travel once in a while, you know, eSIM is the way to go. So get yours now, and aside from that, like we were mentioning, there is a journey happening here just in this matchup alone. What can happen here as things kind of unfold? Again, if we talk about the previous game, I know we talked about it a little bit here when we were off cam midnight, but you have your own bone to pick, I feel like, especially with the draft, you know, from Echo. So, what do you want to see them change going into game 2?
All right, remove the Rafaela.
Remove it.
Like that was out of nowhere.
For starters.
Yeah, for starters. Not remove, but maybe pick a better option, right? Because the Rafaela provided some sort of like mobility and heal from the box shot. You know, theoretically, it was a pick that made sense.
Yeah.
But compare that to Blacklist, that if you look at the XP lane-to-lane matchup, it does not make sense. But the overall picture, it makes perfect sense. And Master the Basics is always looking at that bigger picture. The way we win this game, especially with last picks, is we pick a hero that is sort of like rounds up our draft and answers up so much problems on the other side. And that is what the Arlet provided for Blacklist International. What did the Rafaela provide for Echo? Late game, nothing.
Some speed, that's about it.
I mean, you were already playing into the Netherrealm, so...
Yeah.
Some healing.
Some healing a little bit.
But at that point, you're playing to not lose. That's different from playing to win.
And, wow, interesting. Echo is going to be on the blue here. Once again, it's Blacklist on the red.
They made the choice, fam.
They chose this.
Let me just say, blue side is 0-5.
They're 0-5.
Whoa, but...
First pick.
They opened up the Matilda.
Yeah.
That's one of the few ways you can actually make the most of being on blue.
Now the Rafaela makes sense now for Blacklist International. If you want to be able to match up against a Matilda, Rafaela is the way to go, but you don't pick it 2 picks. You can go for Edith and Valentina here for Blacklist International. Classic 2-pick, power pick for most of the teams. But instead, they went with the Akai. Interesting. Okay, they really are prioritizing the Akai versus Echo.
What? I mean, I guess that's just... Obviously, Akai is strong in his own right? And also with that, if you're going to be dealing with this Matilda across from you, how exactly do you solve that? Well, one, we lock in at least the Valentina. We can play around that if we want to go ahead and take our own circling heal. But it also forces, once again, even what we saw previously, right? Where with Echo's first phase of the draft, and even as we got through the entire draft, there were still multiple options for UA to take, and he did a great job with it, right? But this could be one of the changes here that Echo needed. They lock in this Ixia early on, by the way. This is very early. We know how Ixia is, guys. She is literally the epitome of a glass cannon. Speaking of a glass cannon, here's a major version of a glass cannon to pair up with.
Okay.
All right. Tesla,
You
Rafaela. I mean, that's it. Tesla, Rafaela. You could go for Bruno here. You could go Claude. There's so much option for Blacklist International. Echo needs to protect this Ixia pick in the second phase.
This is a wild swing. Again, coming in from game 1, wherein obviously looking at even the draft index, they were lacking burst. Echo's lineup from game 1 wasn't as fast as I think they hoped it would be.
Right.
But now look at this. They're more than making up for it. But I'm afraid that this is punitive in a response.
What?
Why are they giving Oheb the 1-1?
Well, you did say he has to adapt, right, and grow.
All right.
Is this that?
This is perplexing Midnight on so many levels. Both teams draft.
All right. Here's the thing. It makes sense against the Irithel. It does not make sense against the Matilda.
Not against the Katina
And it's too early. Like, if you want to get 1-1, pick it last.
You can hide it. Like, I don't think
You wouldn't need to, yeah, because it wouldn't be banned out, I don't think.
Exactly.
Like,
And now you showed the 1-1, even though there's no Farsa flex anymore for Echo, because you already picked up the Karita.
And
It does provide a lot of problems for Blacklist International, but problems that are not needed to be solved immediately.
So they kind of created a problem for themselves.
Yeah, now, here's the thing.
With the potential of the 1-1, though, I mean, snowballing.
Carl TZ has not played Fanny this season. But he did play it in Season 10 and Season 11, remember?
No doubt, Carl TZ has a Fanny.
he has a Fanny, but would he really want to play that into the Akai?
I mean, against a 1-1 you would, but true. Because the thing is, against the Akai, you already have the Karita to deal with him. Like you have the burst coming out from from these heroes that can deal with the Akai, and I feel like it's no longer the problem of Carl TZ. Because even if you don't get like a fan here, there's still a lot of options for Carl TZ to go with, and I think it has to come from the XP from Echo. X-Borg into Rizla is still open. I think if you're Blacklist International, you want to steal at least one. You want to be able to get either the X-Borg or the Rizla here, because if you don't, Echo will get one for sure.
Yeah, XP lane again. We know how much of an impact. This also goes in the hands of Edward, right? We even saw that he was leading, the first blood, I think it was, against the rest of the XP laners. There's the Terizla. As you mentioned, Midnight, they're going to lock that in here. So,
Fanny, let's go.
Yeah, do we see Carl TZ bring out an assassin pick against this kind of lineup?
I'm seeing Fanny Uranus or Fanny Glue.
Fanny Uranus, Fanny Glue.
Oh, no!
He's going to the prince that fell off, as you guys called it.
Oh no, the Martis.
The Martis.
I mean, it is frontline for the Ixia.
Yeah.
It is frontline for the Ixia. And it's sustainable enough, but I don't think Blacklist has a problem dealing with the Martis earlier on.
Nope.
The Edith does sort of like support the Martis pick, but Blacklist International, last pick here, they can go for some heroes like Kaja and Renegade.
Kaja,
Gufra, Grok, Rafaela, Lolita against Ixia. Interesting.
Very specifically against the Ixia. Does very little against the Kadira, though.
Yeah. I mean, it does help when it comes to checking the bushes. Like, you are able to check those bushes safely, but it does not help you against a Matilda, too.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't really help with that.
So it's kind of an even draft. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm more scared. I'm more scared for the 1-1.
That's right. No, same Z's. That's essentially why Echo's draft index looks like this. Again, just as a visual viewer, right? Just looking at it, it's better coverage.
Yeah.
You're safer on most fronts. So what's the answer? How does Blacklist respond when Echo just bears down on Oheb?
Well, usually, like, if you look at that, the way that it's spread out, that's like balanced, right? That's literally balanced right there. So I feel like the bases would be covered for Echo's lineup throughout the game. So for Blacklist International, if they want to get this one, a lot of it is going to rely on, can we protect Oheb? Can we keep him alive? Can we get him in the air, right? Can we give him the air time he needs? But it was similar to the previous game. So we'll see if they all unfolds here as we jump into game number 2, Land of Dawn. It's Echo and Blacklist International. Game 1 already in the hands of Blacklist International.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the momentum. They have the advantage in terms of score in the series. But in this game, I do feel like Echo has a higher chance of pulling off the victory here over Blacklist International just because they have a more well-rounded draft and they have answers versus the 1-1.
I'd agree, man. Draft-wise, Echo just has a clearer ramp towards a winning image. As for Blacklist, they're going to have to pull something like what they did in Game 1, you know? Play it from a very specific position, and more likely it's going to come from Agent Zero taking over.
Yeah, anything for the emblems real quick that sticks out here, Midnight?
Well, the Thrift from the Ixia, of course, does help in terms of early game damage. Of course, the Tenacity, allowing him to be more the 1-1. Oh, Renegade. Again, does not help you against the Lolita and Kadita.
What was the Hitman doing so deep?
I'm not sure, and then he got petrified as well right under the turret's range, so that is not where you want to be, right? And with that, it is an early kill, of course, but that goes in the hands of JP. And we know how JP likes to play this Matilda. He's going to be very aggressive, and with that early kill, it gives him a little more of that confidence to move around.
He's a phenomenal Matilda player.
Oh, yeah.
Down bottom, they're pressuring again. The aforementioned kill one, the Filipino sniper, put down to half health. All right, in this kind of situation, again, where you clearly are winning on some fronts, especially in the early game, I don't mind Martis. Martis seems okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's an answer against the Akai. Does not play well into the Valentina, but it's also okay against the Terizla, because again, you're survivable enough. You do have enough damage from the side of Echo to like allow the decimate factor, but it's not a best pick, right? It's not a best pick for Echo. It does help the Ixia on the backlines. That's the thing. You are still playing into the team fight factor for Echo.
All right, turtle fight breaking out. Immediately the onward, looking for some kills here. There's some wisp laid down. The heavy spin spent up already. Big penalty zone. Cartesi scores a turtle. How can they convert? They got shields, they got damage, and they got time to say, let's get on out of here.
Yeah.
Echo happy with that dub.
That's a 63% for you versus the 48 of Sensui.
Yeah, great timing there, too. You know, Sanford almost going down, popping the Primal Wrath exactly when he needed to. Now, the jungle, though.
Oh, they're spacing out Sensui. Put him in down onto the ground. And it looks like they don't have enough time to take this orange, though. All right, nice to see some discipline from Echo.
What was that, the decimate, and then just an auto attack from JP or something to clean it up? So
it wasn't enough. Carl was like, oh, that wasn't enough?
A little help, please.
Well, again, this gives JP an advantage in a way, right? Because he's already scaling really well on this Matilda, who is, remember, before Nolan was available, usually always banned out.
Yep.
So this is going to be a obstacle in itself for Black International to deal with. And meanwhile, again, you're going to find these gold lanes farming up.
That's interesting. You don't reflect the wisps back? I mean,
From
you
the
do,
Lolita.
but you know, it doesn't hit the Matilda back.
Well,
maybe they're not from up front,
That's an interesting interaction.
Or
because there's no targeting, right?
Yeah, or there's not enough damage from the wisps just yet for it to show. Again, JP is building a support Matilda. Now, fight breaking out in the bottom lane, canceling out the Circling Eagle, misses the headbutt via flicker, and now they're going to bear down on the Sensui. Oh, Mortal Coil in and out. Not enough of a fight for Echo.
Numinum Blast was his full
full barrage coming in, pushing Oheb back.
That's the that's the Ixia 1-1 matchup, by the way. It's really unplayable past.
Oh, up top, 2v1.
Sansan.
Sansan. The Sansan duo. But yeah, as you were saying with the matchup there, you know, it's that matchup alone, and the way that works is really they just want to push Oheb off of it. Get a little extra gold if they can from that scale up
Here
really well.
we go, Circling Eagle by JP, Sanford, and Carl Deasy crashing down onto the 3 here. It's a big 6-man tag team matchup up top. Now Edward coming in, watch out, he has a penalty zone locked and loaded. Where are they going? Oh, there he goes, catches 2. Numidon blast on Sanford and Carl Deasy. Down goes JP, Yue pops him. Now, Carl Deasy does not have enough damage as Sanford falls 2 for none so far. Carl Deasy falls, triple kill for the mid lane magician. And now Sanji in trouble as well. Yue smells blood. Is he gonna force it? Oh, maniac for Yue!
Worth, says Yue.
Hashtag worth. Definitely worth it for Blacklist International, immediately claiming 4 kills. And I don't know what Echo was doing back there. They didn't have the Kadita ult. They didn't have Sanford ult. They were not ready to fight. But they were constantly playing into Blacklist International's hands. And after that, Edward and Renegade, they were like, okay, let's stop this. Let's pull off a Bataan Boy movement and just catch him off guard.
I think that's what they call in the business an audition.
Yeah, it is.
An audition.
They came in one by one.
The Bataan Boy.
And they were the judge.
Oops, Circling Eagle on the Oheb. Cancels it out. Oh, there is some semblance of damage on Oheb already. Off-camera kill on the Yue.
Immediately takes
What?
it back.
All right, they utilized Sanji on this Kadita. They actually got Yue taken care of.
Sanji mad.
Yeah.
Angry.
That's what they got to do, though. You know, at this point, they can't let that kind of get out of hand because even with that, you know, Blacks International alone is going to play around that, feeling confident with the way they are. And then now they're moving down towards this side because, like Midnight also mentioned, you know, Oheb, he's got some of that damage already. JP to go in, he's just trying to juke them out at this
annoying.
point. Yeah,
that's super annoying. Like Oheb has to constantly recall back.
Yep.
And Renegade has to also babysit this gold lane because JP and Benacuni just have this huge kill threat over the 1-1.
Again, I think as the focus in the gold lane kind of happens, one thing's for sure, what we've seen from Ixia before, if she can continue to just farm up like this, right? The most devastating part about it is when you get that full barrage off in these clutch.
Oh, no. Boom! Down goes Oheb. Full-on combo from Sanji. And Renegade ain't gonna blast his Numenon here as Benny Cutie slays him, converting straight into a tier 1.
I did not know what happened with that bush check.
Okay, we're going to take a breather here. But, you know, just as I was saying about Ixia, then again, Kadita, the factor. The Kadita factor early game is devastating.
The bushes, man. You have to constantly check it with spells, not with your body. Because if you throw your body there, you're going to swim.
With the fishes.
With the fishes.
You're going to sleep with the fishes.
Yeah, you're going to be, you know, swimming with, I was going to say Mark. So she's Kadita.
She's
Kadita now.
Well, again, you know, you see a great moment for Black International, and then you have this kind of interaction happen. And then you're like, all right, JP's been flying around for a while now. And then something like that is pulled off. And, you know, you're kind of just left wondering, all right, well, how do you deal with this? How do you deal with a Matilda that's obviously giving the mobility, giving the team what they need, escape routes if they need it. Again, the Ixia is very vulnerable to being crashed down on. But, you know, when stuff like that is happening, you're kind of left scratching your head, your Black International. Because UA will probably not be able to replicate what he did with the Decimate earlier on.
Yeah, the addition.
Yes, the addition.
Okay, to be fair, that whole sequence with UA up top scoring the Maniac, that was in part of Echo's overcommitment.
Exactly.
It takes two to tango, man. It takes two to tango.
That's why it's going to leave you like scratching your heads if you're Black International, because at this point, you're constantly reacting to the gold lane, and you're not even able to make any movements with the Akai. And Carl DZ is just, you know, roaming around the map, contesting Sensui all together, while both Benecuti and Sanford is able to farm up. And these two heroes are huge damage dealers in the late game. Well, on the opposition, you only have the 1-1 to do that for you.
All right, now back into the action here. Last Turtle fight for game number 2. Turtle at less than half health here, coming in. There's an Earth Shatter, looking for a big one. Turtle in Retribution range. Carl DZ scores. Heavy spin by Sensui. Spacing out Sanford. Edward here, a fifth of his health. Down he goes. Carl DZ with a Decimate. Sensui
one
in
more.
Decimation range. Not going to get him. Instead, going to commit Grand Theft Orange.
Yeah.
Okay, securing that objective.
He calculated properly.
Yeah, he did.
He was like, nah, not enough. Not enough damage.
Not going to force it.
Yeah. But again, as you can see, there's huge disconnect where the way that Blackness International wants to play their team fight versus Echo, they don't have that reach over the Ixia and the backlines. They don't also do enough in front of the Martis. And JP is just super annoying to deal with because he's just constantly flying around over Blackness International.
Well, at one point, too, as the game goes on, you know, Sanji's not going to have that impact where it's an automatic, you know, combination with the Petrify and the Rough Waves to get a kill, especially as the items come through for Black International. So, you know, with that, as you see this transition, especially with the Lord coming up here, okay, since we're going to spot him out, that's kind of the best solution to check the bushes, right? Use Sensui, but still, it could be troublesome. JP going to take a trip around, a little lap. But again, for Black International, you got to start utilizing OHEP, right? This is where it is crucial.
How though?
Again, you have to just find your own angle. If that's if it's Renegade, I think that's the big question for me in the Lolita because
they force out a flicker out of the Hitman. I think what you're trying to say, Joseph, is maybe it's Ubi time, but it might be too soon for Ubi time because all of them are going to have to suffer just to protect OHEB.
Basically, Black International here has to group up, hope for the best, and Echo making a mistake. Because if you look at how Echo is composing their team fight, it's always Carl TZ, Sanford, and JP in the front, right? And you want to be able to get your stacks in these targets, like OHEB has to hit those weakness stacks against these three heroes, but you do not have the ability to transfer them anymore. So you sort of still have to deal with these heroes. But if you look at the side of Black International, they don't have any they don't have any other choices left. It's just the 1-1.
Yeah, it's basically crunch time, and OHEB just does not have the privilege to do that. Blacklist just can't work for it now. JP coming in from the back. Gonna hit the circling eagle on the 3, cancels it on the way down. In comes Sensui with a headbutt. Lord here at left.
Edward!
Edward coming into the penalty zone. Popping Oheb. Sanji gets a kill. And here we go. Full barrage from Echo. Down goes Edward. Down goes Renegade. Down goes Yue. 40 gets but Sensui with the Ultra Instincts Retribution steals away the Lord.
Hanging with the best. Sensui gets the Lord, but Echo, they're just going to run it down mid.
Is this endable?
5 seconds for Oheb, though.
Oh, I think they're going to at least pop the inhibitor. Sensui here going to receive the circling
they don't care. They don't care.
Folks, we are going to have to just wait until the perk gets popped. There it is.
All right.
Time rift.
Time rift. We traveled a little bit, but it looks like, Echo is just going to be like, you know what? They did get the turret. So they got the turret down, and they're happy with it. Now, this Lord, first one, great take from Sensui.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can do anything with that, though.
I mean, maybe pull off more of those Lord steals from the Akai. Maybe do it 3 more times. But late game, it's still a huge problem. Like, even with the 1-1 standing in the front lines, you'd start getting immortalities on the side of Echo. So the crossbow thing doesn't matter in the late game. See, just 3 hits.
All right, back Sanji pops Yue with a full combo, already forcing out a penalty zone from Edward. Carteezy putting on stacks, hitting him left, right, forcing back Blacklist International, now living in their jungle in the purple buff. Oh, Sensui's not even going to taste this purple here.
Okay, they get away. Oheb also able to get back to the base. Again, that Lord, as great as it was as Sensui got it, it resulted into pretty much nothing.
Look at Carteezy.
Yeah.
Invading solo.
I'll take everything. Did he get it?
Oh.
He did.
I'll do it myself.
All right. And they continue to fight. Oh no, this could go sour. Circling Eagle from JP, knocking up 3. And there's a headbutt from Sensui. Not enough damage. Here we go. That's 5 members of Blacklist International. Benny Cutie spacing himself out. They're going to try to take this tier 2 up top. Carteezy CCing Sensui. Oh, they're taking their time. Barrage!
Okay, the block's there.
They're good. They're good.
The block's there.
All right, this is quite the footsie game up top, man. Nothing happened.
That's the scariest thing. Like, even with the block there, you saw how much damage the full barrage did, right?
Yeah.
It took the full barrage and made it a 1/4 barrage in essence, but it still hurt.
Fractions.
And that is, yes, it became a fraction in itself.
And
so that's the tough thing.
The sad part is Renegade has to constantly do this every single fight. How do you initiate? How do you defend? How do you re-engage if you're in constant 24/7 duty of just protecting the the 1-1 with the bulwark?
You know,
or sorry, the what's it called? The barrier.
Yeah, the Guardian's reflection.
Yeah, the Guardian's reflection.
Yeah,
There
I
you go.
mean, unlike the military officer from the West who says he can do it all day, Renegade can't. Renegade has to do so many things in this game to actually claw back for Blacklist.
You constantly see JP, just flying around, roaming free. He feels the air. He feels the freedom. Renegade is locked into that responsibility.
Oh, Sensui caught here with an onward. Carteezy looking to land in with a decimation, not enough to kill him. Heavy spin from Sensui, spacing out, dispersing Echo. And there's a big fight. Numenon Blast. Full barrage from Benny Cutie. Down goes Oheb. Down goes Edward. 2K for Big Benny. 3 down. Sensui and Yue left to defend. Carteezy uses his retribution, slowing him down. There's all 5 members of Echo left. I think the call is endable.
They're diving. They're
Run
diving.
it down mid. This is 1 hit away here, but they're going to wait for the next wave.
Sensui knocked up into the air, taken down. Echo are waiting for a wave. Yue here gets hit with a decimation. Gonna pop Carteezy's immortality. Ladies and gentlemen, the Orcas even the score 1-1.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. And now we're evened out. It's 1-1. Wow.
It pains me.
It pains you.
It pains me with the 1-1 pick. But Echo, they made it work. Again, the constant aggression.
It got shut down.
Just the sheer playmaking capabilities of Echo is able to outmaneuver this draft from Blacklist International. And that's really commendable. Because with Echo, they don't really care. They don't hesitate. They just pull out, they deliver all the punches towards Blacklist International, and every single opportunity they seize.
All right, you know what? I hate to throw back to a conversation we had off the air.
Yeah.
But it was mentioned, folks. You just have to take my word for this. We said, you know what? Sanji's great. But I think after winning Season 11 and after the World Championships, he needed to level up. And here I can say, after a Maniac from UA, he just leveled up. He's like, you can't do that to me, UA. Not like
I'm
this.
all-star.
And then he just showed us his Kadira. That's amazing.
Yeah.
And it was a big impact. Again, you were scratching your head with the 1-1.
How are your
being
gears?
Picked up. Yeah, I was going to say, how
I'm
is the
hearing
gears? Because at the end, your gears were grinded.
Yeah. I mean, it was granted for a reason, and unfortunately, it is at the cost of Blacklist losing game number 2.
Yeah.
At the beginning and at the end.
Yes.
Again, this is why you don't pick 1-1 first phase, right? It's really counterable, especially into a bad matchup. You saw the Iksha pick.
It was
from
the
Echo.
last pick, first phase.
Yeah. Again,
Yeah.
you didn't have to lock in the 1-1.
With a Kadira and a Matilda.
Yeah, you were playing it into bad matchups, and compared to game number 1, wherein the art made sense in the bigger picture, it did not make sense in the bigger picture. If you want a late game scaling here, the Ken front line against the Iksha, you get the Claude, you get the Brody, you get the Bruno. Those archetypes.
Yeah, because again, we all know 1-1 like really relies on being able to proc the ultimate and get it off. There was no chance. There was no chance that this happened the previous game. You know, like nothing. There was no opportunity. And then when it looked like in that last team fight it might happen, it's like all Benny could have to do was like full barrage.
Yeah.
And then you can't even move around.
And look at Renegade. He was not a hitman. He was a bodyguard.
Yeah. He was the
No, dude, he was hit man.
Hit me man.
Hit me man. There you go.
And really, Lolita, even with the changes that she's had, the rework and everything, like she could still. I still, even the percentage. I think it was like, I don't know what her win rate was, but it's like 2%. It's really low, and I feel like she could still work for team compositions. But when your job is literally just to shield off your gold lane the entire time, that's not where you want to be. So let's go ahead and have this broken down once again with Renmar for this game 2.
Thank you, Analog. Thank you, casters, for the wonderful call of game number 2. Echo nakabawi, and they now tied up 1-1 here again, still with Coach Arcadio. We have to talk about the draft. I want to hear like all your thoughts now for the drafting, because you mentioned it to me, and I'm still a bit on the fence about it. You felt that lamang yung Blacklist International actually sa drafting nun.
Para sa akin, yung draft minsan, iba-iba talaga yung perspective. No? Meron isang tao na feel niya, lamang yung draft ng ganito. So sometimes, it's very subjective. But for me, the draft of Blacklist there is actually, for me, easier to execute. Why? Most of their matchup are winning. They pick 1-1 to counter Iksha's laning. So, doon pa lang panalo na. And Terisla versus Edith. Usually, mas lumalamang yung Terisla dito. And mid lane mo, malakas rin. Valentina plus Lolita. So, para sa akin, mas madali execute versus a lineup that medyo high mechanic.
Yeah.
Kasi, for me, this one, very uncommon. You pick Matilda plus Kadita. Usually, you want to pair Kadita with someone who has CC. But normally, sa Echo ko lang talaga nakita tong lineup na to. Itong Kadita plus Matilda. Pero they were still able to execute it.
Yeah. Great execution by Echo. And of course, Sanford is our MVP of the game. And ito naman yung nakikita natin na what I called on the English broadcast and what we've called it all throughout the season. We call this the Edith effect. Wherein, for some reason, teams, when going up against Edith, though understandable, nakikita mo yung hesitation. And I think the keyword is, pwede natin balikan yung sinabi mo kanina, Coach Arcadia, about Blacklist International, is they cannot be indecisive. And with this Edith effect, yung play ni Sanford, parang nakita natin, sometimes, Echo, or Blacklist rather, they were hesitating to move in the fights.
True. Kung titignan natin or recap natin yung 3 turtle fights. First turtle fight, okay, kapaan, walang masyadong nag-commit. Second turtle fight, nakita natin na ginamit ni Blacklist yung lineup nila. Because they're playing Terisla, they're playing Lolita. 2 of that heroes are all in. Meaning, you have to start the clash. You go in, Terisla, you need to follow up me, Lolita. But third turtle, nakita natin yung Blacklist na undecisive again. They don't want to take a fight in that turtle. And then, Sanford is already in front, making some initiations. And it's, siya pa nga yung nagzo-zone natin, which is, should be different. Blacklist should have been making a fight there already.
Parang si JP naging SATCOM info, tapos si Sanford na yung nagfo-front. And actually, these two teams drafted lineups that are very all-in para ma-supplement yung marksman. And it would have been good for the 1-1. It would have been good. It was great for the Ixia, but we just saw at the end of the day, and we both agree on this, Echo just played the better game. It's higher mechanics, more difficult to pull off, but they are the reigning world champions for a reason. And Carl Tizzy here controlled the map very well in my eyes, na going up against an iconic pick of Sensui, which is his Akai. And nakita na din naman natin, he was able to get one really iconic Lord Steal Sensui in this game. But Carl Tizzy, I feel like, played very well with the Matilda and Kadita.
Si Carl TC kasi, siya yung jungler na, well, to be honest, whatever heroes you give him or whatever role na nilalaro niya, sobrang tapang nitong bata na to. Tapos, paresan mo pa ng Matilda, for sure, mata times 2 or ma-amplify yung tapang na yun. So, he's just invading the jungler from left to right and then, andyan si JP para i-save siya.
In the game number 1, we talked about the effect that Sanford and Edward brought in that game. I feel like now we have to really commend both Sanji and Yue. Let's start first off with Yue.
Si Yue, itong player na to, matagal ko na siya nakita na one of the future bright stars in MPL-PH.
Agreed.
And nakita naman natin, second turtle fight, sobrang ganda nung clash na ginawa niya. And yun yung clash na lagi mong hinahanap kay Yue, like his MSC moments, those kind of things.
Yeah, and of course we got to see Sanji, and I think the casters on both streams really just praised the movements of our all-star Infinix mid laner. Sanji, just grabe yung map presence niya dito. He wasn't always with JP. Sometimes it was JP Carl. Pero ito yung pinag-usapan natin na parang naging signature na ng Echo, yung ganks ni Sanji to help Sanford.
Si Sanji kasi, every time nakakita ko yung playstyle niya, may naalala ko na player, si Sans from Onyx Indo. For me, they are very similar when it comes to playstyle. Sobrang tapang, sobrang galing sa laning, and kahit gaya nung pinag-usapan natin kanina, normally, Kadita, you pair it with a CC hero in the roamer position. But, since it's Sanji, well, wala na, hindi na kailangan ng tulong. Gagawa ako ng pwesto ko, hahanap ako ng pwesto ko, so solo kill ako. And nakita natin yun twice. He solo killed Yue, tapos meron siya dun sa Lord Dance, naka-kill din siya, and na-pick off niya rin si Oeb. So, Sanji, when it comes to Kadita, really world class.
Yeah, and we saw it all throughout. There are some moments where, again, if ever this 1-1 could have been much comfortable in the lane, because as you mentioned, the 1-1 against the Ixia, 1-1's a bit happier with that. But again, the effect that Sanji had in the map, the constant rotations, the ganks, especially early on into the gold lane, not just from him, but JP. Now, it reminds me of what you mentioned from game number 1, where Echo needed to improve on their macro to get this game number 2. Did they do that in this game number 2?
Yeah, definitely. Nagising na yung Echo na nakapaghilamos na. Kasi lumabas na talaga yung laro nila eh. Ito yung Echo na nambubuli sa turtle fight.
Yeah, exactly. So a bullying Echo in the turtle fights is what we saw. And speaking of, you can also actually catch MPLI on November 15 to 19 to witness the top 4 MPL-PH teams compete in the only tournament in which a PH team has yet to dominate. We all know that, and now we actually know that the top 4 of our league, AP Bren, Echo, RSG, Blacklist International, they are going to be our representatives for MPLI. Now, fantastic analysis as always. Now, going into game number 3, what's one key thing for each team? Quickly, like for Echo, what do they need to do to continue the momentum?
For me, stick with their strength rin. Kasi, ayun eh, lumabas na naman yung laro nila eh. So, capitalize na lang nila yun. Tuloy-tuloy lang, and just stay with their comfort. Stay with their comfort heroes.
Right, comfort, capitalize on the momentum. Personally, for me, Blacklist International, agreed with Coach Arcadia, those moments of indecisiveness don't always look for the picture-perfect moment, especially when you have a lineup that is easier to execute. That is it for the analysis. Now we're going to go on over to Hans, our insider segment. I think, yeah, we have some even more special guests down the stage.
Thanks again, Renmar and Coach Arcadia, for that wonderful analysis dahil naka-equalize na ang Echo 1-1 against Blacklist International. But before we head into game number 3, kasama ko ngayon ang isa sa kanila mga naging kalaban at rivals din. Walang iba kundi ang mga miyembro ng TNC Pro Team. Please give them a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, because they are here since day one. So, Bao, kamusta ang panonood dito mismo sa venue?
Sobrang sarap tsaka malamig.
Oy, malamig. Nagtataka nga ako ba't di ka naka-jacket eh. By the way, lahat ng merch, hindi lang ng TNC Pro Team, kundi lahat ng mga teams ay nandoon sa baba, okay? So, you can come over here. Also, click in /event.com para ma-secure yung mga tickets nyo. I think meron pa. Right? Kasi, ikaw din, Coach Scholar, parang nandito ka the whole time ever since day number 1.
Day one.
Ano bang meron? Kasi, day number 1 pa lang, andito na kayo. Karamihan sa mga teammates mo, andito din.
Meron din kasi kaming lahat naman ng teams merong booth sa ground floor. Tapos gusto rin din talaga namin ma-experience yung playoffs kahit na hindi kami nakapasok.
Alright. And you get to experience it, right? And hopefully, pagdating ng next season, you will be able to compete in the grander stage as well. And yan ang minamanifest ng buong Phoenix Army. King Kong, lalo na, di ba nagkaroon kayo ng meet and greet, I believe, kanina? So, kamusta yung experience na, of course, meeting with all of your fans na halos 2 linggo din kasi tayong nawala eh, right?
Nakakabusog po ng puso kasi kahit hindi na kami kasali sa playoffs, may mga fans pa rin po na pumunta.
Ayan, and there you have it. Maraming salamat on behalf of course, Innocent would say the same thing para sa inyong mga fans. Di ba? Anong message mo sa lahat ng mga fans nyo na, alam nyo yun, gaya nung nabanggit ni King Kong kanina, even though you're not clearly playing, iba pa rin yung suporta ng Phoenix Army.
Thank you sa lahat ng mga fans ng TNC dahil
Okay, guys, chillax lang. Okay, ayun, basta nagpasalamat. Tapos nadala lang ng emosyon si King Kong, okay, at gumalaw ang kanyang kamay. But anyway, as I was saying, ngayon, okay, magdadive naman tayo dun sa seryoso ang topic. Yan, tama yan, King, ha? Iipit mo na, okay? Ngayon, we're throwing it over. Ikaw na lang, Coach Scholar. Ikaw na lang ang tatanungin ko.
Okay.
Sino ba ang 2 representatives mo para sa the greatest the greatest 10 players for M5?
M5.
Kahit wala na explanation. Number 1.
Carl TZ.
Okay, number 1, Carl TZ. Okay, madalas na napapasama sa buto. Number 2.
Number 2, Sanji.
Alright, so parehas Echo ang nakuha ni Coach Scholar from TNC Pro Team. Again, gentlemen, maraming salamat for being with us here today. And I'm sure that Game 3 is gonna be as intense as Echo will face Blacklist International para malaman kung sino ba una makakuha ng match point. So, let's throw it over back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Hans, and also over there to TNC. Great to see them in high spirits, of course, here. And if you're visiting with us for the playoffs, don't forget to grab some merch. We're going to get our own, hopefully, through here. But again, 2 games have completed. It's now 1-1. It's evened out. But before we talk more about it, we do, of course, want to give a huge shout-out to our official sponsor, Infinix, right here, featuring their new 030, the 5G, the ultra-clear smartphone. It's got 4K 60 FPS. That is amazing to shoot in. It's got a 50 megapixel camera, of course, for the front camera. So get ready to capture your own story. Now with that, again, it's 1-1. It's evened out. Beautiful phone, beautiful game series so far.
Beautiful hand by Leo.
Beautiful hand. Beautiful
man.
There you go. I was about to say beautiful bear, but a beautiful man.
I'll allow it.
Right here.
Thank you.
Let's also take a look at these beautiful stats. The Fredrin, probably the most, I would say, one of the most beautiful heroes in the game. The Fredrin, locked in here from across the world. Let's take a look at these stats, Midnight.
Well, he has the most beautiful walk, I would say. But in terms of performance, he also is one of the most beautiful junglers you could ever have. He has good lore dance. He's a very good jungler in the early game.
Amazing
has good
kit.
wave clear. Amazing kit. Amazing crowd control, and huge damage as well, considering that you don't actually build damage items on this hero.
Nope.
That's why he's very potent, and that's why MPL Philippines has been liking this Fredrin pick. You know, we love those heroes that are really, really good in the meta, and it is also one of the reasons why we don't see Fredrins a lot in the playoffs, because it's always banned.
Yeah, it's always banned, but you know, I will say after seeing Fred for so long, it's nice to see some variations happening.
Yeah.
I am of the contrary.
You miss him?
After seeing Fred for so long, I don't mind. Like I just love Fredrin, man. He makes for amazing fights to call. He makes for amazing moments for when, you know, oh, you're gonna die. Big ol' bonk. You know what I mean? So I understand why he's number 3, number 1, and number 4 respectively.
And not only that, but we have seen other teams, and even one that will be playing later today, that like to flex him. You know, put him in the mid lane even, if you will.
Yeah.
We've seen them do that. So Fredrin has been a force to be reckoned with, especially as soon as he came out. But, you know, for instance, if he is banned out, you still see a lot of the utility junglers come into play. And I think that is something that a lot of people have been wondering. Now that we've seen the other MPLs or the other leagues ending here, you know, we've seen a lot of these assassin picks come out, and now a lot of people have been wondering, is there a place for that to continue on through the playoffs?
Yeah. Before we go into that topic, I want to give you an interesting stats here.
Okay.
S7 was a Mathilda patch, right?
Yeah.
After that, she became trash in Season 8.
Okay.
S8 was the patch of the Kufra. And Jawhead, they became trash in Season 9. Season 9 was the patch of, I believe that was the start of the 1-1 trend. Became trash in Season 10.
Esmeralda Uranus too.
Well,
Eternal Battle?
It's an eternal battle. It's a separate conversation.
No, they were gone the next.
And then they were gone the next season. Season 10 was the Julian patch.
Yeah.
Trash Season 11. Season 11 was the Fredrin patch. Season 12, still the Fredrin. The only guy to survive the trend of being trash the next season.
He is the exception.
He is Fred.
He is the exception.
Yeah. That's why he walks that way.
I was going to say,
the only guy.
Literally the chat of
See
MLBB.
value in me. Oh, he didn't get picked. Never mind. He got banned.
He got banned. You know,
There you go.
he's basically still on
They don't see
people's
the
minds.
value.
But we have a flip of sides, by the way. So we've got a change of sides here.
Yeah.
Black is going to be on the blue. Echo's on the red.
Oh, be careful of the Nolan, Echo.
No, I think Nolan's coming out.
Yeah.
I think that's the plan here.
That's why they removed the Fredrin as well. It's a bad matchup. If you want to play the Nolan, you should remove the Fredrin because he just controls you 24/7, you know?
Oh, yo, are they going to pick it up? And then Cartes is saying, Sensu, hey, make my day. I dare you to do it. Pick the Nolan.
If they get Nolan here, I think Echo might be considering the Valier.
There
goes the Jungle Nolan, as Redmar would put it.
Is.
The Jungle Nolan, 0% win rate.
We're going to change that today. That's what Blacklist International says.
You're going to learn today.
You're going to learn today. And Carl Teasy's like, all right.
Exactly. This is what I was seeing.
This is what I'm about.
Okay, Akai, Valentina. I think you need to snatch up the Edith here before Echo picks it up third. Either the Edith or the Terizda, because you want to be able to get one of those heroes on your side.
Right.
Edith sounds more promising because you could flex it both on XP and Roam, but Terizda is a much better choice because again, you don't want to be giving up that hero to Sanford, and it's also a good matchup versus the Akai.
Okay, and with this, we will see. That's already going to be locked in. The Farsa.
Hey.
So Farsa finally coming into play, of course, for this series. It's going to be locked in there alongside the Bruno. So we're still, of course, going with these gold laners here in the first phase. Now, this is a lot of damage. This is literally the first phase of Big Damn for Blacklist International.
It's hilarious. On my notes, as we're taking the draft, I literally wrote burst. For third pick, burst. Oh, wait, what? No.
Well, it starts with letter B, so.
Yeah. No, and then there's 2 solid bursters. Yeah, physical and magical. So. Yeah.
If I don't hear one Big Damn from you today in this game 3,
you'll be disappointed.
I will be sad.
And then you'll do it yourself.
I'll do it myself.
All right.
You'll be like Carl Teasy, right?
Yeah.
Fine. I'll do it myself. So Echo, again, Edith, Terizda, open, really good against Bruno as well. Yuzong is also an option. You know, Sanford special.
Right.
But
Yuzong will be so good right now, man.
There you go, Terizda.
Why not the Yuzong?
Exactly.
That's what I'm wondering. Midnight, my gears are starting to grind.
I mean, you want a better XP lane hero versus the Nolan, because I don't think you want a Yuzong versus that guy.
And Yuzong gets bursted.
Yeah, Yuzong gets bursted down. Or he pops the ult because, you know, people are trying to burst him down. Terizla is a different archetype.
He got
like,
the BOS.
He is the guy that starts it before you actually attempt to take him out. And the three heroes that you see on the side of Blacklist International don't really like playing into the Trizna.
Yeah, because of the BOS,
What's
man.
I was just gonna say, what's the BOS?
Body of Smith. That's his passive.
Body of Smith.
The lower his health goes, the more he has passive damage reduction.
Yeah. So he's got the BOS.
I get it.
That's in, obviously that's something that
He's a
Jong is
blacksmith, right?
lacking. Yeah.
He is. He's an undead blacksmith.
Yeah.
Well, that might.
Oh, I like this.
Look at that.
I like this Edith band, and I'm liking the M5 logo. By the way,
that's what I thought you were saying, but then you're like the Edith.
Sorry,
that too.
I'm a draft guy. I'm a nerd.
That's right.
As Merck would put it, I'm a nerd. So is he.
Yeah, but all of this looms over us, right? The fact that this leads to the World Championship so soon.
It does. It's coming a lot quicker than you think. Just like this second phase of the draft, it's almost here. But again, taking a quick look at these facts here from UA, the Farsa. He's performed really well on 67% of the win rate there. And I think that's one of the things. Like, Farsa for a while kind of fell off, right? And she's usually one of those picks that goes well with the Valentina because then you just have the two feathered airstrikes, which I'm still waiting for the Gord to pop up in playoffs, man. Like, that was usually the answer for the Valentina.
Yeah.
Hasn't come out just yet. Maybe we see it from RSG. Again, one of the players, one of the teams that brought that first out to competitive play for this season. But right now, there's the answer.
Oh, what?
Actually go with the Arlot, and that's the reaction Midnight gets because he's thinking, wow, Arlot's going to be locked in.
Wait.
An Arlot Rome?
With a Terizla already on the board?
Yes. That's the only other answer.
I'm liking it against the Nolan. I'm liking it.
I like it against the Bruno. I like it against the Farsa.
Yeah, there's a lot of crowd control going out from the side of Echo, and it also limits the XP from Blacklist.
Do they dig you, or is that too soft?
That's too soft.
That's way too
WFT.
If you go Diggy here, Echo's gonna go Irithel. Okay, Diro.
Oh no!
I don't like this. I don't like this.
Dairoth?
Yeah, I know
the past 24 hours has left a bad taste in all of our collective mouths.
Dude, fun fact, as soon as I got back yesterday, I turned on the second match, and the first thing I hear is, not Dairoth from Leo's mouth.
Oh,
Okay. Call me crazy. I want to see some Harith. Harith Purify.
Not Irithel anymore?
Not Irithel. I want to see some Harith.
Okay.
Oh, that would, yeah.
Obviously, I will be eating my words, right? And I will be the first to approach Coach MTB and say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I blasted the Dairoth pick.
All right. There's three heroes here. Carry, Harith, and Irithel. Bruno also works, but I don't like Bruno against Farsa.
Well, the Bruno is also locked in for Blacklist.
Sorry, Brody,
right?
Brody. Brody works.
Kind of like the Brody, too.
I don't like Brody against Farsa, though. And Nolan as well. Easily bursted down.
Yeah, but Nolan's fracture kind of cancels the whole Brody situation.
Yeah. What did they pick? They went with the Irithel.
All right.
Did they? Okay.
It's aight.
Not too complex.
Yeah. But the Cho, though. Cho versus Arlot. I mean, it's a decent matchup for Blacklist International, but think about the team fights for Echo in the mid game. Like this Arlot, once he hits level 4, even though he is squishy, you ask yourself the question, how do you actually deal with this Arlot just roaming around, hitting the back line of Blacklist International while getting the attention of Blacklist? The other heroes on the side of Echo is also potent enough in terms of dealing damage. Like Trizla, the Valentina, even the Irithel.
It's very different though. Again, the whole impact that Edward brought in game 1, that's an XP lane Arlot, right? This time, Jape has to play it a very specific way. Echo has to adjust to allow for him to get final slash as soon as possible. So, yeah, we'll see. It's theoretically, it's so good.
We'll find out here. Game 3 upon us. It's 1-1. Is it Echo or is it Blacklist International? Very interesting and different lineups from what we've seen from the previous 2 games here. Will they make it work? But right now, I think a big question is, the Arlot, of course, Nolan, once again, does he have his own redemption here in the hands of Sensui?
I mean, in front of the Arlot, I mean, it's gonna be hard. For Blacklist International, but I guess it's a better game for Blacklist. I'm just happy I'm not seeing 1-1 here in game 3.
But just the
my gears
same.
are not turning.
I wish I could say the same. I see a Dairoth.
I mean, it could work. It could work versus the Tirisla.
Oh, Renegade.
I was going to say, if it's anybody, would you trust Edward with the Dairoth?
Yeah.
All right, you know what?
But this is not an Edward hero, right?
That's my Abunjingjing, man. I don't know. If it's Edward, you got to go 50-50 at least. Like some things you get, let's slide because it's Agent Zero.
Yeah, because he could pull it off.
But what does he do in this game?
Just the same. Something tells me they picked this because they're going all in on the burst, man. The burst is bursting. They may have watched a few clips from Onic.
Was Benedetta banned out? No, right?
It wasn't.
Nope.
It wasn't. All right.
Like, I'm literally kind of thinking here. I'm theory crafting in my head.
Yeah, trying to solve it.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think, like, all Edward has to do is, well, aside from just being Edward, is get the armor penetration on. Like, if you land the Abysm Strike, great. If you don't, at least now you set up the big dam.
Here's the thing. You're also giving the Valentina the Abysm Strike. And it goes through against all of these heroes on the side of Blacklist International.
I actually like the Abysm Strike more than the Decimation these days.
Yeah.
Like looking at it. Again, theoretically speaking, there's a lot on the line here. Blacklist here have to answer. It's Echo first up on the Turtle Pit. Pulling them out. JP with a flicker spent. Feathered Airstrike coming in from Yue. Turtle here approaching half health. Hey, the Dragon! Plus a heavy spin! Penalty zone spent up already. Carl Easy spinning out of the way. JP still alive, but just barely.
Oh my goodness.
Dashing on through. That's the Arlet's kit at maximum capacity. Who's the Turtle gonna go over to? There's a knockup. Carl Easy scores one. Look at the back line. It's Edward looking for it. And he gets first blood on a JP, but he pays the iron price.
Oh, that's worth for Echo, man. JB played that turtle fight fantastic on the Arlet.
Yeah, again, first blood, though, going in the hands of Edward here. Does that result into much? I mean, it was the first blood for the Turtle, but if you just look at that team fight, the way it went, I feel like one of the downsides here for Sensui and Nolan in general is you really just have to wait. Like, you can't show your face for those objective fights. Yep. So then what that's doing is, all right, team, you got this. I'll come through when I'm ready, when it's my time.
There's this hidden rule of engagements for for junglers. If you're an assassin, you don't really start Turtle.
Yeah.
And you also wait for spells to be casted before you actually contest Turtle, unless you're Kaltiz or Kyrie or something. But that's the main problem of Blacklist International. It's hard already to deal with the front lines of Echo, like the Teresa and the Arlet, but you also have to deal with the heavy spin of the Akai. They did a good job of kicking Carl Easy away to force out the heavy spin, but at the end of the day, it wasn't really enough.
Oh, here we go. Perfect angle for Renegade, the Hitman, hit the way of the Dragon, but not the right time. Carl Easy popping the heavy spin.
That's also one thing that you need to consider, like the only dash, the only vengeance that could come out from the Arlet after the heavy spin.
Oh, Edward, okay. He might get caught out here.
That's a 2v1. Penalty zone spent in by 40. Sensui. Oh, looking to bait out something. Wow. Sanford very low.
Ooh.
Flickering away. Sanford
BOS.
still alive via the... Exactly, BOS.
Sorry,
you know it.
The BOS.
You know it.
That Smith body.
Yeah, where's the big dam, bro?
No, there's not
There's
enough
not
big
yet.
dam yet.
All right.
That's later. That's
Okay.
like,
I'll wait.
5 minutes in, maybe after this, another 5 minutes.
The big dam auditor's backing me up.
Oh, Sanji.
Oh, interesting.
There's the dashes. There's the way of the Dragon kicking. JP, Feathered Airstrike, the answer by Yue. Final slash coming in. The Hitman becomes the hit. And now it's a 4v5 here in the Turtle Pit. Sensui dashing on out again. The whole situation. Playing an assassin in this current metagame. It opens up a smorgasbord of problems for Blacklist as Echo scores one.
Something tells me JP has been practicing this Arlet roam. It's not just to steal the Arlet away from Edward, but it is a potential, a potential lineup for Echo that they have been working on for these past few days. And JP has been phenomenal on these vengeances on the Arlet, and it really amplifies the strength of the Zero, especially with the Brave Smite, because you get a lot of HP from every spell that you cast every 6 seconds, and it's HP based. So this gives a lot of sustainability for Echo with just the Arlet alone.
Yeah, and not only that, but the setup potential that you have with the Arlot paired.
Oh my goodness.
With the
Heavy spin on Abunjingjing, changing his zip code, sending him right into the Nether Realm.
Okay, so back to that, Edward, the 50-50. Dairoth still not looking too hot.
Yeah.
He's face down right in mid, man. He's taking a nap.
A dirt nap.
Even in the hands of Edward, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, in the hands of Edward.
It's difficult. It's difficult, and that's an understatement.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a lame hero.
And that's the thing, is I wasn't even talking about the heavy spin. All I was making a point of is JP with the final slash paired with a Terizla. Right, there's already a ton of set potential there. PL potential.
Oh, the dodge. Okay.
Good
all right.
response
Mechanics.
from Oheb. But this is still troublesome, right? You can see this. Carl TZ still playing himself here on the top side. The rest of the team here.
Oh my goodness, damage.
Big 4v4. The battle for this tier 1 up top. And it looks like Echo's going to take their time. The discipline call. Blacklist going to back off.
And again with the lineup here, the biggest thing for Black International is they're just playing at the pace that Echo's setting. You know, and that's kind of the trouble part. Oheb again.
Oh, missed a lot of spells.
Oh! Heavy spin, that's it. Oheb getting fed to the wolves.
You know, it's Carl TZ again. Like, you mess up, fine. I'm still Carl TZ. I'm still going to be able to do
it. 40 here gets caught out way the dragon from the hitman, serving him up to the mid lane magician as Yue takes him down. And the 1-2 for 1. Carl TZ falls and make it another double kill for Renegade. Sanji's going to be up next, spinning that flicker. He comes back, feathered airstrike. Edward flickers on out of range. Benny Cutie going to do some cleanup here as he takes down Yue. Sensui trading out. This is where a Nolan shines.
There's the clapback.
Yep. These small skirmishes are really beneficial for Blacklist International, especially when Echo has exhausted their spells and their resources. Sanji, though.
Oh, Renegade. He's playing with fire here. Way the dragon serving him up to the assassin as Edward scores. Oh, Sensui. Gonna have to back out of here as Edward takes down Renegade, and the turtle is back. That whole sequence took all this time for Carl TZ to respawn.
Well, that allowed for the reset. I don't think that was worth for Blacklist International. Like, with the Valentina kill, yes, you are able to like make this Valentina suffer, but you're still giving away objectives towards Echo, and now they're gonna be able to once again play their momentum, play their strengths. This is mid game now. This is where the Irithel really shines for the side of Echo. While Blacklist International, you still have damage in the form of the Nolan. But when they group up on the side of the Orcas, it's going to be hard for you to find these skirmishes wherein the Nolan and the Dirot shines.
So itemization-wise, is Blacklist International where they need to be? This is also just the Berserker's Fury being picked up for Oheb. Are they at that point where now, okay, the damage is online?
They have the damage. They have the Berserker's Fury. The Farsa is also online. The Malefic Roar is also available on Sensui. Your main concern is still the Arlott. Your heroes, they do make sense, but they need to still deal that damage into Echo. But with the Arlott just roaming around, going inside the back line, utilizing the final slash to make sure that Blacklist is not able to fight to their own terms, it's still hard for Blacklist to execute this team fight that they want against Echo.
Oh, look at this, an awkward bush check here coming in. Sensui dashing through, using the gauge to get on out of there. Nope, not gonna spend it. Oh,
okay.
Carl TZ oddly friendly here.
Nah, the Nolan still had the ulti.
All right, he knows that the fracture would save Sensui. All right. Fight's about to break down in bottom. Look at JP coming in. Flicker. Final slash. The kick saving Oheb. But there's one. Carl TZ pinning down Edward. Yue already spending the heavy spin.
Oh my God.
Rather favored airstrike. There it is. An answer once more from Sanji. Popping Agent Zero.
Sanford.
Boom! Flicker penalty zone. Sanji pops Oheb, but they're in too deep. Much like Sum 41, another final slash coming in. Penny Cutie unable to take down JP unless Renegade. Oh, that's it. Bodies have dropped in the bottom lane. Echo are so in it.
Man, the Arlott still the biggest problem, the biggest thorn in the neck on the side of Blacklist International. Again, they have the damage, they have the kits, but they have to deal with this Arlott jumping inside their lines.
Yeah, JP is having a phenomenal game. I mean, when you look at the KDA, it doesn't really do him justice because he is everywhere he needs to be and then some. And a lot of that final slash usage is either able to peel for them, initiate, and the follow-ups are so great, right? Now with that, like you mentioned, Midnight, Blacklist International has all the damage they need, but really, you have to kind of keep your head on a swivel, right? You have to constantly be watching out for JP. Number one, you have opportunities.
JP?
Oh, this
Watch
could be it.
out, he's down to
There it is.
0 health, just like that. Respect the burst from Sensui. Now Sanji and Sanford putting up a line between Edward and the rest of Echo. Renegade here, no man's land, caught out between all 4 members. He's down, 1-for-1 trade so far. And now Sensui coming in, popping Sanji, and he gets out.
The assassination right there. Both roamers also down. So no one want to commit to this lord just yet. Might wait it out. Both tier 1 still up as well. So neither team has that little bit of advantage. Sensui also just picking up a BOD.
Oh, he has so much damage.
He's level 15.
This is where it's at. This is the moment for the big damage to come through.
All right, noted. I will remember.
gonna get the purple buff. And Carltease will be the one to step it up as they have to. He has to be the one to start this.
2 level gaps, by the way, between
2.
Carltease and Sensui.
Sensui's been all over the place, man. You know, given the situation that they're in against this lineup, this is probably the best way you can play the Nolan.
Oh,
there they go.
Edward and Renegade. There's a knock-up. There's a final slash. The 2 frontliners from Blacklist sent into the air. Carltease with a headbutt. Oh, they're playing footsies. They don't know for sure. Look at Sensui. JP catches him, and there's the damage. Feathered airstrike coming in. JP put down to 1/10 of his health. He heals up. He gets on out of there. It's another reset.
Oh, Sanford.
Good dodge.
That's a false penalty zone. No one home.
That's Flicker, though. That's Flicker.
Yep. Big resources. Now the kick. Carltease spends his heavy spin. Look at Sensui holding that bush. Oh, they're going to have to back off.
Oh, Blackness is playing this.
Oh, Carltease smells something. Hilu spots him. Look at that big damn. Carltease goes down. Renegade slays him. Not enough of appeal from Echo to save the young goat.
I approve. That was some big damn right there.
They're still going. Sanji goes down. OM gets a ball in his face. And now they're looking for vengeance. Looking for retribution.
Sensui!
And now goes down. Sensui once more with a big damn. Yue goes. Benny Cutie. Oh, he was too little too late to the party. Now he's going to get punished unless underneath the turret they kick him up all with the bike.
Man, that was, I gotta just say, the way that Ducati looked in that moment, that was perfect.
It looked fantastic. But what's more fantastic is the juggle that Sensui has been doing against Echo. Echo, they wanted to initiate, but they needed to find Nolan first. They needed to know where Sensui was. Because the past fight, they were able to get some kills, but Sensui was able to assassinate some meters as well, like this.
Oh no, the heavy spin from Carltease already spent. Oh, head's trap! Carltease dealing enough damage to kill him. Carltease still alive, the way of the dragon from Renegade. They pop him, Sensui gets another. And look at this. Lore's gonna be scored here by Blacklist International, but Edward goes down. Sanji gets the kill. JP says conceal play. Let's go. Watch Sensui at half health, control of the Y bush. Sanford still in control. Oh! Sanji goes down. Penalty zone. Sensui still dodges. Gauge on gauge on gauge. Sensui, a monster here. 6-0-7.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nolan.
This looks like to be the best game we've seen from Nolan yet. Yep, and it's only the second time. So, again, sample size pretty small, but this one is going in favor of Sensui here. The way that he kind of had to adjust that patience level.
Yeah, this is peak Nolan I've seen. The way he juggles these fights, the way he waits for the perfect opportunity, the timing, the patience. Sensui has it all, and Echo. Yes, they do have better control, they do have better juggle against Blacklist International, but the one thing they don't have is the vision over Sensui. They needed to see where the Nolan is, and Sensui is not giving them any information whatsoever.
Wow. If they do shut him down, though, imagine the gold.
Look at this damage dealt.
63.9k on a jungle. When was the last time we've seen this? This stat line.
It's been a while.
Jungle player.
He's going to start farming heroes.
Yeah, been a while. Again, I mean, look at the gold.
Yeah, 11k.
Massive here. So if you're Echo, you're kind of wondering, how do we do it? How do we deal with this?
I mean, you start buying some Antikeras for sure. Antikeras, Blade Armor, Immortalities. You know, you need Sustain.
Twilight Armor.
You need to reset Twilight Armor. Anything that could help you, mitigate this damage output coming out from Blacklist International. Twilight does help. Also against the Bruno. Because the crits are going to start hurting in the late game.
Yeah, again, a lot of this Nolan play relies on being able to count on the team to get the enemy team where they need to be in terms of the health. You get to shine, but still there's been a lot of finesse from Sensui. And as we wait pretty much for this next objective, it's still nearly a minute away. So Echo has to decide, how do we approach this? That's why you also have these immortalities popping up. They can buy a little more time, especially on these heroes that are going to be up either peeling or initiating, right? JP still going to be crucial here. How he's able to utilize the final slash and, of course, keeping Benny Cutie alive. And I would say, too, Edward has, from what he experienced in the early game, that mid-game transition, he has been just kind of sitting on Benny Cutie.
It's still a Deroth.
Yeah, it is still a Deroth. You still got to watch out for him. And so he's been making Benny Cutie's life a little difficult, right? Now, that's the big point here. Now, for Echo, once again, they want to get this Tier 1 down in the mid lane so that they have some space to work around with now that this Lord is up. But right now, it doesn't look like they'll be able to. So they got to fight around with a space disadvantage.
This is crucial for Blacklist. You just thought it was going to show up on the bottom lane.
Yep, they have to pull the trigger.
Renegade.
Checking the push. And they're forcing the advantage here. Look at this. Even Tsutsui coming in early already, trying to burst down Carl Teasy. No dice.
They just want to get some of these resources out if they can. I feel like it's really the game plan for Blacklist International is let's test the waters. What can we get out from Echo?
Ooh, somebody saw Sensui use the ultimate.
Yep, they know that the fracture is off. And I'd say it's just
Renegade.
a couple of seconds in. There's a big kick, and there's a heavy spin from Carl Teasy. Lord still up. Godlike now is Sensui as they take down the Lord. Another one for Blacklist, and now they're going to burst him down. Benny Cutie, he's going full in. And Renegade's very low. He's still alive. Oh, Lord.
Sensui's there. Sensui's still there.
Sensui's still going to clean up, and JP gets a shutdown. Big gold over to Echo.
I thought Sensui was backing, and then he stopped. What, to think he was going to get some picks? Is that what?
Well, nah, Echo knew. Echo knew he was still there.
I thought he was already like in the clear to go back.
What a call. And throughout that whole debacle, Sanji did not use IMU. Is this a long con? Is this a macro play by Echo?
He had the fracture, fracture as well. But I think at this point you need to steal the feathered airstrike.
And Sanji just couldn't find the range.
Yeah, you need more pork, you need bypass as well against Blacklist International. But man, Sensui has been fantastic on this Nolan jungle for Blacklist International. Again, constantly assassinating the heroes on Echo. Carl Teasy didn't stand a chance right there as the full burst was able to take him down. He didn't have immortality at that point in time. So Blacklist International was able to get the Lord, but Echo does defend. So we are going to wait for the next Lord to spawn unless Echo is able to make some moves.
Ooh, Yue commits. Coming in, penalty zone from 40. Big knockup from the Hitman. And gets Bob Carl Teasy isolating Yue. Benny Cutie takes him down. Big pickup. Oheb as well in trouble. And he's still alive. Popping the wind of nature. Big trade. JP for 2. 2 for JP. Sensui exposed. Down goes Benny Cutie. Sensui slays him. 2 for 2.
Man, what a trade that was. Again, Benny Cutie trying to do what he has to on the Zerathil, but still the set potential, the damage being thrown at him from Blacklist International is too much to deal with right now.
Yeah, there's so much burst. Like, the Farsa and the Nolan alone is crazy enough for Echo to deal with, and you also have to deal with the Bruno. Even though they had a fantastic opening to that team fight, just the drawn-out duration of that fight allows Blacklist International to pump out more damage than Echo.
The crazy thing, too, at this point is, you know, even though they clear the Lord, right? They handle that fine. Echo was fine there. Then defending their base, you could still say, of course, you know, they found some success in a way. They also did get some of that shutdown gold earlier when they took Sensui out. So, you know, as we reach to the 20-minute mark, this is getting to a point now where Echo will start to equalize, at least in terms of itemization, right? They should be able to match up well, but I still think that leaves to beg the question here is, do we have the game plan to deal with the burst? Because even from the last Lord fight, with Lord coming up in about 15 seconds, that's still something that Carl Teasy has to solve along with the rest of the team. We saw just how quick him on the Sakai was bursted down to the point where you force the heavy spin and then you take him out of the picture so he's not there to contest that retribution with a Lord. So now it's like, okay, what do we do around that? Do we plant JP in the front, Sanford there? Who is protecting Benny Cutie? That's the questions that need to happen.
Hello. JP spots Edward trying to camp in that bush near the rock Ursa. Gentlemen, allow me to present a thesis while we witness a Lord dance. Something tells me Echo's just improvising. They're just putting heroes in positions until they catch somebody. I'd like to think they're still playing the Blacklist tempo here.
Again, they need to find the Nolan. That's the first priority. It's not about like the hero that is poised in the front line, but it's more of Echo engaging when they see the Nolan. Because if they use the resources, like let's say against Edward or Renegade, Sensui just comes in and assassinates your backline, assassinates Benecutie or Carl Teasy even, and Blacklist after that is going to be able to reset because of the mobility coming out from Sensui, and of course the range factor that is coming out from Yue with a feathered airstrike that will force Echo out to disengage. And I think that's where you start, where you need to start making some difference here for the side of Echo. Instead of actually disengaging, you need to re-engage with the Arlot. Something that we've seen from the likes of the early game team fights where JP just constantly pushed forward so that Blacklist International's team fight crumbles.
Renegade, Blacklist, they've had it. It's time for something to happen. Concealed play spent. Blacklist International exposing their positions. Way of the Dragon, off angle, on to Carl Teasy. In comes a better airstrike from Yue. Not much has been hitting off of these barrages, the volleys. No one home. Now, Echo noting these resources. Benecutie roaming, patrolling the eastern hemisphere, the right side of the map, as Sensui takes control of that bush.
They know some of these resources are down. No feathered airstrike, no Way of the Dragon right now from Blacklist International. Echo, they're going to go ahead and try something here. Edward.
Oh, Bunjingjing down to a fifth of his health. Sensui like a statue, like a gargoyle watching. Sanford's going to spot him here. Oh, Barry Smith protecting that Terizla, keeping him up. Lord here at a fifth of its health. Still, all of the key ults online for Echo. Enough time
final slash miss.
For Blacklist as well. They're online as well. Quick knockup. Yue, another feathered airstrike. Sanji very low. Benecutie at half health. Carlisi spends his heavy spin. And now the Lord goes on over to the Orcas. And they pop a few mortalities. Down goes Carl Teasy, JP as well.
The run down.
Out. Cyclone Eye on out of here. And they are turning. 3 down from Echo. Blacklist smell blood.
Wow. Crucial for Carl Teasy there. He got the Lord. But still, can they actually defend against this?
This is what they call TikTok timers. It's way too long.
You need to be careful. He deals so much damage. Sensui.
And Benecutie spots him, taking him out. And that's a pickoff. Benecutie here, gonna get picked off himself. Gets blasted by Yue. Pops his immortality. And down he goes. It's just Sanji left to defend. It's just Sanji left to defend.
1 minion left here. Sanji should be able to clear it up. Lord now at the bottom of the base.
There is a siege minion. Sanji clears it.
Okay, there's a next wave. There's a next wave coming out from Blacklist.
Oh, he pops him, steals the worldie. Is this going to be enough? Oh, that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, Blacklist International sitting at match point.
And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. What a game that was. And there you go, Nolan getting his first win, at least for MPL Philippines here, as they take game 3.
Wow.
Is it safe to say this is Inception? Some of Nolan's performances, Tenet, Dunkirk, Memento.
Shutter Island.
This Inception? I'm not so sure if that was Nolan.
Was it not?
Was it not?
We'll look it up. But no, this is amazing. Again, because of this performance, because of this long haul debacle that Blacklist put on. What was it, 24, 25 minutes?
This was one of the longer, like one of the longer games.
They won with the Nolan, they won with the Dairoth. I'll man up, I'll man up. You know what? Because again, it's a Bunjingjing.
They're breaking streaks here. Like this, the record streak of the Nolan, I mean, it's just one game. The record streak of the Dairoth, the record streak of Echo, by the way.
Yeah, the most number of wins from Blacklist against Echo this year.
The record streak of Blue Side.
That's true. 2-5 now.
What's going on today?
It's Inception.
It's Inception.
It is Inception.
And it's also Memento. It's also Memento.
Where's the kick? How do we go down to the next layer, man? Where is it?
So and maybe this is Inception because it's also match point for Blacklist International against Echo, who they have not beat all year.
Are we in the ice base right now? Is this the tundra? Is this right? You know what I'm talking about, right?
I don't know how you know all that. Like you have it memorized.
I would say that out of all the people I know in my life, some way, somehow, Leo just has this like word bank, knowledge bank of movies, facts,
references,
pop culture.
I'm a cinephile. What can I say?
That are unmatched.
I'm a cinephile. What can I say? Inception, by the way, came out in 2009. How old do you feel now?
I graduated high school in 2009.
You're a walking
I was in
movie
first
tribute.
grade. I'm just kidding.
No, you weren't. You weren't. You
No,
weren't.
you know what? I am deflecting the fact that this match and this series is going a direction that we're not comfortable with because of all of the changes in how Blacklist are defying the odds.
Yeah. Especially with the wrath on the hands of Edward. I would say it didn't do much, but it was enough to kind of like break the game here against Echo.
Oh man, Renmar, Coach Arcadia, I know you guys probably got a lot to say about this. Break it down for us.
Thank you, casters. Me and Coach Arcadia can't help but just appreciate and enjoy the mechanics and positioning masterclass we saw between Blacklist International and Echo, with the agents now at match point, one win away from advancing into the upper bracket finals over their rivals, over our defending champions. Coach Arcadia, you were making a lot of great points here about how this time Blacklist International's draft, yun naman yung mas mahirap ma-pull off kontra sa draft ng Echo.
So parang nagkabaliktad yung nangyari nung last game. Ngayon, yung Blacklist, yung draft naman nila yung much harder to execute. So why? Kasi kung titignan natin, yung mid lane ng Blacklist is Parsa plus Cho. Medyo mahirap mag-Cho dun kasi maraming CC, maraming pang-cancel. Hindi ka basta makakasipa. And hindi rin ganun kadali mag-Parsa kasi same, maraming CC. May Arlot, may Terisla. Pag nag-ult ka, dapat you have to make sure na wala na yung makaka-cancel sa'yo.
Yeah.
Pero dahil maganda yung ginawa ng Blacklist, maganda yung mechanics nila, they were able to still execute their lineup.
Speaking of mechanics, the Nolan of Sensui, natalo yan kahapon but now nakabawi. An incredible performance by the jungler of Blacklist International, 8-2-11 with KDA, almost 80% kill team fight participation, and the mechanics, yung positioning dito ni Sensui. At the beginning, Echo yung nanggugulat sa Blacklist. Pero pagdating sa objective takes, dun naman ang gugulat si Sensui.
Doon kasi sa laro ni Sensui, pinakita niya talaga na hindi lang siya pang tank jungler, na kaya niya rin maglaro ng assassin. Kasi lahat ng mga tao, pag tinikita si Sensui, tingin lang nila, ay, hindi yan mag-assassin. Bigay lang natin assassin, magta-tank jungler yan. Pero doon, pinatunayan ni Sensui na kaya ko rin maglaro ng assassin.
Yeah, the timing of the ultimate from the Nolan. Again, meron dyan parang cleanse mechanic, but removing debuff mechanic yung isang ultimate ng Nolan na pwede mo rin gamitin utility, pang takas, and alam naman natin sobrang sakit ng damage. But we have to talk again about the story of the game. For majority, Echo was in control. JP, parang pinaalala niya sa atin na dati, jungler yan, assassin yan, yung paano niya gumalaw with this Arlot roam. Ano yung mga thoughts mo with the Arlot roam pick of Echo?
Yung Arlot roam, para sa akin, maganda tong pick na to. Kasi it counters Cho and it counters Parsa also. And medyo maganda rin siya sa Nolan. Kasi against sa Nolan, you want to have a lot of CC para at least medyo mapigilan mo. Kasi yun nga, yung ulti niya, mawawala yung debuff, diba? So, yung team mo, dapat marami kayong CC para pag natanggal niya isa, ito naman yung next CC na kailangan mo.
Yeah, agreed. So really, Echo, the reason why they got to control the game, alongside with the play style that we've known Echo to really show off, their team fighting still one of the best in the league. Yung pinapag-usapan natin behind the scenes, yung pag-extended team fight, dun komportable yung Echo. But Blacklist International just matched it with getting themselves together and saying, guys, watch out for these key abilities. Iwasan natin yung mga ultis ng Echo.
First thing, yung ginawa ng Echo, yung extended team fight sa bot tower. I think doon napakita ng Echo na kayang-kaya namin ma-estimate kung kaya pa namin mag-clash or not. Kasi doon, na-burn na nila yung skills, pero may ulti pa si Sanford, so nag-go pa sila. And then, the second thing that makikita natin, yung two teams na pareho silang magaling sa extended team fight, is yung, I think, first or second Lord, wherein sobrang haba nung clash sa mid. And pinapakita talaga each one of the player kung gaano kataas yung mechanics nila.
Yeah, and speaking of, again, the positioning we were talking about, if you look at the upper portion of the kill map here, around that Lord Pit, yun yung paboritong pwesto ng Sensui. Those shrubs right behind the Lord Pit, and then to the side of it, kung saan madalas naghahatak sila Carl, TZ, and Echo for the objective to be closer to theirs. That's one of the things that Sensui just kept repeating. I will stay here. Sige, ayaw nyo mag-check dito. Paglapit nyo dito, bigla maburst down kayo. And then, we also have to commend here, paano na supplement ni Yue. Again, we can't help but continue to praise Yue and his performance. You talked a lot about his positioning in this game.
Para sa akin, tatlo siguro yung MVP dito. Unang-una, si Sensui. Nakailang pick-off siya coming from the long bush. Yun, tawag namin kasi long bush.
Long
Pero mga
bush.
teams,
Okay.
iba-iba yung tawag nila. May naming sila. Kami, tawag namin doon long bush. Nakailang pick-off siya doon. And then, second naman, si Rene J. Si Rene J, kahit mahirap mag-chew doon, napagana niya pa rin.
Yeah.
On point yung mga conceal niya, and then, yung mga sipa, okay, hindi naman syempre 100% lagi maganda yung sipa. Pero nakakuha niya pa rin yung good timing. Okay? And then, third naman, si Yue. Si Yue, hinihintay niya talaga muna lumabas yung Terisla and Arlot before gamitin niya yung ulti. And then, meron rin a lot of instances na sinave niya yung team niya from wrong initiation. Okay, let's say Rene J make a bad kick. But Yue will always be there. I'll save you, bro.
Yeah, I'll save you. I got you. At saka yung
Got you, bro.
yung hindi niya lagi inuubos kagad or binaburst down yung yung paggamit niya ng feathered airstrike. Minsan, iniiwan nga niya dun eh. Kasi hinanap din nila si Benny Cutie. Kasi alam nila, pag nawala na yung feathered airstrike, mas excited si Benny Cutie na finally makakapasok na ako sa laban. And as the game went on, we got to see the effect of the roaming middle three of Blacklist International. Rene J, Yue, and Susu. And I agree with you there. Again, that's the strength of the Blacklist International lineup. Yes, a lot of teams and a lot of players praise Edward sa laro niya throughout the season, quote-unquote carrying the team at times, but really the heart of the Blacklist International playstyle and rotation ay nasa gitna. Now, match point for Blacklist International. What do they need to do now to seal the deal and go into the upper bracket finals?
Para sa akin, tuloy-tuloy lang nila. Kasi last game, andun yung Blacklist na decisive. Yung Blacklist na nag-dominate dun sa ibang seasons. Andun yung Blacklist na matapang talaga. Once na tuloy-tuloy nila yung tapang na yun, para sa akin, madali na yung laro para sa kanila.
Okay, so continue the decisiveness and still seek to dominate for Blacklist International. Now for Echo. How do they force a Game 5? Because again, they drafted really well. They played that really well until Blacklist just played better. It wasn't a bad draft. It wasn't a bad game for Echo. It was just Blacklist played better. Ano ang kailangan gawin ng Echo para maka-force ng Game 5?
Yung Echo naman, siguro tingin ko wala masyadong changes to sa draft. Pero tingin ko medyo kailangan na rin respeto yung yung Nolan ni Sensui. Para sa akin kasi itong Nolan, sobrang lakas niya sa meta ngayon. So hindi mo siya basta-basta mabibigay unless may pre-plan draft ka. Meaning may pre-practice ka na sa scrims na okay, itong sa game na to, binibigay namin yung Nolan. Yung first 5 picks ko, para sa Nolan to. Parang ganun. That feel ko, if ever na kailangan ulit nila ibigay yung Nolan, they have to be really prepared. And they should know how to execute the lineup that they're gonna pick.
Okay, we'll see that in the first phase of the drafting. If ever Echo open up the Nolan, and if ever Blacklist International are on the blue side again with the first pick, if that opens up and Blacklist first picks the Nolan, that means Echo have prepared something specifically for that. Now, we've seen at this point, we're heading into Game 4. We've seen 3 games. Any other things that you'd like to point out? I'm not going to give you a team. Like, any other things you'd want to point out that you've seen that you feel like hindi pa natin napag-usapan?
Tingin ko yung si Oheb rin. Tingin ko consistent yung performance ni Oheb sa buong series na to. Nakita natin na sa Clash, hindi siya basta-basta na pick off. Kasi as a marksman, malaki yung problema niya usually sa Clash. Why? Kasi first things first, nasa iyo lahat ng gold. Ikaw yung nagke-carry, right?
Yeah.
Ikaw yung nagbubuhat ng laro. So, dapat, hindi ka basta-basta namamatay. And ganun yung ginagawa ni Oheb ngayon. He's playing the perfect gold laner. Like, hindi basta-basta namamatay sa Clash and maraming gold to carry his team.
All right. Will this be the final game of the series? Will Blacklist continue their journey in the upper bracket, going into the upper bracket finals, or will Echo force a game number 5? How will the story of our modern day El Clasico continue for this day number 2 of the playoffs? That's the question the teams will answer and the casters will cast it. So casters, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Redmar, and of course, Coach Arcadia there for all your guys' insights. And yes, it's the modern day El Clasico, and it looks like the history, at least, is going to be broken. I love it. I love what you're doing here. It's on showcased.
Somebody's playing Nolan.
What I was gonna say, what do you
How do you
playing?
know I was practicing Nolan?
Bro.
All right, so obviously the 030 Infinix 5G is off.
Yes.
But I was just he knows, he was watching my fingers.
Yeah.
I was practicing my gauges and my fractures. Good man.
Yeah. I'm an analyst. Come on. I'm an analyst.
You know how it works, right? But with that, Nolan's now on the board with a W. Great thing there. Again, we've only seen him twice so far. 50%.
1-1.
We were saying Edward.
No 1-1, please.
No 1-1. But we were saying Edward Dyrock 50% too. Well, they got a win there.
No. It's 33.37.
33.7.
33.37.
No, I'm saying like we were saying Dyroth with Edward makes it like a 50-50.
At least
Okay.
a 50.
At least like a 50-50.
I'll allow it. All
Yeah, because we actually did see him struggle in the early game, right?
Yep.
But then it's Edward. He made it work as the game went on. Now, the other thing is it's match point. Blacklist International needs one more win to secure that spot going forward. That would also be a massive thing for them. Like, once again, how they've fared against Echo throughout this entire year. And if you really look at it, again, when you guys are watching this Nolan gameplay from Sensui, you got to talk about the discipline, man. Like, if you're thinking about it, it changes the dynamic of these junglers, obviously, right? Anytime you pick up an assassin, there is some of that patience that plays a part of that to fit in the current meta. But really what we saw, the way that he maneuvered through, I'm assuming it's just going to be banned this next game for Game 4.
Yeah, because the thing is, it felt like a better version of a Lancelot, right? And it deals so much damage. It's also able to play into the likes of the Akai, because you have that sort of pseudo 1-1 ability wherein you can just remove the debuffs with your ultimate. And, you know, Sanji has been constantly stealing that. And for me, it feels like it kind of like shut down the game for Echo, because the Valentina didn't matter that much for the Orcas.
What are you gonna do with rifts, man?
Exactly, but the thing is, you have to commend Sensui's movement in these team fights. Like, his maneuverability against Echo was just phenomenal. The patience, the timing, the target selection as well was always on point.
It makes me wonder too, you know, just how strong Nolan is, and if we continue to see, let's say the preceding days of the playoffs, him rise up through the rankings where, again, teams are kind of forced to, all right, we just got to ban him out because we can't let it be picked up.
He's the new 1-1.
Yeah. He's up there, right? When 1-1 was pretty much just unstoppable.
Always first pick.
Always first pick. You always saw it.
You never let go of the Nolan first pick. You never see it in the second phase. The 1-1 was always like that. And I think I was in Season 9 where if 1-1's open, first pick. 100%.
It was like Season 9 or Season 10. I remember. It's always there. Now, if I was pretty much teams, I would just be like, well, if I was in their head, I would say, I'd much rather deal with Matilda than a Nolan, you know, because then you can kind of play around that. Yeah, the Matilda might be a little strong, if you will, or overly strong, if you will, but I would rather deal with that than Nolan, because even with an Akai, imagine Akai to Rizla, like, you would have to deal with the burst from Nolan still damaging you, right? So, but before we go to Game 4, we are going to be throwing it once again to our insider, Odin, before the matchup starts.
Magandang hapon, and you are not in the land of dawn. You are here at Smart All Access segment. Kasama ang ating cosplayer na walang iba kundi si Estes himself.
Hello, my friend.
In character. Gusto ko yung boses mo, ha? I like your look.
Medyo inipit lang.
Okay. nararamdaman ko na parang si Estes talaga yung katabi ko. And by the way, this is a representative from a World Cosplay Summit in 2022. Can you give us a brief background kung kailan ka nag-represent ng Philippines?
Year 2022. Nag-represent ako ng Philippines na ginanap sa World Competition sa Nagoya, Japan.
That's how great Estes is. At kasama natin sila ngayon dito sa Creators Corner para turuan kayo kung paano mag-cosplay. Estes, how do you feel about the game? Who do you think will win?
Siyempre, number 1 lagi, Blacklist ako.
Blacklist?
Go, Blacklist.
Do you think ikaw yung buff ng Blacklist for this match?
Siyempre, the light is with you. Victory is ours.
Ano? Grabe ang strength ni Estes. Parang hindi lang siya pang support this time, ha? Meron siyang sariling kakayahan. Can you give us yung actions ni Estes?
Actually, may gusto akong gawin na perform pero yung pinaka-basic na lang niya kasi medyo baka lumakas yung buff. So medyo untian lang natin. Yung simpleng ganito lang.
Oh! Wow! Ladies and gentlemen, Estes Blacklist International Skin. Sobrang sakto kasi match din nila. Ang ganda ng armors mo. Ikaw gumawa nito?
Yes, actually medyo kinapos ako nung time kasi talagang kailangan. Gusto ko talaga siyang ipakita dito sa MPL, dito sa
Yung ears, did you make it?
Yes. Itong ears, medyo kinonfigure ko siya. Pre-made na siya pero kinonfigure ko lang, nilagyan ko ng contour along with my partner. So, ginawa na ng contour. And then the wig, medyo ginupit lang siya. And then design. Then siya na lang din yung partner ko na lang din ng ayos. Kasi ang hirap gumalaw pag naka-costume na eh. So, actually hindi ko nga abot. Medyo abot ko siya pero nahihirapan din akong gumalaw kasi with the armors. Ayan. Hindi naman siya mabigat pero kaya.
Yan ang matututunan nyo dito sa Creators Corner. Ilapit nga natin yan para makita yung details ni Estes. Wow! Look at that! Look at the details!
This is fully leather. Iba't ibang uri ng klase ng leather. And, ayan.
And of course, BLCK representing Blacklist International. We are so excited na makita pa kung anong ihahatid ng Creators Corner. Ano ba dapat namin abangan or dapat namin hindi ma-miss dito sa Community Hub?
Ayan, so first dito sa aming Creators Hub, ayan, we're going to show tsaka magbibigay kami ng mga tips kung paano gumawa ng cosplay, paano mag-cosplay, and everything about the cosplay.
Yes, we are so excited to know more about cosplaying. Maraming salamat, Estes. Thank you so much. Ibabalik muna natin sa Land of Dawn, pero bago yan, ikaw na muna mag-throw. Sabi mo yung lies ni Estes.
Victory is ours. The light is with us.
Hello. Thank you so much, Odin, and also great to see the cosplayers out there. And again, I think we're going to see a ton of them throughout the course of these playoffs.
Yep.
There's a hero, obviously, we haven't seen in a while, right? The Estes has not come into play much at all. Maybe what? Did it come up in the regular season?
Once.
I was going to say, I think it was like once. It lost. There's just, obviously, better options out there for the roam right now. But we're still, we're still in the healer meta, you know?
Yeah. Most heroes that have some semblance of a heal and shielding is good. Because again, Angela is still a staple ban in the current metagame. I'm surprised if in the last game she waited up until the second phase. So maybe that's what both teams can play around with. And I don't know, to be fair, now that we're slowly easing back into the mood of Game 4 here, I don't know if I agree with banning the Nolan. I think it depends on what side you're on.
Okay, if you let the other team get it, Midnight, how do you make sure this lineup that you have can deal with the Nolan?
I was gonna answer it by proposing a question, like you proposed a thesis earlier.
Okay.
I'm proposing you a science experiment.
Okay.
And the question is, what do you call this? the hypothesis.
Mm-hmm.
Will the Kaja work? Where's the Kaja?
Where is Kaja these days? Yeah.
Right? I mean, I am mind boggled that I haven't seen a Kaja out of Echo.
You're flummoxed.
Yeah, I'm
You're perplexed.
Perplexed.
You are miffed.
That's a better wording. I'm perplexed.
You are livid.
Yeah, you're flabbergasted at this point.
I like that one.
You know,
whatever.
You said science, so I felt like we had to bring up the vocabulary.
I said science, not English.
Yeah.
You started this.
All right. Sorry.
But it's
My
true.
mistake.
And
Apologies.
Here's my question to your
Apologies,
question. Here's my question to your question.
All right. Why do we answer questions with questions?
Because that's where we're at.
All right.
We're waiting for
it's a
game
meta
4.
thing. Okay, go ahead.
Maybe the Kaja just gets blown up by the
That's
Nolan.
not a question.
No, sorry.
Maybe the Kaja just gets blown up
Maybe.
by the Nolan.
Question mark?
Is this how
maybe
scientists work?
Comma, a positive. It gets blown out. All right. I get where you're coming from.
I'm sure there's just a bunch of keyboard warriors right now.
This is why
saying
I'm not.
That's not a question.
That's not proper linguistics.
That's not a hypothesis. You know what? Ask your guys.
Your
this at home.
hypothesis.
Yes. Ask yourself. How would you deal with
You're
the
not,
Nolan?
I'm sorry.
Kaja, Fredrin, Valir, Lilia, Faramis. I've mentioned a few. So
Yo, I don't know so much about the Valir, bro.
dude, I've played against a Valir as a Nolan.
No,
it sucks. I mean, you are able to remove that CC,
Yeah.
but you're forced to use ultimate, aren't you?
To close the gap.
I mean, to sort of like get away from the searing torrent.
Yeah.
Like you have a lot of mobility,
But you will
also
kill the Valir still.
But against good Valir players, it's hard to do that.
So
right?
now the question comes back to us, right? Presented by Coach Arcadia. Are they ready? Did JP practice the Valir roam?
I mean, put Yawi in. Then we'll
Well, I was
see.
gonna
All
say,
right, you know what?
What if
Then
the
we'll
reason
see.
why we're taking a little bit longer here is because we might see a switch up?
Okay, you know
All
what?
right, I'm zooming in on
Of
the
course.
players.
It's the dude with glasses that zooms into the stage.
Nah, it's still JP. It's
Okay.
still JP.
Okay, all right.
We're quite far from the
all right.
switch.
I was hoping.
I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. I didn't see who it
I was
was.
hoping that there was some mystery because again, all right, cool. Because Yawi was one
you
of
go.
Midnight's former players.
Yeah.
So I would have asked this question: Is you think your boy is in a prime mental state? You think in this moment, right? We're going in game 4. They need to clutch it. They need to make it to game 5. Is this where Yawi comes in?
Honestly, if you're Echo and you're confident, you do it. If you're confident, that's the big asterisk. I drew a question mark, but I said asterisk. That's the big asterisk for Echo, if they are confident.
All right, we offended the science community.
We love our punctuation.
Now
the English.
Now linguistics are mad.
Linguistics department.
And all the
Cool.
English teachers out
Sorry.
All
there.
right, who else do we offend?
And we are in the English broadcast.
Well, now we might even be offending some of the orcas because they're like, wow, JP versus Yawi. You know what I mean? Like that whole debate.
Now looking back, I think I have offended some Nolan fans. It's
oh,
not
yeah.
09. It's 010.
Oh, it's 010.
Yeah. It came out in 2010 Inception
Now
in the
you're
Philippines.
offending some of the
Around July.
historian. It's not 010, it's just 10.
Sure.
Darn it.
The tens.
We're just on a roll right now of offensive.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid to walk out of EVM now.
It's an offensive table.
I'm gonna need a bulletproof jacket and just 6 security details on me.
I'm gonna need me some Renegade Lolitas, like reflecting all the stuff being thrown at me.
It's all the offensiveness.
And now that we're looking back, I can't say anything to master the basics. I can't say anything to Blacklist, dude.
No.
It's
Can't.
just-
With the 1-1, yes, I would.
All right,
Okay.
I mean, I would try to bypass the the hate.
And the Lolita, and the
I
Lolita.
hate to see the 1-1 again, and the Lolita, just bodyguarding the 1-1. But after that, hey, I'm playing safe.
Okay, maybe I just
I'm
don't
playing safe.
understand, or maybe I don't like what I don't understand, because Dairoth is such a very specific hero.
Oh, you're going there, huh?
Yeah, no, it's just yesterday I was so miffed about the Dairoth, and here Edward just took it to me, man. He's just like, no, I'm gonna win. I'm gonna go to match point with this.
Well, let's see if it happens because now we are finally jumping into the draft. Again, match point here for Blacklist International.
Finally, something we can discuss where we would not offend anybody.
Are you sure?
I mean, we offended some Dairoth mains.
Wait, are they?
But that's about it.
All
they
3 of
actually
them, sure.
Yeah. All
through
three
the
of
first
them.
phase?
I mean, 2 of them. Only 2 players played Dairoth.
Sure. Both of them in Indonesia.
Yeah. One in SG.
I personally don't know anyone here locally that
Dairoth?
just enjoys Dairoth. Yeah.
Nats enjoys Dairoth.
Nats?
Nats, yeah. Cram enjoys Dairoth.
A little too much.
Well, he didn't
a
enjoy
little
it yesterday.
too much. I personally just block it out.
All right, there you go. No
There's the
Nolans.
Fred.
And we have the Baksha
Fair
Fred
enough.
Valentino.
Fair.
Finally, a regular season draft.
This feels like it's we're going back to possibly the basics,
Yeah.
right?
That
At
is
least for now.
That is the Edith. I think are the best choices here for Echo. And maybe some Navarias from Sanji.
I miss Navaria.
Wow. That just made me realize Novaria has not, like, through how popular she was, she just has either been banned out or
alright.
taken out. But this is Rafaela and the Faramis here.
I like the Faramis. Rafaela, not so much.
Why so soon, yeah?
Why so soon, right? And now it does beg the question for Blacklist International, what marksman do you pick against this? Like a heavy sustain with a reset button in the form of the Nether Realm?
Claude used to be a thing, but...
Yeah, but you know,
You
it
think
died.
they just go Irithil again?
Irithil, then Terizda, maybe? Exborg is also a thing.
Oh.
Bruno, all right. Bruno versus Baksha, it makes sense. Against Faramis, not so much. Now, you're... Okay, if Blacklist does not ban out the Yuzong, Sanford might just get it. It's a hot commodity in this game.
Give it a 40.
But it also begs the question, are you confident enough to pick it in front of a Valentina? But it also is overloading the Valentina, because you have two spells to steal. The Black Dragon form and the Nether Realm.
Okay, you know what? I'd like to double down on it, because if you pick up the Yuzhong, that kind of pulls out from your burst.
Yeah.
It fixes the whole situation for Echo, because I remember game 1, they were very specific. They had almost zero burst.
Yep.
Did not work out. That's just not how Echo plays.
Yeah.
So they need some semblance of burst.
Exactly. You need a burst here for Echo. And I think I heard the Yuzong ban. Blacklist International
They
on
know.
the right road.
They know.
They know that they needed the Yuzong here for the side of Echo. Now, Paquito should be the next rounds of ban for Blacklist International. And if that's the case, if they do ban out the Paquito...
Pain.
Okay, they didn't.
Nope, that's
a
the
Brody
Brody.
ban. All right.
It's the Brody.
It's the anti-Faramis.
You know, I will say one thing about Blacklist International is one thing I've really liked about watching them this season, albeit they kind of struggled a little bit in the regular season, you know, from part to part, but I've liked this evolution of Blacklist International, right?
yeah.
Like, even showing what they drafted in the previous match, it's an evolution of the team as a whole.
There goes the Paquito.
There it is, the Paquito on the other side.
Got it through.
Blacklist
Paquito.
International got the Terizla, though.
Oh! Okay, classic Echo. Classic to get the carry.
But what
Against
about the
the-
Rafaela still? Like, now that you see the carry, you see the Paquito.
It's okay.
I like
It's
Pac.
okay
I
now.
like Packraft.
Yeah.
It's
I like
okay
it.
now.
I like it. Like Echo's early game is not so bad, and they have a huge window in mid game wherein they can just snowball over Blacklist. But one thing that they need to worry about is the amount of peel that Blacklist is going to be able to provide for the Bruno, especially considering that Renegade is yet to still pick a hero. I think Navaria still works here. Navaria Minotaur is wonderful for Blacklist International.
Oh, that's so good. Where is Minotaur in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Maybe we're about to see it.
I would have liked the Minotaur here for Echo, but then again, you know, Coach Tic Tac's a world champion for a reason, and I'm here at the desk, but... There it is!
I called it!
There it is.
It's finally a draft we can work on.
It's full on artillery, man.
It's so weird that that's like the last pick too.
Yeah.
From what we've seen, like what we've gone through in the regular season.
Full on artillery.
They've done this for the third time now.
Yeah.
This is the third time they've done it on the side of Blacklist International, and they have amazing ways of, you know, just getting these advantages against Echo.
Angela also snuffed here.
Yeah.
Snubbed.
IDC.
Nothing. Nothing. Where is she? BRB.
BRB.
Where's the Irithil as well, right?
The Irithil?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
we
what
didn't see it.
that's what I was saying. I was kind of assuming it would at least be picked up, but this is, if you will, once again, like you said, it's classic Echo. Like they would rather put the carry, right, on the hands of Benecuti rather than playing something like that, because he's done an amazing job at, and he's one of the few people that likes to actually play carry.
It's low downtime, and it protects itself much better than Irithel.
Yep. And you're not warranted to pick up the Angela.
True.
Which again is nowhere to be found in Game 4. She wasn't invited.
They obviously have a game plan here, right? Especially with Rafaela, but we will be loading up in here. It's match point for Blacklist International against Echo here, and if they can close this out, this will be their first series win against Echo in an entire year as they move on, of course, and we'll be sending Echo down to the lower bracket.
All right, looking at the what do I call it, the blueprint for both sides. Blackness International, they're playing for the mid game, while Echo is looking to scale towards that late game. Early game, however, is a different story because both teams have good potential to just snowball.
Right.
It's just that Blackness International has more kits around these mini objectives, which are the turtles and of course the gold lane towers.
Yeah, also, milestone here achieved for Oheb. He surpassed Kill VJ and is now ranked 7th in the MPL here. The Filipino sniper.
Oh, the sniper surpassing the king.
The king.
All right.
Who's now the king of Blacklist?
Nope, that's different. Oh, check this out. Blacklist, very aggressive, coming in, invading. Carl Teasy, now Sensui caught out, dashing on through. No buff stolen.
All right, real quick. Break down the emblems here. Anything crazy besides all those quantum charges?
I mean, firmness on the carry. It's it's becoming a thing.
firm.
You play the carry as a tank in the early game because you're not really emblem dependent. You're really more of the item choices that you have, like the corrosion sight, the golden staff, the DHS, the wind talkers. You need all of that stuff, but you need to survive the early game, and you don't want to be building up, of the full antique Karas or the dominance eyes on the carry. You just want to go for the leg plates and then go straight for the corrosion side.
Yeah, just a pair of pants, and then you go from there. Turtle already started up here, 2 minutes in. Very quick, moving, fast-paced fights here. Carl Teasy in too deep here, facing off against 3. Pops the Puissance. Turtle here at about a third of its health. Renegade throws out an Astral Recall. JP put it down to a third of his health this time around. Turtle gets reset.
Yeah, good back and forth here from both teams. Turtle going to reset, but Sensui will start it up. Edward!
Boom! Edward with an animation cancel penalty zone, plus another realm coming in. Sensui with the help of an Appraiser's Rat takes the Turtle, but Echo's not done. Big pull here from Santi. And Edward still survives. No dice as Blacklist walks away with a victory.
My goodness. Blacklist with the control from Renegade and Edward. Again, the commitment to just let Sensui take the turtle away from Carl Teasy. And these are the objective things that we were discussing earlier. Like Blacklist International has just more kits to utilize over Echo. Even though Echo does have the Rafaela to provide a sustain and the mobility, they just don't have that same catch that is that is being provided by the Terizla.
Yeah, again, I think one of the main things that you have here, obviously with the lineup for Echo, is that they have the sustainability, not just with the Rafaela, but of course the Netherrealm as well. Most likely, UA is taking that himself. But even from that first turtle fight, you already kind of get this picture. Like, all right, some of these fights, it's going to be a lot of back and forth. They're going to try to bait out some of these ultimates, some of these resources the best they can. But ultimately, it comes down to who executes it better with what they have, right? Blacklist International's lineup, though, especially as we scale into the game, they have the Novaria, right? The ability to whittle down people from far range without even being in a threatening range is an advantage that they could have. So Echo, once again, wants to play with the mobility that they have. They want to be able to maneuver around the map, and I think that's why it's also crucial
Carl,
that they find things early on if they can.
Energy Eruption coming in from Sensui, but neither side wants this fight. About 30 seconds until the next turtle.
Yeah, it's interesting that Blacklist International really picked up the Novaria in front of the Rafaela. It's considered a soft counter because you just mitigate the damage output and the pokes coming out from the Novaria. But Blacklist International has already done this in the regular season wherein they picked up the Novaria against the Rafaela and they utilized it in a way that is just providing vision and control during the fights. Renegade picking up the Ice Queen wand, which is something that I want to see in this game. Will allow more control for Blacklist International to deal with the Rafaela and the Faramis playing in the team fights.
Big ults missing from Echo here. Blacklist gonna oblige. Penalty zone from Edward coming in. Renegade with an Astral Echo, forcing out a flicker from the Hitman. And there's an early Netherrealm from the Agent. And now Sanji coming in with the pull. Turtle gonna get reset. Yue put down to a third of his health. Now just a 10th. And there's not enough damage. JP barely alive. And he gets popped here. First blood drawn by Agent Zero.
Yeah, revenge strike, got him. All right, so now with that on the board, Blacklist International, but Echo, are they going to get this, or is Sensui going to try to do something about it?
Oh, almost. Renegade throws out a recall. No one home. That's a turtle apiece. Echo scores.
Blacklist International still playing into that mid-game timing. They are getting the resources that they need, leading by a small margin of goal, but again, Echo is really looking forward to scale into that late game. So Blacklist International, if they want to make some pressure, some movements, it should be between the 6 to 8 minute mark, wherein the towers are really vulnerable against the Bruno.
Yeah, and the only thing they obviously are lacking, especially in those fights that are happening around the turtle, because really that's where all the action is right now. You're seeing it, right? They have sustainability, but they don't quite have the damage yet. Now that things have kind of gotten to this point, the turtle will be up here too. You saw the lane swaps going on too for Blacklist International, now eyeing that tier 1 on the top side. It's going to be up to Echo to be able to actually contest some of these, right? Sensui, though.
Spends his retribution. JP again, down to a fraction of his health. Gets hit with a recall. Now Sanford also very low, but they are going to push the advantage here. In too deep. The Poisson spent in by Carl Teasy. Watch Edwards still has a penalty zone. Echo push out Blacklist, but they will continue to push in.
Okay, they should be able to just heal back up here. Of course, Benny Cutie still going to plant himself there on the bottom side. Looks like he wants to possibly rotate up here for the fight. They know there's so much focus from Blacklist International right now for this turret.
Oh, Oheb forcing the issue. Finally gets the push. That's a top lane, tier 1 going down.
I mean, if you're Echo, you're all right with what happened, because Benny Cutie was able to get a lot of farm on the bottom lane, and the pressure was also sort of like mitigated from Blacklist International. But then again, you have to sort of like reinforce this defense in the mid game, wherein Blacklist International will be strong around its Bruno.
Yeah.
Berserker's Fury is already now out for the Bruno.
I was going to say, when you just said strong Bruno, that Berserker's Fury will allow him to be there. In this part, especially now, it's going to break out. Still, Benny Cutie on the bottom side, so they don't have him for this fight.
It's a 4v5 penalty zone spent in by Edward. Turtle here, very low. Out of retribution range, but just yet. And now comes UA using another realm. Carl Teasy, the young goat steals away the turtle. Now Blacklist thinking twice. Should we not? They back off. Echo scores the final turtle of game number 4, and Benny Cutie pushes.
They're winning the macro battle here for Echo, getting the turtle for Carl Teasy, and also a tower for Benny Cutie. Again, do keep in mind, Echo is looking to play to scale. Blacklist International, this is their timing. This is where they want to fight, but they're losing out on these micro objectives.
Yeah, right now, this is just a display of the macro game from Echo, right? And all this, it's allowing Benny Cutie to farm up. He is still, relatively hanging here with Oheb, but we do know that the carry takes a little bit more time. Already has that golden snap, has that corrosive scythe. So is Benny Cutie where he needs to be, Midnight, in terms of that first Lord fight that's coming up in just about a minute or so?
I think he needs a win of nature to be able to sustain against both Edward and Oheb.
And even Tensui.
Yeah. Some small, defense capability will help the carry, because he's not the main priority target here. It's always going to be Carl Teasy during the Lord takes. But it does help if Echo is able to just not look at the Lord and force a 5v5 against Blacklist International. And that starts if Benny Cutie is confident enough to step forward against these heroes on the side of Blacklist.
I know this is very, in terms of minutes, this is very far in the future, but with Benny Cutie playing the carry here, and the fact that they have a Rafaela, something that Blacklist International has to be careful for later is the split push, right? The backdoor maneuver that Echo has done so many times, especially with these heroes. So even with that, you got to buy some time for Benny Cutie, farm up, maybe the Wind of Nature, get a little bit of that defensiveness for him. Sanford even here picking up that Athena shield that'll help them deal with this kind of onslaught from Blacklist International right now, although Echo still holds a very minor lead when it comes to the actual team fights, right? The way that they approach them still has to be knowledgeable, at least careful of what Blacklist International can throw at them, especially the fact that pretty much both gold laners at this point have just farmed up. They haven't done too much just yet.
Talking about split, look at bottom lane. Like the Paquito is just handling the bottom lane by himself. Carl!
Watch out. I think Blacklist is just forcing out another realm.
Oh, it hurts.
This may be too expensive as Blacklist looks to blitz the Lord. Look at Carl Teasy.
Edward.
Sanji and JP, they know that they have to rush it. Can he come in? Lord scored here by Blacklist. And it's free. Blacklist claps back. Oh, wait. Look at this. From the flank, Benny Cutie in Sanford. Netherrealm scored by Blacklist. UA pops it. Oh, wow.
They were happy. They were happy.
Macro battle here. Blacklist's turn.
Yeah, Blacklist again, they were happy with that Lord take. They didn't want to force the 5v5 engagement against Echo. They want to be able to utilize this lure that is coming onto the bottom lane. Remember, you have a Bruno, just need to be able to position yourself in this bottom part of the jungle, but Echo, they know that for a fact. That's why all 4 heroes that are able to fight are placed in this part of the map. Even Sanford is going to reinforce this defense coming out from Echo.
Yeah, again, first Lord being drawn here for Black International. They're going to push down the bot here. What does Echo do?
They're looking to crash in. Penalty zone from Edward. The response, the re-engage. And Edward about to get popped here. NetherRealm coming in from Sanji.
Oh, you win.
Health goes down. Sensui right in the middle. Big bonk. Appraiser's Wrath. Is it his turn to turn? Nope. That's going to be no dice as they both back off.
So again, look at these team fights unfolding, right? Echo, as they farmed up for Benikudi, it's very difficult for them to actually get to convert some of these kills when they're low. You know, this is, guys, we're 11 and a half minutes in. There's 1 kill on the board.
That's the lowest I think we've seen since the regular season. Because I think the longest we've gone so far without a kill that happened regular season was 12 minutes in.
Uh-oh. Here we go. Sanford coming through. That bush, penalty zone, knocking up 3. Edward, he's feeling himself. JP very low. He goes down. Sensui gets the kill.
The run down.
And now Carl Teasy does not have the puissance, but it seems like Blacklist is going to be backing off.
Yeah.
Already big lead for Blacklist despite only getting 2 kills.
No HP and no HIB. And again, what they want is just the objectives. They just want to be able to choke out the resources away from Echo. You don't need to win 5v5 engagements. If you are able to push down these towers for the next 3 or 4 minutes, you will get a net positive result in terms of gold lead, and that just means that Benikudi will not be able to walk outside base, split, and get some farm because Blacklist International will be standing inside the jungle of Echo. It's, you know, removing the farm away from Carl Teasy and Benikudi.
Approaching the 13-minute mark here. Lord spawning in about 30 seconds. I have a question to present to you, gentlemen, because
another question. All
I
right.
think Echo here, you have to ask him, specifically Benikudi, are we there yet? Is he ready? Just like the film starring Ice Cube, 2005. Are we there yet?
Wow, you had to dig deep, huh? Well,
he probably looked that one up.
Okay, here's the thing.
The knowledge bank.
Benikudi,
you'll never know.
Where he is at right now is already a carry. He's already a carry.
He's real.
But the thing is, you also have to consider the way that they execute these fights, because as a carry, you also have a problem of Yue just stealing the NetherRealm. And then you also have to wait 1.7 seconds before you start dealing damage.
Oh,
it worked!
Fight starting up. Penalty zone spent on 2. Yue still has his NetherRealm, and that's Sanji spending his. Look at this, Echo going in too deep.
Oh, the hold!
Wait for carry. Benikudi here. Lord still out of retry range. Sanford barely alive. Wow, Teasy takes the Lord from the back. Yue is slain. Now Benikudi coming in. Sensui, energy eruption. He erupts himself. The storm is here, flickering on through. And now it's Edward's turn to get his triple kill for Benikudi.
You asked the question, Leo. And there it is. That's the answer. The triple kill, the carry is carry.
The storm is brewing for Echo. And now we feel the damage, we feel the DPS, the shred of Benikudi. And Blacklist International, I just want to say, Reggie kind of messed up that Lord dance for Sensui. The Star Shutter hit the Lord, and Carl Teasy was quick enough with the retribution timing.
Oh, look at the rubber banding effect as Oheb gets clapped here. Echo are in your face, they're in your base, and they're threatening the end. Carl Teasy gets punished. All right, here we go. Blacklist showing their teeth. Thou shalt not push, not so quick as Echo skedaddle.
Okay, they defend, but that was really close to possibly ending here. Echo now just full-on swinging the gold in their favor as well. We're going to take a look at the replay. This is exactly what we're talking about. The shot from Reddit brings it down.
Oh, it messed up the timing.
Gets the timing. That is tough. And then they get collapsed on in the triple kill for Benikudi here. So they're going to have to, basically they're paying the price now for this because momentum swings heavily in favor of Echo. Benikudi fully buffed up where he needs to be item-wise and everything else. And now they'll play around that. It only took them, 14 minutes to get there.
Yeah.
No big.
No biggie.
I mean, it's no biggie if you're able to play like this. Like, Echo now has full control of the map. even though as I say that they're not in the jungle of Blacklist International, you still have to consider that there is a Novaria on the side of Blacklist. It's not so easy for Echo to sort of like establish this map control because of the vision that is being given by Renegade. So there is that semblance of hope for Blacklist International. You're not essentially crumbling in terms of farm and resources because you are able to cover some, some parts of your map because of the Astral Echo.
That's right. I'd like to echo that.
It's funny because it's Astral Echo, but it's Black International.
And yeah, no, I'm about to say the same thing again. The fact that this is a 4K gold lead at 16 minutes, it's a small 4K gold lead.
Yeah. Honestly, even with that, at the way the game has gone, for the majority of it, Blacklist International is still in actually a good position to fight toe-to-toe with Echo. So really what it comes down to now, even with this situation, is can Blacklist International be the ones to get those ultimates out from Echo first, right? Especially as we get to these Lord fights in about 20 seconds here. One, is it UA, does he also take the Netherrealm, right? Which team uses that first, which team utilizes that first, but then getting through that sustainability with the Rafaela across from you. So you're fighting sustainability, obviously, with poke, with range, when you have the Novaria, a little bit of a vision advantage as well. But that's kind of the thing that Blacklist International has to solve here, and that's exactly why Echo will be confident enough to go ahead and start this dance up.
Yeah, no, this is a no-go. This is a no-go. If you're Echo, you're dancing with 2 left feet. You have an Astral Echo on you, and now it gets reset. Okay.
Okay, they're going to go back and forth. Once again, Edward, though.
Penalty zone, plus the Lord with a knock-up. Edward gets slain. Benny Curie. And now they go for it. Another realm from Sanji. Blacklist effectively evicted out of the jungle. And now Echo scores another Lord. And now Sanji comes with a pull. Oheb goes down. Traded up for Sanford, though. Look at this. Echo coming in from the back. And they are going to sandwich Renegade, Sensui, and Yue. And now Sensui. Oh, he gets taken out here. Blacklist are dispersed here.
I think that's it.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to defend against this. UA, Renegade. UA's probably going to go down. Of course, get chased down.
Mid-lane Magician playing with fate. Takes down Sanji. Wins the 2v1. Now Carl Teasy looking to end this. Looking to buy time. And Edward and Renegade.
Oh my God,
Yue. The Bataan boy connection keeping Blacklist
UA's
in
still
it.
alive?
Yue, my goodness.
He is. Oh, but not for long here.
Okay, he's
Don't say that. No mana.
One more.
No mana. All right, there goes a punch.
Hey, you got to give it up to Blacklist International buying enough time. Here with that situation. Yes, they still got to deal with the Lord. They've got 30 seconds for UA to be up. It's 4 members. Can they defend against this? Lord pushes it.
4v5. This is a Luminous Lord. It's big.
There goes the
and
slope.
there's a lot of damage coming in. Netherrealm forced out. Edward with penalty zone, but he goes down. Now a 3v5 defense. Sensui very low. Gets popped his immortality. And now the Lord gonna get taken care of. Sanji goes down. There's a wave in mid. Carl Teasy goes. Oheb still alive. Little Hitman goes back. Flicker's gone through. Watch the wave. Watch the base. And now Yuri gets his immortality pop. And he's fighting back.
No way!
Hitman is still here. Blacklist loses all of their inhibitors, but they effectively win the defense. Blacklist still in this. Echo crumbling.
How did they just defend against this? Yes, Sanji's up because of the passive, but Blacklist International gonna run it down mid here in an amazing defense.
You gotta come in, Edward, man. The penalty zone kept every single one on the side of Echo outside the range of the base. They were not able to utilize the Lord.
All right, watch out. Carl TZ coming in. Sanford as well, an early Netherrealm, keeping them alive, clearing the waves. But Oheb here.
Benecuti in 3.
Taking down Sanji. Here comes Sanford. They're going to need to punch every single minion, every single wave here. And just like that, Blacklist International are headed on to the upper bracket finals.
And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. And they do it. They break their own streak against Echo. They get the win in the series, heading to the upper bracket. Wow.
Blacklist International's first series win against Echo, putting them but one BO5 away from the big one. One series win away from the M5 World Championships.
Just got to soak it in there.
Yeah. Let me just say, they had to play the last fight perfectly, and perfectly they did execute that defense. That penalty zone, it looked like a feed from the Turizda. He was shredded as quick as, you know, as the series started and ended from the carry. But it was what Blacklist needed. It kept Echo outside the base of Blacklist International, and the micro, both from Renegade and Oheb, was phenomenal. That defense couldn't be better in any variation or universe you go to.
Renegade was playing the hero that he needed to play in that very moment. Yeah. If that was anything but a Novaria, if that was a setter tank, if that was a healer support, would not have happened the way it did.
We pointed out what he did to the Lord earlier on.
Yeah.
That just, again, made up for it entirely.
Compensated for it.
Compensated it.
Yeah, more than...
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
The combo was disgusting. Penalty zone into the Astral Echo. You cannot walk outside of that.
This is the different Blacklist International that people needed to see. So, again, congratulations to them. We're going to be thrown over on stage for the winning interview with Mara Aquino.
Thank you, casters. Once again, everybody, let's give a round of applause to Blacklist International. For this one, kailangan kong ibigay yung mic kay Rani J because sa iyong MPL career, this is the furthest that you've gone so far. You are now top 3 upper bracket finals and 1 win away from representing the country sa M5 World Championship. Ano yung ngayon? Yung tumatakbo sa isip mo? Anong nararamdaman mo? What's happening with you right now?
Syempre po, masayang-masaya ako. Pero hindi pa po ako satisfied kasi alam kong mas kaya pa namin sana eh. Mas kaya namin mag-finals or pumasok sa M5. Pero yun, dahil third place ko, syempre proud ako sa sarili ko. Tsaka yung mga pinaghirapan namin simula ng regular season na yun, unti-unti na kaming nagbubunga.
Pagkatapos mo tinanggal yung headset mo, anong unang sinabi mo?
Nakalimutan ko na po eh.
Ano yung unang naramdaman mo nun?
Siyempre po masaya kasi ang tagal na rin po namin na hindi sila natatalo yung yung echo ng Blacklist. So para sa akin sobrang sarap sa feeling kasi kami nakatalo.
Sensui, ikaw din actually gusto ko malaman to from you. Just like Rani J, ikaw din. This is the furthest so far. And it's not over yet. Kahapon, napaka-emotional mo. And today, again, one step away na ma-represent mo ang ating country.
Siyempre po, nung una po, sobrang saya kasi parang nagpe-pay off na po yung hard work po namin lima eh. Kaya yun po.
And you're doing so well, Sensui, talaga. Gumanda talaga yung career mo, lalo na pagkapasok mo sa Blacklist International. Anong ganap dyan, Oheb? Oheb, anong ganap?
Wala.
Kwento!
Dinidiscuss lang namin yung mga mali namin kanina.
Ay, kaagad-agad! Kaagad-agad dahil hindi pa tayo tapos. Eto, gusto ko lang malaman kasi the last time na natalo nyo ang Echo sa isang game was, I believe, Season 11. I believe, Season 11 pa yun, di ba? And the last time natalo niyo sila sa buong serye, sa MPL to, not including sa S10 pa, exactly. Season 10 pa. Now, you were able to beat a team that once dominated this league ngayong season. How were you able to do that?
Sobrang nag-focus talaga kami ng sobra kasi para sa amin, sobrang laking bagay din na natalo namin yung Echo na paulit-ulit kaming tinatalo sa lahat ng mga tournaments. Tsaka sobrang laking tulong nito sa confidence namin tsaka momentum namin sa upcoming matches namin. Sobrang saya naming lahat.
That's right. Actually, ito gusto ko malaman, Coach Master the Basics. Etong panalo na to, syempre tumaas yung confidence. How do you think from your observation, kasi syempre pag may isang koponan na lagi ko yung tinatalo, mag-iiba talaga yung mindset ng inyong manglalaro. Now, from this win, how do you think this will change their attitude, their morale, their perspective, moving on papunta sa ating championship?
Tingin ko yung confidence tataas, pero ang mindset kasi namin hindi kami pwedeng maging sobrang confident. Kailangan malaro pa rin namin yung laro namin. Yun yung priority.
At ngayon sasabihin na natin kung sino nga ba ang talagang naglaro ng laro. We're gonna announce the match MVP. Let me hear it from you guys. Sabi ni Oheb, lahat kami. All right, let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Oheb! Oheb, top 3 na kayo. And you were able to come back dito sa ating MPLs this season 12. What is the meaning of this para sa'yo that you're so close to once again representing the country?
Gusto ko yung patunayan yung sarili ko din kasi lahat na lang ng MPL season ko nung mga nakaraan, puro ako yung parang pinapatamaan ng mga tao na hindi daw nag-step up or hindi na daw magaling marunong ganun. Kaya gusto ko lang patunayan ngayon na ito ako, nagbatak ulit ako, nag-practice talaga ako para sa season na to kasi lahat kami, gusto namin patunayan ng mga sarili namin, lahat kami. Yan, gusto namin patunayan na malakas pa rin kaming lahat kami. Buong team namin.
Oheb is teary-eyed right now. Once again, everybody, let's give a round of applause to Blacklist International. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Blacklist International. Ngayon, nasa ating top 3, one step away from securing that M5 World Championship slot to represent the country. Hihimayin natin ang ating laban. Babalikan na natin ang ating analyst, Paso.
Thank you, Mara, and congratulations, agents and Blacklist International. You are gonna go to the upper bracket finals, and you finally get that series victory over Echo. What a game! And just like last night, yesterday, going up against Onyx, a crazy ending to a game number 4, but this time around, it's Blacklist who gets the W. Now, we know Coach Arcadia, you're going to be seeing more of him later, so it's just going to be me. But he mentioned something behind the scenes. He said, if Echo win this game, sobrang galing nila. Because the draft here for Echo, so difficult to pull off to what Blacklist International showed off. Of course, they gave the Comfort Valentina for Yue and then the Novaria for Renegade. They built up all these tools that do a couple of things really well. One, they pressure the boxer really well in the objective team fights. That's why you see Edward, lagi siya nagko-commit ng kanyang penalty zone every time they see the boxer. And that way, they get to force out ultimates or healing specifically from the Rafaela or the Netherrealm of the Faramis. But with everything having so much dive for Blacklist International, they can just go forward and apply pressure. That allows Oheb to shine, who becomes the MVP of this game. And one of the biggest reasons why he became the MVP here is, he just played really well with the lineup that was crafted to not only disrupt the objective team fighting of Blacklist International, but allow the Bruno to shine, but also that very crucial defense, which we'll talk more about pag nakita na natin sa ating recap and highlights of that previous game. Now, Echo, again, they kept things close, but this is such a very difficult lineup to make work. On behalf of Coach Arcadia, this is what he said. One of the few ways Echo would win this game is this, with either a retribution dual win from Carl TZ, punish a mistake, and then at the same time, a flank from Benny QT. He literally said that right before that Lord fight happened. He called it and it happened. It got to the point where it was this. Echo, again, one of the teams that fall to this kind of ending sometimes. Masyado silang greedy or excited tapusin yung laban at key moments, not realizing that meron pa rin mga capability yung kalaban nila na maka-wave clear at maka-depensa. But you have to commend Echo really here, how they fought this with Blacklist International finding a way to control the game to the point where mukha nang parang imposible na makalord dito yung Echo, but they found mistakes to punish. They found opportunities to say, hey, we can find a little bit more positioning and advantage pagdating sa Lord, but then when it came to the crucial defense, Oheb, and I really want to commend here, Renegade did so well para makapag-wave clear and para makapag-damage, maximizing the ability kits that they have. Yung Star Shatter galing sa Novaria and the Astral Meteor para makapag-wave clear kagad. And of course, Oheb being able to position really well, stay alive. You saw there, Echo, hinahanap talaga nila sa Oheb dun sa huling attempt para tapusin yung laban, but they couldn't get to him, and it got to the point where it just ended in a one-way down the mid, and the Agents erupt with joy as they go into the upper bracket finals. Now, we've talked a lot about Sensui, especially leading up to MPL Philippines Season 12. Kung pinapakinggan nyo, talaga kami yung cast namin, especially in Season 10, Season 11, and leading up to S12, we've always really touted him as someone who is up there with Carl Tizzy, with Wise in terms of being able to jungle really, really well. And Sensui says, I'm gonna make a name for myself, and he has solidified that this season. He did it last season as being one of the best Retribution junglers, and now he's doing it, filling the shoes very well and playing so well with Blacklist International, as you saw there in the jungling pattern and his heat map, controlling it so that Echo wouldn't be able to find a lot of opportunities. But then again, they did. There is a trend dito sa MPL Philippines Season 12 actually, kung saan hindi masyado maganda yung win rate ng combination of the Faramis and then the carry. Now, carry has fallen off out of favor somewhat. Meron pa din mga teams talaga na hinabol si carry because of the late game strength that you can get out of that hero, and it will really match the late game strength of a Bruno so well, especially with the lineup na binuo dito ng Echo. Meron din naman silang lineup na katulad ng lineup ng Blacklist, magaling din yung mga pyesa binigay nila para kay Benny QT so that he can shine, para maganda yung space sa kanya, so that he has sustainability. Again, you have 3 chances to be able to survive. You have the Holy Healing, binibigay ng Rafaela para makapag-reposition and get even closer so that he doesn't have to dash forward. You have the Nether Realm ng isang Faramis para, alam naman natin ano ginagawa ng ultimate ng Faramis eh. And then of course, he has his own Flicker as well. So it was another almost near classic performance from Bagyong Benny with how he was able to gank in that key Lord fight kung saan nakuha ni Carl TG and Echo yung Lord to the point where Blacklist International had their backs against the wall. Now, looking at the stats here, and to add to the idea really of how much impact Oheb and Renjay had in this specific game, the ace of the game, highest damage dealt, is actually Oheb, and then the wingman with all the assists provided by Renjay. Another thing Coach Arcadian wanted to point out was that Renjay, such a flexible roamer, at sobrang fan siya sa paglaro ni Renjay ng isang Novaria dahil parang halos lahat ng abilities ginagamit niya sulit. Almost all the time, the information was just non-stop being provided by Renjay. He was dealing damage with the Star Shatters. So that was the points that Coach Arcadia wanted to make if he were here on this stand with me. And that is the end of the El Clasico, maybe for now. Echo will go through the lower bracket, losing in the first round, katulad lang nangyari sa MPL Philippines Season 11 Playoffs, while the Agents can breathe a little bit lighter. That's it for the series. Thank you so much for joining us here with this series, with us on the analysis stand. And on behalf of Coach Arcadia, my name is Reptar. We'll throw you on over to Hans now with the M-Vibe check.
Thanks again, Reptar, and don't worry about it because I got Coach Arcadia here, and gaya na nabanggit niya kanina, we are witnessing an immense amount of series na Na-analyze mo din kanina and super helpful ng mga naging insights mo together with the resident analyst na si Reptar. Going up against, Echo and Blacklist International para sa pinakaunang serye ng araw na ito. At kung sino man ang dalawang mapipili natin dahil 4 na teams pa ang natitira ay tsak makakapasok sa M World Championship. Kaya naman, you're very familiar with the Malaysian MLBB scene.
Yes.
And he is the best person to talk about in terms of our featured team right now, which is none other than the Homeboys. Homeboys, this is the first time in, I believe, 7 seasons na nakarating sila sa championship, nakarating sila sa World Championship. So, ano ba, meron bang pagkakaiba or changes sa Malaysian MLBB scene compared sa dito mismo sa Pilipinas?
Sa totoo lang, siguro when it comes to game style or play style, medyo similar na rin when it comes to PH or other regions. Pero sa draft, medyo may siguro mga minor changes doon. Meron silang mga heroes doon na pinaprioritize nila. Pero dito sa PH, hindi na masyadong pinaprioritize.
Alright, I see it. Especially doon, no? Sa mga picks na meron tayo, right? It's 37, wherein dito, minsan makikita natin around 35. So, merong mga picks na talagang lumulusot na we don't usually see, right? So, you're absolutely right with that one. And again, eto yon. Ito yung mga picks na meron tayo. And I have to say, somewhat similar yung iba. Pero meron akong isang nakikita, yung Hellcurt na dati. Nandito rin yan sa atin, di ba? Pero hindi na siya gaanong na-highlight as much right now. Very conditional. What about Homeboys? Sino ba dyan yung dapat na titigan ng mga Pilipino once na dumating sila dito sa Pilipinas?
Siguro para sa akin, yung dapat nila abangan si Sorn. Si Sorn matagal na player talaga to sa ML scene. Actually, kasali rin siya before dun sa MSC, yung unang-unang MSC pa. And then, last season, nag-perform well rin siya sa MPL Malaysia. So I think going to the M5, he might show something good also.
Alright, internationally speaking, MSC na ilista niyan. And actually, nakarating din sila ng finals nung SEA Games. Nung nakalaban naman nila ang ating Team Seaball na nirepresenta din ang kanilang bansa right over at Malaysia. And sobrang naging insightful yun. Kasi kung titignan mo na mabuti, that could give you a little bit more in terms of yung playstyle talaga. Kasi aggressive si Sorn, di ba? And so is Homeboys. Yun yung nabanggit mo kanina, very aggressive ang playstyle ng MY.
Yes, si Homeboys, feel ko pwede siya mahalin tulad sa Echo playstyle. Kasi si Homeboys, sila yung tipong sobrang aggressive nila sa turtle fight. Sobrang sync nila with each other. Lagi nagko-connect yung mga skills nila. And yung heroes talaga na kino-compose nila is for turtle fight.
Alright, aggressiveness, playstyle to the max na makikita natin mula sa MPL-MY champions na Homeboys. Kaya huwag niyong palalagpasin yan kasi darating sila sa M5 World Championship. Again, Coach Ark, maraming salamat for your insight. This was a major breakthrough para malaman natin kung sino ba ang ibang mga kupunan na darating dito sa Pilipinas. Pero before anything else, the second series, the final one of the day is gonna be between RSG Philippines kontra sa APBR. Kaya naman huwag kayong aalis dahil maghaharap sila maya-maya. Magbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 12.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Zero 35G, 4K ultra clear front vlog phone. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Pi Channel. And EVM Convention Center. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 Playoffs action live at EVM Convention Center. Get your tickets now from our official ticketing partner, Slash. Just go to bit.ly/S12 Playoffs tickets for more details. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito.
Napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Baka di lang niwalang kaya ko mag-jungle. Ganyan din naman sabi nila nung nag-gold lane ako, nag-change role ako. Papakita ko na sa kanila. Sa mga player naman, wala akong kinakatakutan na kahit sino. Dapat sila yung matakot sa akin.
Tingin ko yung pinakamalakas sa jungler ngayong season is si Carl TC pa rin. Napaka-flexible ng mga heroes na kaya niyang gamitin. Kaya niya mag-utility, kaya niya mag-assassin. Saka yung mga decision making niya on point, lalo na sa mga objective taking.
Nadadali niya na rin lahat ng players dahil sa tapang niya maglaro ganun. Sobrang aggressive niya na may halong play safe.
Feeling ko bumibelo pa lang yun eh. Tsaka gigil pa rin yun hanggang ngayon nakunin yung back-to-back na World Championship.
Yung top 3 junglers ko po ngayong season is, yung top 1 ko po si Carl TC, top 2 ko po si Kyle TC, top 3 ko po si Iran.
Top 1 ko is Irad, top 2 ko Carl, top 3 ko Saida.
Top 1 ko si Carl TG pa rin. Top 2 ko si Kyle TG. Top 3 ko si King Kong siguro.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Rapid fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Tagatang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So what I would proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix Zero 35G, 4K ultra clear front vlog phone. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines, Pi Channel, and EVM Convention Center. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 Playoffs action live at EVM Convention Center. Get your tickets now from our official ticketing partner, Slash. Just go to bit.ly/S12 Playoffs tickets for more details. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito. Napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Maligayang pagbabalik sa isa na namang Smart All Access segment. This is your very own Odin at binalikan natin ang Mia's Archery Lane para masubukan natin kung paano pumana. Kuya, paturo naman. Kasama natin si Kuya Angelo para igad tayo kung paano mamana dito sa ating lane. Tatama kaya ako? Pag ito, tumama sa bullseye ba yung tawag doon, Kuya? Bullseye. Pag tumama to sa bullseye, magiging crush ka ng crush mo.
Make sure na nakapatong yung arrow, then yung single color naman, nasa ng dominant block sa ilalim ng block niya. Tapos 3 fingers sa ilalim ng arrow. Yung paa niyo.
Pumasok sa blue. Ano score ko? 5. Isa pa. Pa din. Paano tayo magiging crush na crush natin yan? Wala talaga. Last na talaga. Pag ito hindi tumama, aasa pa rin tayo. Malapit na. Malapit na talaga tayong makrush ng crush natin. Ay, maraming salamat, Kuya Angelo. Ganito ba to? Ayan. Ganito lang naman ang gagawin nyo dito sa Mia's Archery Lane. At libre to. Unlimited raw ang pwede nyo panain. Kung pangarap nyo maging marksman, kung magaling kayo sa Land of Dawn mag-Mia, huwag nyong kalimutan pumunta dito sa Mia's Archery Lane. Puntahan muna natin ang ating Creators Corner at silipin natin kung ano nga ba nag-aabang sa atin mamaya lamang. Yan ay susunod nating segment with Smart All Access. Again, this is your very own Odin. Balik na muna tayo sa Land of Dawn.
Magandang gabi MPL Arena at sa lahat ng mga nakatutok dito sa ating home of the strongest MLBB players in the world. Ako po si Mara Aquino, ang inyong host. Kasama ko, Hans and Burrito.
Grabe, sobrang exciting ng mga naganap kanina. Nakakagulat yung mga naging performance dito, and for sure this time magiging magaganda pa rin ang magiging laro.
Next ito, tuloy pa natin. Sobrang dami ng mga matches na naganap. Day 1, now we are nearing the end of day number 2, but of course, 2 new teams ang makikita natin para sa araw na to.
That's right. Para sa ating last match of the day, we have 2 of the most dominant teams in the country, led by 2 of the most decorated coaches. Actually, ito after 3 games, okay? After defeating Omega, sweeping them in 3 games, the Raiders are now on a collision course against a team that has not won a game against them sa ating regular season. Do you think this trend will continue, Burrito Hans?
Para sa akin, kung pagbabasihan natin yung naging performance kahapon ng RSG, may kita natin na sobrang prepared nila pagpasok dito sa playoffs. No, iba't iba, 3 games na yon, iba't ibang performance ang kanilang pinakita, iba't ibang playstyle, ibinibigay nila yung mga heroes ni Eto Max, tinatanggalan nila ng mga heroes si Chaknus, si Matt. So I think this time, kung dala-dala ba nila yung magiging, sabihin natin yung winning formula nila nung regular season, feeling ko, ito pa rin eh.
That was what RSG did against Omega kahapon. Pero kung titignan natin yung regular season, going up against APBR naman, parang nagkakatalo na lang talaga sa breaks of the game eh. Kasi most of the matches na nangyayari between the Hive and of course the Raiders ay tumatanggal ng halos 20 minutos. That already goes to show you how long and how far ahead these teams are in terms of yung mechanical display nila sa macro ability.
Analyst, may mga record siya eh. 20 minutes, 19.15. Yan. Yan ang ginagawa ni Hans backstage. Pero alam nyo, hindi madali ang naging journey ng ating dalawang team nung nakaraang regular season. In fact, kahit top 2 seed ang APBR, nakaranas din sila ng mga pagsubok, yung mga talo. And it became a tough competition for them. Alamin natin kung paano nga ba to hinarap ng buong team. And let's watch this.
So, ang pinag-usapan namin, lalo kami ni Daki, yung nakakalimot lang kami dun sa old winning ways namin. Kumbaga, sama na lahat ng technicality sa mindset, work ethic. Saka yung gutom ba? Parang nawala. Kasi kaming, kahit sino naman siguro ng team, kung tuloy-tuloy kang sanay na manalo, nakalimutan mo na yung gigil nung panahon na wala ako napapala. Yun lang yung binalik namin. Kasi yun, actually hanggang ngayon yung pa rin, inaayos namin hanggang playoffs eh. Dahil lang yung pinag-usapan namin, kailangan may work on.
You know, guys, it's true that before coming to the season, Bran has been very successful. Nagkaroon nga sila, naging gold medalist sila.
Yep.
But what is it about them that pag nananalo, nakakakuha ng kampyonato, nawawala yung gigil daw, nawawala yung drive?
Para sa akin siguro, doon sa mindset na gano'n, masasabi natin na naging confident siguro ang APBR dahil nga sa kakatapos na Ayash ay lahat ng mga teams na yon ay tinalo nila. Wala silang naging losing na game na naitalo bukod doon sa finals against Indonesia. So feeling ko pagpasok nila dito, nagbago, and I think naka-apekto din yung pagbabago ng meta, di ba? Yung week number 3, nagkaroon ng mga utilities, di ba?
Oh, I mean, hindi mo sila masisisi.
Yep.
Major achievements yung nakuha nila off-season, being SEA Games gold medalists and of course the ISF World Champions for this year. But again, going back dito sa Pilipinas na pinoproclaim nga natin na pinakamalakas pagdating sa laruan ng MLBB. It would be, you know, very unnatural if they would also tend to dominate the same way that they did from before. Kasi I'm sure na before the start of the season, pinaghandaan sila ng the rest of the teams na meron tayo dito sa Pilipinas.
Now, for sure, they need to change things up today. Otherwise, it might be a more difficult task for them going down the lower bracket. Pero punta naman tayo sa ating kabilang panig. After successfully sweeping Omega, Coach Panda believes that yung mga inconsistent struggles nila actually became their strength. And we interviewed him and he had something to say. Let's listen to this.
I think it'll be 50-50. Lalo sa draft, if the draft is pangit, may malaking chance to be one-sided.
I think that was the first one. The first one na nakuha nila dun sa RSG and Omega, right? But again, if we're gonna go back to that, kung titignan mo kasi na mabuti, RSG is the type of team na it will take time for them to actually go for it. Like minsan, most of their wins are reverse sweeps. Kaya nabanggit siguro ni Coach Panda from before na yun yung naging strength nila.
And para sa akin, no, masasabi natin na may ano talaga, may dala-dala talaga dito ang RSG. Remember, sila ang pumutol ng 11-win streak ng Echo. So talagang kailangan mong i-expect na itong team na to, yung gutom nila right after ng season 9 na magkampiyon sila, ay pwedeng pamalas nila ngayon.
You know, that's not the only thing that Coach Panda said. He has something more to say. Let's listen to this.
I feel like this season we are the last one because we were able to win mga top tier teams, but at the same time, we were inconsistent in our mga regular season performance. I mean, if we are like Bren, saka Echo, we're consistent talaga yung laro nila. They will not think of us as last one. But this season, we know how to defeat top teams, and we lost mga teams. So, this time, last one talaga. So, since we're last one, edi spread natin sa playoffs.
Oh!
Wow!
Okay, what do you guys think about Coach Panda saying sila na ang bagong lason ngayong season?
You know what I like the most about it? Nung unang interview niya, ang sinasabi niya, okay, medyo 50-50, ganyan. Parang medyo hindi pa siya certain dun sa magiging ganap. Pero ngayon, naka-instill na, ready, confident, and very much prepared ang buong RSG to go for this. Kasi since we're the dark horse, let's go for it in the playoffs.
Gusto ko yung sinabi niya dito, no, sila na yung ngayon yung dark horse ng liga. Dahil nga naman, sobrang unpredictable ng team na to. No? Parang nung regular season, sinasabi nila na para silang mga tubig. Kung ano yung nakakaharap nila, ginagaya nila. Napoportray nila kung ano man yung gusto nilang role as doon sa nagiging laro na yon. Pero this time kasi, APBR na kalaban nila, no? IESF World Esports Championship, champions rather, and sila rin naman may international experience na. So, 50-50 talaga to.
It's interesting kasi ayon nga kay Coach Panda, they're able to beat the top teams.
Yeah.
Pero yung mga teams na feeling mo matatalo nila, sila naman yung natatalo. Why do you think that is?
Siguro dahil sa alam kasi ng mga teams kung sino yung tatargetin nila dito. Remember, hindi naman tatawagin si Irad na the mechanics kung hindi talaga fully mechanics or mechanically gifted itong player na to, no? So most likely, ang i-expect natin dito ngayon mga targeted heroes para dito kay Irad. And for sure naman, kung sa kabilang panig naman, Kyle TC kasi halos ganun din yung hero pool eh. So it's all about the execution. It's all about how they position themselves doon sa mga nagiging Lord fight. And exciting talaga ng laban na to.
Yeah, and I'd like to take a chunk from what most of the pro players are mentioning na nag-iiba lahat ng mga teams pagdating ng playoffs.
Yeah.
Yes, you can count them out pagdating sa mga simula na, okay, Bren sweeps everyone except for RSG dun sa unang dalawa nilang pagkikita, but RSG is more prepared now. Same with the side of AP Bren. So we're gonna be expecting one amazing match parating ngayon.
Banggit mo din kanina yung junglers. Both teams had to solve something prior to their meeting, but one apparent factor throughout their campaign this season is the respect given to their respective junglers, Irad and Kyle TZ. Now, if we're going to take a look at APBR and RSG's most banned against heroes, most of it are their heroes.
Wow!
At tingnan natin itong nasa screen. What do you think about this?
Mostly funny, no? Ito yung mga heroes talaga na masasabi natin na ipambubulag nila. Kahapon, laban against Smart Omega, andun yung curveball, di ba? Nailabas nila yung Fredrin, tapos iniliko nila sa Fanny. So, itong dalawang players na to, na masasabi natin na mechanically gifted talaga, kailangang paghandaan ng bawat teams. Malamang mga respect bans muli ang ating makikita, pero dun sa pickings, parang hindi naman din yun yung usual na nakikita natin. Pero, let's see.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense. Kasi, Irad, from what we've seen him use, di ba, kanya nga nanggaling yung Guinevere for this season.
Yep.
Right, for this season, ginamit niya yung Guinevere against a lot of the other teams out there. Assassin, fighters, utility. Meanwhile, si Kyle TZ, isa sa mga leaders in terms of retribution take. Pagdating sa Lord, pagdating sa Turtles, dyan mo siya maaasahan. So this is gonna be a clash of two different styles sa junglers pa lang.
Actually, interested ako kung if maybe one game Isa si Kyle Tizzy, mapipili niya yung fanny niya.
Yeah.
Then another game, si Irad naman.
Testing lang, testing lang.
Kasi parehas sila, gusto nila yung kanilang fanny and they're both really strong at it. Ang tanong, sino nga ba ang magwawagi? The Beasts or the Raiders? This is a battle between RSG Philippines and APBR. Now let's go over to the voice of MPL to call out the players. Raptar, pasok.
For these two teams, it's not a question of can they become champions, but when will they become champions again? The winner of this match will be one step away from the grand finals and M5. Let's welcome our teams. Introducing first, Infinite All-Star Roamer Master Ogwin. Super Marco, the Phenom Kyle Tizzy, the original Tizzy Bro Flap Tizzy, and the idol of the kids few, I've come alive for APBR. And their opponents, they're light as the Roamer, the MSC 2022 Finals MVP Eman, the Mechanic Irad, Nafs Entertainment, and the Splash Bro Aqua, Rise, Slay, RSG Philippines! And their two legendary coaches, Coach Ducky and Coach Panda. MPL Arena, welcome to our final match of the day!
Hindi ba tayo lahat ay excited para sa legendary match na to? Matagal na sa liga ang mga membro ng APBR, pati na rin ng RSG. Pero this time sila naman magkita para magbakbakan at maglaban para sa upper bracket finals. My name is Wolf, our analyst for today. And why don't we look at the two teams? Dahil para sa akin, may distinct na similar dito sa dalawang teams na to. For me, parehas ng stereotypes na gustong mga heroes ang dalawang teams with their players, pero iba yung approach. At ano yung approach na yun? Yung speed. I think nakita natin na buong regular season ng Brenny Sports ay mas mabilis when it comes to their execution. Nandiyan Super Marco, Kyle Tizzy, Few, Flap Tizzy, and Ogwen. Pag nireview ninyo ang mga heroes na ginamit ng mga players ng APBR, madaming kagaya sa pinipili ng RSG. For example, alam natin na si Ogwen kaya-kayang gumawa ng mga catch type of heroes, at alam natin si Super Marco ay isang win condition kind of player. At syempre, mga assassins para kay Kyle Tizzy. Nakita natin syempre mga utility tanks na pwedeng gamitin sa jungler na pinipili din naman ng RSG. But we do know na gusto ng APBR ang mga assassins na to. Same can be said for RSG Philippines. Nandiyan si Eman, si Irad, si Aqua, si Nats, pati na rin si Light, with Eman also being the win condition para sa RSG Philippines, mga farm-heavy kind of marksman, while ito namang si Light, alam natin, catcher type of heroes din ang kanya pine-prefer. And of course, Irad, na mahilig din sa mga assassins. Naagulat lang syempre na ang kanilang most picked heroes ay Baksha at Fredrin. But we do know na ang RSG at APBR ay may pagkakaparehas when it comes to their choices of heroes. And that is yung assassins, catcher heroes, win condition on their marksman. At sinabi natin, parehas ng stereotypes ng mga choices of heroes ang gusto piliin ng dalawang teams na to. Ang pagkakaiba nilang yung speed of execution. We know for sure that APBR likes to play it real fast. And when you compare it naman para dun sa RSG, they wanna take it slow. nakita natin na yung RSG Philippines sa start of the regular season, they really slow down the pace of the game at alam natin mas farm dependent sila. At nakikita natin yung RSG speed ay kakaiba. Minsan may mga games na nakakakuha ang RSG kapag sobrang bilis na kanilang ginagawa. But alam natin na ang fundamental states to us na gusto nila maglaro ng slow pace game. Yung sa APBR naman, kahit pareha sila ng mga gustong heroes na kunin, mas mabilis naman dihamak ang tempo na pinaglalaroan ng APBR. Ito rin yung dahilan kung bakit ang mga successful games ng APBR ay yung mga maikling games. When I was able to look at some of the games of APBR, na-review natin na on average yung mga game yung winning games ng side ng APBR ay maikli. While for RSG, it was the longer games. At APBR, hindi sila ganun kahasa sa mga longer games. Medyo dun sila natalo at dun natin nakita na unti-unting nakakakuha ang mga teams ng banalo over APBR after winning their streak. Of course, ang mga importanteng mga kailangan tignan natin between these two teams, ang keys to victory. And of course, para sa APBR and RSG Philippines, we've looked at the Infinix keys to victory at simulan natin kay Master Ogwen. Show them how it's done. Lalo na pag si Master Ogwen, when he was performing all throughout the regular season, nagkaroon siya ng nominations on being the best roamer. Eventually, siya ngayon napunta dun sa ating all-star team. At dahil naman dun sa kanya pinapakita na sa pagiging catcher at sometimes pag kailangan magiging utility rin siya on the roam side, nakita natin na nagpa-perform pa rin siya. For RSG, same can be said with Nats. I personally think na kapag nag-init itong si Nats, napakahirap niyang pigilan. Locate and decimate Super Marco. Alam natin pag ginagamit niya yung mga Arlot, yung mga Terisla, even likes of Benedetta, kaya-kanya ma-access yung backlines, particularly sa Gold Lane, which we say that Super Marco is the win condition hero player para sa side ng APBR. And both, of course, win the crucial first turtle battle. Ito ay magdidictate kung sino makakuha ng tempo ng game. Hindi pwedeng ibigay basta-basta ang first turtle sa dalawang teams na to because they want to operate in a good sense. So mag-farm, of course, ng RSG, while yung APBR naman, they want to secure the tempo of the game. At yan, siguro, ang pwede natin expect sa dalawang teams na to. I'm very excited about this because we know na makakakita tayo ng ibang klaseng drafting discipline from both teams. At the same time, palaban din ang dalawang teams na to. Sabihin na natin slow pace ang RSG pero pag nahanap nila yung tempo nila, they also want to kill continuously and win the team fights. That's also can be said for APBR. This is a very, very exciting match. At bakit, huwag na natin patagalin. Ipatuloy natin sa ating mga casters.
Revenge and retribution, resurgence, a return to form, a rematch to rival all. Welcome on Mabuhay at your service. My name is Leo here with Rockhart and Renmar Santa Cruz, bringing you APBR versus RSG-PH. It's us, We Bear Bros, closing up tonight's final matchup, a best of 5.
Yeah, we're gonna get into it, and of course, it is gonna be who is gonna be actual the Venom. The actual Venom of MPL Philippines
Teams
playoffs.
have been looking at people have been looking at these two teams as potential Venom. So we'll see if that's actually going to be true.
Real quick before we get into the matchup, Smart Gig Arena is open to all Smart and TNT subscribers where they can join an array of arcade games and esports tournaments like MLBB and many more.
And to get started, all you have to do is create an account on gigaarena.smart using your Smart or TNT mobile numbers.
All right. With that said, it was set up by our good friends on the stands and of course our analyst Wolf. What exactly we can expect between these two. It's no secret that RSG-PH had APBR's number over and over again throughout Season 12. And will it change here? This is what the cards dealt with them, right? You were expecting that RSG and APBR were going to bump heads one more time. What makes it different this time around?
I guess what makes it a bigger difference here is how you kind of look at their mindset, right? RSG obviously off of a win from yesterday, and we're talking about Bren Esports, APBR, who have been trying to find their form ever since they started the season. They've been really erratic. They had a great start, they fell off, and then they came back strong before the season ended.
Yeah, and it also boiled down to the fact that it's a slightly different metagame. With the inclusion of Nolan, we've seen the effect of it, the potential of, if ever teams actually also prepped for it, having a Popol and Koopa in the jungle available for them. We know that APBR loves the Uranus pickup as a potential poisonous EXP laner, but looking at the player head-to-head with Few and Aqua. Their picks are going to be important as well. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if we're still going to be sticking to the same mid laners that have been prioritized this season. You've been seeing the heroes there, Novaria, Valentina, Faramis, all that stuff, Gord as well. But the difference between these two is that Few has actually flexed a little bit more picks in the mid lane. He can play a Minotaur mid if asked for it.
That's right. It's not always, and it's not just about that flex, right? If you can get a win with these flexes, because RSG has been trying to do the same. Aquado, I think he might have just a tad more of a wider hero pool than Few, but Few's had more like consistencies all throughout.
I think it's a matter of effectiveness, right? One of them more willing to try things out with a varying success rate. The other just so technically profound, so technically skilled, and that's where Aqua comes in. Again, he's often compared to Etomax from Smart Omega, and obviously one of them more willing to get up front in your face, and that's Aqua, and that's why he's here. He's one best of 5 away from the upper bracket finals, and just like in the last season, just like in season 11, RSGPH came oh so close. How long has it been now? Season after season, they're coming in third.
Yeah.
Just one more slot away from greatness, one more slot from the big international tournament to cap off the year.
Yeah, ever since that Season 9 championship, it's always been almost for RSG.
Yeah, and funny enough, it's also the same for AP Bren. Although the almost of RSGPH is closer there, AP Bren, it's can they get past 4th now? If they start off this campaign going down to the lower bracket again, they're going to remember Season 10. They're going to remember what happened last season. So it's like almost it's never enough is one of the major themes for these two teams.
Nathan Sykes and Ariana Grande could not have enough of it. Now,
Aren't
with
they
that
guys?
said,
You're just kidding.
I wish
they were.
Rockhard, don't play with my emotions. But with that said, again, looking back at recent history, it's been quite a wild ride for AP Bren. 2023 has been amazing for them. They're #1 in average turtle kills, so you can best expect that their ramp up into the mid game is amazing, as much as they have achieved in this year alone, fighting under the Filipino national athletes banner of CBOL. They've won gold medals across different major tournaments. One from Romania, the other from Cambodia, and now they're coming back. Can they finally become champions here?
That's a big question, right? I feel this is another step towards what AP Bren calls their year of victory, or as we say in Tagalog, taon ng tagumpay, right? So they've done so many international wins. They need they need the MPL S12 win and the M5 win to go for the Grand Slam.
Yeah,
for the whole year.
Exactly. This is the team that has solidified the idea or made sure that is the PH era over question. And the answer to that isn't a yes. They made sure that the PH era in terms of the national team level is still standing strong. But then there's something we've talked about all season long about playing in MPL Philippines. Hashtag, it's harder in the Philippines.
It is, though.
Do we have that hashtag?
It's true.
It's not an official thing, but it's something that an idea we floated around. That even our national team that has flown in different countries, they made it to Europe. And they dominated there.
They made it to the Middle East.
They made it to the Middle East too.
That's right.
And when they come back home, they struggled. It just shows the level of competition here in MPL-PH.
Yeah, I actually really do like that idea, and I think if they can do that here at home, they can do it anywhere now at this point, right?
I mean, it's so weird that you gotta go backwards. I can do it anywhere. I can succeed here, there, everywhere. But when I come back home, it's a question of motivation, and I think that's something that was mentioned earlier. For those of y'all who were tuned in but not on your screens, you heard the dulcet tones of one Brendan Lynn Pesebre. That's Coach Vren.
Yeah,
and
the bedroom voice.
Yeah, he talked about it, and he laughed. I love it. Like, he capped it off pretty well. A very sincere voice bites there. He talked about how it's a matter of preparation and how the back and forth of going through all of these tournaments eventually got to them. And here, going up against RSG, he acknowledges the fact that, it's been tough. It's about prep, and now you go into what Coach Panda said to respond. It's a 50-50. It comes down to the draft. What I'm looking forward to is neither of these teams kind of showing cracks. There's no room for mistakes. I mean, say what you will about this being an upper bracket matchup. There is a lower bracket, a second life. But no, you want to get as close to that M5 slot, to that grand finals as soon as possible. Straight lines, A to B. Now, from the drafts, we go into the G. Here's game one. Let's see who's on the play. Again, blue side wins. Ain't a thing. Because if you're doing it right, it won't matter. AP Bryn on the play, banning out the Edith and the Akai RSG, taking out the Nolan.
I actually really love what you said right there, Leo, because I feel like people have been putting too much emphasis on the blue side. I think right now 70% win rate for a lot of teams, 60-70% that's playing around him. Yeah, that's a great number, but yeah, you're actually right. As long as you execute properly, and if you draft properly, by the way, big factor now in this playoffs. We've seen that trend. If you do that right, you know what? It doesn't matter. That side that we talk about, you can kind of just put it on the wayside.
And now once we look at the banning phase, you still have the typical first picks available. With the backshot gone now, it's like AP Bren goading RSG into thinking, hey, we can pick up the Fredrin as the first pickup. These two teams have very prolific Fanny players, but considering that the red side first two counter picks is so strong, especially going up against a Fanny and maybe even potentially a Joy first pick, if having to choose between the two, I'd rather first pick the Joy over the Fanny. But then again, one of the strongest jugglers in the game, Fredrin, is still available, and we know he's a strong first pick.
Yep. Letting the Fanny up is actually going to benefit either teams, right? Because I think Mara mentioned it earlier alongside our panel. Fanny is great either with Irad or with Kyle Teasy. Both of them going to be loving to play around that.
True. And now, first pick coming up. If it's okay, they banned out the Joy. Fredrin is available if they want to go the safe route. If they want to be spicy, teams have first pick Faramis.
How about Matilda, dog?
Matilda, dog. Yeah, Matilda is still very much available.
Can never go wrong.
So yeah, a lot of power picks potentially here up on the table for Ramis, Matilda, Fredrin.
She always on the way? Yeah, she is.
Always on the way.
She's here.
The first pick.
Yeah. Wow. And it just goes to show the priority here of the Matilda in the Philippines, because in other regions, specifically looking back at MPL Indonesia, there have been times where teams were willing to give up the Matilda in the first game.
They're eyed with the Matilda.
They're eyed. I feel like that's something that we've actually seen kind of still be... I think they have a higher win rate right here compared to overseas right now. But yeah, I feel like Matilda has shown its value, especially in the games that we saw yesterday.
Oh!
There you go.
For Angela.
Angela's up.
I was about to say, a couple of times in the first match today and maybe even yesterday, Angela got snubbed.
Yeah,
that's unacceptable. Here, Coach Panda's not letting that slip.
Yeah, I saw that. Leo was about to file a formal complaint. What are you guys doing?
I retracted it.
You're ignoring the gel? Come on.
Yeah, and now that means AP Bren will really have to consider making sure that the gel doesn't get the tell with her, because the Irithel pickup is paired up usually with the Angela alongside the Fredrin. So now AP Bren's thinking, do we take the Irithel for ourselves and then get a roamer now, or potentially even our XP laner?
Oh dear Lord, here's the big three from RSG, man. Of course, it's Butters,
the big three.
It's Hamby, and it's Light with an TE.
That's
there it is. That's what that means.
Okay.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
I think Bren kind of read into that very well, right? I mean, they denied the Airfill, the tell. The gel tell just too much.
It's it's so dive comp, man. Look at this, front to front.
All dive. And the Yuzong pickup is a surprise to me, but I believe that's a bit more of a respect towards Nats. Iconic Yuzong player in itself. And Yuzong, Angela, Fredrin in one team sounds terrifying. The concept of it all, especially with someone like Nas. My goodness. And it's a good takes from AP Bren, but a bit reactive though, because that means their mindset is, okay, let's just take away heroes. We saw yesterday Nats, Benedetta, Paquito, still very much available for him.
Although the Vendetta, I feel like, is not really prio material right now. We did see the Wan.
Wow.
That is interesting here.
Okay, so it's not Gel and Tell, it's Gel and Wan. Interesting enough, it's been happening more that the 1-1 goes into the third pick, but she's been struggling.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Has he had a win yet?
An understatement. No, it's been so difficult to take off with 1-1. Again, something to note, folks, the reason why she's been put on the spotlight once more is because she got unnerfed, right? But that's different from being buffed. They're very different from, having a leeway into the metagame. It's just a reliable hero, but I don't know. There has to be more to this.
It's stronger, but it has yet to actually provide a success so far here in the playoffs.
Yeah, Crossbow of Tang just no longer hits the same anymore. It's still an ult that you have to respect, but it's not the scary ult that we remembered Crossbow of Tang to be. So in terms of filling up what these two teams need, I'm still not going to turn off the idea that this might actually be a mid Matilda, although the wave clear of Matilda has been reduced because her damage with her wisps has been reduced overall. So if they're gonna pack a mid Matilda in here, they're gonna have to pick up something like a Minotaur with a concussive blaster, any roamer that I didn't expect to see.
What was that?
I didn't expect to see your feet there, but a roamer with good wave clear is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, there you go. I feel like the damage definitely is going to be something that might lack in AP Brand if and only if they stick with just the Matilda for the clear.
Gentlemen, with AP Brent's ban on the Kaja, am I wrong to assume they might be setting up the Fanny?
The Fanny!
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
They might be propping up. They're going to start taking out what? The Cho or the Kufra, given that this could still be a mid-Angela.
That is correct, yes.
And the thing is for RGPH now, that's a good, what you guys mentioned, I totally agree there. It's now trying to signal RSG, hey, are you going to ban out the Fanny? Because I don't think slotting in a jungle Fanny for RSG and then putting the Fredrin in the XP lane.
There it is.
So they ban it out instead, so
Good
they
read.
respect it. Good read.
Man, they're so fast on the uptake here.
Oh, look at that. Coach Ducky with the fist. Arthur meme. Fanny!
Oh my god, that was so literally it. Even the cuff.
Yeah.
That's exactly our face.
Oh yeah, even the cuff itself,
Oh my
the color of it.
Because he's wearing a sweater, but here it's a jersey. I get a varsity jacket. Oh.
My goodness. And it was literal. I feel like it's a literal battle of the brains here in the draft.
No
where
doubt, no doubt.
They know what's up.
Two legendary coaches, and of course, you can't discount as well the presence of Coach Theo and Coach Vren, two of the brightest minds in our league today in terms of the coaching staffs. Now for the last ban here, I think they might even consider taking out a roamer. Yeah, wow, the respect. They don't give the Franco to RSG, and that is a potential option there. But it's like Bren is still trying to signal to RSG that, hey, we're thinking about playing Assassins. But if they do that, RSG can last pick their roamer because the Hilda is still available.
That's true. AP Brent right now, actually, they basically, their bans signal that we shouldn't let Irad and Light play at all. And that's actually very reminiscent of how they would usually deal with really high tier teams when they really are struggling. So I love what AP Brent's doing here. But I wonder if RSG is gonna fall for. I feel like Light has such a big pull anyway. So
Yeah, it
I
doesn't.
don't know.
It's not a matter of shutting down Light. It's just steering him down a certain path. And here,
There's the Bene.
there's the reveal. It's going to be the XP lane. We still don't know what Aqua or Light's gonna be playing. Now AP Bren, they gotta play ball. They gotta lock down their roster, their lineup here for game one. What's Kyle to play?
Is Nolan gonna be he's banned out.
Oh, no, he's banned out.
The Lance.
Martis.
Lance.
The
The
Lance.
Lance.
Of the Lance. You need someone to pressure than 1-1. And actually, I like this Benedetta pickup because if ever AP Brennan was thinking of picking up an artillery mage, we know Fars has been coming back. RSG sort of turned AP Bren off from that idea by picking up the Benedetta, who can just easily access the back line if it is going to be a Farsa in the mid.
Novaria is still a thing, but Hilda's gonna
What?
be
What? No!
Karina?
What?
Called the Hilda, but no one expected the Karina.
They're on the next level. I did not expect the Karina to come back in the playoffs. Not like this.
Well, you're right. They did pick an assassin, but this is not the assassin I was thinking about.
Yeah, an Especial pick there into the jungle with the Karina. And this is, if I'm not mistaken, this will most likely be the full damage Karina.
No, what? Don't say these words.
It's a full damage Karina, Leo.
I don't know what universe we're in right now.
It's gonna be fun, guys. That's all I can say.
Savage.
And well, you mentioned it right in the first two or the first three picks. This is a full-on dive comp, and they solidified that with a Karina.
I mean, she's more of like a weave in and out, but yes, if it is the full-on burst, then yes, you have to go dive. What's going on, dude?
Oh, wow. As we look now at the index, of course, early to mid of AP Bren, much better compared to RSG. RSG's overall team fighting with an Angel a little bit better. But then again,
consider this. It's gonna be very difficult for the 1-1 to even get the marks off and to even get a very effective crossbow of Tang off.
Yeah, because the Karina naturally goes up against physical damage.
Yeah, you're basically
attacks.
immune.
The dance.
The dance.
Yes.
She's twirling her blades. What a surprise pickup there by APBR.
All right, check it out, folks. Here's your smart audience prediction. Despite the rogue pickup on the Karina, the numbers don't lie. 65% go over to the Hive with the Raiders climbing an uphill battle.
That blew my mind, man.
I'm here for it, though. I love it.
I love it. The wild.
I'm confused, but I love it.
It is a little bit confusing, but if you think about it, really, RSGPH, they just have to stop the potential ticking early time bomb of APBR, because if they can do that, actually, APBR's lineup is highly susceptible to getting counterplayed. But with the Cho pickup, that means APBR still needs to be careful of getting themselves kicked back and kicked away.
Yeah, +1 on that, because I love that they have a dive comp, but this can be punished if they don't kill the person they dive.
Yeah.
Right? The counter. You're actually right.
It's very conversion dependent. Now, check this out. It's a double lane start for APBR, trying to get those EXPs and levels on Few and Ogwin, with a majority of APBR living on RSG side of the map in the first minute.
Right. Assassin Emblem. Everyone's on the quantum charge as per usual.
2 words.
Quantum charge.
Quantum charge.
And, wow, that's actually a Brave Smite on the Angela. Interesting choice. I'm not knocking it. It's just an interesting choice there.
Actually, I personally use that. Super survivability, man.
It's unique.
Ah, the heal, yeah. And it is a mid lane Angela, not a roam.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there it is. Oh, Ogwin could be in trouble. You got a pretty good dive comp, but you can't dive out of this one. They take one, and they can take more. It's a counter kill, though. It's a 1-for-1.
Tis worth it, I'd say.
Yep.
If only Ogwin did spend the Purify. So, again, closer to 50-50 here, which is close to what the first blood percentage is.
That is true.
Okay.
Oh, my God. That's
the start of this game so far is history. Pretty much sticking to the numbers are these two teams. So we got to see there, again, APBR, Ogwin especially, susceptible to getting counter-punished on anyone who dives. RSGPH can answer it, but RSGPH also, they need to watch out for their Benedetta getting pressured by APBR, because that might be a key thing for APBR's map control if they can actually pressure Nath's Benedetta. Similar to what RSG actually did yesterday to Smart Omega when they pressured Ryota.
Yeah, he's going to have some difficulties here. Again, being a Benedetta against a lineup that has this, for example, the Karina that has that physical immunity we talked about, and a very tanky Ogwin. So he's gonna have to maybe stay more controlled here throughout the game.
Oh, folks, check this out. Super Marco already double laning, giving APBR here 1,000 gold lead at 2.5 minutes. This is huge, folks, for this meta game. The tempo that APBR are going at.
Okay.
They want to just keep wailing on him. They know they can do this, so Irad might be in trouble here, trying to go for that orange. They're going to be able to make it out, and with the addition of the Guiding Wind, Ogwin just seems so much more scary. He can just keep doing this all day.
Yeah, and the captain, he's not the captain, but just Ogwin doing what he's doing right now for APBR. It is very interesting, because we usually see the Hildas getting picked up against assassin junglers, not going up against fighter tanks like Fredrin. But what this is doing is that APBR is controlling RSG's tempo. They don't want RSG to be comfortable. They want to force rotations to help out Irad, make Irad uncomfortable, to slow down RSG's aggression. That's something we pointed out on the analyst stand yesterday. RSG, they're a team that if they get that early snowball, if they get that early momentum, they barely let go. So APBR are not allowing that.
Oh, Kaltizi wants to go for it. Eman going to be able to make it out just in time. Light is very close by, ready to go for the way of the dragon, and anyone tries to go too hard.
All right, I get it. I see the approach, and I see the intent with this Karina rocking the quantum charge. Look at how deep both of these explainers are going. Flapteezy and Nats. And so far, again, this is APBR's MO. They're living inside RSG jungle, and they're maintaining the 1,000 gold lead despite there not being much action. Still, we're at 1-1. Second turtle already spawning.
I never saw a Hilda just run up to 4 members of the opposing team just to get the little healing orbs from the buff.
Yeah, what was that about?
Whoa.
Oh, look at this, Nats.
Kick.
be super low health. Cancel on the Electo final blow as well. Gonna go down because of the heavy crossbow. Super Marco with a double. And AP Brent just keep going. They can't seem to be stopped right now with the sustain that this this Matilda is giving out, and they want to go for the dive. All right, makes it out just in the nick of time.
All right, 2 for 1 there, and then the turtle got reset. I'm liking it, man. 5 minutes in, we're already seeing AOT, Art of the Turn.
What a great turn there by AP Bren and RSG-PH. Really, I feel like they were also just caught off guard. And you see, again, one of the problems of picking up a 1-1 early on, and especially if it can't get the tempo that it wants. Because of the tempo that AP Bren is playing into RSG's jungle, they're not actually helping out Eman as much as they really want to. So now this is a good call by RSG to equalize.
RSG's done waiting. They go straight for Flap. He's going to be able to just barely survive there. But no, he's going to go down. AP Bren still has some potential here with View, but their damage actually is quite low here on top side.
Just as when we were saying it, RSG made the right call. They're instantly switching lanes, sending 4, and then going up into what was the XP lane so that Eman gets a little bit more gold in farm. Starlium Scythe, and yes, this is going to be a damaged Karina that we're seeing. And the Flask of the Oasis already up there for Aqua, but View actually went for the Necklace of the Rons first, not the Flask.
What in tarnation? I'm wondering, is this going to be a right-click Karina? Is he building up towards Feather of Heaven there?
Oh, let's see if we could.
He had the attack speed item.
Yeah.
Oh, what a dive here coming in from AP Bren. They're taking too long though under the tower. They're tanking it so hard. Nice juggling of the damage. Gonna be making out just in time, but there is a punish on bot side. Irad gonna be going for Super Marco there.
Good trade there across the map. RSG splitting the map 3-2, and AP Bren actually didn't bite the bait. They didn't switch lanes just yet, but that means that Super Marco, he did get an early double kill, but he will suffer a death here. The tower will go down there, but it is equalized by AP Bren, so it is still a very close game here. AP Bren, I feel like they are still definitely leading in the damage department. However, RSG-PH, they're making all the right moves so that Eman gets to catch up in farm and damage.
It's about to hit critical mass though. If AP Bren continues this pace, some way, somehow, RSG will catch up and they will equalize and they will find a window. This is a fight waiting to happen in mid. Ogwin got a string on him.
Yeah, they're trying really hard to punish out onto Ogwin. Make sure that you can back off, because I feel like Ogwin's giving so much vision right now. Plus, add in the conceal. AP Bren, they're threatening it. They're making sure that RSG will think twice before going for this turtle.
Last turtle of the game. At about half health, Irad, he's committed.
Oh, there it goes. And down goes the Appraiser's Wrap. Super Marco's going to be the one to take the turtle. And there goes the fight. Flap TZ diving it on out. Trying to get some of the shots. I don't know what that sound was, but yeah, I feel like that was great. Yeah, the essence going in, right? So
it's a good effort.
Nice effort, yeah, thank you.
But also amazing from AP Bren. They really spaced out RSG despite there being no casualties. It's as clean a turtle take as it gets for an early game deadlock like this.
Man, Irad might have been a little too early on the Appraiser's Wrap earlier.
Yeah, just a little bit early there, actually. However, for AP Bren also, that you see there, them picking up the Yuzhong relatively quickly in the draft, and then the 1-1 getting prioritized is just, it's gonna be really be difficult for a 1-1, which is why I questioned it in the draft. I'm still questioning it now. They're making the right moves to play it, but it's like they chose to play this game in like extremely difficult mode. It's like the hardest mode possible in the game to make their shine. AP Bren is so much easier for them to play.
European Extreme.
Yeah,
European Extreme.
That's what you do when you pick up 1-1, right? You have to flex and you have to fix up your whole approach and your draft towards it.
Yeah.
But
Gotta go hard.
If it pays off, man, I don't know. I mean, AP Bren's 2K ahead. I'd say it's still down to RSG. Ball's in their court.
Yeah, just kind of wait for that free item spike from that 1-1, right? And you should be good to go. Which AP Bren, they're not really forcing the issue, so maybe that's some breathing room for RSG.
That's what I'm saying, man. I think they can go much, much faster.
Yeah, it's the Ducati skin Irithel on Super Marco. It is questionable as you from here you can hear the revving of the engines that they're really not picking up the pace, and at some point APBR really needs to, because they've fallen victim to this before, that if they didn't pick up the pace, even though it looked like they could, the game got turned around or almost got swept from under them. I believe that was when they were up against Minana Evos. So now APBR at some point, and I believe this might be the timer they're waiting for, that's this first Lord. After this first Lord, if it's a considerable win, that's when they'll pick up the pace. They'll take down the mid, they'll get as much towers as they could, and then they'll really try that after this Lord, if they can get it, they get to secure at least 3 kills.
We'll see what makes a difference here. Nat's obviously on the bottom side of the map trying to get some attention from Bren. RSG are also here. Oh, nice miss there from Super Marco. Nice dodge, rather. He's going to be playing around here. Tower goes down. It's a 1-for-1. But the fight also is happening here on mid. Eman very early on the hard guard. He's going to be absorbing it. Crossbow tag. He flies. He gets it. He gets the procs. But FlapTZ, he's fighting back.
And they're still going! Bomb!
Going hard!
Down goes a Flap. It's a double kill for the mechanic. All for the Raiders. 3 for 1.
That was just an RSG cross-map counterplay. The moment they saw APBR, or wait, I believe Light might be put in a dangerous situation.
He's trying it. Owen obviously has the information, but you don't know. You don't know what you're going to do with this info. You got to back off here, man. And I think we just hit that critical mass you're talking about, Leo.
Yeah, the rubber banding effect. You saw it coming from a mile away. And now RSG, they're with a small gold lead here, but you have to always respect the cross-map potential of a lineup that has a Benedetta and an Angela. And here, RSG's reaping all the benefits. I wonder where this puts APBR, mentally speaking, right? What's their brain space right now, given that they have to play a different way going into the mid to late game?
It's just comeback, but then at the same time, other than the morale of it all, it's, hey, how are we going to handle this switching that they're doing across the side lanes? It's twice now that they've really felt that the switch between Nats and Eman crossing the sides has really affected the overall rotation of APBR and has given RSG chances to not only come back, but even now get the lead in this game. So APB, as they're going to continue to get pressured even more, what I see from their team fighting, though, is that the targeting is really there. It's on point. Just now RSG are playing really well.
Huge conceal here, but they are going to be facing it up against the wall. FlapTZ still alive, but barely. Here comes counter pick, though. Counter punch for APBR is actually massive. That's super none, and they're still going at it. Going hard, rather. FlapTZ with a double.
And just like that, APBR find the snap. All for them here. They convert. This is what their lineup wants to do. Get kills and take objectives directly after. Immediate payoff.
Back and forth. Nats trying to go in and just clear minion waves. And this is, the strength of the lineup of APBR. They're re-engaged. If ever RSG don't get the, I wouldn't say picture perfect, but don't maximize the pick-off that they could get from Light, APBR will punish. Again, when in that first Lord, right before it, Super Marco already built up to a Malefic Roar. So the damage of the Irithel is there. The engines, wow, so loud on this Ducati. But I love the sound effect.
Oh, yeah.
There's two of them.
That's what you get. Oh, here it is. Nats has a hard guard. Might give him more confidence. Go for that fight. Kyle's in trouble. Gets that kick on from Light. Now Chase is on here. RSG looking like they're more confident than ever here in this fight. But it's only going to be the one. The disengage is happening right now for APBR. They're going to wait on their tower here. Nats on the side. Waiting in the wings here. Waiting, but not going to be getting anything.
All right, that was a better engage, no doubt, for RSG. And again, in these tight spaces, especially when Aqua's on lookout, it's so hard to engage. So, yeah, again, as messy as APBR won that last team fight and made a beeline straight through mid, ruined those two turrets, APBR still have to choose their fights. It has to be a very specific situation.
Yeah. Great progress on the two gold gainers right now. Up to a C. Halberd already has a Win of Nature, does that 1-1. Meanwhile, the Great Dragon Spear was built up early by Super Marco. Yeah, oh, it should be safe. He actually also just built up an, I believe, no, that's actually Flap TV, excuse me, who was able to build up that immortality. So now Flap's going to be a little bit more eager with actually sacrificing himself just so he could get that Petri knockup combo off, and AP Bren will make the most out of it.
And that was how AP Bren actually won that last engage.
Yeah.
That sequence, and here we go!
Oh, Eman could be in trouble here. Already used the power, yet he's able to pull off the crossbow of Tang. Able to take out the jungler of AP Bren for all people. That's 2 down already for AP Bren. This is spelling real trouble here for the Bees. And the chase is on RSG. They know they have the advantage. They're pushing it onto the Lord.
Eman Airlines took a one-way trip to Lord Town as RSG-PH looking to score a second one. Luminous Lord on the way for the Raiders. They're spacing out Ogwin. Is this not a familiar sight? Was this not what happened about 5 minutes ago? Ogwin just staring desperately at an objective he has no hopes of touching.
If there were no timer here, I'd be thinking it was deja vu, or if somehow I went back in time. But now RSG continue the pressure right now, trying to take the purple buff of AP Bren, and yep, they are now playing with their backs against the wall.
Yeah, for some reason, I feel like the timer for Super Marco is just ticking up way too slow here. Oh, there it is. Owen absorbing all the skills here for RSG, but seems to be very healthy still. Nice try from Erad, trying to get Appraiser's Wrath into Super Marco, but gonna be missing it out.
All right, I'd hate to be the bearer of bad news, but please don't shoot the messenger. AP Bren's wave clear is less than ideal. So them being on the back foot like this, up against the ropes, with a big Lord knocking down their door, oh, I'd be sweating bullets.
Yeah, this lineup by AP Bren is control, domination, snowball. They controlled early on, but RSG, they knew their condition from the get-go. Get that one on. Wait, Ogwen!
Ogwen's trying really hard to get the attention of the RSG members, and he's succeeding, but he's also going to have to give up his life for that as well. It's going to be a 4-man defense for AP Bren against 5 from RSG, but it looks like they're able to clear the waves.
All right, you substitute wave clear with bodies. I mean, it works. If it works.
For now.
But that's really the form of wave clear of AP Bren. It's like they will have to sacrifice themselves and their health and their items just so they can defend.
It's an engagement here, folks. It's a 4v5. Keep that in mind. As we do see that Flap TZ doing his damnedest to try to get into that, but he's totally being ignored here by the rest of RSG. Super Marco's still alive, but it's only him, Ogwin, and Flap TZ who's going to be up for this defense.
Oh, wow. Eman has playing. Oh, wait, nuts!
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, he's going to be able to get away. But popping off that immortality was big. Eman and RSG, again, playing around their 1-1 so well, knowing what they needed to do across the map, the macro, and then the micro plays, how they're playing each team fight. They're really setting up Eman for success. They knew this was a gamble of a pick, a highly risky, but they took that risk and said, we will turn it into a great reward. But Eman needs to be careful with things like that, because Super Marco's actually already full built as that Irithel.
I'd hate to say it's over, but here I was hoping I was going to be able to play Karina in my ranked games again. It's difficult to be Kyle TZ. It's difficult to be AP Bren right now, given that you're down 4K and you've got 2 inhibitors pushed in, 30 seconds till the Lord, and there's no real vision or any image of winning here. It's RSG taking full control of every approach.
But this is exactly what we talked about, right? If you're AP Bren, you dive, and if you don't fail to win that dive, you lose out. You can't really get out. Problem with the Karina, guys, right? So, Ogwin. He's going. He's taking up everything he can. He's going cross map. The cross map play. He's going around the world. Well, the teammates, here comes you with the guiding wind. He's going to be able to make it out. No! He gets stopped by RSG. Oh my goodness, that is brutal. That was the longest chase I've ever seen. With the tankiest member that we've seen as well. But a beautiful kick from Lion actually might close and seal the deal here, giving Eman a triple.
Oh, that's it. With these 2 defenders, again, with already less than ideal wave clear with all 5 members on the map, RSG are looking to finish this.
Ring the bell, Few and Kyle TZ. Can you pull off a miracle?
That's going to be a huge miracle here. Do they have the clear? Do they have the potential to do this? To slow it down, maybe delay, but no way, Jose. It's going to be the game win for RSG.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Off of the back of a no doubt impressive Johnson impression, Ogwin on the Hilda buys enough time, but only for a false engage, and RSG capitalizing, showing exactly what a 5K gold lead looks like.
5K goal lead kind of looks shiny from all the way here.
That point in the game as well. And RSG-PH, I really have to call back to how they played the map, especially in that first Lord fight. Again, it was questionable for me as to why APBR decided to pull the trigger on that. They lost their marksman in the bot. Yes, one of the biggest problems to their team fighting, the Benedetta was taken out in the bot as well. It was a trade, but RSG still had their marksman. RSG still had their 1-1, which, yes, we were talking about it, didn't have the damage then, but we saw, I believe, 3 or 4 crucial moments just when we thought Eman's 1-1 would get taken down. He'd go up to the sky, fly, crossbow of Tang, not dealing a lot of damage, but not being able to take down 1-1 when APBR committed everything to take it down meant they had nothing for the rest of RSG.
All right, theoretically speaking, what APBR tried to do looked fun, and if it worked out, would have definitely shifted the way we understand the metagame, but it may be 2 or 3 pages too complex.
Yeah. That's true, though. Well, at the same time, it does look simple, right?
Yeah.
They basically have to just gang up on the one person. That was their only plan. There was the only game plan that was available to that lineup. It looked so linear that we were actually wondering, right? Why was APBR being so conservative in the first, like, 3 to 4 minutes there?
Yeah, they already had the lead. They're up against a 1-1. I believe we also have to credit the fact that RSG maybe just didn't give APBR like a good look of like, oh, we could go for this.
Right.
This is how we'll approach it. This is who will dive. But a part of me is also still really siding with the guys here and thinking APBR just chose to be cautious when they shouldn't have. They already had that lead. And now I'm thinking though APBR, yes, for me it was simpler to play their lineup. They're all for one versus RSG's one for all, but RSG's one for all, again, with the adjustments they made, which is great.
Well, with that said, I'd love to hear what Wolf has to say about this because the draft from APBR still boggles my mind. What was the game plan here? Wolf, talk to us.
Sobrang nag-enjoy kami sa game number 1 at sa sobrang enjoy, sinama ko ngayon aking tropa na si Moxie. How are you doing, man?
Hello, okay lang. Medyo kabado, na masaya, na malungkot, na nakakayak, na nakakatuwa. Lahat ng nararamdaman ko na ngayon.
Kamusta naman pakiramdam nandito ngayon sa playoffs?
Ay, ang saya rito kasi daming pagkain.
Talaga.
Opo.
Moxie, of course, one of the influencers natin for MLBB. Are you enjoying the playoffs so far?
Nag-enjoy ako, grabe. Yung mga pro player pala, sa personal, ang gugwapo, grabe. Oh.
Paano yung mga caster?
Ay, yung caster,
sakto lang.
Yung kasama ko gwapo, yung iba yun. Joke lang.
Alright, so pag-usapan natin yung game kasi ikaw kinuha namin guest dito dahil balita ko ay eksperto ka daw sa laro. Ayan. At nakita natin yung Angela at 1-1 our MVP. Paulit-ulit mong sinasabi kanina, Angela, masakit. At ikaw mismo na-experience mo to sa mga ranking kapag nagsistream ka. So, 1-1 Angela, gaano ka hirap kalaban to?
Oo, yung Angela kasi parang early game para sa akin, ang hirap niyang kalaban. Kasi may heal, may slow, lalo na sa mid lane. Tapos kinombohan pa ng Vendetta and 1-1. Pero napansin ko doon, si Angela laging sumasanib kay 1-1. Tapos yung kalaban, nagkarina, dapat mapatay niya agad si 1-1. Eh hindi nangyayari. Kasi ang galing pumatong ng Angela. Inuuna yung kamay bago paa. Dapat paa muna bago kamay.
May ganong moves pala. Pero alam mo, ikaw, nung nag-usap tayo habang pinapanood natin yung game, sinabi mo sa akin na bukod dun sa Karina na kailangan patayin yung 1-1, ang importante is hindi makalipad itong Angela, atong 1-1. But multiple times ay nakita natin na itong si Emma na nakakuha ng ganong magandang opportunity. So, would you think na itong 1-1 plus Angela combo ang nagpanalo dito sa RSG?
Oo, para sa akin. Kasi kung mapatay nila si 1-1, malaking chance nila na manalo. Kaso, hindi nila mapatay. Kasi ngayong Angela, inuuna pagsanib, kamay. Hindi pa.
Importante yan na i-take note. Of course, makikita natin ang highlights ng ating bakbakan sa akin. Maganda naman yung start for Bren. In fact, na-take note mo, 3 yung turtle na nakuha nila dito, which is in a way, maganda sana. Ang nagulat lang ako dito is yung Hilda pick. Parang Hilda plus Karina yung ginamit nila dito. At supposedly, mauna talaga sila dun sa early game. Na-achieve naman nila. Pero nagkaroon lang na point, ito yung specific na laban na importante kasi hindi namatay si 1-1 at nakabangon pa nga dito yung RSG.
Ang ganda ng ginawa dito kasi kung makikita nyo, akala nyo, lamang na yung Bren kasi puro kanila yung turtle. Pero kung napapansin nyo, hindi sila namamatay. Hindi sila namamatay. So may chance sila mag-farm at mag-push yung Vendetta sa ilalim. Push lang ng push at di nila napapansin yun gaano. Tapos yun, nung siguro sabi ng mga team nila na mamaya tayo babanat. No, mga 14 minutes.
Tama. By the way, bigla ko lang naalala kasi nung nag-uusap din tayo, tinake note mo sa akin na yung RSG, kahit lugi sila ng 3 turtle, hindi nakakalaki ng lamang ng gold itong AP Bren. At sinabi mo sa akin dahil doon sa split push yun ng Benedetta, tsaka yung pag-push nila dun sa may mid lane. So may parang emphasis sila dito. And for all the viewers out there, ang tinitignan po natin ngayon is yung nakita natin na performance mo lang Irad na active all over the map. But going back, di ba? Ano ba yung importansya nung sinasabi mong split push at yung pag-take nung mid lane na torre sa mga hero, sa mga teams na nalulugi sa early game?
Yun nga po. Para sa akin, sa paglalaro ko, kahit siguro napapanood na ibang tao, napaka-comedy yung laro, pero may alam tayo dyan. So, pag nakapush kayo ng early game sa mid lane, malaking kalamangan yan sa team ninyo. Kasi liliit yung mapa nila, yung pagkilos nila liliit. So yung kalaban dapat embrace na nila yun. Sakupin na nila yung kalamangan nila. Huwag nila ipapush yung mid lane. Pinaka-importante sa lahat yung mid lane, huwag niyong ipapush sa early game.
Which is nakita nating ginawa dito ng RSG.
Yes, tama.
Nahihirapan silang kumuha ng mga turtles. Ang naging focus nila mag-push na lang dun sa may mid lane. And it's very true na hindi nga lumaki yung lamang ng AP Bren dahil doon. Na kumbaga, mas madaming napapag-farman itong RSG kumpara sa AP Bren kahit lugi nga sila. So nakikita natin ngayon yung mga specific na emblems dito. Nagulat ako dito sa Angela. Usually, hindi Brave Smite kinukuha nito. Yung mga support, no? Mga focusing mark. Oo. Brave Smite yung nakita natin. Meron ka bang nagulat pa dito na ibang mga emblem set?
Hindi, si Angela kasi, di ba, sabi ko sa iyo kanina, yung pagsanib niya, una kamay. Tignan mo dito, 2 paa.
Dalawang paa.
Yung emblem niya. Kasi mabilis na yung kamay niya eh. So kailangan niya ng paa. Ayun o, 2.
Tamang-tama yun. Of course, RSG. Makita natin yung mga ibang mga items. Another important dito na nagulat din ako, yung Queen's Wings na hindi na masyadong ginagamit ng mga teams ngayon. But alam natin na itong si Irad, ang goal lang niya sa buhay ay mabuhay, kumbaga. At Blade Armor at Queen's Wings, alam nila na may support naman coming out from the other members of RSG. Kaya naman sila doon din nakakuha ng lamang. AP Bren, ang ganda talaga ng simula dito. Titignan natin dito yung mga turtles. Ayun, 3 nakuha nila.
Halos.
At yung mga buffs nila, na-secure naman nila. But RSG eventually took this game. So far, sa nakita mo sa AP Bren at RSG, ano ba yung dapat baguhin ng AP Bren para makuha nila yung game number 2? Hero ba to? O sa tingin mo ba dapat sa execution?
Ayun, siguro kung papasok sila yung sa core, dapat siguraduhin niya na mapapatay niya yung main damager ng kalaban. Kasi kanina, pagpasok niya, kulang talaga yung damage niya eh. Siguro, dahil kasi kay Angela nga, inuuna yung kamay sa pagsanib. Kumakapal yung armor eh.
Kitang-kita naman natin. But okay, other important stats here na mapapansin natin, parang even naman din, ang taas din ng kill participation mga members dito ng AP Bren across their players. Yung kay Ogwen na nakagulat kasi usually, itong mga roamers, itong mga post 5, ito lalo si Ogwen, laging mataas yung teamfight participation yan. Kaso bilang Hilda, ang baba. No? At sinabi mo rin to, laging napapanish yung Hilda. So tingin mo ba yung Hilda na sa pagkakalaro ito hindi effective laban sa kanila nakatapat?
Oo, feeling ko hindi effective. Kasi yung ikot ng Hilda masyadong malayo. Nasa Ormoc na eh. Inasermita yung kakampi niya. Ang layo masyado. So, sinulusob siya ng kalaban ng 5, 4. May malakas ba sa 4, 5? Isa ka lang, di ba? Oo. Yun ang nangyayari. Nakita ko 2 times or 3 times nangyari yun eh.
Actually, yun nga. Sa totoo lang, nangyari nga talaga yun. So, yun yung mga kailangan sigurong baguhin na dito ng AP Bren. Pero alam mo, game number 1 pa lang yan. Meron ka ba, ito, matanong lang kita. Meron ka bang favorite hero na gusto mong gamitin ng mga teams dito sa playoff?
Yung favorite ko siguro, yung hindi kasi siya meta eh. Yung favorite hero ko is Selena. Hindi siya meta ngayon. No? Pero, siguro ngayon, gamitin nyo na lang yung favorite hero nyo. Huwag na yung akin.
Tama ka na. For all of the viewers out there, starting November 4th, you can vote for the M Series 5th Anniversary 10 Greatest Player Awards. Nominees list for the PH will be revealed on October 28. Exclusive dito lang, syempre, sa MPL-PH Playoffs broadcast. Moxie, ito na yung siguro yung bibigay ko sa yung chance para batiin yung mga supporters mo at syempre yung mga nandito ngayon sa venue natin.
Magandang gabi sa lahat at mag-ingat po kayo pag uwi at salamat sa pagpunta rito. Maraming salamat kay Ma'am Carla at sa mga friends ko dyan na sumama. At sa lahat po nandito, mag-enjoy po kayo and love you, Mama.
Sa mga hindi pa kilala ikaw dito, baka gusto mo i-promote yung page mo para sa kanila.
Okay, hello guys. Ako po si Moxie TV, as known as Bibi ko. Sa mga hindi pa nakakilala sa akin, kilalanin nyo na lang ako.
Oo, sakto-sakto. Actually, panoorin nyo mga malupit. Eto, sinabi niya, kanina sabi niya sa akin, puro comedy lang, pero malupit pala ang analysis mo. So maraming salamat, pare ko. Mag-ingat ka rin ha, baka hindi ka mag-ingat. Siyempre, para sa viewers natin. That's it for our analysis for game number 1. Panoorin natin ang game number 2 kasama ang ating mga casters.
Just to translate the last couple of sentences before Wolf threw over, please take care because you might not. Welcome back to the desk at your service. My name is Leo, here with Rockhart and Renmar Santa Cruz. It's us, We Bear Bros. Saying what's up to all of our viewers all around the world. Saying apakabar and salamat malam to our good friend Ranger Emas from MPL-ID. He's watching right now. Hope you're enjoying the show. And so far, we're going to try our best to actually break down some key points from that analyst segment with Moxie TV and Wolf. But first, we would like to say thank you to the official insurer of MPL Philippines Season 12. We bring you the one for gamers, a life insurance plan with MOBB in-game rewards.
Your expert wingman is here to protect you in this epic adventure called life. Whatever you build, you choose. Visit shop.fld.com.ph for more details.
All right, so Reptar, I believe you took notes and you may agree with some, if not all, that was shared on the analyst stand.
Yeah.
What's AP Brenda do here?
Take out the realm of the cheesiness. A little bit too all in for that idea of that Karina. I think they're going to have to default a little bit for now. It is only still game 2. So if they have some other stuff prepared, maybe later on in the series, for now, default into what we know the current metagame to be. But again, if you have the lead, be aggressive. It seems like they're still holding back. They're still remembering the times where they would be aggressive and have the games turned around for them. We need a little bit of that AP Bren who will continue a snowball to come back here.
We have to wait for y'all to be in the lower bracket to not hold back. More on this in just a bit. First up, purchase the weekly Diamond Pass and enjoy a diamond rebate of, get this, 455%. You can claim 100 diamonds on the day of your purchase and another 120 by logging in for the next 6 days.
But if you're worrying about missing these diamond rewards, if you log in, don't worry. Game's got you. Just go to Layla's savings box. It'll automatically save it for you.
Yeah, and aside from that, item rewards worth over 280 diamonds are waiting for you too. The offer just too good to miss. Just unlock the pass and enjoy the benefits now.
Okay, so don't hold back. Get out of your head. Don't draft all in. Is there anything else? Again, keeping it simple here for AP Brent because RSGPH, they made the 1-1 work. Who are we to tell them what to do?
Yeah. That's true, though. That's true. It's so hard to go against the winning formula. Quick question. Has Owen ever had a history of picking a Novaria? Because earlier I keep racking my brain. If that was a Novaria, that might have been a different issue. Obviously, he wouldn't do that, right? So that's something that I know RSG knows as well. That's why they didn't really even bother banning it out.
All right, correct me if I'm wrong. The only real Novaria roam in Season 12 is Renegade.
Yes.
That's right.
The Hitman.
The Hitman. I'm still trying to remember if there are any other ones, but I believe, yeah, it's only him. Most of the Novarias we see are actually played in the mid lane.
Maybe it's Renegade.
Maybe it's for AP Bread, rather.
Might get, you know.
What?
Copyrighted. You know.
No, we won't. No, we won't. What do you mean?
Just kidding.
We're fine. AP Bread. I like, though, that we get their idea, that they want to control the jungle and the mid of RSG. That's what they crafted that lineup for. So the question is, how many variations of that are we going to see? The lineup that can invade, not necessarily cheese, but invade and control the jungle and rotations of Irad, Aqua, and Light.
I mean, it is a legit strat, right? There are teams that can win through this. There are teams that have won through this in previous seasons. We haven't seen it in Season 12 so far as much, but it is possible.
I mean, they've done some semblance of this through scrims with the best of the best around the world. So I don't doubt that AP Bren has a winning image here, has a plan. But your question, Reptar, it irks me to think that we have to wait for how many iterations, because there's only so many games in this best of 5. It's a race to 3. Real quick, looking at our player rankings at number 1. Unique heroes used is Irad. I wonder how far back this goes. 11 heroes, really?
11 this season.
What are
Is
these
that
11?
just for the season?
I'm gonna have to double check. I have a feeling that it might actually be.
All right,
That's a lot.
I will go back and look
so
at
there's
that now.
Lancelot, there's a
Assassins are there, obviously.
There's Mardis, there's Fredrin, there's a Akai, there's a Baksha, there's a Martis.
Did he
Joy,
Nolan?
There's a Joy.
Lance.
I already said
You already
Lance.
said Lance, yeah.
Hellkurt.
Oh, yeah, there was a Hellkurt phase.
All right, you know what? It's close enough. I think, yes.
There it is.
Stats don't lie then. Irad
That
played
is
11
cool.
junglers.
That's so deep.
I have to apologize. That Hellkurt was AP Bren. But anyways.
It's
yeah.
not impossible.
It's not impossible.
Maybe Ling or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what can this guy not play then?
Oh, they have the Julian pickup too. That
Oh,
Aldous.
that
Aldous is number 11.
Yeah.
Aldous is number 11. All right,
Aldous.
here we go. We don't talk about that, by the
Yeah,
way.
we-
Game number 2 in this best of 5. Go back to the regular season if you want to know what we're talking about.
Whoa.
RSG on the play. AP Bren answering back.
Is that real?
There goes the Valentina and the Baksha ban, the Edith ban by AP Bren.
46. 46% blue side win rate for RSG. I did not know that was that low.
That seems about accurate. Again, looking at how things have gone throughout the last week and the playoffs, yeah, that's...
Wow. Yeah, it's pretty accurate. And at the same time, Coach Panda, for the long, ever since season 10, he's been saying he's really just more of a fan of the red side.
I think that's for as long as I've known him.
Really?
He just likes the flex of the double pick on the clap back and then fixing up your draft with the last pick. So,
All right,
it's
so
a Panda thing.
So AP Brent chose red side here, right? I'm assuming because of that victory that RSG had. So there it is. And so interestingly enough, we might see Fanny opened up here. I know you guys watching. You love your Fannies. So yeah, it could be possibility here for AP Brent.
Oh, lie. I like Fanny.
It actually might really be because RSG signaling the Uranus ban, other than it being a respect to Flap TZ and how AP Brent play around that Uranus with the constant invades. RSG are still drafting in a manner that sort of signals, similar to what AP Brent did on the blue side, is that they're signaling, hey, there's a possibility for us to play an assassin. You better watch out. It's sort of just like a way to get into the minds of your opposing coach. And banning out a Uranus in the first phase, it's one of the best ways you can do that. Now with the first pick, Matilda still open.
That's right.
Let's see if RSG are going to pick it up right away or if they're going to surprise, but I would be very surprised myself if they don't pick up the Matilda. If they don't pick up the Matilda, they've prepared for it, and I'd be worried for AP Brent.
And the Akai ban is like a dare, a challenge.
Oh, they don't pick it up because the Nolan is available.
Oh.
So the Nolan gets picked up. This is going to be a Matilda for APB.
This is number 12.
That might be number 12.
There was no Nolan yesterday for RSGBH, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
So let's see if they'll match the Assassin or pick up another priority instead. Sometimes teams would prioritize Gold Lane early on, but they can go safe and pick up those tanky fighters.
Fredrin
Yeah.
also open here.
They can pick up the, if they want to go Fanny, they can also pick it up on third. They don't need to pick it up here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
if it's left open and then they can protect it with these bans, pick it up in the last phase.
Yeah. I'm also not closing off the idea that this might be an XP lane Nolan, as we've seen in MDL Philippines. So an Arlot priority by AP Bren. Actually, this is something that we saw earlier from Echo versus Blacklist International, where it will be harder for a Nolan in the jungle to face up against an Arlot, and then especially with the Matilda. Not impossible though, as we saw Sensui show off earlier, but more difficult.
Arlot Rome actually is also still a possibility here for Ogun, who loves those setter heroes.
For the sake of AP Brand, can we not put the Matilda in mid? You need some level of wave clear, right?
Clear,
I'm saying
yeah,
that
yeah.
in the most respectful and loving place.
Please. Leo's begging, man. Please do it.
Yeah, and at the same time, if they're thinking of a wave clear
Give
as
some
like,
clear.
hey, let's pick up a Faramis, I wouldn't. Faramis into the Nolan can be highly damaging, so RSG said, hey, we'll pick it up for ourselves.
That's good.
Yeah, so it's a RSG Faramis. This is most likely Faramis mid, played by Aqua. Light is going to be playing something else.
Feels like a
And
Fanny though. I
confirm.
can't shake off that feeling.
The problem is, I think RSG also understand that. That's why they haven't picked their gold laner yet. So they prioritize something else first. If ever this is going to be a Fanny pickup, they're going to need to change up the band so that the potential best marksman options available for RSG would be something that a Fanny would be happy to go up against. Whoa! No, so it's not a Fanny,
That's
it's a
a
Joy
Joy.
instead. And I believe this is most likely going to be a Joy jungle. So they're going to match Assassin for Assassin.
It's a JJ. And now APBR is going to protect this Joy by taking out the ways to stop her, right? The suppress, and they're going to narrow down what light is allowed to pick up.
The Kaja?
The Kaja, yeah.
Yeah.
The
And
Franco.
The Franco, yeah. All right, there it is. Index shows, yeah, pretty much DOT sustain ISO. Early game for AP Brent is great. Well, you pick up a Joy if you like the early game spike is just a little bit too high. So the graph kind of understands that. But there is also some semblance of burst here coming from the side of RSG.
And now let's see how they're going to round things out here. The wave clear needs a little bit more on the side of AP Brand.
Yes,
crowd
please.
control are really great for them, so that's a requirement for RSG.
There's the Kaja.
We ran right into that. I mean, what AP Bren wants to do, Coach Ducky, Coach Bren, they want to keep that ISO down to under 3. So no more. No Kaja, no Franco. I'm thinking about the Franco, though. Maybe the Franco can come through. I don't see a combo between a Franco and a Faramis.
Well, Ogwin's had some history with that, you know.
If not pick off, they might go for something like a Kufra instead as the rumor.
Yeah, makes
Yeah, with all the dashes that there are on the side of AP Bread. I'd be very surprised if AP Bread don't actually ban out the Kufra in this scenario.
I love it. Talking about RSG's bans, they read into it.
The Hilda.
If the Hilda went into the hands of Ogwin here against the Nolan, forget about it. You ain't time traveling, fam.
That's true, though.
You're going to make it back to your family.
Of one.
Of one.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a reference to the lore rock.
Yeah, I know. The Layla's gonna be so sad.
They're reunited.
She's
though.
pixels, but she's real to me.
She's real.
Hey.
I'm invested.
If USS McAllister from Black Mirror speaks about video game characters being real, they're
Oh, yeah.
real.
One of my favorite episodes of that show, by the way. Yeah, so...
I watched the latest season. I feel like there is, right? There is one.
There's, I don't remember anymore.
Gotta
I've stopped.
check.
Anyway, I don't have the attention span for shows anymore. Our last band here, Marksman, if they're gonna think about it or anything else that might pressure, because I really feel like this is now an XP lane Arlot has been shown, and then a Rome Matilda. They might even consider taking away a pick from Few if they want to. But this is where we might actually see a unique pickup for Few in the mid, because with them having the Joy, they won't be lacking in magic damage. They can go for a roamer that just has a little bit more wave flare as well, similar to earlier. So a variation of the somewhat cheesiness that we saw from game number 1. I do like this Clint band though in RSG, respecting the Super Marco, and AP Brand love that pickup.
And before, you know, Few goes for the mid join. So,
you know, I'm not gonna knock the idea. It's around this time of the game earlier in game number 1, where RSG were able to actually pick off Ogwen roughly in the same part of the map in their eyes. Here's some more jumps.
Yeah, more jumps happening right now. Already used up the Nether Realm here.
Wow.
RSG going hard, man. Dodging in, diving in. That's Feudo. AP Brand with a combo. And there it goes. Beautifully done there with the final slash and a kick here from Light. What a mechanically intense trade here that we're seeing from both teams.
Right on the edge, here comes that!
And they're not done! Oh, beautiful intercept from Nats there on the Terizla.
Serving it up to Aqua for the double kill, and Flap flickering on out, saving himself.
Wow, they went coast to coast there. And what a play by RSG, and what a bunch of pickoffs by Light. This is a playoffs MSC champion Light right now, showing off why his Cho, and he was one of the highly touted Chos in the world right now. And AP Bren, just after getting the freest turtle we've seen so far all playoffs long, RSG have just found a sequence of pickoffs and skirmishes to pick them off.
Clapbacks after clapback.
All right, still not seeing the big picture here. I'm still perplexed by the Phoveus pickup, but hey, if it works, there's a kick!
And another one. There's just no answer here for AP Brandon with everything that Light is doing on this show.
Yeah, and we're saying what we were talking about. The pickoff combo isn't Light plus Aqua, it's Light plus Erad, or Light plus, the three of them.
Yeah, 3 of them basically. Nats though. Beautiful entry here. He's going to be able to sustain for a few moments here, but the backup is just right on time here with Erad taking up the turtle. And he's in no man's land. He could be in trouble here. Nice save from Aqua, but he's still going. And there you go, the demonic force just not stopping at all. Oh my goodness, Ogwen's here for the save with the guiding win. A little bit of an effort there for AP Bren trying to get back on the map.
I love it. He pressed the Purify. And all right, it kind of makes sense, right? You see that in the chaos, you see that in the skirmishes, AP Bren comes through via perfect target acquisition. But up against RSG, man, again, it's a PNC approach with them. Pick off and collapse, and we've seen a lot of collapses. That's what explains his 6-2. Almost 2K gold lead under 6 minutes.
And their pickoffs are so successful with Light, man. Just out of nowhere.
Yeah, and we're also seeing, though, on the side of AP Brent this time around, that every time the Nolan dashes, yeah, he has like a second before he can dash again. It's always just a perfect timing for few. It's AP Brent's idea of really trying to counter that Nolan, because almost always every dash leads to a hit from the ultimate of the Phoveus.
Wait. Does Circling Eagle knock you up, or is there some level of displacement too?
I think there is a knock-up, yeah.
Knock-up, it's not a knockback. I believe
it's a knock-up, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it doesn't trigger the ultimate of the Phoveus.
Okay, cool. Just double-checking.
Well, we'll see it again just to make sure, because I know the trigger of the Phoveus ultimate is if they get knocked back.
Right?
Yeah, there it is.
Not knocked up.
A dash.
It used to be a knockback.
A displacement.
But they changed it. Yeah.
It became an AoE knock up.
That is correct.
Okay. Oh, the spotlight.
Oh, Light, man. Trying to get more, maybe another pick off under his belt here, but making sure the AP Brand now sticking together more than ever.
Super Marco, did he just build the BOD?
He did.
To double check.
Making pretty good time here.
Wow.
He went for the Fury Fury Hammer first.
It's not wrong.
And then the BOD.
That's kind of just
I'm not trying to be cute. I just stumble on my words sometimes, folks.
It just happens naturally.
Fury Hammy.
I craved it myself.
Are you hungry? You sound like you're hungry.
I'm not. I ate
That's fine.
We're good. Okay, Enchanted Talisman already up there for Ogun. Next turtle, Ogun, he's going to try to maximize. He should try to really maximize the Circling Eagle here, because in the bottom, in the pressure by RSG.
Yeah, Flaps, he has the activation here. He's holding on to the final slash up until Nats can do it. Might not be the best target here. Erad going in, stealing it right under the noses.
Oh, and Kyle DZ also uses Retribution just to put salt in the wound. And like keeps River Bush control. And just like that, AP Bren gets nothing in the exchange.
Wow, the cross-map plays by RSG, they're continuing. That was a 3-2 split. Again, if you missed an analyst segment earlier, analysis was delivered for 2 seasons now. That's a signature piece of a Blacklist International rotation. 3 members onto the turtle, and then either the roamer plus gold or whoever in the opposite side, and that's exactly what they did there, and they got to get the tower in the bottom lane and pressure so even.
Oh, AP Bren trying to clap back hard though, but Ogwin gonna be kicked off right after the Circle Eagle ends here. Final slash for Flap TZ goes down. Aqua gonna be shut down by Super Marco. It's good.
Right.
It's just 1 kill, but it's a good start for AP Bren here.
He seemed to have timed it well with his respawn stacks, and just like that, he's back. He didn't even click NetherRealm, didn't even click the flicker, so I think Aqua knew what was coming.
Yeah, right there, right then. So they're still going to be able to fight on for one more try here. And there's a Kaka. As you can see, Irad going to be pretty safe here. With a lack of damage from AP Bren, I gotta say, this is kind of underwhelming here in the mid with this trio.
Yeah. Well, we're not really feeling the basics here right now because every time AP Bren tries to send them off to clear minion waves, RSG's always just there, pressuring Super Marco again. And
nice one here with a final slash. 2 members going to be knocked in, but RSG not really afraid. Aqua just going in, flexing that NetherRealm as well. Few diving in. Not going to be able to finish that one. Demonic Force on the get-go. Flicker by Naz. What an aggressive play for RSG. They really want that kill, and they get it.
AP Bren's damage and approach, initiation, CC, it's not exactly reliable. Here we go, final slash one more time. Can they get Nats?
Will free be the charm? Third be the charm. What, free?
Whoa!
There you go! Oh my goodness, Irad showing us what a Nolan is capable of. Barely making it out alive there is Kyle Teasy, and here is RSG pushing their advantage.
Folks, this RSG that we're seeing right now, yes, it's been a long time since they became MSC champions, but this form they're in, how they're playing, just straight up dominance. This is the 2nd seeded AP Bren we're talking about here, and RSG, we are taking it to them.
Yeah, they're giving it hard. TZ, final slash gonna be knocked up a little bit, but here's a very early NetherRealm here, activated by RSG, and they take Flap. Can they take the Lord? It's gonna be Irad once more with the Retribution.
And AP Bren just says, we're backing on out of here. Super Marco don't want none of this. AP Bren could not hold a candle to what RSG is presenting. 6K ahead almost, RSG here.
Yeah, the Phobius doesn't seem like it's paying off at all right now, Renmar.
Yeah, up to a Sea Halberd right now is this Brody, up to Malefic is the Matrix of AP Bren, and the build of the Phobius, we thought that he'd be going damage. Nope, it's a hybrid build. He did pick up the Clock of Destiny, but then went into the Dreadnought armor after building up the Dominance Eye. So let's see if how hybrid if this is gonna be, if this really will just be a Clock of Destiny, if like later on maybe he'll pick up another magic damage item, but if they can even get to that point, because with how RSG playing right now, it's just very comfortable for them. They can keep continuing this. Now, AP Bren, it looks like they've really thought about the unique strategies that they're going for, but thinking about it and practicing it in the short time between regular season end and then the playoffs, maybe they just hasn't been enough time yet to fully cook up all these great ideas and creative ideas AP Bren are generating.
Very different situation. Now, final slash!
Final slash activated. That is the target, but again, NetherRealm just there. Just beautifully done, executed by Aqua, who seem to be just so good at catching these skills of AP Bren.
Okay, on behalf of the Hive, I would like to start counting their blessings. At least this time around, their wave clear a little better.
Oh yeah, 100%.
They have better high ground defense, and they don't have to offer bodies up like they did in game 1 to actually at least buy some time to defend. So here, they at least have view. They have Beatrix, and wait!
Yeah, beautiful dive in. Ogwin is the first victim. He's not even able to just make it out, even with the Circling Eagle here. That's gonna be missing out on a few targets, but they displace AP Bren's lineup. That's 3 remaining for the Bees, and Flap might still be in trouble. And that's going to be double for Irad. And that's just spelling problem for the Hive.
What's tragic is he actually spent his flicker to try and survive, and the final slashes came off of cooldown. I think RSG, they can smell it. There are 5 members in the base!
This is endable right here. NetherRealm activated just for safety as well. Kyle Teasy trying to dance on now there, but he's able to clear up those minions. What a crucial play from Kyle Teasy.
At this point, APBR are just trying their best to delay what looks like to be the inevitable. Only up to a Holy Crystal, but he might be able to finally build that Divine Glaive as the Joy. But the Nolan already, 3 core items locked in. Up to the Lightning Truncheon is the Faramis. And this really just looks like APBR, again, uncomfortable playing with the creative strategies that they're going for, while RSG, nothing too crazy. You have a great mechanic show-offy hero in the Nolan in the hands of Irad. It's a variation of the same old, and they look very comfortable right now. And again, how they're handling the trades across the map, sending heroes elsewhere, they're targeting this is peak form RSG that we're seeing.
Yeah, I didn't want to call it in the draft, but if the last series showcased Sensui with a Nolan a la Inception, this right here straight up feels like Oppenheimer.
That's right. Just explosions. Very dark color gradient.
All right, all 5 members, both sides present here. Ults as well. Battle spells in check.
Oh, beautiful play there by Light. He's going to be able to catch Flap. What a crucial pickoff. No final slash might mean a very difficult fight here for APBR, but they're able to take out Irad, which means Retribution removed for RSG for this Lord. That might buy them some time.
Giants shut down, and that does shrink the gold lead down to about 6,000, 7,000 gold. But just the same, I don't think that's enough space for APBR to even contest.
Yeah, right now they'll just still rush. And we're starting to see a little bit more effects again of this idea of the Phoveus and the Matilda. If they time their ultimates, actually, it's quite chaotic. You don't know where the Matilda's going to land. You don't know exactly where the Phoveus is going to land because who is he going to proc his ultimate to? So APBR trying to hold on to that idea.
Yeah, they put Nats quite low here. Astaroth's Eye going to be catching 2 members here and dive by few. There goes the final slashes. Everyone is just jumping and popping. APBR get that Lord and they get that kill.
Oh, that's the first big W for APBR in Game 2. 15 minutes in. They're holding on and they are attempting to steal away resources from Irad. This is the first time APBR crossed the river in the past 5 minutes.
Yeah, Irad getting caught out of position a little bit in too deep, and then him trying to get away and then getting picked off there is going to be one of the first big major turning points of this game with a jungler of RSG down. APBR, they knew it and they made the right call. Go ahead and rush the Lord, and now let's see what they can make up with this bigger opportunity that they have found for themselves. And yes, we're seeing it again. The chaos theory behind Matilda and Phoveus paired up together. It's just, we're flying everywhere. See how you're going to handle it.
Dude, not even to mention the Arlet, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the only real stationary factor for APBR is Super Marco.
That's true. And now they have to really consider that positioning later on, especially for Super Marco, because RSG still hunting him down. Oh, and that's going to get caught out here. Irad as well. Those are very close calls, but neither actually fall.
Hey, one more hit on that, and Kyle Teasy takes it. Did y'all see that? You see the minimap, yeah?
Yeah.
Jungler on jungler action, and Kyle Teasy almost won.
We're talking about the assassin fight here, but getting out on the final slash.
Is this the new age Lancelot versus Ling?
Ah, that's a good one.
It's Joy and Nolan, and I'm all in for it. Leading up into this playoffs, again, we mentioned it yesterday, there was a post I made, and because of the tendencies we've seen in other regions, in MLBB esports leagues all across the world, assassins are a hot commodity!
Oh, speaking of hot commodity, look at that final slash there. Not going to be able to save M, and even with the Netherrealm right now, Aqua getting dove in. Double for the Joy. Kyle Teasy on a roll. And RSG getting pushed back. That goal lead shrinking down to just 1,000.
Oh, it's already a wash. RSG, PH trapped inside their base.
Trying to go for it. That's going to be Light with a play straight into the tower. Flap Teasy goes. But where they will land, nobody knows. They're flying it out right now. And still going to be answered kills here for APBR.
Oh, and just like that, APBR have taken down all of their inhibitors. APBR back in the driver's seat.
Catch another 2 on the Eye of Astaros here. Feud going ham right now with the demonic forces. Kyle Teasy waiting for his way to enter, but the minions are clear. That's going to need a call for APBR to back off.
Wow, it's like RSG or the DM went up to APBR. How you want to do this? How are you going to try to make a comeback? Roll for it. Then APBR rolled a natural 20 for turnaround. And now they're in the driver's seat.
Oh, well, Talk about character creation. What is your alignment? Chaotic neutral.
The true chaotic alignment. And again, this is the idea we posed at the end of the draft early on in the game. RSG did fantastic with making sure they got to delay that and even shut down that idea, but somehow APBR, momentum after momentum, sequence after sequence after getting that Lord, now RSG are feeling it like, oh, so this is what it's like to go up against the full strength of this lineup. How are we gonna deal with it? Because they're just flying everywhere.
Yeah. Fly in, jump in, getting knocked out, getting knocked up, and getting pushed back. That is just the story of the game here for APBR's way to play.
And it doesn't even matter where APBR comes through from. Look at this, RSG finds it so odd to contest.
So hard to get in. I have Azeroth actually will be used up already, but Kaltizi already done with that Lord.
RSG could just stand and watch. No point of entry. So many things to watch out for.
Closing out though, Irad's still going to be getting the purple buff at the end. And now, what's the defense going to look like for RSG here?
Defendable, yet possibly endable for APBR. If RSG lose a man first and they can't get to Super Marco, then it's going to look really good for APB. But if RSG somehow force APBR a little bit back and get to Super Marco, bring him down low, this is going to be their best chance.
Gentlemen, that was a way of the Dragon sped by Light.
That's huge. Right now, though, Light going to be going down as well. And the Flicker already used up, trying to survive. Not going to be able to do anything about that, though. He's still going to fall here. As well as Eman going down. That might be it, ladies and gents. And just like that, we do see it's a 1-1 RSG versus APBR.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. And the score's tied. Of course, it's got to come to this.
Wow! You see the smiles on the faces of APBR because I believe even them, they're the ones thinking, guys, how did we do that? How did we pull that off? But they did. The creativity being showcased. RSG handling it well, like how RSG would handle things and how you would expect them to dominate. But APBR, this creativity, they pulled through.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with RSG's draft. RSG had a very sound draft. It was very pandamental. It was as true as it gets. But APBR, wow, what was it? The 15-minute mark, 16-minute mark? When they started to take control, and that was it. Bob's your uncle. There was no turning back.
Man, I just know in games like these, our wonderful and vocal community has already been questioning, and rightfully so, the pick of that Phobius and how APBR played it. But then APBR, I believe, just shut all of us up and just went, no, this is how it's gonna go. This is how you deal with it. And again, the turning point there was them picking off Irad, and Irad just being a little bit too eager to get kills.
APBR must be like, they're like, yeah, they got us the first half, not gonna lie. Especially with that Phobius, I think it was getting picked off really hard as well.
All right, gentlemen, I was happy to call this an Oppenheimer performance, but it seemed closer to the Dark Knight Returns for Irad's Nolan. Didn't come close to Sensui's upper bracket slot confirming game. So with that said, could this be an answer to Nolan? Does it have to be this complex? Does it have to be this intricate that you let through a Nolan and you answer it this way?
You know what? I like it. It's like specialty coffee. Like, we all know, everyone around the world, the first time they drank coffee, it's like, oh, that's what it tastes like. Suddenly, they taste a fruity, citrusy type of coffee that came from Lord knows where, but then somehow it's just like, hey, it tastes amazing. It's kind of weird, but it works.
Coffee
that's
with
what
an orange.
APBR is now. Yeah, it's citrusy. That's what it was. What APBR did here. It's moments like these where I wish I was also there right now with Wolf and Moxie as well, because we'd just be nerding out, like how we're nerding out here.
You know what? I could use a cup of bulletproof coffee right now, like butter, right? That's what they do in Singapore. Last I checked. So get it in there. I'm here for it. I welcome our new drafting overlords, Coach Ducky, Coach Vren. You mad geniuses. I'm here for it. I like it. You know what? Even if Karina and Hilda game 1 did not work out, this is worth it.
Yeah.
Makes me kind of wonder what's next.
what else do they have, right? You know what? We saw it in MPL Singapore. I feel like if any team right now is willing to pick up a Mincetar in the Rome, it's APBR now.
Oh my god.
I'm going to say that. I'm going to throw that out there. At some point, we might see them pick up a Mincetar Rome.
Well, they were the first to pick Florin, right? And look where it was, and then they already passed.
They were a step ahead of time there.
They were a season ahead.
A season ahead.
Yeah.
So who knows, right? I feel like we're still on the cusp. It's only game 2. We still got a few. We still got a few.
What else is left in the lab? What's been cooking? Coach Ducky, don't let out, man.
Please.
We know you still have something left. But for now, let's throw over to our stand and see what the smarter people in the room think of this wacky and unorthodox draft brought to us by AP Bren.
Okay na okay ako dito dahil kasama natin isang kabayan, isa sa mga na-import natin, of course, sa Demon Kite. Palakpakan naman natin si Demon Kite.
Hello guys, hello guys.
Kamusta naman, Papi?
Okay naman. So far, maganda naman yun.
Maganda. Oh. Nag-enjoy ka ba so far dun sa ating match?
Oo, kasi dikit yung laban nila. Parang di mo masasabing one-sided kasi parehas lumalaban.
Tama, of course. Nakita natin dito si Demon Kite. Una sa lahat, ang tanong ko, masaya ka ba nung game mo na na-pick yung Karina?
Yung reaction ko nun, sobrang saya ko kasi ang tagal na wala si Karina sa meta. And nung first game nga nila, nung na-pick, tuwang-tuwa ako kasi ngayon lang ulit ako nakakita.
So, pwede ba na sabihin kay Coach, ay gana naman, Coach, eh. Pwede naman, eh. O, di ba? Okay. Pero, syempre, kailangan natin pag-usapan yung game. Game number 2, this time, AP Bren naman ang nanalo at ang isa sa mga pinaka-importanting players na kailangan tignan. Syempre, si Kyle TZ, napakaganda ng paggagamit na kay Joy. Agree ka ba na siya ang MVP at bakit?
Oo, para sa akin. Kasi yung ginagawa ni Kyle TZ sa Joy niya is more on split push. Gawa nung medyo nalugi sila sa early pero na-control naman nila yung map. Nakakapag-split push siya tapos nakakapagbigay vision din siya sa mga kampi niya.
Alam mo, yung inisip ko lagi sa Jungle Joy, hindi na siya tulad dati na malakas talaga kahit early game. Parang medyo kailangan pang mag-farm muna. And mukhang nakita naman natin yun dun sa Bren.
Kasi nung nakakuha na siya ng item, naging sobrang aggressive niya na eh. Parang kahit sila binibigyan niya namin.
So, yun. Gusto kong i-hold yung sinabi mo na yan. Kasi makikita natin yung highlights. At nung una, yung AP Bren, nakakatakot na talaga yung Phobius. Pero nagkaroon ng clash na to kung saan notable yung ginawa ni Aqua. At gusto ko lang i-point out, nag-damage item kasi si Aqua dito. Nag-clock muna siya, tas Tranchon. Hindi yung nakikita natin minsan is, sometimes ginagamit mo na yung Durance. So siya nag-damage item. Pero, nung nagkaroon na nung Lord fight dito, at sinasabi mo, kahit sila nabibigyan na, ang ibig sabihin nun, yung damage output ni Kaltizi, pati nung AP Bren, enough na para i-punish yung mga humaharap mula dun sa RSG.
Yes.
Ayun. So, makikita natin dito dun sa early stage, RSG pa rin talaga yung nakakalama. Mag-i-split push eventually yung AP Bren. Ikaw mismo naglalaro ka nitong Jungle Joy for sure. Ano ba yung sinasabi mong item na dapat hinihintay mo pag gumagamit ka ng Joy?
Yung Holy Crystal tsaka yung Blood Wings. Kapag meron ka na nung dalawang item na yun, kahit sinong tank or kahit sinong frontline, kayang-kaya may burst.
Oo, at nakita nga natin yun dito. Yung Phobius, of course, na para sa akin, gamit na gamit sa DMW, sa Singapore. Kung nakapanood ka ng MPL Singapore, si Seila, di ba? Siya yung kadalasan gumagamit noon. Pero dito sa laban na to, tingin mo ba yung Phobius ba yung naging game changer o talagang yung AP Bren maganda lang talaga yung execution nila?
Para sa akin yung execution ng AP Brenel, especially dito sa may Lord fight na to. Kasi dito lamang pa yung RSG pero dahil nasa kanila yung side ng Lord, nakuha nila yung mga bushes na kailangan sa Lord and then yun, in-execute nila ng maganda.
Ito yung sinasabi natin, napaka-gandang combo kasi yung final slash, kapag ginamit mo, technically, nag-dash yung kalaban. So may matatalo na ni Phobius. Ang daming ways para magamit yung Phobius dito. Pero ang notable is syempre yung damage output na nga ng AP Bren. Masasabi natin na mas late game yung kanilang composition. At yung Brody kasi hindi na ganun kalakas pagdating ng late game.
Pagdating kasi ng late game, yung Brody more on positioning na talaga siya. Kasi kapag naka-free hit siya ng matagal, talagang effective siya. Pero kung ma-misposition siya kahit isang beses lang, mahirapan na sila.
Ito, makikita natin yung map na pinaglaruan dito ni Kyle TZ. Na-mention mo yung about dun sa pag-split push. So, parang hindi natin in-expect na siya yung pumapalag muna sa early stage. Bukod sa hindi ganun kalakas yung Joy sa early game, lamang kasi din talaga yung RSG. So, gusto ko yung sinabi mo about dun sa pag-farm na lang muna, pag-focus na farm dito ni Kyle TZ. Ano yung dapat bang binago dito to counter si Joy? Kasi ako, para sa akin, lagi ko inisip, kapag may Joy, dapat meron kang Franco, Kaja, mga ganun. Parang lockdown. Bukod doon, ano pa ba yung pwedeng gawin para counterin yung Joy?
Para sa akin, that sinasabay nila sa side push. Kasi lamang naman na sila nung early game to mid game. Kung hawakan nila yun until late game at yung side lanes din nila napabayaan masyado, kayang-kaya nila manalo.
I really like what you said. Dami nating natututunan dito kay Demon. Kahit kumbaga, pag naunahan nyo na yung Joy dahil mahina nga siya sa early game, huwag nyong hayaan na nakapag-free farm siya. Mas bilisan nyo pa. And RSG, unfortunately, hindi nila nagawa yun. I would say though, hindi natin pwede i-fault yung RSG. Maganda pa rin pinakita nila.
Yes.
Talagang yung AP Brain, nakuha nila yung power spike nila, nagulat nila yung RSG, na punish nila itong Brody pickup. Sakto, nandito na rin, Demon, kahit matagal ko na gustong tanongin yung mga junglers natin. Ano ba yung basa mo dito sa Nolan? Worth it ba na i-first pick?
Para sa akin, hindi eh. Kasi marami pang heroes like Fredrin, Baksha, and Joy. And para sa akin, yung Nolan kasi is one time, big time. If magtuloy-tuloy yung snowball, gana siya. Pero kapag 50-50, mahina siya.
Oo. At yun yung nakita natin. Kahapon din para napansin natin ganun yung Nolan kapag hindi ka ganun ka-successful. Ghouls and RSG, unfortunately, hindi rin nila nagamit yung Nolan to its full potential. Feeling ko, agree ako sa'yo, mga teams natin kailangan, wag nang sobrang priority itong Nolan. Hayaan nyo na. Kasi may madama naman Fredrin, mas reliable. Baksha, mas reliable. But it is what it is. Playoffs na. Bahala na yung mga team. Sila yung nagde-decide kung ano yung gagawin nila. Usually naman kapag yung bagong hero na parang OP talaga tinitingnan ng mga tao Okay. Pero ikaw, gamit na gamit mo ba itong Nolan na to?
Hindi. Hindi ko siya masyadong... Kasi hindi ko siya trip pa sa jungle. Hindi siya ganun ka-efficient gamitin sa jungle para sa akin.
Okay. Let's look at the other stats. Itong si Aqua, sakto, naging teammate mo to. Technically speaking, teammate mo pa rin naman. Ito si Aqua. Na-impress ako dun sa Faramis na pinakita niya dito. Pero alam ko kasi usually ito si Aqua, yung playstyle niya ngayon, parang yung mga tipong Farsa, yung mga, even namin nasa likod. Pero itong game na to, nandun siya sa Abante. In fairness naman, nag-work to para sa RSG at first. At very commendable naman. Pero meron ka bang gustong i-expect or makita mula dito kay Aqua or any other members from RSG in the next few games?
Para kay Aqua, gusto ko sana makita yung mga heroes niya like Eve, like Kagura.
Gagano pa po yung Eve? Ay, Kagura, pwede, no?
Kasi feel ko mas comfortable siya sa mga ganong hero kaysa sa mga sustain or kagaya ng Faramis.
Maganda naman pinakita ni Aqua, di natin sinasabi. Pero syempre, mas gusto natin yung parang yung signature talaga. Then again, RSG, impressive pa rin yung kanilang form. I think handang-handa sila dito sa playoffs. At tingin ko naman kahit natalo sila dun sa laban na yun, kayang-kaya pa nila. But we still have to commend ito sa AP Bren. Lalong-lalo na itong pinakita ni Kyle TZ. Sinabi mo naman, ikaw na-impress. Meron pa bang ibang para sa'yo maganda yung pinakita dun sa game na yun?
Para sa akin si Flap TZ. Yung mga final slash niya kasi sa mga clash, nakakapagbigay sa nila ng advantage gawa ng nakokombo niya sa Bea Tricks or sa other heroes ng Bren.
Okay. Mamaya, makakausap ka namin for mga following games pa. Abangan nyo si Demon. Kahit for now, ibabato muna natin to kay Mara for some more interviews.
Sa napaka-importanting laban, syempre, nandito palagi ang pamilya. Kasama ko ngayon, ang family ni Flap, TZ, and Few. Hi, everybody! Let's start here. Introduce yourself po. Kayo po si Daddy.
Ako po si Daddy Alan. Si Allen po, pang-apat po. Pang-apat.
Pang-apat na kapatid.
Opo.
Ako po si Arvin, pangatlong kapatid po.
Pangatlong kapatid.
Ako po si Aaron, pangalawa po.
Pangalawa, ilan ba kayo?
5 po.
Lahat nandito puro A, mga A's. Naglalaro ba kayo ng ML?
Yes po.
1, 2, 3, 4, pati si Few. Ayun, 5 na. 5 man. Anong mga ranks nyo? Sige nga, gusto ko malaman rank.
Actually, player po ako ng MDL Bren.
Ay! Player ng MDL! Sino nag-influence sa'yo? Si Kuya?
Ako, si Kuya.
Siya si Kuya, di ba?
Bali po siya po talaga yung unang naglaro po ng ML.
Ikaw yung unang naglaro?
Yes po.
Tapos?
Then, nahata ko lang po sila.
Hinatak mo si Few?
Yes po.
Oh, tapos naging mas magaling siya.
Nag-stop po ako mag-ML.
Bakit ka nag-stop? You could have been there. Bakit ka huminto?
Nag-aaral po kasi.
Nag-aaral. Tapos ikaw sa MDL, o kamusta yung career sa MDL?
Ayun po, laglag po kami.
Bilang kuya, tapos ikaw nasa MDL, napaka-stricto ba ni Few? Lagi ka ba niyang kinikriticize? Paano siya? Paano?
Hindi naman po. Actually nga po, tinuturuan niya po kami kung paano yung galaw niya. Ina-apply po namin sa sarili namin.
So parang kino-coach ka din niya. Ano yung pinaka magandang advice na nabigay niya sa'yo?
Yung kahit hindi ka magaling sa laro, basta magaling ka makisama sa team mo, yun yung pinaka-the best daw.
Magaling, magaling. At alam ko si Few, talagang magandang kasama. Sobrang, actually, gusto ko nga siyang ini-interview. Ang talino niya eh. Ikaw, anong rank mo sa ML?
Ano po, ngayon po, mythical honor.
Mythical?
Honor.
Oh my gosh. Daddy, kayo ba naglalaro? Daddy, share mo naman sa akin. Pag naglalaro si Few, nakikita niyo siya dyan, ano yung nararamdaman mo?
Kinakabahan.
Kinakabahan ka?
Meron pa rin pong kaba kahit matagal na kaming nanonood.
Meron pa din, no? So, gaano kayo ka-proud kay Few? Kasi, tinan mo, kino-coach din niya yung mga kapatid niya. Tapos nandito siya representing Philippines.
Very proud po kami. Usually, lahat po ng family namin proud po sa kanya.
Kamusta siya bilang anak? Ano yung pinaka malaking suporta? Ano yung mga ginawa niya para sa inyo?
Unang-una, yung pagtulong sa mga bayarin sa bahay.
Anong pinakamalaking gift na binigay niya?
Bahay po.
Bahay! Grabe naman si Few magregalo. Nagbigay ng bahay. Grabe naman. Alam mo, Daddy, iyan ang pangarap talaga ng mga anak na balang araw maalagaan ang mga magulang. At sobrang ganda na bigyan kayo ng bahay. Grabe naman. Okay, dito naman tayo, Daddy. Kausapin ko muna si Mommy. Mommy ni Flap TZ. Mommy Charlene.
Yes po. Yes,
Sino po
Charlene.
kasama natin?
Ate niya.
Ate, dalawa lang po ba sila?
Tatlo.
Kamusta naman po si Flap TZ? Alam mo, eto, pag nasa stage si Flap, maangas, matapang, lagi nagpapatawa. Pero sa bahay, kamusta po siya?
Tahimik lang siya.
Tahimik siya?
pero nagkukwento naman siya about sa mga nangyayari sa games. Ganyan.
Ano pong kwento, yung totoo, Mami, kayo yung insider namin.
Yeah.
Kinakabahan ba siya ngayong playoffs dito papuntang M5?
Excited siya, pero syempre hindi daw maiwasan. Pero mas gagalingan pa daw nila sa ngayong playoffs.
Pag kinakabahan siya, tapos tinatawagan kanya, ano yung mga sinishare niya sa'yo?
Sabi niya sa akin, medyo kabado ako pero kaya ko to. Sabi ko, sige, okay lang. Sabi ko, basta mag-pray ka lang.
Emotional siya?
Minsan, pag hindi na maiwasan matatalo sila. So, minsan, napapaiyak, ganun.
Sensitive din pala siya. Kasi pag sa stage talaga, talagang umaangas siya eh.
Pero sa yun nga, medyo, nag-emotional.
Ikaw, ate, syempre, pag ate, ikaw yung pinupuntahan sa mga dreams, hopes, ano yung mga plano ni Flap TZ?
Actually po, marami po siyang dreams. Pero ito po yung biggest dream niya. Kaya kahit napag-stop po siya, parang gusto niya pa rin po magpatuloy hanggat kaya niya pa po.
Gusto niya talaga. Ano bang long term, anong gusto niyang gawin?
Hindi ko po sure, pero sabi niya kung saan lang po siya masaya.
So ngayon, masaya siya representing the country. Getting gold lang naman. Gold for the Philippines. Ito po, babalik na tayo sa ating casters dahil mag-uumpisa na ang ating laban. You guys know how I do it, okay? So sabay-sabay natin sabihin. In 3, 2, 1. Casters, pasok!
Always nice to hear from the family members, ever supportive of our athletes here in MPL Philippines. Welcome back to the desk. At your service, my name is Leo. Here with Rockhart and Renmar Santa Cruz. It's us. We Bear Bros, smack dab right in the middle of this best of 5 between AP Bren and RSGPH. Scores tied 1-1, and we're far from calling it quits. Before anything else, huge shout-outs, by the way, to our partner in esports, Maya. Pay like a legend with Maya and MPL Philippines. Score your very own limited edition MLB card for only 199 pesos, exclusively available on Maya.
And get in on the action here. Comment your Maya at username and tag 2 friends for a chance to win an Maya MLBB card. So there's going to be like 20 winners per broadcast per day. So winners of this will be posted on Maya's page on November 6th.
All right, so with that said, let's slowly reel back in and get into the thick of things because game number 3 will slowly be upon us. I'd hate to be bad news bear here, but yeah, that Nolan wasn't it.
Yeah. It's nothing.
Nothing?
That's a different time-traveling hero.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Why do they have the same naming schemes? One hops through times and universes. So, yeah. As you were saying, though, the playoff record for Nolan, not that great. 1-2. But actually, it was great in the first game until in the previous game, rather, until it wasn't. They were making it work.
Okay, it wasn't the weak point.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It wasn't responsible for RSG's loss.
I think same can be said with the previous Nolan picks as well, because it's really good when it gets going, but if the rest of the team kind of just crumbles, it's going to crumble with them.
Yeah. And then I think, again, another effect of the Nolan being available now in the drafting, other than changing up the priorities, you open up a new hero that's really strong, it's that now you see here teams have actually prepared for it. And in the case of APBR, a very specific draft for a very specific hero too. But at the same time, it's like if it wasn't the Nolan, it could have been someone else who could dash, who was an assassin, and I feel like it still would have been the same effect.
So are we at the cusp of a new age? Is this the harbinger of things to come? Are we going to expect Phoveus to be more of a mainstay now, given that Nolan has become a priority? I think Coach Panda says not, because they take it out. APBR on the play, RSG answering back. This is game number 3 here. Edith and Angela taken out by Coach Ducky, and Coach Panda adds the Valentina to the no-nos.
Yeah, the Faramis picks right now are very hot, I would say, but in the previous game, it did not save RSG at all. Nope. I wonder that was so cool, the way they were dancing around the Netherrealm as well.
Yeah.
Great movement there, and for very unique and cheesy drafts, really, you also need to ingest a little bit of, or show off a little bit of your fundamentals, your principles, because no matter how crazy drafts can be, it'll all boil down to how you're gonna be able to successfully play it. So kudos to APBR for making it work. Now, taking out the Fanny, seems like they're gonna be leveraging this first pick here right now. They might be leaning more towards more unique or more tanky fighter jungler. However, now RSG are thinking about banning out the Joy, and they will ban out the Matilda. So Joy first pick is available for APBR, and I wouldn't knock it right away if they go for it.
Joy, Fredrin, Box. These are all open.
Yep.
Dang, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's all of Kyle's favorite junglers and APBR junglers right now. So now it's sort of like RSG telling APBR, okay, choose, because we're gonna get one of those also.
Huh, interesting that the conversation here is coming from Coach Fren instead. He's really kind of fighting for something here. I wonder what that pick is. See, look at that. Up until the very end.
It seems like they have come to an agreement. What's it going to be?
They're asking for you.
I mean, it doesn't have to be any of those junglers. I mean, the fact that there's so many of them open. All right, never mind. I take it back. I mean, if you can attack Irad, why not?
Yeah, it's a nice play into what KLTZ is good at the same time kind of just denying what Irad is also really good at.
So now this opens up Fred, Iritha. Oh, wait, no. With the Angela gone, I wouldn't prioritize the Iritha here right now.
The box.
If they want a surprise, yeah, the box also available. If they want a surprise, they can pick up a roamer right now, but it's very reactive, but it will shake up the draft. However, there are going to be still a good amount of power picks available. The Faramis is still up as well, so let's see what route they go through. I think I heard Baksha picked up. It wasn't. Yeah,
Faramis in the box. Can't go wrong, man. Can't go wrong.
So now this allows APBR to flex this Joy. They don't necessarily have to put this in the jungle. They can still put this in the XP lane for Flap TZ. Or again, if they want to call back to something that RSG used to do with Exort, put the Joy in the mid lane. Although it's an old idea for a different time. Not completely too sure how that's going to work out, especially with the Faramis looming around there. But they can flex that adaptability, or the flexibility rather, of the Joy.
You know what's funny is Few also does this. Between the two teams from the past,
yeah.
It was Exort and Few who rocked a mid lane Joy. So if I'm not mistaken, I'm hearing a Lilia coming through and a Riz. So can confirm this is a jungle Joy.
Pretty explosive lineup here for AP Bren. They got damage galore. If they didn't have clear earlier, they got loads of it now.
Yeah, and I believe this is a similar drafting pattern that Onyx played. I just can't recall exactly what against what team, but it was also they were also up against a Faramis and or a Baksha Priority in the first 2 picks on the red side, and then Onyx decided to draft a Lilia as one of their first 3 picks on the blue side. And it's really the Baksha is going to be feeling the damage of that Lilia.
Oh.
So yes, RSG do go for pick off. They prioritize the Kaja now.
I was actually considering that earlier, but then I thought maybe they don't want to lean into that too much. I think they have too much utility now, RSG, right? With the Kaja pickup. They got the, that's mid lane Faramis, and then the Roam Kaja.
Yes.
Good survivability, but your damage might be lacking. So all the damage will be going over to the gold lane basket.
Yes, they have to invest in it hard, given what AP Bren will allow to come through.
Yeah, and historically we've actually seen as Minotaur gets banned, if I'm not mistaken, taken away from AP Bren, that when Kaja and Faramis or heroes like that are together, yes, you have a very strong divide judgment pull coming out of the Kaja, but AP Bren has a strong counter engage against that with the Joy, with the Lilia, with the Terizla.
AoE.
Actually picking off someone with the divine judgment and with someone who isn't a traditional burst down hero like a Faramis, it might actually be more damaging for RSG that this is what they prioritize for their Roman mid, because the first 3 picks of AP Bren counter against it so well.
Yep, it's basically reactive over proactive. So despite there being an answer, it still comes down to how far AP Bren is willing to take this. They have to lean hard on this advantage that we've just talked about. RSG banning out on Ixia here. What might be left here for Super Marco? Is it just me or does the Clint look good here?
Yeah, with all the dive on the side of AP Bren, it would be really great. However, if RSG are thinking about the Clint being picked up by AP Bren, they need to pick someone with dive already for Nath, someone who can easily access the back line. With the Benedetta gone, let's see. If AP Bren ban out the Yutong, they're probably thinking about picking up the Clint.
Yeah, that's true. And Irifel still also a viable option here for Super Marco, if ever, since that seems to be the trend here. I think they can kind of just hit and roll here, hit and move with the lineup that AP Bren can kind of dish out.
Okay.
Oh, there it goes. There goes the very assassin-y XP laners. Is that a word? Assassin.
It is now.
Assassin. I like it. Hey,
so
we made not us, but the Philippines made endable trend. So there's that.
There it is. Single target is the name of the game here with the Bruno, with the Kaja. That's how RSG wants to play this.
Hey, so RSG are really leveraging that XP lane pick. You also still have a Lapu Lapu available. The glue would not have fun here. So yeah, Lapu Lapu Yuzong probably might be the pick for Nats. If this is a static lineup by AP Bren and they don't have someone who could melt down armors, we might actually see an X4 picked up by RSG-PH. If the lineup looks good for it, it's Ruby in the Roam. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I heard a little bit of a groan there. Not super sold on that one.
Rubies are here and there, man.
Yeah.
They work perfectly, or, you know, it doesn't give you what you want. Here we go. What's this? What are they closing up with?
Aerithal, as you mentioned there.
I actually get it because it's so easy to punish, right? The Ruby.
Yes.
It's so hard to position, especially with a team that has maximum vision. Oh, look at this!
Wait,
they figured it out.
Is this the XP lane Baksha?
It seems to be, my friend. It seems to be.
One of our good friends are right now former League Ops, former coach. Actually, we've been talking about this. Coach Kenji, he asked me, hey man, why is no one picking up XP lane Baksha? And we talked about it. He's sustainable. He can rotate fast. This might be an XP lane box, folks.
It has to be. Where else are you going to send him, given the Karina this time around?
Yeah.
Which I'm not so sure about how I feel, because even the face of the young John Iradtuazon. You look at him, he's like, all right, coach, if this is the call.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Because again,
that's a good catch.
Is this the burst we need? Is this the burst they need? Yeah. Because what are they going to do with the Kaja?
Yeah, that's why the Kaja third pick right now, it is quite questionable. It's like now for disruption now.
It seems like a ghost from the past that haunts them way into the second phase.
Yeah. If for anything, if they really want to get that more traditional pick-off burst style that you get from Kaja, it's going to be later in the game when Fairmix is a little bit more built up, when Karina has a bit more items. But now, because of the last pick of RSG, I like the Ruby pick now. It looks so much better for them. It's an XP Nath. XP lane Baksha.
All right, okay, I think we'll find out soon, folks.
We'll find out.
We are just waiting on the actual game to reflect where these heroes are going. But yes, no, if the Retribution is indeed on the Karina, then that's it.
That's it, yeah. So,
okay.
Right. Whew. Right, Karina, it's a Karina's day today.
Man, dude, these Karinas, bro. They're coming out of left field like from a bush, like a black mamba. What?
That'd be true. Lethal ignition, by the way, on that Karina.
If it's that big, then you would see it coming. But there was a precedent. It came out in game 1.
Yeah, we were already set up for it. And wow, 2 legendary coaches, 2 creative coaching staffs with how they picked. What a draft. And I'm running through all the possibilities right now with how the game has changed for an XP lane Baksha.
I mean, you see how it kind of does what a Paquito does, wherein it rotates quickly out of lane, it's sustainable, has more CC, because you kind of need the knockout punch for the CC to count for the Paquito, but here you kind of just jump on somebody with the shield unity.
Huh. So it's good. It's I don't know, man. I feel like RSG just kind of got the idea right now. I hope they practiced this, right? I hope it was already in the pool. But this Karina right here seems so reactive for me that, I think a lot of people would actually agree with that.
I will pose a question, lads. What if it was unintended?
Unintended.
Okay, much like the whole Alda situation in the regular season.
No, not again.
It can't happen so soon. Not to the same player too, but I agree with you, given the situation on screen right now, visually.
They're talking.
The whole point of Irad looking at his phone the way he did.
Again, at this point we're only assuming. But based off of the context that we've seen so far.
And the precedent, how they had to play that lineup against Minana Evos, I am pretty sure it has to stand here even in the playoffs.
This can't be round 2. This can't be. It's so unlikely that the same person picks the...
So that's why...
and in the series wherein the Karina was picked game 1 too, on purpose.
That was on purpose. That really looked like that was on purpose.
That was premeditated.
That was premeditated.
Okay.
So they might have to play it, right? If ever. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, in this situation, I'd like to give all my love and thanks, of course, to our wonderful league operations team who, in scenarios like these, really work with both teams to find the best common ground and solution. And of course, with a league such as this, there are rules and precedents for situations such as these. So please find comfort in the fact that there are a wonderful group of men and women behind the scenes working on this right now. And
we got a literal army. A literal army of people.
Army of league operations right there as we get this sorted out. And hey, it's the fans.
Yep, a hive spread out through EVM Convention Center. Again, these tournaments just don't pop out of the ground, folks. They're very well organized. There are a strict set of rules and principles we abide by, and we've been doing this for years now, and it's all for your entertainment. Is it just me, or is this AP Brent Hornets?
It is. Earlier we saw it.
Seems to be,
All right.
Speaking of Hornets, that's actually what's behind them, I think. Behind their jacket.
Were they the ones who were holding it up?
Oh wait, you're right. In the back of the AP Brand, the new AP Brand jacket, it's not a bee, it's a hornet.
Maybe that's an evolution. It's a transition, right? Who knows?
No, but hornets are like one of the worst. I'm sorry, they're one of the worst creatures in nature.
I'm not a geologist, but a bee looks like a hornet to me.
Bees are friendlier. When they sting you, it's not good for them.
Is it?
Well, yeah, because something bad happens to them when they sting people. But when hornets sting, they laugh at you and will try to sting
malice.
you again. There's malice. There's intent. You know, it's actually confirmed that hornets remember faces.
Oh, they hold grudges.
Yeah, if you cross a hornet...
Do you have ESPN or something?
What?
But yeah, if a bee stings, that bee dies.
Hey!
Oh!
Hey! All right.
Whoa!
I don't feel so bad. Chantel's got it worse.
Oh,
This
yeah.
was a phase of mine. I can explain.
Yeah, please explain.
Hey. I did not know Irados from Bataan.
Another Bataan boy right here.
Man, what's in the water in Bataan? They make a lot of really great. Bataan's an area, a region here in the Philippines, in the north. Hey, if you're coming down here to M5, maybe you could go up to Bataan and have the time.
See what's up.
Yeah, see what's up.
I've been to Bataan, and I still play this the way I do. What's going on?
Maybe it's the nuclear power plant that was shut down a few decades ago there.
Is there?
People are like,
yeah, but the Bataan power plant, oh, that's a thing. Yeah, you're not messing around. That's a thing.
That's a thing. Maybe they became superheroes or something. That generation of kids.
That were born near and about the year 2000.
Yeah, I know.
You're onto something, Carl.
We gotta find
You're
an
onto
explanation.
something. Oh,
here.
that gentleman down there has a mighty fine mustache.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Hey.
almost thought that was you.
That's an agent that decided to stay. Had such a great day.
All right, we got some people here. We got some people. I'm sure we're gonna have more once we get into the later parts here. But I really love the fans that are coming out here today. And you know what I noticed? A lot of the AP Brent fans and the RSG fans are actually combining. A lot of them are cheering together and being sad together.
Yes. Some fans pull double duty. Not just those. I'd like to think the Phoenix Army and the Vikings, or rather the Raiders, they share a fan base.
It's so hard to tell them apart.
Blue looks good with orange, I gotta say.
And it's a great evolution for the fan base here in the Philippines, right? Where come on.
I'm gonna be sick. I'm kidding. I'm happy for them. I'm happy for them.
All right.
You are.
I am very happy for them. That's
you
very
look happy
sweet.
for them.
Yes, please. When you come here to the Philippines for M5, bring your partner, your wife, husband, girlfriend, boyfriend, your member,
significant other.
Your significant other. Enjoy it. It's a family affair. It is a great time with whoever you're happy with. And I am definitely 100% happy for you if you have someone.
Yeah, you look like you're very happy for them right now.
Yeah, this is how I sound like when I'm smiling.
All right, folks, just do it. Just do it with a mask on or not. I think this is what they call an MPL kiss cam.
Oh, is that for real?
I mean, the last couple before the prior did, so I would assume. All right. Why would you do this? Why would you do this to our friends Claudine and Keith?
Oh man.
And our friend Bridget as well.
All right, you know what? Bridget looks fine, to be honest. She just looks doe-eyed.
Yeah.
Keith is like, oh my goodness, what
Why
a
would
day.
you do this to the head of regional PR? Why?
These other also Auntie and Ara who joined us.
He's asking for it.
Don't stop it!
He gets the kiss on the cheek.
See?
A kiss on the cheek.
What I say? Here we go. Y'all know
Here we
what to
go.
do.
Oh, is he gonna get?
Y'all know what to do. You're not gonna let that last couple get it, unless they're not a couple.
They're looking a little.
They're
bit
not
shy.
really?
No.
Okay, let's see.
Okay.
All right. Real quick translation. Flap. Bawi mo si Carl means flap. Get vengeance on behalf of Carl Teasy.
That's an interesting notion, though. I feel like
I, as a broadcaster, as a member of the league here in MPL, have no stake in this. But yes, I would like to see that.
that would be something, right? That would be really something. And Flap TZ, obviously the original TZ brother.
Yes.
Yeah.
Inter bracket. Hey! Why are we putting our friends on blast like this? Why are we putting...
Wolf, you better run for your life. I'm just gonna say that.
This guy's a marked man.
I went to college with one of those people. Please.
Wolf, you are a marked man now, bro.
Dead man walking.
I don't want to have to be the one to explain.
Yeah. No need to. Just accept the fact that now, if Malaysia was chasing Wolf, now he has trouble here at home too.
Yeah.
He knew what he was getting into.
You gotta dig deep.
Young lady, I think you want to make that go a little slower. I
can't read it.
All right.
Go,
By the mere fact of reps and frequency, I knew what was written, but maybe not everyone else.
Yeah.
All right, folks. All right, I'm not so sure for cameramen know who's a couple and who's not.
Yeah, you better check. You better double check here, folks.
They just seem friendly, fam.
That looks. Yeah, they look like family.
They might actually be related.
Like family.
All right.
Now they're showing off.
I thought she was sleeping.
Nope, she was looking for a good picture to show.
There it is.
All right.
So many. You know what? This is one of the big perks of being here on ground. We don't get a lot of chances like this to interact with them. Later on, there's a community hub as well here.
That's right.
Where we can actually get to talk to them.
Come visit.
Yeah, please do.
There's a man with a majestic mustache.
Yep, look at it.
There's a majestic
Look
mustache.
at it. He knows. He knows.
He looks like a cousin.
He knows.
Who's that one dude they keep showing?
Yeah.
This
This is a synchronized attack.
Hey, Rockhard, that was you in that picture.
No.
It was.
I don't think so.
You took a picture with that one of our fans.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, that's something that I always look out for. Something I'm always excited about to meet y'all. Because again, this is all for you. There would be no MPL if there was no MPL community.
Oh, iPad here. That's huge. That's huge. APBR right here, folks.
He's winning the arms
Is that
race.
cup noodle? That guy who has a cup noodle. And I don't know if you can do that.
I
don't know if you can do that.
I don't know what.
I don't know.
What the heck
who's that?
is even that?
That's a fresh,
that's Mara.
That's a fresh photo taken today.
Yeah.
Can't confirm. That's Mara's outfit today.
Is that Juni Boy? No.
All right. Folks, we would like to thank you all for being patient with us. Again, I think there is confirmed
They're talking.
a little coinky dink that's going on. Something that we need to iron out in the back, given the situation here with the Game 3 draft. We will get you details as soon as we get them. But for now, we'd like to thank you for your patience.
Yeah.
Again, just as much as anyone watching, we would like to really get into this. Because again, whoever wins this series, they're both 2 games away, 2 wins away from securing an upper bracket final slot. Blacks International is waiting.
And that's really saying something because, well, Blacklist waiting here. It's been a while since we've been able to say that, right?
Yeah.
And they're looking right on form here, and I'm pretty sure they're also watching and thinking, what is up with these Karinas today? I gotta say that.
One of them accounted for sure.
One of them for sure, and
At
the other
least one of
one,
them.
we're still gonna have to toss a coin or something.
Yeah, we'll see. We will see. And if ever, based on, again, the context and the reactions we've seen it all, I believe on the side of APBR, they're okay with their draft.
Yep.
But the problem might have been on the second phase or potentially even that last pick arena, as we all mentioned, on the side of RSGPH. So if you're only tuning in now and you're probably wondering why the game hasn't started yet, that's the situation we find ourselves in, and our league operations team is on top of it right now, cooperating with both teams, management, and the coaches as well.
Again, this is for match point. Whoever wins Game 3 is at the cusp of meeting Blacks International in tomorrow's matchup, a best of 5. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get into what is the main event of the prelude that was the past 5 minutes. We're looking for the smart game face of the day here in the MPL Arena in EVM Convention Center in beautiful Quezon City, Philippines. We're looking for y'all to be the next smart game face of the day. We've done this season in, season out, week in, week out throughout season 12 at Shooting Gallery, and all we got to do is these simple steps.
Yeah, just flash the hashtag #PowerSmart.
On your devices in a green background, put your game face on to win a redeemable in-game code.
All right.
And they're doing it. They're ahead of us.
Who is it? Who is it?
Oh,
Come
who's
on.
it gonna be?
Yesterday's, I have to be honest, yesterday's needed to level up.
That was
all
too
right?
chill.
It was too
Yeah.
chill. Who is it today? Come on.
I wonder if he's here as well, and if he wins it again.
It might be that
Oh,
dude.
yo.
That's
Oh, we got one?
Homies a little.
Oh, turn around. What?
He's saying mix it up.
Mix
Mix it up,
cousin.
Mix it up, bro.
Mix it, cousin.
Yeah,
That tastes so good.
Mix it up.
Tornado.
Tornado.
If you know, you know, folks. there is just a phenomenon happening on social media here in the Philippines. Congratulations, by the way. Homie, you win yourself a redeemable in-game code courtesy of Smart. All right, now, do I have to explain? All right, I'll explain it. Mr. Nobody Duty. Okay, he's a Filipino-Indian content creator, and he reacts to Indian street dishes.
Yeah.
And homie looks like him.
And everyone, he calls everyone cousin.
We can't get enough of it. I honestly cannot explain to you why, but he's a great homie. Like, he's a great dude. You just start scrolling, you lose an hour.
Let's invite him for M5.
Let's invite him for the grand
For
final.
the finals.
For the grand final. Yeah,
Come
let's not
on.
wait for M5. Let's bring him on over here.
The funny thing is, I talked to Eruption. He is talking to him. He could go.
Okay, well, how about we have him on tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow, please.
Okay. I have gotten word, yes. Can confirm. Okay. Because of the just vocal enjoyment of everybody for Smart Game Face of the Day, we might have another winner.
No! Wait, for the first time in our rich history of MPL Philippines doing Smart Game Face of the Day, we'll have another winner?
That's what my producer says. Yes, we're just waiting. We're just waiting. They're looking for the next one. Who will rival Nobody Duty at home?
2 winners. 2 winners.
If for you, he's
In a
Nobody
day.
Duty. Because of him doing that, having a beard, to me, he's Hames Jordan.
Hames Jordan. Hey, you know what?
All right.
I think Mr. Harden's mustache is a little fuller.
That
Unless I
is
was
the
watching
guy.
the wrong
Yeah,
season.
that's why he's Hames Jordan. He's not James Harden. He's the full-on beard.
All right.
He's getting there.
He's getting there.
Hames about to be.
A little bit budget, I would
little
say,
bit.
but yeah, almost getting there. Just add a little bit more.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Is this it? Is this it?
It looks
Part two,
like
part
the
two,
word
part two.
is
Oh,
right.
They're not following the instructions.
Hey!
Hey, that's not.
That's Santiago. I know that guy.
He was so much happier and fitter then.
Okay. We're looking for the next Smart Game Face of the day. Y'all know the rules. Oh.
Yo, look at that Disney Princess eye flutter he was doing.
Wait.
Are they triplets?
I think they were.
They do look. Oh my goodness.
Was I seeing triples?
Is that for real? Oh, this guy.
He looks like Sir Matt.
He does.
He does.
I'm sorry, he really looks like Sir Matt.
He looks like Sir Matt. He looks like Big J. Triplets!
They are.
Oh, is this just me already? Triplets!
They look so.
I am losing it.
I'm going.
Are they?
I'm seeing triple.
All right, who wins?
Someone-
Sir Matt at home or the triplets?
It's 1v3. Oh, okay. It's 3v1 if he wins this season. Legend.
He won. I think
Let's
he might have
go.
won that.
Sir Matt at home. What the
Sir
triplets?
Matt at
What the triplets gonna do?
Oh.
Okay.
What?
Why do the triplets have different devices? All right, what you got? What you got, Sir Matt?
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Come on, do something.
He's just laughing. He's out.
He's out. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell.
Oh! Triplets win!
I don't think you can do that, but they win.
Folks, as a disclaimer, we do not know if they are indeed biological or fraternal triplets, but it seemed like they have won the 3v1 battle against Sir Matt at home.
I would not be surprised.
Sir Matt just tapped, bro.
He
did not have enough fight in him.
Can I just say, like, what we've been experiencing today, this series is special.
All right, folks, we are going to go on a quick break. Stay with us. You're watching MPL Philippines Playoffs Day number 2, Lakas ng Pinas.
Na may halong play safe.
Feeling ko bumibelo pa lang yun eh. Tsaka gigil pa rin yun hanggang ngayon na kunin yung back-to-back na World Championship.
Yung top 3 junglers ko po ngayong season is yung top 1 ko po si Carl TC, top 2 ko po si Kyle TC, top 3 ko po si Iran.
Top 1 ko is Irad, top 2 ko Carl, top 3 ko Saida.
Top 1 ko si Carl TC pa rin. Top 2 ko si Kyle TC, top 3 ko si si King Kong siguro. Sa tingin ko pinakamalakas na jungler ngayon si Carl TC. Siguro yung top 2 ko sa jungler Kyle TC. Top 3 ko si King Kong.
Top 1 si Carl TZ. Top 2, Kyle TZ. Top 3, Irad. Top 3 jungler ko this season is si Carl TZ, Irad, and Kyle TZ.
Number 1 ako, number 2 si Kyle TC, number 3 si Irad.
Lamang ni Irad kay Carl, pag-aasasin ni Irad.
Sa tingin ko yung pinakamahina at saka kailangan pa mag-improve na jungle si Sansui kasi parang hindi ako part yung mga assassin hero kasi parang hindi yan nagagamit sa MPL kahit isang beses ata hindi siya nag-assassin puro jungle lang siya. Kay Sensui siguro, patasin niya yung hero pool niya kasi hindi naman lagi na ganun at ganun yung role ng hero na gagamitin niya.
Tingin ko mas mahirap ako talunin sa tank sa assassin kasi yung tank kasi more on objectives dun kami naglalaro ganun yung playstyle namin.
Sa tingin ko yung kailangan ni Carl TC yung ipoforce mo siya mag-assassin heroes. Alam naman natin na hindi masyado comfort yung assassin heroes dahil sa lagi siyang tank jungle.
Siguro yung kinalaman ko po kay Ryzen yung pagkuha po ng objective sa kasama macro po sa team fights. Tingin ko yung kailangan improve na player ngayon si Ryzen kasi siya yung feel ko hindi nag-step up sa team nila.
Feeling ko kailangan pa mag-improve is si Sensui. Maliit lang yung hero pool niya Kaya niya lang gamitin ngayon mga tank utility.
Para sa akin po yung jungler na kailangan ng mas madami pang improvement is si Kellera. Kasi hindi ko po siya maramdaman tapos wala pa sa kalahati ko.
Kahit bago akong jungler, kaya ko patunayan sa inyo na magiging malakas ako ng jungler.
Siguro po this season pag nakatapat ko si Irad, tatalunin ko po siya tulad ng pagtalo ko sa kanya dati.
Tingin ko, kaya ako nasama ni Carl sa top 3 niya. Siguro, nung nalagpasan ko yung debut game ko, kasi nung debut game ko, hindi masyado maganda yung laro ko Pero nung sa playoffs nagkatapat kami, nasasabayan ko naman siya.
Yung reason kaya ako lamang sa ibang jungler kasi ang aggressive ko maglaro tapos calculated yung mga risk na tinitake ko. Siguro kaya ako pinakamalakas kasi ako yung pinakamadaming achievements sa kanila.
Warriors, their stories linger on through time. We remember them as heroes, but every hero's journey has a beginning.
So much emotion for owning esports and to build up the story of the entire year.
As tribulations are met, they grow ever stronger. In adversity, their greatness is shown throughout the ages. Introducing M-Series 5th Anniversary Greatest 10 Players. The nominees will be revealed from October 4th to October 28th, and the launch of the voting page will be from November 4th till December 7th on social media. The winners will be announced on the M-Series 5th Anniversary Awards Ceremony. Live on December 17th, broadcasting on your favorite platforms. See you there.
This will signify the boundless potential of our country and a reminder that through collaborations and partnership, we can be able to achieve many things. The future of esports, and we will continue to be part of esports and include it as part of our tourism portfolios in our country. Let's love Mobile Legends, but more importantly, let's love the Philippines. Daghang salamat. Thank you.
Let's give a moment for our representatives to sign the agreement. Again, it is now official. Hashtag MLBB-M5 this December in the Philippines. And now, we're also giving out our token of appreciation to our dear guests.
Effective pa nga ba ang Pinoy meta? Ang mga Pinoy playstyle ba na ito ay muling dodominahin ang mga ranked games at pro scene sa loob at labas ng bansa? Ngayong araw, alamin natin kung paano ginagawa ng MPL-PH teams ang isa sa mga pinaka nakakagulat na strategy sa loob ng Land of Dawn. Ito, ang split push. Ano nga ba ang split push strat na ito at bakit dapat natin itong matutunan? Ang split pushing strat ay isang in-game tactic kung saan ang isa o dalawang miyembro ng team ay minamaximize ang ongoing clashes o agawan ng main objectives para makasalisi sa enemy base at mabilisang tapusin ang laban. Layunin ng strat na ito na sabay-sabay na magbigay ng pressure mula sa iba't ibang bahagi ng mapa para malito ang kalaban at mas madaling makuha ang mga game objectives at kung maari tapusin ang laro. Ito ay nakafocus sa mga macro plays kung saan sinisira nito ang orihinal na rotation o plano ng kalaban at pinagre-react na lamang nito ang katunggali para sumunod ito sa gustong mangyari sa team. Nagsisimula o ginagawa ang tactic na ito kapag nasa mid to late game na ang labanan, kung saan mas madali na para sa mga certain heroes na i-clear ang mga waves at tumiretso sa enemy base. Para magawa ito, kailangan may malaking objective o teamfight ang mangyari, habang ang isa o dalawang member ng team ay sinasamantala ang clash para basagin ang turrets papunta sa base ng kalaban. Dapat hintayin na maging busy ang kalaban para hindi agad makapag-react bago simulan ang tactic na ito. Kung magbabak ang kalaban, tiyak na makukuha ng team ang isa sa main objective ng game. Ngunit kung mag-decide man sila na hindi mag-react sa play na ito, tiyak na tatalunin sila ng ganitong strategy. Pero hindi lahat ng heroes ay kayang makagawa nito. Ang hero na dapat mag-split push ay dapat may kakayahang tumakas kapag kinakailangan, kayang manalo sa mga 1v1 na labanan kapag may nag-respond na hero para pigilan ng split push, at 3, mabilis na makapag-clear ng wave. Kaya naman ang pinakabagay na hero sa playstyle na ito ay sina Hayabusa, Fanny at Ling. Habang sina Moskov, Beatrix, Kari, Bruno at saka si Claude para sa mga marksmen. Ang mga heroes na ito ay mabilis makapag-clear, makapag-apply ng pressure sa kalaban at makatakas kung kinakailangan. Pero kailangan rin ng matibay na frontline heroes tulad ng tank at fighter para masustain ang damage ng kalaban habang nagbibigay ng space para ang iyong teammate ay makapag-push. Sobrang risky ngunit napaka-epektibo ng strategy na ito. Para magawa ito, kailangan ng eksaktong timing at komunikasyon para maging successful ang play. Dahil kung hindi, maaaring ito pa ang ikatalo ng iyong team. At ngayon alam niyo na kung paano i-execute ang split push strategy. Sana magamit niyo ito sa inyong mga ranked games at makapag-win streak na rin kayo. Practice at tamang in-game communication lang ang susi para magawa niyo ang playstyle na to. Pero ang tanong, ang Pinoy playstyle ba na ito ay muling madadominate ang MPL Philippines Season 12 at ang paparating na M5 World Championship? Yan ang dapat nating abangan. Kaya naman sana ay meron kayong natutunan sa video na ito. Kung meron kayong mga suggestion o tanong tungkol sa strat na ito, mag-comment lang kayo dyan sa baba. Maging laging updated at follow nyo kami sa aming mga social media platforms sa YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram at ang official website ng MPL Philippines Season 12. At tandaan nyo, sa mundo ng Mobile Legends, kung may alam ka, tiyak na mas malakas ka, kaya ano pa ang hinihintay mo? Laban na!
In this age of technology, martial arts has evolved too. I won't rest until I crush the Trinity Syndicate!
At syempre, katabi ng MDL booth ay ang ating Redemption and Information booth. Hi Kuya. Hello. Ano pa pangalan nyo?
Mar po.
Mar, nakaklaim ka na ba ng iyong mga prizes?
Opo.
Kasama mo ba sila? Uy, ay hello po. Ay po kayo sa camera. Nakalive po tayo. Community Heroes. Sila po ay ating members ng Community Heroes. Kuya, pwede patingin ang passport mo? Nakompleto mo na? Nakompleto na? Nakompleto na po ba niya yung kanyang passport? Pwede po makita? Ayan! Ay, grabe! Ngayong araw lang po kayo pumunta?
Opo.
Uy, at nakompleto nila agad ang kanilang passport. Nalagyan ng stamp. At pwede po kayong manalo ng 5,000 MLBB Diamonds! Alam mo ba yun? May raffle tayo sa mga makakakompleto. Ano mga nakuha mo na? Pakita mo naman sa ating mga kaibigan. Ayan, meron tayong stickers, meron tayo nito, meron din tayong bandana, stickers. Ang dami niyong pwedeng makuha. At pwede rin kayo manalo ng 5,000 MLBB Diamonds. Good luck. Sana manalo ka. Salamat po, maraming salamat at enjoy ang panonood ng MPL Philippines live dito sa playoffs. Maraming salamat from a Community Hub. Again, this is your very own Odin. Balik na muna tayo sa Land of Dawn.
I value this the most.
Sulitin natin.
You guys ready?
Power all 99, please.
All access data and only TikTok for only 99 pesos.
Magic data for me.
Data that doesn't expire, also 99 pesos. Smart Super Value deals coming right up.
Get the most out of your 99 pesos. With Power All's 8 GB for all apps plus only TikTok.
Or magic data that doesn't expire. Switching? Simple with Smart eSIM.
Smart Super Value deals.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Zero 35G, 4K ultra clear front vlog phone. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Pi Channel. And EVM Convention Center. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 Playoffs action live at EVM Convention Center. Get your tickets now from our official ticketing partner, Slash. Just go to bit.ly/S12 Playoffs tickets for more details. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Welcome back to the MPL at alam kong excited na kayong lahat na mapanood ulit ang ating mga laban. But before that, mukhang chika minute muna tayo dito with Wolf and Midnight. I think meron tayong gustong i-discuss sa ating mga viewers dahil lalo ngayon may isang bagay na na-implement tayo dito sa MPL Philippines na wala sa ibang region. Siyempre, tayo ang tahanan ng pinamalakas sa MLBB. Hindi lang naman sa mismong paglalaro, pero pati na rin dito sa broadcast. So, Midnight, ano ba yung gusto nating i-discuss sa ating mga viewers?
Well, ang gusto natin i-discuss dito is yung ating feature ng pagtingin or pag-analyze ng ating mga game. Kasi syempre hindi lang yung mga players yung nag-e-evolve dito, kundi pati na rin yung mga coaches, yung mga analysts. Kaya nga, yung Pilipinas ay pinagkukuhaan ng mga coaches at ng analysts sa iba't ibang bansa. Ito yung index na paulit-ulit nating nakikita every game and every draft na napapansin nyo. May mga stats na lumalabas, may mga chart kayo nakikita, and this time around, magda-dive deep tayo para makita natin yung mga, ano ba yung data na lumalabas dito and paano ba ito ini-interpret?
Yes. At sakto kasi, ang dami nang nagtatanong in fact kung ano nga ba yung meaning. Especially may mga terms siguro na hindi masyadong naiintindihan ang lahat ng mga tao dito. But of course, we assure you, nakakatulong to. So I believe that we have some pictures or screenshots that we want to show you. Ito yung nakikita nyo after ng 3 picks at after ng draft.
After the draft, yes.
Okay. So, this was match 1 game 1. Naalala mo ba to? Midnight, itong game na to.
Ito yung first game ng Blacklist International laban sa Echo. So makikita nyo yung mga chart. Diyan natin i-base yung team fight, yung roster composition. Hindi yung roster ng players, kundi yung hero roster or yung hero composition ng magkabilang koponan. Now, if you're gonna look at the side of Blacklist International, malakas yung kanilang early game to mid. So doon sa chart, doon sa may bandang upper right, makikita nyo yung early game to mid nila. And it does reflect dahil sa roster nila, meron silang Valentina, meron silang Baksha. So dito natin nakikita yung strength ng lineup nila na medyo capable sila na makakuha ng early game lead.
Yep. At kung ikukumpara natin yun dun sa side ng Echo, lugi talaga sila when it comes to the values. Kaya naman, nakita natin sa game na to, nahirapan talaga Echo sa early game. Yep. Sobrang reflective naman. Isa pang kaya gusto kong maintindihan ng mga viewers natin. Itong nakikita nyong parang hexagon or ang proper term ay radar chart. Nakikita natin is more on the shape tsaka yung comparison dun sa kabilang team. So, makikita natin yung kung ano nga ba yung strength ng mga teams na to. When you're looking at Claude, at itong Akai, itong Terisla, ang gusto na itong mga heroes na to yung matagal na lang. Yung matagal silang umaampas. So, ibig sabihin, mataas yung DOT or damage over time. Slash sustain. Alam naman, sustain. Meron kang Rafaela, meron kang Faramis. Ang gusto nung Echo is mas matagal na mga laban. Kumbaga, nakaka-free hit itong si Claude. Kaya nga naman yung burst nila kulang. At kung babalikan nyo yung game number 1, I assure you this, pag pinanood nyo yung game number 1, malaking problema siya nung Echo, yung lack of burst nila. So, ito yung mga gusto natin tingnan dito sa game na to. Pag kinumpare natin siya sa Blacklist, yung burst ng Blacklist ay significantly mas mataas kumpara dun sa Echo. Dahil yan dun sa Iritel. Obviously, yung Valentina, masakit yan. And the Arlot, for sure. Tingnan natin naman yung mga bar chart naman, Midnight. Ano ba yung mga significant dito? Kasi lalong-lalo dito sa game na to may Digi.
Oo. Ang makikita natin dito for Blacklist International is mataas mo na ng team fight. Meron silang Digi, meron silang Iritel, pero wala sila ng mga overwhelming team fight skills na tinatawag natin or yung mga iniisip nating spells na talagang ginagamit sa mga clash. In comparison with Echo, meron silang Akai, meron silang Terisla, meron silang Claude, and meron din silang Faramis. Kaya naman makikita nyo doon sa radar na sagad-sagad, literal sagad yung team fight dun sa pinakadulu-duluhan. Kasi mas malakas talaga yung team fight ng Echo.
Pero hindi ibig sabihin niya na kapag mas malaki na yung shape na nagawa nyo, eh mas maganda na yung draft nyo. Kumbaga, mayroon lang kayong nakikita na parang sabihin na natin doon kayo mas malakas. So team fight para doon sa Echo and burst naman para doon sa side ng Blacklist. So why don't we look at game number 2 kung saan totally na bago naman yung shape para sa dalawang team sa atin kasi nagkaroon ng ibang draft yung side ng Blacklist International. And to all of the viewers out there, kaya namin ito ginagawa is para mas maintindihan ninyo kung ano nga ba yung significance ito. Siyempre, para makatulong na rin sa inyong mga lalo na, uso ngayon ng mga analysis.
Aspiring analyst, di ba? Shoutout sa mga nerds dyan. Kasi kami, talaga, may mahilig sa numbers, may mga ganyan talaga. And importanting aspect yan kasi like sa mga coaches and sa mga analysts, even drafters, di ba? Nagmamatter yung mga number ng picks, kung saan pinipick. And sa takbo ng MLBB, normal na rin na nilalagyan ng number or kinakategorize yung mga specific departments or aspects ng game. Like for example, yung team fight, ano ba yung composition nyo, pick-off lineups pa tayo. Yun yung makikita nyo yung ISO. Yung ISO sa baba, napakataas pag may mga Cho, may mga Kaja, may mga Franco. And dito natin makikita kung nagtatranslate sa game. Actually, yung game number 1, I believe, talagang nag-translate into the game itself.
Kung di ako nagkakamali, meron yata tayong mga highlights nung game number 1. So sakto makikita natin. For the side of Echo, para just to remind you of this particular game, ito yung game number 2 kung saan mataas naman yung pick-off ng Echo. Kasi meron silang Matilda, meron silang Kadita. Alam niyo naman kung ano yung gustong gawin ng mga heroes na yan. And burst naman yung meron sila dito. Yung lack of burst nila ng game number 1, mas mataas naman itong game number 2.
Naalala ko, binabangkit na ng mga casters to eh. Yung game number 2 ng Echo versus Blacklist, lamang na lamang sa radar ng early to mid game ang Echo, tapos nandun yung burst damage. And kita natin kapag na-execute ng tama ng isang team, yung nature ng kanilang composition, yung natural path nung kanilang lineup, ay nagtatranslate talaga siya sa game. And yung Blacklist International, nahirapan talaga sila humanap ng mga ways to execute versus Echo kasi it's just the natural matchup. Kumbaga, pag dalawang Echo or dalawang Blacklist yung naglaro nito, if lamang talaga sa early game yung isang team, lalamang at lalamang talaga 9 out of 10 games yung lamang sa early to mid game.
Tama. And if you recall itong mismong game na to, I suggest guys talaga sa mga manonood natin ngayon, balikan nyo mismo yung chart na gawa dito for this particular game. Pati na rin yung mga vision and info na kunwari dahil dun sa mga Novaria which we'll see later on. Mga Digi, yung may mga extra vision na nabibigay sa mapa. Importante din yan. But like we said, hindi porke mas malaki yung, or mas maganda yung shape nyo, panalo na kayo. It's just shows you the strength of the heroes that you have.
Kumbaga, alam mo yung strengths and weaknesses, but at the end of the day, you still have to execute. Kasi dito sa game na to, again, very big example is napakataas ng isolation damage, saka yung yung isolation pick-off, pati na rin yung burst damage. Pero imagine if hindi nila ginamit yung Kadita, di ba? Hindi nila na-execute. Blacklist at lalamang dahil meron silang 1-1 na mag-scale towards late game. And nakita natin, yung radar din kanina nung game number 2, mataas actually yung team fight din ng Blacklist Blacklist International. But for them to reach to go to that area, kailangan maabot nila yung late game talaga for the 1-1.
So, yung naalala kong notable dito para sa side na sa game number 2 is kunya tama ba? Ito ay okay. So dito yung Iksha Matilda na nakita natin mula sa side ng Echo. Okay yung team fight. Pero when it comes to actual team fighting tools, katulad ng crowd control, makikita nyo dyan, meron kang Akai, meron kang Teresa, meron kang Lolita. Obviously, papaboran mo yung Blacklist when it comes to team fighting. Pero when it comes to ISO/pick-offs, yung ibig sabihin mo kasi ng ISO, parang short term lang yan sa isolation. So, which is pick-off, basically. Siyempre, lamang sila. Meron kasi silang Kadita, meron silang Matilda, and yung Martis din, malakas sa mga solo type of damage. At ito naman yung sobrang nabago para sa Echo. Yung burst nila, sobrang taas naman kumpara dun sa Blacklist, dun sa game number 1.
Again, in contrast, no? Pero gusto ko nga i-highlight dito is yung lately na talagang na-emphasize sa meta natin, yung support utility. Very evident nung game number 2 kasi amplified yung strength ni Martis tsaka na rin ni Iksha. Kaya yung early to mid, even though lamang si Blacklist International, again, you still have to execute kasi. And yung early game ng Blacklist International, it revolves mostly on the Valentina, the Teresda, and the Akai. Pero ang problem kasi is medyo pantay yung medyo pantay yung matchup ni Akai tsaka ni Martis. Kaso ang problema, dahil na mas mataas yung support utility ng Echo, na-amplify niya yung early game strength nung Martis, pati na rin nung Iksha, to the point na yung hinaharap nilang mid-game, mas maaga dumating. And nag-translate yan sa game kasi kita natin kanina nung sa highlights na yung Echo, first 4 minutes pa lang, nandun na sa jungle ng Blacklist International.
Well, feeling ko yung mga nanonood sa atin ngayon, baka na-overwhelm na sila sa mga information na binibigay natin. Don't worry, we're just doing this para mas prepared kayo sa mga susunod na mapapanood natin. And we will have a lot of playoff games. For sure, maintindihan nyo na itong mga values na to, meron silang significance, pero nasa teams pa rin naman yung execution yan. Right? So, another one is yung wave clear na feeling ko underrated sa ngayon. Yung mga teams parang hindi na yung mga viewers natin, hindi nakikita yung value about the wave clear. Para sa akin, kailangan at least pantay ka ng wave clear doon sa kalaban mo. Kasi
for sure.
Hindi ka pwedeng lugi sa wave clear. Kasi, ano ba yung significance ng wave clear, Mr. Midnight?
Yung wave clear kasi very important siya sa mga lineups na like for example sa Smart Omega na usually playing to scale. Kapag mas mababa yung wave clear mo sa kalaban mo tapos mas mataas yung early game to mid nila, top G ka talaga. GG ka agad. Sa start pala ng game, alam mo, katapusan mo na. Pero if medyo pantay yung wave clear mo versus your enemy tapos medyo pantay din yung early game to mid, then you are allowed to actually play to scale. Kaya naman may mga lineups na sometimes kahit makikita natin sobrang greedy, nag-work kasi biglang marirealize mo, ang baba nga ng wave clear nung kabila. Nakakadita pala, malakas early game, pero if hindi na-execute din yung burst o yung ISO play, then yung wave clear nung kabilang team, nag-make sense. So, aabot sila doon sa late game timings.
And in fact, itong nakita nyo dun sa may bar chart, basta yung radar, yung hexagon, yung bar chart, yung parang mga linya na yan, all of the stats that are there are, ito yung mga hinahanap talaga ng mga pro teams. In fact, nagkaroon tayo ng discussions with the pro players and pro teams, pro coaches. Ano ba yung generally hinahanap nila sa isang composition? Nandiyan yung vision, obviously, never mawawala sa isang composition na magkaroon ng vision. Yung wave clear, nandyan. I think damage. Yung, yun, exactly.
Kaya nasa meta yung dalawa
Kaya nasa meta sila. Sila yung unique para doon. At siguro yung huli na nandun is yung support utility. Na in fact, masasabi ko, kaya lang nagkaroon ng gano'n na stat na hinaharap ng mga teams dahil sa PH meta.
Dahil din sa support meta na nilalaro natin ngayon. And understanding this, it helps you explain to a lot of players. Like for example, sa mga coaches, sa mga analysts, hindi na siya yung parang sasabihin mo lang, player X, mas maganda tong ganito kasi may wave clear. Ang hirap nga naman maniwala. Kunwari ako yung player, coach, paano mo naman nasabi na maganda wave clear? Ayan, may metrics na tayo. Mas madali siyang explain, mas madali siyang intindihin. And at the end of the day, ang bottom line mo kasi dito is ma-dissect kung bakit ganito yung conversion ng mga lineups. And it will all make sense kapag nakita mo na yung dalawang lineups, ano yung strengths and weaknesses nila kasi meron ng numbers na ma-identify mo bakit nga bang mas mahina itong lineup versus the other one.
Na nakita natin dun sa series number 1, magkaiba yung style ng dalawang teams. Sa bawat game na nakita natin, magkaiba yung itsura talaga. But if you look back dun sa ating group stages, may mga teams na dahil mas marami pa sila siguro na di pa laglagan portion, hindi pa ganun kataas yung at stake, halos parehas pa lang din yung shape ng mga nagagawa nila. But fortunately, for these playoffs, makikita ninyo na kung ano nga ba talaga yung itsura ng mga composition sa mga teams. And I'm sure na kayo mismo, naiintindihan nyo na pag yung Echo versus Blacklist, parang alam mo yung style nila eh. Pero bakit yung Echo, Game 1 and Game 4, nag-support hero sila?
Yeah.
At unfortunately, natalo sila doon. Pero you will know na ganun yung gusto nilang gawin, kaso parang hindi yun yung quote-unquote play style nila. Kumbaga.
Tapos, minsan, mas madali din i-identify kung bakit nag-scale yung kalaban, bakit umabot sa late game. Kasi nga, again, tulad ng nabanggit natin kanina, if napakataas yung wave clear ng kalaban, then suddenly, you're allowed to actually scale towards the late game. And magandang example dito, yung naging Game 3 ng Blacklist International. Kung titignan nyo yung wave clear, napakataas sa side ng Blacklist International. Actually, to be fair with Echo, lamang talaga din sila dito sa early to mid, specifically when Blacklist International picked up the Dirot, kasi parang lane matchup na lang siya. Pero umabot tayo sa point na yung Blacklist na delay yung game, to the point na yung damage output nila nandyan na dahil meron sila tatlong scaling na heroes tapos nakapagtaas pa nung isolation play nila. Now, when it came to the late game, yung Echo, malakas yung team fight, pero ginajuggle sila ng Blacklist International. Dinadissect nila yung team fight into multiple skirmishes kasi dun malakas yung Blacklist.
Put simply, nakahanap yung Blacklist ng paraan para kahit late game, nalugi sila, naturally. Kumbaga, pag nagsalpungan yung dalawang team na yan, lugi yung heroes na to. Kumbaga, hindi sila nag-isip, talaga patala sila ng mga skills. Nag-head-to-head collision sila, lugi sila. Pero dahil dun sa factor ng isolation na nakita nyo naman sa Blacklist, ang ganda nung execution nila. Binibigyan agad nila dito si Akai. Kapag nagpakita yung Terisla, talagang inultihan nila. Tapos may time na nakita nila si Benny Cutie, nag-ulti agad si Yue with DPS na meron sila. So tingnan nyo yung macro DPS, yung damage overall, yung hinahanap ng Blacklist nandun. With the isolation na nakita mo natin sa Blacklist International na mas lamang sila at yun yung kumbaga finocus ng Blacklist. Ginamit nila yung strength ng lineup nila para talunin yung Echo sa ibang mga parts nung laban.
Bigyan natin ng sample ng interpretation yung audience or yung mga watchers natin dyan, syempre. So, kunwari, ako si Echo, ako si Coach TikTok or si Coach Trevor. Titignan ko yung game na to. Bakit tayo natalo sa side ng Blacklist International? So, mataas team fight natin, mataas yung late game natin, malakas yung early to mid natin. So, ang kailangan na natin gawin is yung normal na MLBB na farm, get some pickoffs, group up, get team fights, get objectives. Yun lang ang ruta ng Echo. Now, for Blacklist International, mataas sa kanilang burst, mataas sa kanilang isolation. So the thing na iiwasan natin is yung mga pick-offs. Yung mga juggles na hindi 5v5 yung mga team fights. So dito sa game na to, if naalala nyo yung nangyari sa game number 3 ng Blacklist and Echo, umabot tayo sa point na nag-late game, yung Lord Dance for Echo, gusto nilang i-turn into a 5v5. Ang nangyari is, hindi nagpapakita si Sensui, pati na rin si Yue. So every single time na gusto lumaban ng Echo, inisip nila, teka lang, saglit, nasan yung mga kalaban natin? Tapos syempre dahil nasa Lord Dance ka, kailangan mong isipin yung HP ng Lord. Minsan nagkakaroon ng information gathering eh. Alam naman natin, typical Lord Dance sa Pilipinas, naghahanap pa ng info, one overstep mo mula sa Echo, suddenly biyak kagad yung team fight, doon nag-e-engage ang Blacklist International.
Exactly. So in super duper layman's term, ang Blacklist naglaro dun sa strike nila at pinwersa nila yung Echo na hindi magamit yung strength nila. Ito makikita natin dito sa ating laban. Obviously, yung Echo, malakas talaga sila dun sa may early game. Pero nagawa ni Sensui na i-take advantage yung isolation, yung pick-off. Ilang beses niya gagawin yung mga plays. In fact, dating sa point yata, walang death itong si Sensui or kung meron isa lang ata kung hindi ako nagkakamali dito sa game na to. At doon nila nabawi yung laban. I think this is a very good game to study sa lahat ng mga viewers natin dyan. Kung paano nga ba ginamit ng Blacklist yung sarili nilang strength at pinwersa yung Echo sa spot na hindi magamit ng Echo yung strength ng team fight lineup nila. Like, I believe yung pinakahuling Lord, yun yung pinaka-significant dito. Makikita natin. Isa-isang mawawala yung Echo dun sa mga pwestuhan nila at matatalo ng Blacklist.
Yes, kasi imagine yung team fight for Echo, if you're gonna dissect how Echo wants to take the Lord takes, no? Number 1 si Sanford, kailangan niya maultihan si Sensui. Typical XP to jungler matchup, kailangan mo ma-penalty zone yung jungler, tapos iso-zone mo. Ang problema is may ways si Sensui to disengage from the penalty zone. Pero hindi nga umabot sa ganung point kasi hindi rin nila makita si Sensui. Ang ginagawa ng Blacklist is every single time nakikita nila si Cartesi, tapos isolated yung heroes ng Echo, may nawawala kasi may kumukuha ng vision, ginago nila yung Akai, nag-all in in. Kasi, again, ang idea is pick off. Pag hindi man nila mapatay yung Akai, okay lang. Kasi magre-reset yung Echo. Still, bayak yung teamfight mo kasi may nawawalang hero sa side ng Echo.
That's right. Ito yung pinaka-significant na teamfight. Look at how nila na-poke si Yue, pati itong si Benny Cutie. So, ano yung naging resulta nung pinoke nila yung dalawang damage dealer ng Echo? Yung, imagine nyo kung ano yung adjustment, diba? Humina yung teamfight, humina yung damage.
Yes.
Tumaas yung pick of the blacklist kasi naiisa-isa nila yung mga members ng
In
Echo.
turn, tumataas yung teamfight nila.
Exactly. Kasi kung ikukumpara mo yun, parang humina yung graph mismo doon para sa side ng Echo dahil hindi nga nila nalalaban. So, that is, yung nakita nyong series versus ng Black versus Echo, first 2 games, nakita nyo yung dalawang teams na ginamit ni yung strength ng kanilang opposition para manalo sila doon sa mismong gameplay. But game number 3, nakita natin naman na ginamit mismo ng Black yung kanilang opposition para hindi magawa ng Echo yung gusto nilang gawin in that team fight.
Ang ginaganda dito sa index natin is it helps you identify kung bakit din. Minsan, kasi syempre, hindi naman laging 50-50 yung draft. May mga winning draft, may mga losing draft. Minsan yung losing draft, bigla kang makakita ng mga winning conditions. And dito natin siya ma-identify. Like for example, ako personally, sinabi ko, medyo losing yung draft ng Blacklist International. And even Coach Arcadia, sabi niya, commendable yung Blacklist kasi naipanalo nila yung game na yun versus Echo kasi yung win condition nila, it's very slim. Kumbaga, kailangan talaga magkamali yung Echo na may mga misposition, may mga ma-pick off, and that's what happened.
Yep. And I do hope na madami kayo natutunan sa amin dito at pasensya na kung medyo na-overload kayo ng information. Ganito talaga kami. Wala pinagsabi kami dalawa. Ganun talaga. But sa lahat ng mga viewers na meron pa mga questions, for sure, we will try to still answer your questions about this. At magkaroon pa tayo ng maraming games dito sa playoffs. Mas maraming beses pa natin makikita yung application ng mga ganitong mga stats. Sana na-appreciate ng mga viewers natin ito yung mga ganitong bagay. At tandaan ninyo, sa Pilipinas lang may ganito.
Oo, tayo lang. And may dahilan. Bakit yung mga coaches at analysts ini-import dito? Literal, may mga shadow analysts na gagaling dito sa Pilipinas na kinukuha pa ng iba't ibang bansa. And ito rin yung dahilan. Bakit ang daming Pilipino sa M5?
Totoo.
Lahat ng pinanggalingan ng mga teams, maliban sa Malaysia, may Pinoy. Actually, Malaysia, di pa tapos eh.
Malaysia. So, well, hindi pa. Meron pa tayong wildcard na pwedeng i-expect. That's, I think, our explanation of the index. At, well, so sadly, di pa namin kayo mababato ata dun sa game. So, unfortunately. Pero sana may natutunan kayo at least dito sa ating laban. I don't know kung ano yung pwede pa nating ma-expect dito. Pero so far, kasi ang ganda nung series natin dito sa
for sure. Kahit nga kanina nanonood ako sa backstage na tinitignan ko yung draft. Kasi minsan, pag nakita mo yung kapag hindi mo nasundan yung draft sequence na parang ito yung pinik ng ganitong team, ito yung pinik ng ganitong team, once na matapos yung draft, tapos tinignan mo yung index natin, parang nagkakaroon ka ng overall picture. And ang kinaganda kasi dito is kapag nagkaroon ka ng overall picture, meron kang blueprint kung paano tumatakbo yung game, ano dapat itsura niya, sino dapat lamang. And kapag meron kang blueprint, tapos pinanood mo yung actual game, makikita mo yung mga moments na, bakit naiba to? Bakit itong part na to ay nagkaroon ng difference? And yung ending, nagme-make sense. So na-appreciate ko siya kasi even dito sa series na to, nakita ko na, may ano talaga, may essence yung stats, yung mga info na makikita natin. Kaya sa mga nerds dyan, marami kayong masarap na aralan dito sa MPL Philippines. Again, dito lang yan.
Dito lang yan, sa Pilipinas. For now, I think meron tayong Smart All Access segment with our co-talents dyan. So, that has been our explanation for the draft index. I hope you enjoyed and learned something from that through the All Access.
Hi guys! Nagbabalik sa isa na namang Smart All Access segment. This is your very own Odin. Kasama ko ngayon ang ating special guest na si Jonathan Kua. Hi Jonathan! Saan ka pa galing today?
Yeah, I've been all the way from 13 Martires, Cavite.
Diba? Ka-probinsya ko siya, Cavite. Imagine yung biyahe na pinupunta niya dito para lang makapanood ng MPL-PH. Ilang oras biyahe mo?
To be exactly, almost like 4 hours.
4 hours. Ganyan ang biyahe namin. Guys, pag pumupunta kami ng MPL to support our players and our league. Jonathan, kailan ka pa nag-start gumawa nitong mga artwork?
Okay, since the time na nanalo yung Echo Philippines ng M4, I'm starting creating my first pen art that I made. Actually, it's not just nung hindi pa siya unique tulad niyan. Parang beginners lang siya. Yung mga parang mga kamay ni Yawi, yung espada ni Sanford.
So dati details lang, ngayon binubuo mo na yung mga tao. At ngayon guys, ang mga ito ay MPL and MDL talents. Ito yung pinakakamukha na nakita ko eh. Shoutout sa'yo, QWERTY! Ginawan ka ni Jonathan ng artwork, pen art siya guys. At meron din tayong MPL talents. Sinong favorite mo na MDL talent? Parang nakita ko na kasi dalawa siya eh.
I'm not gonna lie, itong power couple na to, this one.
Ayan! Oh, si Carmilla at si Cecilian yan, guys. Hulaan nyo kung sino yan. Akala ko kasi si Athena kasi dalawa yung ginawa mo for her. Ayan, Athena Rica. Tama, di ba? Oh, dalawa si Athena. So, ano yung inspiration mo sa paggawa ng mga pen art? Ano yung hugot mo?
Okay, by the time na nanalo yung Echo, I've talked to all the coaches and staffs ng Echo Philippines, and especially to Mamich, na siya talaga yung ina ng Aura Fire and Echo. Because of that first detailed na pen art na yon, she gave me my very first jersey during that time. Hanggang nung dumating ng playoffs, that's I think S11 or S10, I don't think. That time nasa SMX convention nun. She gave me my first varsity jacket because of that. Okay, lastly, I have some other pen arts pa eh. In fact, nagdodrawing pa ako ng mga jerseys and stuffs, like mga jersey and joggers just to bring inspiration and support for the love of the org.
Wow, grabe! Sobrang na-appreciate ni Mamich yung ginawa mo. And from then on, na-inspire ka lalo na gumawa ng marami pang art. Iba talaga yung nagagawa ng appreciation sa lahat ng tao dahil ito yung nagpupush sa atin na i-continue kung ano yung gusto nating gawin. Maraming salamat, Jonathan. We really appreciate your effort, your crafts. Maraming salamat. At marami pa tayong makikita. Dito lang naman yan sa Community Hub. We bring people together dito sa MPL Philippines Playoffs. So aabangan namin ang pagpunta nyo dito, ground floor ng EVM Convention Center. Again, this is your very own Odin. Balik na muna sa inyo.
Welcome back to the desk at your service. My name is Leo here with Rockhart and Renmar Santa Cruz. I bring good news. We're smack dab right in the middle of this series. It's AP Bren versus RSG, and we're about to get into game number 3. Just as a quick recap, it was an interesting draft from AP Bren that won them that second game, and that's why we're here now, dead even 1-1. Back into the land of Dawn. Can confirm RSG Philippines will have to play with that Karina. It's not like AP Bren did not set a precedent. They can do this.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. If they do it, maybe that's gonna send a message to to AP Bren. This is how you do. This is how you play it.
Exactly. And again, if you're only joining us now, it was a long discussion between all the parties involved. The two teams are big operations. So again, thank you for your patience, and now we're into it.
Yay.
And even though again it is very unique, and the last pick Ruby by AP Bren might actually mess up this Karina jungle more, I am interested to see how RSG will play this Baksha in the EXP lane.
That's a double flicker burn from both sides, one from Few and the other from Nats. The aforementioned XP lane Baksha. It's not the first in the long history of our esport. I mean, in the early days of Baksha, he was played in the XP.
Oh, for sure. And again, it's not surprising at all, but Irad might be in trouble. No level 4s, no dashes available. That's first blood for AP Bren. Not really the start you want for a Karina.
And again, that's the power of just the second skill of the Ruby that don't run Wolf King. Just enough time for the damage of the Lilia and then the Joy to mess up that Karina. And across the board, still all look very similar. Assassin emblems for the jungler and the marksman of these two teams. Wilderness blessings on both mid laners, and it is toughness and concussive Blast along with the Wilderness Blessing there for a Baksha. So I think now it's very clear to see what the picture of this game might be. A lot of objective fights and pickoffs, specifically if RG and Light can find it.
And a lot of flickers as well. You can see getting burned over and over
That's
again.
right. No, is that just me? Why are they so gung-ho about just spending it?
They're definitely gonna lack out in terms of this first turtle, but maybe they conceded already. Yeah, it feels like an AP Brent turtle already. Light is here, right close by. Aqua as well with another realm ready, but looks like RSG just opting not to go for it at all.
And yeah, that was a right call. You shouldn't overcommit the scenario. Ultimate was up there on that Joy. So now AP Brand can just continue this momentum over and over again. RSG though, you can tell the slight discomfort coming out of their game and their movements right now. Here comes an invade.
Yeah, huge invasion here coming in from Kyle Teasy. Not going to be able to secure that. Flap Teasy with the penalty zone. Aqua, he's behind. That could mean big problems. So AP Brand, another flicker being used up.
I don't see why that was a good idea. It's at 4v2. I mean, yeah, your kits are much better, but 3 minutes in, after a stolen orange, oh, that was asking for it.
Yeah, a little bit of overconfidence from the side there of APB. RSG, though, great response. Now they've adjusted their play here. I think now with Light being level 4, they're trying to build and find the lead in the gold lane for Eman, but Super Marco senses it. He is safely just farming under tower.
And Flap Teasy going to be buying some more time here. And there's the advantage you have with that Baksha, right? Just a really quick rotation on mid.
Yep, that was the next question I had is, what's that like? Because again, whenever it's a fight that Nats can't win, he just rolls out and then helps elsewhere and then comes back when the wave has already been pushed up. So there is a silver lining to this whole situation, playing a Baksha XP.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier in the draft that, hey, potentially, like, it could work. The theory is there. It's a sound idea, and right now, RG.
There's a catch that you're looking for here, especially if it's Eman. There's the joy that we're talking about here. AP Brent flexing, and they catch Eman for it. That's huge donks here for the goal lane of AP Brent.
And now that's enough time to actually prop up for the next turtle. Coming up in about 10 seconds. Aqua here. Very low. Not enough of a commitment.
Oh! Woo! Master showing how it's done. But here's a punish. Light, of course, with the fancy movements here. The flicker and the divine judgment.
Pulled him through right the wall.
Yeah. I rarely see that interaction. Not a bug, folks. Just a very normal thing that does happen when you use that flicker. AP Brand will be able to get that turtle, and it is worth it for Ogwen. They get the mid laner down. They get the turtle, but RSG right away trying to clap back and even it out in the bottom lane with pressure. But great response by Few to help out Super Marco. RSG will rotate again and an invade by Kyle Teasy up top. Really just, again, trying to continue the idea of what they wanted to bring in game number 1, which is control the jungle of Irad.
And here we see Irad making the most of RSG here. They're forcing a response. AP Brent coming with a collapse.
Yeah, Kyle Teasy's the target, but he's still going to be alive here for some reason. Barely making it out there. Jungle for jungle. That's going to be the fight erupting still. Safety for Few, and it's going to be a null trade.
Let's see right now. Oh, duel between the two marksmen.
Woo! Look at that. Eman playing spicy on the Bruno. That might actually have to force AP Brent some responses here, because Super Marco could be in trouble if Light catches this guy.
Yep, it's a 2v1 down there. Super Marco has to play it very safe. Does not have a sprint and does not have enough lifesteal just yet. Look at his item build. The lone Haas Claws, I don't think that's enough.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, compared to what the Bruno brings to the table, we're all familiar with his ability kit. Usually it's the Iritha needed to be an item above, or at least have some help. 1v1, that Iritha will always struggle against that Bruno. Later in the game, it's a little bit more even because they both have access to the Wind of Nature. But at this point, AP Brand, if they really want to build a lead for Super Marco, and they need to help him out even more, because RSG have been trying to really do that. The help that Super Marco's been getting has been mostly, other than, of course, that one gank that they were able to successfully take Eman down. It's always just been to like, okay, let's just make sure that RSG won't be able to take Super Marco down, and then we'll go.
And we're seeing the evidence of why Bruno is just such a good pick. Even with everything that happened, he's actually still the scarier force here.
Yeah.
On the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, he has taken the role of Beatrix, being ever so reliable, regardless of what phase in the game. not even mention the snowballs. Here's the last turtle of the game here. Spawning up top, AP Bren, about 2K gold ahead. First to the scene, pulling it out of the pit.
Yep, Super Marco.
Uh-oh.
Getting chased down by Nats. Under the turret, he should be safe, but that would mean that AP Bren has a firm grasp of this turtle 7 minutes into the game.
No dice. AP Bren just taking it clean there. 100% turtles for game number 3. I wonder, AP Bren just let go of bottom lane.
They did. They gave it away, and that because of that, they're also going to be just getting resources on the other side of the map. They could also go for mid if they want to.
What?
Yep.
Even tier 2?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I knew it. He actually take it down, though. I think he'll have to go and leave eventually. RSG don't have enough info, and it's right now it's just Flap. So I think right now we've already seen the Baksha works or could work. However, just because of the sheer clear speed that the Turisla has, Nap has been effectively shut down in terms of effectiveness and map presence. The Flap TZ and his Turisla has the number over Naps and his Baksha.
Something to note once more, I'm waiting for a fight to break out here. Ogwin spent his flicker.
Yes.
So that's about 90 seconds until he gets a big ult on to RSG. But, oh, there's one!
There you go. That's Ogwin gonna get caught out. You don't have a flicker, you're the next target. But here's Kyle, and there goes another realm. Catching off an Erad, no retribution, that could be good. But that's gonna be Flap going in here as well. Light no more. Divine Judgment will mean that it might have to be a stalemate. That's a 1-for-1 in the end.
They're living on the edge. You saw how Super Marco almost went down there. 1 HP.
Almost went down to the land down under, did he? And that's RSG. Crikey, indeed. RSG PH. Now, I think we're really just starting to see the discomfort of the playstyle.
Absolutely, Governor.
They have been responding well, though, weirdly enough. They're trying to.
It's a compromise, but they're doing the best that they can.
Exactly. You can still see, again, an idea around it, but even though they get to take down Ogwin right now, the counter punish coming out of the Irithel and the Joy together with the lead that they were able to build themselves is a problem right now. A lot of it for RSG in this scenario now hinges on Aqua's timing with his Netherrealm and just how much time he could buy to see if somehow Eman and Irad will be able to dish out enough damage to take down the members of APB.
Speaking of Irad, he's 3 levels down to Kyle TZ. Just hit level 11, means that AP Bren just itching to get that Lord.
Forget about it. Contesting, crossing the river, they're lucky to have waves crashing down. They're lucky to have at least these small camps in, because that's how bad this is looking. I did not even notice that Irad was down that hard.
Yeah, he's just really been playing catch up with his Joy. I believe that's another learning that we discovered in terms of the rotational speed. But then at the same time, it's also just because Katis has been invading. He's constantly been going behind.
2,000 gold!
Yeah.
Dang!
It's massive. And because, again, we don't feel Nash as much as we do feel Flap TZ. Irad isn't getting as much help. Yeah, at this point, it'll take a miracle for RG to turn things around. Not impossible, but close to it. AP Bren, they could just continue riding this momentum and play this out textbook and fundamentally.
Yep, look at this 4-1. AP Bren sending Lord through top, and they'll be pressuring mid as well. Let this 1v1! Oh, 2v1!
Is he gonna make it out? I think he is, and that's that kill! Just as salt to the wound. Light, he could be in trouble here. Flap TZ for the chase.
Oh, run, Light, run!
Oh boy.
Kyle!
Just as you expect.
Kylan and Profilin. Just a hit being away from being taken down, and he gets away, comes back and says, let me finish what you started onto me. What a play by the Phenom that is Kyle TZ.
Down bottom.
Oh! Nice hook in Aqua. Netherrealm just for safety. Man, oh man. This RSG comp is starting to fall like a ton of bricks.
Or a stack of Jengas. I think that's what you were going for.
Stack of Jengas.
This is AP Bren just knowing and understanding that there's very little RSG presents. Just shows how important an overall comp is, despite there being some rhyme or reason, some logic to each hero in each role. It's safe to say, yeah, optimistically we can make this work, but not at this level.
Absolutely. AP Bren looks like they got the number. And they just need to... They're just trying to take the disciplined way around this. And yeah, they're making RSG work even for the smallest scrap of gold around the map.
Yeah, and this is at this point it doesn't even feel like a question of can AP Bren win. It's when will they win,
And how?
and how. RSG, they're just again, of course, you're not gonna surrender. You're not gonna just start throwing left and right. Again, they're still trying to make this competitive. They're still trying to find a way to turn it around. And hey, earlier in game number 1, AP Bren was down a considerable amount and found a and in game 2 rather. And found a way to turn it around. I mean, who's to say, even though, again, it doesn't look really good for RSG, that they won't be able to do the same thing.
Yep. And now, another Lord spawns. RSG nowhere near the Lord pit, and they're just playing as safe as they could. They're pushing waves, making sure that no permanent damage is dealt to their base. But, gentlemen, as AP Bren secures their second Lord of the game, I gotta say, despite this being RSG struggling and this game being AP Bren's to lose, we can't say it's 100% AP Bren. We can't say it's totally their game right now. There is a non-0% chance that RSG comes back.
Yeah, for AP Bren, complacency is the enemy, as well as, you know, just underestimating what your opponent can do. In terms of like burst, because I feel like this lineup of RSG still has a ton of burst in a single target.
The problem is though the wave clear incredibly lacking for RSG-PH. At this point, AP Bren can just throw bodies and just make sure Super Marco staying in the back. And then Super Marco will just be able to freely hit people, heroes, or towers!
Oh, Flap, speaking of throwing bodies, throws himself straight into Nats as well as Irad, making it clear that AP Bren are here to play here on game number 3.
All right, they penetrated bottom as well. Concealed play by Ogwin. They're taking this one step at a time, surgically specific. Now the base.
Now the base is going to be the target here in NetherRealm just for safety, just trying to throw everything but the kitchen sink here, and they might just repel the AP Bren offensive.
Oh.
One hit will do it. Will it go down? And it does. It's a 2-1. AP Bren at match point.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance.
Context and situation, regardless of that, AP Bren made their lineup work. Just fundamental, clinical, invades, build the lead for Irad, not for Irad, but make Irad struggle into finding anything. Just play it like a normal game. That's exactly what they did.
And just like that, we are looking at AP Bren making it up to the upper bracket finals. They are at match point in this best of 5.
Man, that's saying something. That's saying something. And it was very clinical. Again, the prodigy, Kyle Teasy, right? I mean, he made Irad work for that game just to stay at least at par in certain parts, and at the very end, just making him work for every bit of gold he can get on the map.
Again, the disparity in the EXP lane pick, not having the same amount of help that that AP Bren had in terms of invading. Irad did not have a lot of help in terms of like defending his side of the jungle because of course Nath was always a step behind. So even though theoretically there is some sense to that boxer XP lane pick, I think now in practice we saw, especially up against the Terizla, clearing and management, he just falls behind way too much.
Okay, now I have to say this on behalf of the desk, on behalf of everyone watching at home. We all know that mechanically speaking, technically, there's very little that we can mince through, right? Yeah. This was AP Bren's game through and through. Now we have to ask, especially even before we break it down via the analyst stand, what is going on through RSG Philippines' mind? This is the reset of all resets.
Yeah.
On this great stage, they are one game away from getting knocked down in the lower bracket. How is Coach Panda addressing the situation?
Gotta find that big red button to reset everything right now and make sure that, you know, tempers don't run high when that's one thing. And the confidence of the players are still there.
Yeah, you can't deny at this point, it's a massive mental game that RSG is playing, not against Bren, against themselves,
exactly,
against each other, potentially. Game number 2, they had it somehow with a very unique and creative draft. AP Bren pulled through with a victory. Now, this happened here in game 3. A huge mental reset for sure.
With that said, we're going to have to throw it over to our analyst stand as they break down game number 3. AP Bren at
Fortunately, hindi ako mag-isa sa akin. Kasama ko ulit si Demon Kite. Saktong-sakto dahil sa series na to, bukod sa naglalaro yung RSG, nalaro pa ng 2 beses yung signature pick na Karina. Mamaya pag-usapan natin yan. Etong game na to ay parang naging one-sided dun sa may AP brand. Sino ba yung pinaka-standout para sa'yo na performance dun sa game na yun?
Para sa akin yung si Few, yung Lilia. Kasi yung binibigay niya na damage sa class tsaka yung pagsa-zone out niya din sa mga members ng RSG, especially dun sa mga heroes ng RSG like Baksha, Kaja, ganun.
Oo, parang nakita natin pagdating ng late game, parang sakit lang talaga. Unli na yung bato ng mga first skill, second skill. Pero ang ating MVP ngayon ay si Ogwen. 1, 2, and 5 on this Ruby. At nakita naman natin kung gaano kataas yung kanyang impact. Gusto ko rin yung first item niya dito. Kinuha niya agad yung Athena Shield, no? Saktong-sakto dun sa kanyang kalaban. Gano'n ba ganda yung Ruby pick na to para sa side ng AP Bren at paano siya napagana ni Ogwen?
Sa tingin ko, yung Ruby pick is counter talaga for the Karina. Kasi especially kapag naka-first skill na yung Karina or gusto niya naman burst, laging ready si Ogwen para cancelin siya and mag-counter initiate.
Which is nakita natin dun sa pinakaunang kill ng ating laban dito against the Karina. Let's look at some of the highlights once again. Ang notable dito is hindi na secure din ng RSG yung kanilang jungle right after the first few minutes kasi yung AP brand ginagamit nila etong si Terisla, pati itong si Joy para mag-invade ng jungle. Ang tanong ko sa'yo dito is, particularly dun sa XP lane na Baksha, parang hindi siya ganun kalakas going up against the Terisla. Kahit maganda yung ulti niya, technically speaking, anti-sustain Pero pag sa laning, medyo parang hirap siya no?
Kasi sa tingin ko yung Baksha wala siyang clearing potential. So, in any case, lagi siyang naiiwanan ng Terisla. Mas nauna lagi mag-rotate. Lagi niya lang inaantay yung creeps niya sa tower para maklear yung waves. And, ayun.
Magandang point yun kasi parang hindi siya about dun sa, parang ginawa ni Terisla, clear na lang niya yung wave. Tinakbo niya yung Baksha. Yung Baksha kasi malakas sa 1v1, kung isipin. At syempre, against the jungle, yung mga creeps, mag-isa lang, napaplatuhan agad na mas madali. Pero, pag ang ginawa mo is, clear mo yung lane, sakto, pupunta agad dun sa orange buff itong ating Terisla. Thank you so much for that, Demon Kite. Nakita naman natin yung overall effect nun para sa side ng RSG, hindi na nakabangon. Maganda naman yung idea dito ng side ng RSG. Feeling ko meron silang Kaja, so kailangan nila ng burst hero, which in a way, Karina, kaya yun, kung tama. Tingnan naman natin itong si Kyle TZ. Maganda ulit yung performance niya this time with the Jungle Joy at sobrang active niya sa mga first 5 minutes. Sino ba mas mabilis? Feeling ko mas mabilis pa rin yung Karina in a way.
Yes,
tingin mo? Pero ang ginawa niya dito is umingi siya ng tulong doon sa Terisla. Kaya naman mas lumamang sila. Matanong ko sa'yo dito, kung ikaw yung naglalaro ng Karina dito sa game na to, meron bang chance na mas pinili mo mag-tank build o talagang magic build na ngayon ng Karina?
For me, this case, mas maganda kung tank build. Kasi, especially kung naka-back siya kayo, even though may frontline na kasi kayo, kapag namatay kasi yung frontline nyo, wala na kayong backup na pamalit sa kanya. Pero kung nakatangkarina ka, kaya mo pa i-sustain yung Iritel, yung Joy, and other else, and mas lalo ka magtatagal sa clash.
Naisip ko kasi, what if blade armor, di ba? Tank, tas may blade armor itong Karina. Kakayanin sana. But of course, yung RSG, ang nakikita ko namang mindset nila dito, kalaban nila Joy. At ang main weakness ng Joy kapag may Kaja, Franco, plus 1 burst. At alam naman natin, Karina, napakalakas talagang mag-burst niyan in the early stages of the game. Kaya naman siguro nag-damage build din dito si Irad. So far, naging nakakagulat na flavor nitong series na to, yung Karina mula sa RC. Unfortunately, AP Bren of course, yun nga lang, hindi gumana. Knowing RSG though, ano yung sa tingin mong magiging adjustment nila heading into game number 4? Kasi very one-sided itong game natin. Feeling ko rin hindi ganun ka-optimal yung XP lane na back siya. Parang hindi na talaga yun yung meta ngayon. So parang draft-wise doon nalugi RSG. Heading to game number 4, kung gusto nilang pwersa game number 5, tingin mo ano yung dapat gawin ng RSG?
Para sa akin yung una is drafting. I think mas maganda ko ipa-prioritize nila yung hero ni Nuts kasi this game na ban out yung mga hero ni Nuts like Paquito and Benedetta. And alam ko naman nag-assassin si Rad pero I think this series more on focus tank siya, tank jungle. So mas maganda sana kung makuha nila yung mga comfort hero ni Nuts.
Ako, alam mo, free advice para sa RSG yung sinabi dito ni Demon Kite. And sobrang agree ako sa dyan kasi feeling ko itong si Nats, napakataas ng impact niya dito sa playoffs. Nakita niyo yan, yung laban nila sa Omega, nakita natin, RSG, we always think about this team na pag nag-init na si Nats, kilala mo yan, Demon Kite. Nako, alam mo na kapag hinayaan si Nats na let him cook, kayang-kaya niyang pumalag doon sa AP brand. Other stats na gusto ko rin i-take note, most importantly dito is yung monster gold stolen. Ito yung invasion na nakita natin sa AP Bren. Na-explain naman natin kanina, kung yung Joy hindi ganun kalakas mag-invade, kung kasama naman yung Terisla at Lilia, nako, napakahirap talaga niyan. At gano'ng kahirap para sa isang jungler sa ngayon yung ma-invade? Kasi nauso ngayon yung mga Hilda, alam mo yung panggulo sa jungle. Typically, ano ba dapat yung mindset mo doon? Ano yung kailangan mong gawin sa mga ganong moments?
Kapag na-invade kasi, you have two options. It's either counter jungle or talagang mag-all-in kayo sa nag-invade.
Unfortunately, RSG, ang kinapos sila doon yung pag-clear sa side lanes, tsaka doon sa may mid lane, kaya naman hindi nila natutulungan yung kanilang jungler. At yun ang kailangan baguhin doon ng side ng RSG. Some fixes sa draft, but we're pretty sure naman na kayang bumawi nung team na to. AP Brendo, na-mention mo na maganda yung performance doon ni Few with Lilia. Ganon din yung performance ni Flap TZ at ang ating MVP ngayon na si Ogwen. So, maganda naman yung performance dito ng Bren Esports. Di na kita tatanungin sa prediction mo. Ang gusto ko na lang tanungin ano yun na lang yung hero na gusto mong makita sa next few games natin?
Gusto ko sana makita kahit sino maglaro is Lancelot. Kasi so far, wala pa masyado nakikita nagla-Lancelot sa MPL-PH. More on Baksha and Fredrin like that.
Tingin mo, pasok pa rin Lancelot sa meta ngayon? Kaya pa?
Kaya pa.
Okay. Alam mo, Demon Cat, madami akong natutunan sa mga sinabi mo, especially sa mga rotations. One thing na kailangan siguro mapulot ng mga viewers natin dito is yung sometimes yung pag-invade ng kalaban, resulta siya nung heroes na pinipili dun sa may side lane, for example, at yung mga ganong klaseng matchup. And the next time na tingnan natin yung mga heroes, kunwari, Baksha versus Terisla, kung isipin natin may passive yung Baksha na pwedeng kumontra sa sustain ng Terisla, pero hindi natin naisip basta-basta yung clear na lack of clear nga meron dun sa Baksha. Kaya naman, mas nakalamang dun eventually yung Terisla. At etong Lilia naman versus Karina. Kung hindi nagkamali, ayaw ng Karina na may Lilia no? Tsaka Ruby pala. At tingin mo yung Karina, hirap pag may Ruby tsaka Karina, no?
Super hirap kasi wala masyadong dash si Karina and yung first skill niya kasi is na-immune lang yung mga basic attacks. So, magic kasi si Lilia and skills yung ginagamit niya kaya kahit anong gawin ni Karina is madadamage pa rin siya.
Nahihiwagaan ko sa mga nangyayari ngayon. Kasi, alam mo yung naging flavor out of nowhere yung Karina. Tapos nandito ka. So, sakto siguro gusto ng RSG at ng AP na matuwa ka sa ngayon. For now, that is game number 3. We'll see kung ano mangyayari sa game number 4. But before that, ipato muna natin dito kay Hans para sa ating M-Vibe. Hans, ikaw na muna.
Thank you.
Alright, maraming salamat of course sa ating mga analyst at honestly, sobrang intense nung naging laban na yon. Kaya naman ngayon, umupo na ako kasi hindi ko na talaga kinakaya yung mga naging laban. It's now AP Bren at match point against RSG Philippines and aabangan natin kung ano yung mga magiging susunod na laban. But as we've mentioned all of that, ano nga ba yung dahilan kung bakit tinatahak ng ating top 4 teams yung ginagawa nila ngayon? What are they really looking forward to? And that is of course none other than the M World Championship. Tunghayan at saksiyan natin yung isa sa kanila mga makakalaban now brought about by at the EMEA region, which is none other than Deus Volt. Alright? In just a bit, makikita nyo yung mga stats nila. Okay? Sige Brett, tignan lang natin yan ng mabuti. Okay? So ang daming matchups na meron tayo, Deus Volt, hindi na to bago sa atin. Because they've qualified in M5 and yung match win rate nila sobrang dikit. So parang ano kasi yan dikit sila in a sense na umabot ng 7 games yung series na meron sila. Pag 7 games, sobrang intense nun, di ba? And nakaka-pressure yun, sa totoo lang, kasi karamihan ng mga countries and regions ngayon, umaabot ng 7 games yung series. So, ganun din ba yung mangyayari para sa atin? Hey, who knows? Average game duration nila is quite lower compared to us. So, ibig sabihin, may posibleng chance na mas maganda yung execution nila ng games pagdating doon sa region na yun mismo. But, the thing is, baka magkaroon din ng opportunity na mag-iba yun pagdating ng World Championships. Now, let's take a look at yung kanila mga mismong picks, especially itong lineup na meron sila. If you guys have noticed, kanina before this slide was nandun si Coach Fly Solo, which was a former member of Echo, and then nag-coach siya ng isang MDL team, and now he's leading Deus Vault back into the World Championship na pinangungunahan din ni Carvey, a half Filipino, Magistor, Kid Bomba, Sunset Lover, and si Sawo. Si Sawo, si Magistor, and si Sunset Lover, nakita na natin yan sa mga nakaraang M-World Championship. I think they bannered Navi before. Yun yung isa sa mga pinaka-tumatakta talaga na mga heroes and na mga teams na meron sila. Just taking also a look at the hero pool na meron. Alright, si Sawo, more on the tanks talaga siya. Di ba ngayon tayo parang uso ang support sa atin, yung mga Angela, Rafaelas, Matildas. But here on out, Sawo is more on the tank setup type of dude. So, hindi natin may kakaila na ngayon nakakahabol na yung iba sa mga regions. Kaya very confident na rin sila to showcase kung ano ba yung kaya nilang patunayan. And, hindi lang yun, kasi meron ding Filipino import. Ikaw ba, ano sa tingin mo sa lahat ng mga Filipino imports na meron tayo ngayon? Kamusta yung mga performance nila?
Ayun, maayos naman. Mas magaling sila ngayon compared dati kasi ang dami nag-improve ngayon
Oh, tama. Kasi nga, sa tulong yan ng mga Filipino imports natin. And there you finally have it. EMEA's representatives, none other than Deus Vault, is back at the World Championship. And gaya ng inuupuan namin na, by the way guys, allowed ako dito slander kasi nagpaalam tayo. Alright? AP Bren, now at match point. RSG Philippines, syempre gusto makabawi. Let's see how things go. Casters, back to you.
Thanks for the M vibe check, Hans, and of course his homie, a representative from the Hive. Welcome back to the desk. We're about to call game number 4 here. Smack dab match point for AP Bren going up against RSG for that slot in the upper bracket finals. Something to note, the last time we actually saw Deus Vault with that banner was in M2. The very first World Championships after the pandemic, or right at the pandemic, and that's right. I am familiar with some of the players, and exciting to see how that half Filipino gold laner will be performing.
That'd be something. Coach Fly Solo, he flew there. Solo.
I assume he did. Yes. I don't think you want to. I don't think you need company being a grown man. Never mind. All right. That's you got me there, Carl. Good job. All right, back into the action here. Demon Kite shared a few bits and of course some sage advice for his former team here in RSG-PH to actually get back into the series and force a game number 5. Anything he might have missed? Anything that you guys would like to talk about? Because right now it's RSG-PH on the hot seat, man. AP Bren, they're chilling. They just have to play it right.
I mean, RSG, they're champions. A lot of them are already champions of the Season 9 MPL Philippines. So they know. I'm pretty sure a lot of them, especially Coach Panda, knows how important mental fortitude is, especially in the playoffs right here. And I think they just got to keep that up. I know sometimes, stuff happens, tensions may run high, but you got to remember the baseline. You got to get everyone back on the level. I think that's the most important one. And I believe that these set of players have that. Right? Other than that, I think the next question is, I wonder if it's something else under the sleeve of RSG that they're ready to show us here that can maybe turn the tides.
Yeah, what I found funny about Demon Kite in the analysis segment, he did mention that it might be better for Era to use a tank jungler type of hero. But then he also said, I want to see more Lancelots here. Whether it's Kyle or
can't make it up.
Play a Lancelot. So it's like, hey, Irad, man, tank jungler looks good for you. Can you also pick a Lancelot if you want? And as if it's a hybrid or damage, he was like, I believe he said damage. Like he wanted to see like a more damage-leaning Lancelot. So, hey, pick your poison, RSG, if you're going to pick the Lancelot.
I'd say, why not?
Yeah.
Because It's pretty tight. I mean, looking at the bans, there were so many. Get this, Fredrin was snubbed game 3.
Yep.
Can you believe it? So
Yeah.
if Fredrin is open and you're allowed to flex around, I think Kyle, I think Irad play a mean Lancelot. But it has to be very specific. RSG, despite their old jungler, Demon Kite, asking very nicely, I think they'll have to play close to the chest. They have to play it as correct as it gets because AP Brand, they're not going to let anything through.
AP Bren rarely make mistakes, to be honest. Like we watch him throughout the regular season. They will lose, but it's not like through a massive error. That's the major thing about AP Bren. It's like they will get outplayed, but they don't make like a critical oopsie moment.
Yeah. Although I see it differently. Those scenarios where AP Bren actually try to end the game and look a little bit too greedy in trying to end, I consider that oopsies at this point.
Oh, that's
or
fair.
how you
That's
would label
fair.
as oopsies, because again, that's what they acknowledge at some point late into the season. They had an interview with Maracino. Kapitan Few said it himself. Those moments where we tried to end the game, we were a little bit, as we call it, asim, too excited, too greedy, sour to end the game, and then the game was completely turned around in front of us. Again, based on what we've seen so far, I feel like not just here in the playoffs, but also in the last few weeks of MPL Philippines Season 12 was something that really haunted AP Bren and changed how they played. From what was originally similar to how Echo and RSG play. Snowball, pickoff, that kind of play style. That kind of play style, that sort of disappeared. And this AP Bren that we're seeing now, it's unique, yeah, but it's not the AP Brand that we knew of that won the IESF World Championship.
Yeah.
Or the SEA Games.
Or the SEA Games
Correct.
even.
I think based on that, I think that's one of the reasons why they don't pick the Franco as much on Ogwen. Because the Franco is so prone to mistakes and errors in execution.
Yeah.
So that's why Ogwen has been very, pulled back compared to IESF where Franco was the thing.
Well, one thing is it is a different metagame. Teams play in a very different pace now.
Yeah.
Fights break out in different angles now. But just the same, I have to agree with you. I have to double down on that. Franco is a walking margin of error. Like, he allows for so much, but when you clutch it at the right moment, that's where he becomes the hero that's worthy of that pick. But I think at this point, even AP Bren, now we're switching sides here. We've got Bren under the limelight. They can't afford that kind of play style from their roamer. Master Ogwen needs to play a very specific way. He needs to set the pace, and he needs to play from a winning position so that AP Bren no longer has to struggle with the shadow of what was the middle of their Season 12 run. That was a hard run for AP Bren. Now, they want to be where they need to be to complete the journey, to finish the story. This is their year of a victory, and by clutching an upper bracket berth into the finals, they can go full circle. RSGPH on the play. AP Bren clapping back. There goes the backshot for RSG. AP Bren taking out the Navaria. This is a very slow-paced draft.
Yeah. If I'm AP Bren here, I think I'm already thinking about building early game lineup, early snowball, highly punishing. And the key word I want to use here is annoying.
Annoying.
After everything RSG faced in game 2, the whole kerfuffle in game number 3, now if you want to really get into your heads, end it right here, right now. You pick an annoying set of heroes that can end the game before 13 minutes.
You know what? I'll take you another level higher.
No.
Don't get in their head. Get under their skin.
Oh, yeah.
What's the most effective way to do that though here, right? That's a big question for the draft.
Leia Hilda, exactly. When I think of high
I love that.
invade, control the jungle, go back to your idea of game number 1, but actually have more burst magic damage this time.
And wave clear.
And wave clear, yeah. So now I think that's what the teams are going to be considering in terms of playing. Looking at the trading of the first few power picks we've seen with the Angela gone, Uranus now gone, so slightly similar there. So Fred, Marta sort of has fallen off. Faramis, Valentina still available. Matilda still up.
AP Bren won that game where RSG banned Uranus in this very slot.
Ooh.
So it's telegraphed. Coach Ducky should be seeing this coming, and he should have the response. But as he stares into the horizon, it looks like it's Coach Vren's call.
Yeah,
does seems to be. And I love the communication between those two. Earlier, remember, we were talking about when they started, oh, Coach Vren, he's going to be taking the back seat here. But no, Coach Vren seems to be the guy who is actually pretty much half of the call still.
Yep.
Okay, so that is a Nolan ban. Matilda Fred, Val, if they want to.
The Riz.
The Riz. Oh, yeah.
The Miz.
Charisma pick. Should be good.
The Miz is up too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we can...
Yeah, if it's
Teams
the
have
Miz.
done that.
Oh, but it's going to be the
Matilda
Matilda. So
Airlines.
RSG did not come to play. Locking in the Matilda right away. Tarizla Faramis might be okay here for AP Bren. But then, yeah, the Fredrin's still available, so it could be Fredrin Tarizla also. But the Lilia will be available for Aqua if they go down that route. So they have to balance it out. Valentina, maybe? Valentina, Tarizla might be good.
Yep, it seems like they've made the call. There's one.
Oh, okay.
Val is up. What do they pair it with?
Oh, sorry, Valentina Fredrin, rather. Oh, but if they really want to hold on to that idea of let's be annoying, you're not going to go tanky jungler here. You want to go fast.
Yeah. What's a jungler can go fast?
Oh.
What about no, that's a flap hero though, right?
An XP laner that goes fast.
Yeah.
There you go.
If RSG really want to turn off the idea of sending this Paquito into the jungle, they pick up an Akai now. But the problem is they're up against a Valentina.
You're given the heavy spin.
And you're giving the heavy spin. So if ever that might be the ace in the hole here for AP Bren, this Paquito might actually be going into the jungle later on if the picks look good. Especially now that they don't have to worry about going up against a Kufra.
There's
so
a Fred.
RGPH, yeah. Did they? Yeah.
Yep, they got the Fred.
They allowed the Fred in, and it's Faramis, as we can see in the screen behind us, actually. So it's Faramis and Fredrin. So RSG decided to give the cult altar this time around.
Not only, they also give the circling ego.
And the circling.
And it confirms the position. It confirms that's a mid Faramis and a roaming Matilda.
Yeah.
And we've seen this time and time again as well. Some people like to overload this this Valentina pick because Valentina on second pick is so strong, but there is a way to deal with it. At the same time, whoa, that was quick.
Yep. That's gonna hurt for RSG here. So far, personally, no, not personally. AP Brand won the first half of this draft. The fact that you have so much picks that you can, ultimates that you can give to the Valentina, the Akai versus the Faramis, that's usually one of the answers going up against a Faramis comp. You send an Akai with a heavy spin. Now you have a Paquito in the EXP lane. Now you can start taking away EXP laners that can match the rotational speed. One of them is that Benedetta that I believe AP Brand took out away from RSG. So looking at the draft index, the utility, yes, good for RSG. AP Brand, they don't necessarily need to balance that out, but it might be good if they want to include a little bit more healing. I wouldn't be surprised if later on they actually consider a Rafaela in the roam for Ogwen.
100%.
If there is something that the RSG needs to catch up on, I believe and I agree with the index here, is the push.
Yeah.
You can only rely on a turn-based lineup so much. It is a dangerous gamble to say we're going to win team fights and then go from there. Filipino teams, AP Brand very specifically, are so good at snuffing that out.
Yeah, they're very well-rounded in the draft, right?
They smell it from a mile away. Like, oh, this team doesn't want to take team fights? All right. This team doesn't want to play the map? All right, we understand. We get it.
Yeah. Like a shark in the water.
And you can see there actually RSG read into it. They take away the Rafaela of AP Brand. So APB can choose to either take away an XP laner away from Nats, or they can choose a way to take one marksman away from Eman. So they might take away either something like an Akai or... sorry, not Akai. It's my Brody or Iksha. Yes, thank you, Iksha.
It's an Iksha lineup because there's so many heroes that can reposition and keep the Iksha alive while the full barrage is going on.
And you can reposition with the guiding winds.
Exactly.
Okay. Is it just me or does RSG not care about the Minotaur?
Huh.
Because that's also a pretty solid pickup as a substitute if they're so afraid of the Rafaela.
You're right, and that would make, oh my goodness, the setup against our AP Brand will be such a nightmare. And with the Tarizla gone, last two options for Naths. With the Edith gone, it's just either going to be Lapu Lapu or the Yuzong. But you also don't want to give the Black Dragon form to the Valentina, so I think it might end up becoming a Lapu Lapu versus Paquito matchup in the EXP lane.
You know, they can overload. Like, that's one strat. Like, Few's going to be so indecisive if they're going to count on Few being indecisive, rather. that, you know, what ult am I gonna use in this situation, right? So maybe that's something they can do. You can't get all 4 good ultimates. And,
Yeah.
you know.
Another adjustment potentially with the Irthel getting taken out. It might actually be XP lane Fred, a jungle Martis, but you're giving up that ultimate to the Valentina, and then an Ixia in the gold lane. If you really want to hold that idea of, okay, let's just play for our Ixia, that might be one route that they could go right now.
I don't like the Martis, man. Martis only really wins very specific matchups.
And you don't right now you don't see enough on the side of AP Brand to warrant it. If there's gonna be a Minotaur, yeah, it will be a massive struggle, and it is. There it is. The Minotaur, you called it there earlier, Leo.
Yeah, and Martis is not gonna make a mark here at all. That Decimate is gonna be so up in the air that it's gonna just evaporate.
Motivation Roar just almost soft counters it.
Yeah. Not to mention everyone's just so darn tanky. So much HP.
And there's not enough burst from RSG just yet. They can't overload it and give all the burst to Eman.
Yeah.
That's asking for it. For your mid, your early to mid, that means the Martis ain't gonna do much.
Even if this is an Ixia.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, yeah, so they
Yuzhong
go for the
there.
Yuzhong instead of the Lapu.
Fred in the jungle.
scenario. Fred in the jungle. I wonder.
It's Bruno though.
Bruno, okay.
Huh.
Okay.
I would have honestly have preferred the Ixia, but then because they picked up the Yutong up against a Valentina, it is risky because technically AP Brand could have a Black Dragon form to reach the Ixia. So yeah, Bruno at this point. It's sort of like a balancer just to make sure to avoid also that they have a potential snowballer on their side
Yes,
as well.
and it keeps Super Marco and the rest of AP Brand honest. Despite this being a read, AP Brand have done their best to protect Super Marco. It's something that at least RSGPH knows they've allowed. It's something that they have left open. And who is it?
Clint.
Clint.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's see. Very AP Bren lineup here. Love it. Few is was that Few on the Minotaur? That's a swap.
Whoa.
No. I have to
no,
double check.
No. It can't be.
Can't be, no.
Yeah.
Sorry.
A Rome Valentina at this point is like, why even? You already have a
had to
Val.
double check.
Yeah.
That's what I saw.
I'm not ready for that.
I will not be ready for that as well. Wow, what a well-rounded draft index here for RSG.
Yeah. Even though piece to piece, turn by turn, it doesn't look good for RSG. Them picking up the Bruno was actually a great call. Again, they have someone who could balance out the potential snowball coming out from AP Brand because they have someone who doesn't take long to scale up as well. As long as they, again, handle the macro well, handle the rotations well, help Eman at the right time, and are willing to trade either the second or third turtle to make sure that they can help Eman get a decisive win in lane, RSG might actually be able to force the last game.
Here we go. It comes down to this. The last game or the last chance for RSG to take us all the way. AP Brennan match point, game number 4.
All right, we're going to get into it very soon here. Kyle TZ on the Akai is not the most common sight that we see, but we have seen that it is very effective. Now, this Minotaur has been snubbed, I think, for the most part here in the playoffs.
It's so weird.
Yeah, but it does fill in. It has shown up in the last few weeks of MPL,
That's right. No, because of its stats in the later half of Season 12, I could have sworn we were becoming a Minotaur country, but real quick, Ogun here taking quite a few hits. Light hits a milestone here tonight. He's now ranked 7 in all-time assist leaderboards, surpassing Kapitan Etomax of Smart Omega with 1837 assists.
Yeah, Light really coming into his own here.
That's a career high for him after debuting in Season 7.
Now, let's see if Light getting that milestone will be able to be the Light for RSG to
Whoa!
So that's the aggression. And instead of a gold lane gank, it's an XP lane gank. They know that it's important that the Yutong has a lead over the Paquito.
Very nice catch here, and I don't think AP Bren actually expected that, which is the best thing that they could do in this game.
Yeah, no, all the more. The reason why I agree with that is because Flap used his sprint. So he had all the intentions of not dying.
Yeah, so wow. Catching Flap TZ out by surprise.
That's a world champion.
That's not something you do every day.
That's a SEA Games job.
He won a Philippine championship and the World Championship in his rookie year.
He's a multi-generational talent. Again, he's won in the pandemic, post-pandemic. What's going on here?
Yeah, that's something that's gonna have to be watched in the tapes here.
Oh, look at
You
that.
see the Nats is very aggressive here with few flying up on the sides. What they don't have is that Netherrealm, which Aqua is already using here. And that's netting them a pretty good advantage, although they are kind of starting to get whittled down. Their ultimates are going to be used up. Irad going to be all alone on that turtle. That's still going to be an advantage for RSG for sure, but they're not done fighting yet.
And they're going to score one! Another falls. A few bites it. Now Light coming in.
There he goes. Another. That's so many advantages coming over the RSG. It makes me wonder what is happening to Brent here. Oh, for Marco. Barely catching the tail end of that flicker.
Oh, and here we see Irad commits Grand Theft Purple. Did he get it? Served it up to Aqua too.
It was like, all right, you know what? I have my purple buff. I think it might be good if Paramis could get it as well. So now it goes in the hands of Aqua. AP Bren are right now, I feel like they are surprised. I'm not sure if they expected RSG to play like this. And again, you got to commend the RSG. After everything they've been through leading up to this game, they now have a 3-0 lead, and they've made the right calls to try and build themselves a more comfortable position. Again, one of the reasons why we were doubting this lineup of RSG against AP Bren is because they're mainly a Faramis comp, and there's so many pieces on the side of AP Bren to make to give that a lot of hard time. So, a good adjustment by RSG. That first turtle was light, was level 4, while Ogwen was not. They didn't have access to that Minoan Fury.
That and, of course, the whole mystery of what happened to Flap.
Yeah.
We just caught it at the tail end, and he just died underneath his tier 1 turret too. So, where was the 15% damage reduction underneath the shield, right? And that means he stayed a little too long. What's going on with AP Bren here? RSG 1,000 gold ahead now. Light coming in. Cancels the Circling Eagle.
And trying to push the advantage here. And that small bit actually leading into huge gains for RSG, who are now up by 1.4k and might get more here. Irad forcing it onto Kyle. Ooh. Getting back into form. We're seeing the mechanic get back into it. And Flap T suffering once more to the hands of the Yuzhong.
There has to be something with Nats' Yuzhong, very specifically in this game.
Yeah, he's pissed off. That's what it looks like. And right before that duel, he was actually able to fully build the Hunter Strike. And I think we're just really seeing the strength of Char residue now.
A Hunter Strike at 4 minutes?
Yep.
Woo!
Rushed it, did he?
Woo-wee.
Oh no. Even the purple. Is that the second time? No, Kyle TZ got it. Okay.
Yeah.
But that means he doesn't have the retribution for the turtle.
Yeah, that's massive. And the RSG knows it. They're banking on him not having it. And AP Bren will concede for the meantime.
Oh, gentlemen, 5 minutes in. AP Bren on the back foot. It's as clear as day. They are on a defensive position now with RSG. 2K ahead here.
That's saying something, because you don't do that every day with Bren here. And then right now, I feel like they have all the cards. And what's RSG going to do? Are they going to do the exact same thing Bren did here? We're going to have to find out. As more members are positioned up, turret's actually super low. And they catch up on the Irad. There's the Netherrealm. And it puts him back into the game.
Oh, he's so far in. The Praiser's Wrath already spent in. Ogwen flickers out. No dice.
Yeah, guiding wind as well, just to make sure Irad's alive, and we are back on the reset.
And they're still here. RSG is forcing the issue.
Yeah, this turret's going to go down for sure.
Whatever they did, especially after Game 3 with an extended time to reset and prepare provided for both teams, what a hell of a reset they've shown us. At this point, Nats is just straight up bullying Flap TZ. It's way past the laning phase, but it's like RSG and Nats is telling Flap, hey, is it really past the laning phase? I don't want this to end yet. I'm having a lot of fun here, Flap. Again, it was a rush there onto the Hunter Strike, and it's working wonders. Those 2 deaths onto Flap TZ. A hell of an adjustment by RSG.
And normally we'd see this Paquito already be cutting lanes, but we're not seeing that today. Oh, Kyle TZ could be in trouble here. Forces a heavy spin as well.
Oh, that's a DHS if I've ever seen one. Defensive heavy spin now. The Black Dragon form.
They're flying it in here. Nats finds a target, but Netherrealm activated by Captain Few means that he's going to live, but the turret will not. Aqua ready here as well. Irad forcing it up. Turret on the bottom side. Constellation prize for AP Bren.
All right, AP Bren here. They are just protecting themselves now. They understand about 7 minutes in, might be too late, that RSG means business.
Can't mess around. And again, how RSG handled that first turtle, the fact that with a slight level gap, advantage rather for life over Ogre now is for this last. Let's see if APBR can at least get this.
They're trying to break it down here on this turtle. Half HP right now. Kyle Teasy positioned up here. Irad, what's the call gonna be? It is gonna be the call onto Nats. What's the retribution looking like? It's still gonna go to Irad. Everyone going up in the air, but the damage is something that RSG just does not care for.
Ogwin very low. It's popped here by Eman.
Where is the backup? It's looking really grim here for APBR. Flapteasy on the sides just does not have the damage to duel it out against Nats.
Oh, he dashes on out of there. Cyclone Eye through, and just like that, RSG going in deep, taking down Tier 2 up top.
Very surgical.
We thought they couldn't do it, but here they are, RSG. It was a huge mental mountain to climb, and they are flying up the mountain. APBR, they crafted this lineup to mess up a Faramis comp, but right now they're the ones getting messed up, and I really have to commend here what Nats has done in his impact in this game, effectively shutting down Flap, his presence in the game, timing, positioning, the Petri, the combo. Just a hell of a game here. Yeah. This isn't Nats entertainment. This isn't entertaining. This is nasty that we're seeing.
Well, what better way to fly than with a Matilda? You know, that's what I'm saying.
And a dragon.
And a dragon. Yeah,
they're just closing the gaps, man. They're getting what needs to be brought to where it needs to be. And that's what put them about 5K ahead here, under 9 minutes. And they are living in APBR's side of the map in the jungle. Kyle thinks he's struggling to even get his own orange.
It's just about as good as it gets here.
Oh, that's miserable. Kyle Teasy got it.
Forcing it out here.
Oh, Irad scored.
And the backup is here. Didn't really need to spend anything here. Lord control rate definitely in favor of Kyle, but in this game, that doesn't really matter as much. Man, oh man.
APBR cannot contest. Not with the situation that they're looking at. Flapteasy, man, he's just assigned himself to this. It's a dirty job. Someone's got to do it. He's splitting the map.
Man, at this point, that's all he could do. Still only a BOD, only up to an endless battle, or still just trying to build it is Super Marco. Meanwhile, there is already a Berserker Tree and House Claws for this Bruno and RSG. Again, they've just done everything right. Everything that could have gone well for them did go great. Wow. And Flapteasy, though, is going to open up that bottom lane. Second tower falls, but RSG, they don't care. At this point, they have a massive lead. They got a Lord with them. They're going to be able to get even more towers away from APBR with this push.
Yep. Oh, RSG on a manhunt. They call it off.
Yeah.
Right. So right now, it seems to be like RSG, they're taking everything as much as they can, but APBR also trying to add a little bit of a mending to the wounds here.
Yep.
Get some of that gold back on their side.
All right, truth be told, we've seen much worse situations. We've seen teams get buried like 8, 9K, 10K at the 10-minute mark. But here, I gotta be honest, it's so hard to see how APBR are gonna clap back. The way that their lineup works, they have to be proactive.
Yeah.
The next step here is just across the scale the other way back. They have to be inside their base and then punish RSG.
From that kerfuffle in Game 3, now look at this. 11 minutes and counting. 6-0. Not a single kill for APBR. This has been all RSG. This is the growth. The greatest reset of all time is what we're witnessing right now.
Yeah, that's definitely it. That's 100% reset. Flying it up on the Nats here on the back. 2 flying members of RSG. Everyone's in the air. Like, you just don't care. And there it goes. Another realm already used up. That would mean a massive team fight, blowing it up left, right, and center. Kyle TC low. Super Marco gets a kill on the Dragon. Make that a double. Lord's still awake, but that's best case scenario here for APBR, if you ask me.
A successful defense, plus 2 key kills put down onto the Sheriff. If there's a rubber band coming through, it starts here. This is how you start flexing it. RSG got punished. APBR, their first 2 kills here in game number 4.
Yeah, though that looked greedy from RSG, I believe we have to commend Flap for what he did there. He was actually able to stop Eman from helping out the other members of RSG. It was a great dive. It was a good call by RSG to actually do that. It did not look greedy in my eyes until Flap TZ single-handedly stopped that Bruno from being able to help in that fight, meaning that AP Bren had more chances to successfully defend and punish, which they did.
I mean, it was the Bruno, yes, but in my eyes, it was Flap doing man to man to man to man defense. He was pulling back three dudes.
Absolutely. And right now, despite the successful defense and 2 kills, AP Bren, that timers is just too low, which means everyone's back on the field here. Not really going to be able to capitalize on that too much.
Well, when the cat is out, the mouse goes to play, and they were able to score a little bit in mid and a push up top. What's this, light? 1v1?
I'm not sure what that's about, but yeah, maybe just trying to buy some time for Flap here.
Yeah, it's them trying to force a rotation on the side of RSG if ever they were going to show themselves in the middle portion of the map. But no, RSG hold firm. Although they do send Emma down, show themselves there, but they do have the man advantage in the Lord Pit, while they were also able to clear the minion wave down bottom.
Here we go, another circling eagle answered by a heavy spin.
Yeah.
2-key ult spent over, and I think AP Bren, they are going to accept the fact that they cannot contest.
100%. There's just no way that you're going to be able to contest that, especially with the heavy spin already used. If RSG and AP Bren know it, although Flap TZ just trying to get some scraps of gold there on the bottom side of the field. Not really going to result in much. AP Bren still trailing.
Okay, so for Eman, he's already up to a Sea Halberd, already fully built. He's just going to trade out those pants for what I believe will be a Wind of Nature later on. Meanwhile, for the Clint, still trying to build up to the Berserker's Fury, if I'm not mistaken, already did have to rush that Malefic Roar. So that's something RG has to acknowledge here. The Clint damage will be existent. However, if ever RSG decide to throw bodies, they have to be calculated with it. As weird as that is to hear, this can be a devastating push or even endable for RSG.
Yep, key here is the fact that Lord came in a little early, and AP Bren have to defend from 2 sides here, mid and top.
Yeah, luckily for them, Flap TZ has been working on that bottom side, so that's one side they don't really have to worry about too much.
That's as clean a defense as it gets.
Okay, still minion waves coming in here. Let's see if they force anything. Oh,
there goes the signal. There it is. No, oh, that is huge. Black Dragon form already used up. Ogwen flying in the middle of everybody. Everyone just jumping in the air. Once more, Kyle TZ trying to see if he can pin anyone down, but no one was home.
Oh, they pop a few NetherRealm health bars, and there's a big Appraiser's Wrath, but no dice. AP Bren holding their ground.
You see there the effect of the Guiding Wind Shields provided by the Matilda with her Flask of the Oasis, and most importantly, the timing of Aqua's NetherRealm was clutch in saving RSG and minimizing the impact brought to the table by the ultimate that Ogwen dished out.
Whoa!
What's it gonna be? No NetherRealm available here, right? They already used it, but they're gonna go anyway. Eman gets a kill on the flap there. And there goes the Appraiser's Wrath just to get that done. It's a free V5.
Not have the Minoan Fury. They cannot defend like this. RSG-PH, they smell it.
Yep, RSG looking for that tower lock. Whoa, yeah! The Black Dragon forms up again.
Victory
that
is
could
nigh.
be it, especially with NetherRealm. Whoa! How easy with a hero push back into the turret range here, but that's not gonna hold for long. We got a game 5.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. It's as if Game 3 never even happened. We are down to sudden death.
And of course, the audience here holding with us here in EVM Convention Center. Man, they can feel it.
You saw Butters there, the team correspondent for RSG-PH. We just witnessed the greatest reset of all time. Again, with everything that happened to RSG-PH, they pulled away, they made what was supposed to be a draft difficult to pull off work with great adjustments in game, and then just ran away with it. Now the question is, what is AP Bren feeling? Because you saw the looks on the faces of how RSG-PH reacted. It was a cathartic release for them. to get that win in such a dominant fashion to force Game 5.
Now it all boils down to a best of one.
Another question is, how does AP Bren feel? Is because it's not like they did anything wrong. RSGPH just played well. They played much better with a draft that should have favored AP Bren, but just the same, that's just half the battle.
Well, we're going to see the conclusion of the war very, very soon here. I guess goes to show the power of the Matilda first pick, right? I think this was very much exhibited here.
Comes down to this, gentlemen. AP Bren has to show us something new again.
Yeah.
That is the only logical way that they can punch their ticket into the upper bracket finals. They gotta shock RSG into that Game 5 win. Unless RSG just rides the wave, momentum's on their side, Raiders can sleep well tonight.
It's time to bring out the sword, man.
We'll see. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our analysts. I'm sure they have thoughts on this. Game number 4. Please help us break it down.
Fortunately, for all the casters that are expecting Demon Kite, we don't have him yet for now. But what we do have is yung mga na-impart niyang mga knowledge para sa atin. Particularly yung sinabi dito ng mga casters sa Tagalog broadcast na it's nuts. Yung kanyang impact with si Yuzong ay talaga namang napakaganda. I think that overall, the draft coming out from RSG is mas madaling i-execute. Alam mo yun? Isa sa mga favorite na combo ko ever is the Fredrin Faramis. Para siyang version ng ng Akai, ng Angela plus 1-1 or Angela Iritel from before. Our MVP for now is Nats, 3-1-1 with this Yuzong at talagang natulungan niya itong kanyang buong team na i-take advantage yung Faramis pati yung Fredrin kasi kumbaga meron siyang kasabay sa pag-go dun sa mga members ng AP Bren. Napakatapang ni Nats dito sa game na to. Well, kasi nga naman may follow-up siya ng Faramis pati nung Fredrin. Bakit ko nasabing isa sa mga pinakamagandang combo itong Faramis plus Fredrin? Makikita niyan sa highlights. Dahil kapag ikaw yung Fredrin at meron kang kakamping Faramis, once na mapoke ka ng kalaban at gumamit ng count outer, pagbalik mo at lalong-lalo na pag nagamit mo yung Appraiser's Wrath, mababalik agad yung HP na meron ka. That's why I felt na may konting disconnect dun sa hero choices dito coming out from AP Bren. Bruno yung katapat nila with Fredrin. Ang kanilang pinili dito is Clint plus the Minotaur. Single target damage, hindi ganun kalakas tumunaw ng shields ng Faramis. At the same time, hindi matatangke yung burst type of damage or big chunks of damage coming out from Eman. Ang nature kasi ng Bruno, mataas yung damage output niya bawat hit in big chunks. Hindi siya katulad ng Claude or ng Beatrix, for example, or Iritel na paunti-unti yung damage. Sa kanya kasi one big chunk after another. Kaya naman, feeling ko, hindi Minotaur yung perfect na pangsagot dito. Nevertheless, AP Bren, kaya ito yung kanilang pinili. They want a team fight with a Valentina. Meron na naman silang Pakito. And overall, kaya talaga nilang i-4 protect 1 itong Clint. That's the idea coming out from AP Bren. However, kung merong isang Yuzong na walang takot at meron ka pang Fredrin, in combination with Faramis, nahihirapan silang mag-sustain or mag-output ng enough na damage para matanggal yung sustain na meron dito ang RSG. At bukod pa dyan, yung 5 quantum charge na nakita natin coming out from RSG was also very effective against the line of AP Bren. Kaya nilang nagpasan papunta sa may backlines or force out yung mga hindi ganun ka-ideal na positioning coming out from AP Bren by outspeeding yung composition dito ng AP Bren. Surely, kapag nakahanap tayo dito ng magandang initiations to the Minoan Fury, the Valentina, pwede kunin yung NetherRealm din. Meron kang Akai Ultimate with a heavy spin. All of that combined together, that will be really good para dun sa Clint para maprotektahan niya nila at ma-activate nila in this particular game. Yun nga lang, hindi nangyari yun dahil sa panggugulo na nakita natin mula kay Nats on this Yuzong. Apart from from what we saw in the highlights na nakakuha pa siya ng isang solo kill, yung impact niya sa mapa ay ramdam na ramdam. Nakita natin kung gaano ka-advanced siyang gumugo dun sa members ng AP Bren at kahit pa merong sobrang lalim na choices mula dun kay Nats, ang daling nakakahabol ng mga members ng RSG. You have the speed boost coming out from the NetherRealm at naturally dahil meron sila mga quantum charge, ang dali talaga nilang mang-run down as a team. One-sided na nakita natin mula dito sa RSG 8-2 going up against AP Bren to force game number 5 in this wonderful series. At gusto ko lang i-quote yung sinabi ni Coach Panda doon sa kanyang doon sa mga soundbites na narinig natin from yesterday. basta maganda yung draft, kaya nilang ipanalo yung mga laban, no matter what it is. Always starts with the draft. And I would say yung dalawang wins dito ng RSG, that was game number 1 eventually dun sa this particular game. Ito talaga yung draft na masasabi mong maganda para sa kanila. At hindi natin sinasabing na totally out-draft nila yung APBR. It's more like, pag tinignan natin yung ease of execution, kung gaano nga ba kadaling i-execute yung composition ng RSG, mas papabor ka talaga. Matilda plus the Faramis, tapos mayroon kang Fred rin. Wala na talagang takot. Susugod doon, eventually yung nakita natin na Yuzhong, na bihira na rin natin nakikita ngayon sa ating meta. Usually talagang yung mga specialists na lang ng Yuzhong ang gumagamit. But you can see Nats on how well he used this hero in combination with the Bruno. And like I said, Fred rin Faramis. Kung ako sa inyo at magkaduo kayo at jungler at meron kayong post 4, ito yata yung mga pwede nyong itry dun sa inyong mga rank games. Kung sawa na kayo sa Iritel Angela or sa Lancelot Angela or Ling Angela, ito yung try nyo, Fredrin Faramis. You would be surprised. Napakadali mag-control ng mga neutral objectives. Very strong when it comes to jungling. Ang bilis nyo mag-jungle. At kung sakaling nalulugi na kayo sa laban, meron kayong option ng wave clear mula dun sa Faramis para i-comeback yung mga laban or i-turn around yung mga teamfights by tanking for your team. One of the strongest duos na meron tayo ngayon, and most importantly, madaling i-execute. Kumbaga, hintay mo lang na mag-overcommit sa iyong kalaban, you can turn it all around with that combination. Game number 5 will definitely be the battle of the draft. Alam naman natin, dalawang legendary coaches with their analysts ang makikita natin for game number 5. So, di na natin papatagalin. Bato na natin pabalik sa mga casters.
Indeed, it is time for a draft battle. It comes down to this, a final bout in this best of 5. Game 5 is all it took. Tudu doesn't even matter. APBR and RSG only one moves up to the upper bracket finals. Again, Wolf just presented reasons and solutions why this happened. And he's right, there's nothing wrong with either draft. It's just RSG played it so well off the back of Nats' Yuzhong. Let me present a theory here. Gentlemen.
Okay. Yeah.
Whoever buckles and respect bans or respect picks first might actually be on the back foot.
That's true. I would just like... This is one of those scenarios where you might just try not to react too much and just
play your game. I think.
Bang.
Yeah, because if anything,
Right?
I learned from game 4 here is maybe APBR played the reactive game, even from red side.
Yeah. You saw they were really actively chasing on this counter this Faramis, give it all such a hard time. And even though Ogwin got his most played hero so far this season, the Minotaur for him, it didn't work out. Again, the adjustments that they did, the fact that he was just a few XP, but at least he was level 3, Light was level 4 in that first turtle fight. It cost APBR that second initial rotation around the map, and then eventually just snowballed from there.
Yep, made all the difference. It cost them the momentum, if not at least the ramp up to such. And yeah, I don't know. I actually like the Minotaur. It's just the way it came all together and how just willing RSG-PH was to push the boundaries.
I mean, the Minotaur was doing its thing. People were flying in the air. The lack of it was capitalization from the other members, from the most part, right?
Yep.
And maybe the time where people were flying, maybe the ultimates were already expended, and the knockups didn't matter as much. So maybe we can kind of think about that. But at the same time, we're going to a game best of 1 now. And strats kind of start to change when you get into that best of 1 scenario.
I did allude to it prior to the analyst segment. APBR's got to pull something out from deep.
Real deep.
They got to go into their pockets, or in their case, those beautiful varsity jackets pockets, and just, I don't know, man, that whole mid-Fovius type of deal.
Yeah, find something like that. I won't knock it. If they show something like a Mia, I'm not gonna hate it. Go.
All right, let's slow our roll here.
I don't want to. It's game 5.
Okay, how about a Barats in the jungle?
Sure, yeah.
Keep it close to our chest. You know, keep it pretty real.
Layla.
What else is? No, her dad maybe, but
I'm honestly, you know what? I won't knock the Layla. Think about it like this: if AP Bren take away all of the dive heroes that can somehow reach that Matilda, that Layla.
Yeah.
Well, come on, you've experienced it in RG a couple of times. I'm sure you have as well.
You laughed at the Layla pick,
Yeah, you
right?
laughed at the
Yeah.
Layla pick. It's like, oh my goodness, Layla. And then suddenly, yeah, she loses the lane, but then suddenly she hits that power spike. You have no one to reach her.
7 minutes later, how did it get to
How did it
this?
get to this? How does she get 3 maniacs in a row?
Okay. All right. I believe I am 99.7% sure that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But
let me dream.
How far can they take this? I'm assuming AP Bren would like to stay red.
Yeah.
I would say bring out the swords. That's for me.
Stay red and then not be defensive anymore, not be reactive. I think that's a start.
Yeah. Something that has a little bit more presence in terms of, again, being able to innovate. Again, they showed it off in game number 1. A lineup that can frequently get vision into the opposing side jungle. I'd like to see, actually, if it's going to be available, Novario on the hands of few. I feel like would be great with controlling how RSG like to play. But again, if it is going to be open for APB, if we're looking for picks for them. Meanwhile, for RSG, I think they're in a comfortable spot where they can really just keep shuffling Faramis Valentina. Any of those two for Aqua, they already look really comfortable.
Mid lane has been taken over by these two.
Yeah.
That's your tier 1. That's your S class mid laners right now. Valentina, Faramis, and then you have the follow-ups in Lilia, Novaria. Man.
And we have two of the most flexible mid laners in the whole league right here. Aqua probably the most vast hero pool mid laner right now.
You know what? Hey, Bren, you remember what you guys did back in MPL Philippines Season 10 when we thought that Few would be too old to play that hero? What if you set up the draft well enough that Few can play Gushen?
How about
Gushen.
it? Not Julian.
Game 5.
Not Julian.
Not Julian.
Oh my God, please.
Not Julian.
So Gushen, you know what? Throwing back to Season 10, in the playoffs, we were at Blue Leaf in Pasig City. Gushen showed up in the jungle too.
Yeah.
I remember Counties just throwing out those blades as a way to zone. Because again, the threat of activation is out there.
Yeah.
That might be a little too crazy, but in mid, maybe, yes.
Yeah.
So, Petrify Gushen.
Yeah.
Just to get that kill. Yeah.
I can't remember if it was RSGPH then back in Season 10 that actually shut down the Gushen because they last picked the Kufra. And that sort of like flew over the heds of AP Bren.
I miss the Kufra right now.
That's a miserable situation. I don't play much Gushen, but I know what it feels like.
One simple click can cancel your whole combo.
Yeah, you turn into the Kufra turns into a ball. The Gushen's like, I'm out of here.
That's right.
I'm either dead or leaving.
Time's out. Put your little blades away, Gushen. Playtime's over.
Speaking of blades, Amon.
Yes.
Hey, Amon.
Yes. It's like we had a mind link there. So I was thinking of other assassins. It's like, wait, hold that thought.
Gushen's brother.
Gushen's brother. It worked out well for a boy Hades, who is an MPL Singapore champion with Team SG.
Team Flash.
Team Flash.
Team Flash, yes. Team Flash. Yeah, man, I feel like if there is an available scenario there, but again, that's they even rocked an Amon jungle, I believe, even against a fighter tank jungler. Can't remember the exact hero, but it wasn't assassin versus assassin.
But as the story goes, and this is something I've heard down the grapevine, Amon Hades, that's been a thing for years.
Yeah,
I don't know. I
don't
don't know if Kyle has that or if Irad wants to do that. Because again, here it's proven that you want to give Irad a hero that's, again, as Demon Kite said, a tank jungler.
Yeah.
Utility. Keep him close to the ground, have him do his job so the rest of RSG and the whole team can shine. So, yeah, I don't know.
Or, do the opposite, exact opposite, which is what Irad's nature is. I believe his nature is very explosive, very mechanical.
Yes.
I think the tank jungles might be a little bit, just second nature right now.
And on behalf of RSG, maybe just flip the switch, right? If AP Bren is used to a certain pace, have him pick up and just go as fast as possible. Here we go, game number 5. It all comes down to this: who makes it into the upper bracket finals? Blacks International waiting, watching closely. AP Bren on the play. They go ahead and ban out the Edith and the Fredrin, while RSG take out the Nolan and the Joy.
Okay, if RSG ban out the Baksha, I think the chances of us seeing Assassins in the jungle might increase. However, the Akai and the Martis will be available still. And in terms of the first picks, they'll have the Matilda up, the Valentina, potentially even a Faramis first pick.
It's going to be so big for both of these franchises to get to that upper bracket again.
Yeah.
Been a hot minute since they've actually gotten to the finals here, right?
Yeah.
So
Last season, it was RSG and Blacklist in the upper bracket for Season 11. So it will be familiar territory if they do make it here. But for AP Bren, it's been a long time coming. This has always been the speed bump for them.
Yeah.
Massive.
Huge in the regular season,
Whoa.
then kind of slows down during the playoffs. That's been the trend here. They're trying to break that right now.
Gentlemen, it's a high ban in the first phase.
Oh.
Baksha ban.
They want the Assassins.
Do it.
Do it.
Ban the Baksha.
Do it. Anime fight.
Anime fight. Hey, remember what we posed earlier on?
Yeah.
If it becomes an anime fight, what if someone here does roll out the Mincetar Rome, though?
That'd be cool, though.
I do not count it out. AP Bren
no,
can do it. Okay, so there's the Valentina ban.
They can still anime fight.
It's not out of the books.
Matilda. AP Bren, if they don't pick up the Matilda here, I will question it.
Okay, so if they go Matilda and then obviously Faramis.
Yeah.
If I was RSG, though, we've seen Ogwin kind of falter on the Matilda previously. So if I was RSG, I would maybe remember that.
I wonder if APB pulls out RSG. And then, okay,
That's
so
Baksha.
Ah, it's still the Baksha.
Sorry,
Okay.
no anime
fight.
All right. Keep it simple, keep it clean. So
Yeah, no, there's no way it goes Faramis Matilda. They get one or the other on the clapback.
yeah.
AP
only one
Bren.
of them.
All right, this is a good read. I almost forgot the box was out.
We've been focused on the anime fight.
We really wanted the swords brought out. Fine. So they go Angela Matilda.
Whoa!
Super shielding lineup.
This confirms either way. Like, it doesn't matter. You can go mid Matilda, mid Angela.
Yeah. And now APB, they can either. I feel like they have to take one of either Ethel or Bruno now. I wouldn't want to go up against RSG into the next phase, giving those two options available for them. So take one of those two heroes, and then they pick up the Faramis, Ethel, Bruno. If not, then well, they're gonna be playing into RSG's hand. They're gonna be giving RSG the lineup that they want to play.
So which is it? I'd like to think you go Bruno.
Let's go.
Okay, they're gonna go Irithel.
All right, never mind. They made their bed here. So that means RSG picks up the Bruno.
That's right.
But they can pick up the Brody too.
Yeah, they can pick up the Brody. I wouldn't mind if they picked up the Yuzong, actually. But with the Edith gone, a Yuzong with an Angela and Matilda with them, it's great for Nats.
They might risk having it banned out, though, either Brody or Bruno. So they could still go for gold here.
Yeah, but the thing is, if even with that, they still have the Claude up. There's still not a lot of a traditional dive on the side of AP Bren.
Iksha as well.
Iksha's available, so they don't necessarily need to pick their gold laner now. I'd want to see them pick up the Yuzong again, honestly.
Okay, I don't know how much I support the Iksha, given that there is about 0 peel right now from RSG.
Yes,
you can relocate with the Guiding Winds. You can give shields to the Iksha via the Angela, but it's not the same.
Okay.
And Emon's track record for it has been abysmal as well.
Yeah. Can confirm, though, it is a Bruno.
Yep.
That was picked up there by RSG.
There it is.
So, as expected, it was a trade. The Irithel goes to APB, Bruno goes to RSG. Hell of a lot of support utility, as we know, with the Angela Matilda there. So now I want to see AP Bren with more pokes. Problem is, what else can they slot in here that can actually poke down and make the lineup of RSG struggle? We might actually head into a game where this is going to boil down to the XP lane pickups now for Flap and Nath. Whatever Flap gets has to be so, how do we say this, so active around the map that he can fast clear and then immediately help out in the jungle, or either to help defend or to help invade. Now with the Martas banned out, you mentioned the Barats earlier. It's looking good right now actually for RSG to pick
It's so
that up.
good. Matilda plus Angela.
With the Barats.
Benedetta can still be an option for Flap if you're talking about going fast.
Yeah, both of them. Flap and Nats can do that.
Yeah.
Pack's out there too.
Yeah, RSG can pick their XP laner 4th and then Barat's last pick.
All right.
Well, that would be a debut.
That
would be a debut. I'd be here for it.
Yeah.
Because they do need, like, with the lineup that RSG has, it's super fragile. They do need a super solid front line. So it's looking better and better every single pick.
There's a Kaj.
They're taking away pickoffs now. They are playing a lineup with 2 support healers. Usually teams who take away the pickoff types. They take away the Yuzong. I like the Benedetta here though.
Yeah.
Benedetta or Paquito?
Oh, Benedetta cross map play potential just through the roof.
Yeah. And then last pick Barats. Okay, for AP Brent, if ever that's going to be the case, they still need the roamer here for Super Marco. Ogwen, rather. I feel like at this point they might even consider a Cho, but then the lack of healing.
Uranus?
The lack of burst. Oh, Uranus XP and then the lacking. Just all lacking.
Terizla.
Oh, the Terizla completely flew over our heads. Still available.
Okay.
Still a great pick. Okay.
There's the Riz. And we still do not know what Erad will be playing. For AP Bren, they still need a hero for, again, Ogwen and Flap Teasy.
Trying to recall. Pack. What's this? This feels like a slightly similar lineup that Onyx played when they played the Ling of Kyrie.
This is Pack or Bene.
I'm ready to be surprised.
Oh, but he's up against a boxer jungle. Is so tough. Pack or Bene, yeah. That'll be the choice.
What's Ogwen to play?
Or if they just surprise and pick up an S-Mid, but no, up against a Terizla.
It's a blunt, it's a blunt object, man.
Yeah, it's so hard against. Yeah, she's so happy that there's a lot of shields that she can steal, but then the Terizla was just like, yeah, that sounds like a new voice.
Fanny.
Oh, there's. It's a what?
What?
Did they play the XP lane Baksha now?
Yes, because you gotta put the Hilda in Rome.
Oh man, this is a flex by APB.
AP Brent is so creative.
They're talking, you know, this is the way to do it.
But we already saw earlier that the Baksha versus the Terizla and XP, it struggles.
But it's a different approach, though. I think AP Brent are going into this willing, ready, and prepared. They understand that, you know what, they have cross-map play. Flap, you're going to have to roll out, man.
And they're gonna throw bodies.
What if it's a Ling? It can't be because it's a Hilda.
It's too much.
It's too much.
What is this?
With the Barretts?
The Hilda stops assassin picks.
There's no Martis, there's no Wakai, no Fred.
Lance.
Oh, the Guinevere jungle, of course.
Era does this.
Yeah, they does this, but still, it's okay. They chose that. They thought about it a long time. They chose it, but again, the presence of the Hilda. Wow. Okay.
Honestly, feels like a band-aid, but it's a pretty good, high-quality band-aid.
It's a designer band-aid.
There was one.
I've never seen a graph like this from APB, folks.
Explosive.
Look at that. It's just damage.
It's just
It's just everything.
Early to mid.
out
Stay
the
damage.
out the starboard bow, man, just straight up.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know how this lineup works.
Yeah.
Again, there's so many odd factors. The fact that 2 of the heroes that you want rotating around move around so fast, and you have a Netherrealm.
Wow.
But these 2 heroes, there's very little that stops them.
Yeah. And in terms of the hard single target catch, so that's lacking on the side of RSG. It's the Jella, the Matilda, and then the Terizla. It's the penalty zone is like their best bet to catch. Again, I feel like this is like the perfect way to encapsulate what has been, I'm gonna say it, a weird series, but a fun one at that.
Well, folks watching at home, those with us here at the EVM Convention Center, I hope you're having fun because this is it, the final game in tonight's broadcast. It's playoffs, day number 2, Season 12 AP Bren versus RSG PH.
And Guinevere is the hill that they're gonna die on today. As we do see that they are trying to resolve any possibility of this Hilda going in here. And Ogwen just throwing everything it's got, but it's a level 1. Not really quite ready to go duke it out yet, but drive-by, not going to be successful for the meantime.
Okay, how do you build XP lane Baksha? Is this the right way to do it?
Well, looking at it, the difference now is, yeah, it's a tenacity, concussive blast. agility. So earlier, I believe we saw actually Wilderness Blessing on the feet of Nas in the X-Lane Baksha. And it's interesting because it was actually the Baksha that got out of lane first. But now Nas is trying to equalize that with aggressive play against Flap TZ in lane.
All right. Rockhart, you talk about how it's the jungle Guinevere that RSGPH dies on.
Yeah.
What about that XP lane Baksha, man? Am I correct to say that this is the second time we've seen this all season long?
Yes.
And it happened in the same series.
Same series.
All right, here we go.
Oh, that's a beautiful engagement. But again, there's really no one to hold people down here.
From both sides.
Right? So it's going to have to be just pokes after pokes here. And I'm not sure who's going to come out on top with that one.
This is an underground bare-knuckle boxing fight where both fighters have just Vaseline all over. There's a lot of damage, but like, how do you stick it?
That's right.
My brain was trying to process, what's that word of Vaseline? All right, everything's just slipping.
Yeah.
Baby oil, just right? Everybody's so slippery.
No one's got any grasp. Not to mention there is a Matilda in the field. So RSG's going to have a little bit of an up +1, but there's another realm. So
exactly.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow. Okay, Nats. Trying to stop Ogun here.
Problematic. Ogun could still be in trouble
Where you
here.
going?
He's overstaying his welcome. I don't know why he stayed there that long, but they got first blood count and they get that turtle.
Here
so
we
maybe
go!
that's the plan. They also give over the kill. Whoa.
All right, roamer for a roamer. And I'm just, again, waiting for these fights to break out, much like it did in game number 4. But it looks like both teams are super disciplined right now. Both teams understand, all right, we can't let any of our slip-ups come through here. Despite us both having weird drafts, we got to play this perfectly.
Now, AP Bren, with all the slipperiness, there's a lot of ways for them to tackle this fight. Well, for RSG, it's objectives, roam together. AP Bren can afford to split. So it's a styles clash, actually. But when it comes into actual clashes, it's just going to be a mess, which I really like.
Yep, check this out. Why Bush control from Kyle Teasy.
Assassination attempt here, but there will be a shielding. Not going to be enough, though. Eamon still goes down. Light could still be in a bit of a pickle here. Super Marco very happy with the result of this for sure. Let's get more of this outer turret energy shield here. Irad again. It's so hard to hit that. I don't blame you.
Yep. Ray Ash would know. He's watching with a big grin on his face.
You know
but
it.
I am not convinced. Watching the first 4 minutes of this game, it's very difficult to get these combos off.
Shows this. Let's see if RSG will get pressured here in this purple side round. No, doesn't look like it. But yeah, AP Bren, it's a different version of what they showed off earlier.
It's going to be a big dive in there. Owen going to be the target. Nice save there from Captain Pew right there. Just making it out in the nick of time. While all of that's happening, though, Eamon going to go down a second time here on the goal lane.
And this is what we're talking about. It's on the side of AP Bren, it's a, hey, look at this hand, but then it's a misdirection. My other hand is the one about to smack you in the face, while RSG are just trying to protect each other, grouping up either as 4 or usually as 4, actually, and that opens up Eamon in his lane still. We're still in the laning phase, susceptible to the fanny of Kyle Teasy. AP Bren are playing this really well right now, while RSG, they will get to a point where they will be competitive against this lineup, but it's going to take some time.
That sequence, I see it now. Front hand, backhand.
Yep.
I hope RSG don't fall for it as often as they have here the first 5 minutes of the game. 3-1, first turtle scored by AP Bren. They have the advantage here, retribution range.
Yeah, Kyle Teasy will still be the one to secure it. No big surprises there. Obviously, Irad way down there, trying to get some kills onto Super Marco, but AP Bren, they know.
Well, the map belongs to AP Bren. This is how far ahead AP Bren is. You see that first item pickup, the Malefic Roar.
Yeah, he got to build that really fast because he even built the Fury Hammer and then even the attack speed dagger before going into the Malefic Roar. So it just goes to show how rich at this point Kyle Teasy is.
Yep, and if you do the math, the economy only checks out if you can afford an early Malefic Roar. That's how all the penetration adds up.
Yeah, most of the gold, even though it's a small gold lead, it's actually on the side of the gold laner for AP Bren, so that's a big difference compared to if the gold was spaced out across the members.
Yeah, very different tempos. The tempo Kyle Teasy is playing on right now. Very fast, and RSG are now getting to the point where they're trying to play keep up.
Yeah, again, Nats can try that all day long. It's also another very difficult to hit ultimate, especially against a Fanny.
Yep.
So, yeah, step it up, I guess.
We've
That's
seen
what
the
we
best
do
of the best of them catch Fannies midair, but those were edicts. I don't recall many Terizlas doing it in Season 12.
Yeah,
True that.
Around a 1 and a 1.5 level lead here, actually, for Count.
Oh, spatial migration finally hitting up the target, but it's not even going to go to half HP. That's how bad that Violet Requiem is at this early stage.
And the situational awareness from El Capitan Few, it's clear he could have pressed the button there, could have clicked Purify, but he knew he wasn't going to receive much damage.
Ooh, holds on to it, and that means they will have it ready for this fight if it does break out here. Irad getting chased down once more by Ogwin, who is trailing very closely and has that shield. Again, just so difficult to deal with here. This Hilda pick is just giving RSG a headache.
Yep, it's gonna be as annoying up to a certain level until it doesn't anymore. And I think APBR needs to, again, step on the gas.
Oh! You asked for it and you shall receive. That was out of nowhere if you were RSG, and now AP Brand capitalizing.
How's that for a bush check?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yikes! All I can say in AP Brand, that's a free turtle for them. With the roamer gone, RSG. And again, they somehow have to buy time against a Fanny that has snowballed.
My God, AP Brand's making this Baksha XP lane work.
That's such a flex
What
onto RSG after what happened earlier. We thought, yeah, that's it for that matchup. Nope. FlapTG showing that's how it's done right now.
Yeah, and this time we actually mean it. This time around, we will see AP Bren.
All right, gentlemen, just to put this into context, folks watching at home, you can play along. Imagine you're looking at your mini-map, and there's 3 heroes from your opponent's side that's running around constantly. Regardless of where you see them on the mini-map, the other 2 are almost always just at your flank.
Yep.
That's what it is. Ogwin, FlapTZ, the Fanny. No corner is safe for RSG-PH. That's why they're playing this way.
So hard to concentrate, right? Especially with all those movements. Right now, though, again, spatial migration is going to be missing again for Irad. Making it hard to land that Viral Requiem again.
Rotational speed is through the roof. They tapped into the Speed Force.
That is true.
And AP Bread right now, they're not stopping. They're still going fast, still applying the pressure. Look at the items, look at the massive gold gap between the Irithel and then the Bruno. Still just on the way to building a second item. He had to build a bit more defense just to survive whenever the Fanny would show up. I believe he's going to be rushing the Malefic Roar at this point as Eman.
Yeah, each and every one of them also has that move speed that we're talking about. Yeah, that's AP Bren just...
Yeah,
Lightning McQueen would be proud.
Oh, Ricky Bobby, if you ain't first, you're last. Tonight is Talladega Nights, ladies and gentlemen. 11:20 p.m. from the venue. Coming in, Kyle Easy popping that turret.
Yeah, free sprints in a dream. That's going to be the call here for AP Bren trying to get out of there alive. Ogwin, no problem whatsoever. String's going to try to slow him down, but not really going to be helping. FlapTZ on the side. They're making the Baksha work here by just being a threat on the right side of that wall.
Yeah, they were controlling the jump, just in case they needed to come in for backup, but no. AP Bren, they're making RSG feel all of their 5K gold lead, every single bit of it.
Yeah, and because of the abilities that RSG had to use there, that really looked like they were trying to force a reaction outward AP Bren, which they did, and that led to this, a free Lord, no contest by RSG.
Very least, we already see a possibility of a Heart Guard reset with a fleeting time. But, you know, I don't know. There's just no source of damage right now, aside from Eman on RSG. Ira doesn't really... He's a tank, right? This should be tank build.
Yep.
So, no big threats.
Exactly. That Baksha was a massive swerve. Fanny last pick again, and... Imagine it, yesterday RSG surprised Omega with a Fanny last pick. Now AP Bren are doing it to RSG. Even picking an XP lane Baksha that of course RSG earlier were forced into playing. Had no choice at that point. Wow, APB, what a flex.
Sleight of hand at its finest, man. Front hand, back hand. You thought the Baksha was the jungler.
It was first picked as well, so they were really really baited RSG into it.
They were playing to the meta until they weren't.
Yeah.
All 3 lanes now pushing towards RSG Philippines base. Lord up top. You can smell it. AP Brent looking to penetrate.
It's gonna be a big push here. Irad misses with the spatial migration again. Big troubles here as we do see CalTZ try to capitalize. That's of course a very tanky turret. Not gonna go down in one combo. I would say if they clear this, it will be a successful defense.
Yeah, folks, that is a Fanny with a Sea Halberd, Heptasis, Malefic Roar, and with the Hunter Strike. Oh, they're continuing!
Keeping at it. Gets a knock up, but there's no follow-up here for RSG, just trying to buy some time.
Successful defense by the Raiders. Gotta give kudos to them as they are cordoned off, locked and trapped inside their own base. They are struggling to even get waves in as AP Brent freezes the map.
It's gonna be a buy time at this point. It'll take a miracle for RSG to turn this game around. APB, again, let's see. CalTZ can find an angle. They're playing a very tight formation. They're reducing the chances that CalTZ would just be able to fly in, pick someone off, and then fly out. At this point, RG are just doing everything they can with the lineup that they... again, I feel like now they were forced into playing because no one expected that Fanny last pick.
At the very least, they're not really getting picked off one by one, so that's a good sign for RSG, right? But you can't really get a win just from that.
Yeah,
you got to move some point.
Not losing is different from winning.
Yes.
And RSG have done so well to stay alive. The next 30 seconds are on their side. As long as they don't die and as long as AP Brent don't try anything out of the ordinary, don't force the issue here, RSG should be safe. RSG should keep this gold lead at about 9k, 10k under. But now with this Luminous Lord looming over the Raiders' heads, elimination, rather relegation into the lower bracket imminent, they have to play this very specifically.
There's just no threat at all, man. You saw earlier Super Marco just walking up against 2 people from RSG all on zone.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, there's just zero catch.
I want to share a little anecdote as AP Brent will be able to freely get the sword as expected. I had a quick chat with Coach Panda and said, hey, all of us casters were expecting this to go 5 games. It's you guys as you're drafting. And then Coach Panda just walked away. He was like, acknowledged it and then laughed. And now I feel like we did it. We got to it. The 5 games, the drafting, the uniqueness, the creativity. AP Brent and RSG, I wouldn't have seen it go other way. And here we are now, AP Brent on the brink and the cusp of victory. Just cannot be overzealous now at this point. But their window of error, their margin of error is actually, their window for error is very small. It's difficult to see them messing this up.
Yeah, it has to be a combination of them over committing and overstaying their welcome, while RSG just playing it very, very perfectly. All 3 lanes pushing up towards the Raiders.
See, that's going to happen here as Nats, again, will miss up on penalty zone. One crucial crowd control source missing now for RSG for the next few seconds. Pushing on the mid though. Good damage coming in from AP Bren as well, taking out that turret. This is hard to watch, man.
Yeah, this is probably game already.
Probably game right now, as long as Owen doesn't die, maybe.
He's fine as RSG make quick work of the Lord, but here comes Kyle!
Flying it up, and 1 crit takes out Irad. Man, a little bit too late there on the Netherrealm with Mr. Few, but because of that, RSG survives the day and might go for the counter play, and they pick one up. Few is down as well, but he's back up.
Woo! We saw a sequence like this very similar in the first years of the day where Black around, but this is a different game. Kyle TZ playing with fire. Shocking the system. RSG still in this.
that really stirred my senses there. CalTZ going straight into 4 people.
The power of sustain. See, they're hanging on by a thread, and the thread looks like Angela's skill. RSG can't count them out just yet. They live to fight another Lord. AP Brent, they handled that as well as they could, but RSG, despite everything thrown at them, handled it better.
The former MSC champions, Season 9 champions, RSG, I agree, are hanging by a thread, but boy oh boy, that thread made out of Kevlar alloy. A composite of all of their collective fortitudes, and they're still in this. 5-3. I wish I could say better for their gold lead. 12k down, and they can't leave their base.
Yeah, Jealous says love and hope are the 2 greatest words. Nope, it's Kevlar and alloy.
Yeah,
I'm not even sure if that's actually possible.
I mean, you can kind of add on the Kevlar.
Kevlar's
maybe.
not a metal.
You can kind of. It's actually a thread.
I don't.
That's interesting. It's like spider silk.
All right, you know, I'm not a psychologist, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm calling my metals right.
I've met someone named Kevlar before. It took a lot of willpower not to laugh.
You laughed. So
You failed that social interaction, Rockhard.
Easy
All right,
for me.
going into this third lord of the game, 16 and a half minutes in. This is the best way to play an Angela on the back foot, the defensive way. You keep him in the base and pull!
What a pull from Captain Few there! Could be more coming in close. Lapteezy trying to force it on the Nats. Irad close by. Waiting for the proper time for the spatial migration once more. Gonna be missing it again. And the follow-up could be lethal here. Nats trying to kind of just predict where the Fanny's gonna be, but not gonna be hitting the mark.
Yeah, no, I'd call that a DPZ, man. Defensive penalty zone. He needed every little bit of space to actually close it. And just like that, at least they're a 5-man squad to try and defend. This could be it. This could be the last fight if RSG don't clench this.
Irad's combo, Naf's penalty zone, Aqua really conserving and making the most out of the hard guard. Those are the key conditions here for RSG, or will APBR just throw bodies and say it's over now?
Has to be super duper perfect here. Kaltizi trying to go into the line. Kakago's down. Few as well. Hard guard activated already. Yemen going straight forward to steal legs. Gonna be hitting every target he can find. Low members here from APBR, but the sheer power of the NetherRealm will start to overwhelm the Raiders. And that could be it, folks! We got a winner! It's APBR in 5!
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. APBR. Move on up to the upper bracket to face Blacklist International.
For the first time in a long time, APBR will get a top 3 finish in MPL Philippines. Top 3 secured at the least, but we know APB, they're going to be gunning high. They want to make it to grand finals at the M5. They're going to the upper bracket finals.
And how perfect is this? During the break, they have gone through a metamorphosis, the most creative they have ever been in their run in this iteration of their lineup. APBR changing the meta, winning with a Baksha EXP.
Who'da thunk?
Who'da thunk there? And that's coming from a game where RSG dominated APBR. And APB said in Game 5, this didn't work out for you, we'll show you how it's done. Hey, you don't want to play Assassins? Fine, we'll play the Fanny.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing. The Raiders have to go back to square one, go back to the drawing board, and it's going to be a long talk with Coach Panda. But we wish him the best because there'll still be an action in the following days of the playoffs. Let's go to the stage with Marakino.
Congratulations to APBR! Job well done. Umabot kayo ng Game 5. What was the hardest moment in this series?
Yung ano po siguro?
Pinakamahirap sa all 5 games.
Yung
You reached Game 5.
Nung game 2 po, nahirapan po kami sa lineup po namin kasi masyado po kami na-earlyan ng hours. Kaya parang kumambak na lang po kami ng game 2 tapos nanalo po kami.
Alam mo, sa poll natin, we've been asking kung sino nga ba yung pinakamalakas na jungler. Ikaw number 2, si Irad yung number 3. So you're supposed to be stronger than Irad according to people. Pero yung ating game number 5, heavily banned yung heroes ni Irad. Bakit siya yung focus nyo? Why is that? Oo, bakit si Irad? Bakit si Irad?
Lakas po kasi ni Rad kaya namin mga hero niya.
Talagang pinocus niya si Irad. By the way, congratulations. Actually, kay Few or kay Flap, one step closer na kayo para ma-represent ang ating bansa sa M5 World Championship.
Ayun, sobrang saya na nakaangat kami ngayon kasi for the past 2 seasons top 4 kami, tapos sayang yung yung upper bracket namin ganun. Tapos since ngayon nakaangat kami, tapos may chance kami na maging M5 representative na bukas.
Alam mo, ayon nga kay Coach Brian, meron sa isang interview na ang pagsubok daw na pinagdaanan nyo, parang medyo nawala yung gigil, yung drive. Do you think this was solved already ngayong playoffs?
Sa tingin ko rin na konti-konti nababalik yung gigil lalo na nung nag-start na itong playoffs.
Ikaw naman, Flap. Again, ikaw experience ka sa pagpunta sa World Championship. One step closer. Actually, top 3 na kayo. Nasa upper bracket finals. Pero, makakalaban nyo, Blacklist International. So, sa regular season, even, how do you think na mag-iiba to ngayon?
Mas papakita pa po namin yung lakas namin bukas. Kasi, kasi isang panalo na lang, M5 na eh. Kasi gustong-gusto namin mag-M5 lahat eh. Ayun, nagagalingan namin bukas.
Sino yung kinakatakutan nyo bukas kontra Blacklist?
Wala po.
Wala, kahit isang manlalaro?
Wala.
Wala, okay. Talagang very confident ngayon ang AP Bren. At kita na ang kanyang gigil. Ngayon, tingnan natin kung sino nga ba ang ating match MVP. Let me hear it from you. Talagang sumisigaw, Pandora, Pandora. Sino ba? Let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Kyle! Kyle, ano pa ba ang pwede naming asahan mula sa'yo dahil simula bukas, sobrang importante na ang laban nyo. M5 is on the line.
Abangan nyo kami bukas. Mas gagalingan pa po namin para kami po ulit mag-represent ng Pilipinas.
And now, it's time to give another round of applause to AP Bren. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. AP Bren, umabot tayo. Umabot tayo ng Game 5. Matindi ang ating laban dahil M5 ang nakasalalay dito. Hihimayin natin ang ating laban kaya babalikan na natin ang ating analyst. Pasok!
Thank you so much, man. And of course, congratulations sa AP Bren for getting into the upper bracket finals with a wonderful game number 5. Saktong-sakto dahil pinag-usapan natin before game 5 happened that it will be a draft battle between the coaches of AP Bren and the RSG. To the point na pwede natin sabihin na kung sino yung mas maganda yung draft sila, yung potentially mas mananalo sa ating yung mga laban. And ang ginawa ng AP Bren in this case is to flex their heroes. We will talk about that later. For now, tingnan muna natin yung naging performance dito ni Few. I would say, hindi lang naman si Few yung MVP, yung galawan dito sa game na to. Very commendable nga lang yung kanyang itemization. Prioritizing Elegant Gem into the Clock of Destiny. Kaya naman ang sakit ng damage output nila. Ang pinaka notable dito mula sa AP Bren is yung pag-draft nila or pag-flex ng draft nila. Bigla silang gumawa ng XP lane na back siya into that Fanny, knowing na walang hard lockdown coming out from RSG to pin down itong Fanny. Naging free para sa Fanny yung game. Tapos meron pa silang Hilda in this game. Para sa akin, napakaganda nitong drafting pattern mula dun sa AP Bren. And we're not saying na hindi maganda yung draft ng RSG. It's just that yung AP Bren sinagot lane per lane, matchup per matchup, yung nakita natin sa kanila. Maybe the only losing matchup here is Baksha versus the Terizla as we saw kanina. Pero dahil dun sa existence ng Hilda, biglang hindi naging problema para sa AP Bren yung mga side lanes nila. At ang kinailangan lang gawin dito, make sure the gold lane is going to have a good time. Itong Faramis, makakuha lang siya ng Clock of Destiny. They're all set. Pagkahanap nila ng mga items na yon, dire-diretso na nilang pinuruan itong RSG. Nagkaroon na time around 3 minutes na parang level 6 na itong si Kyle TZ on the Fanny habang level 4 pa lang itong Guinevere. In fact, yung Guinevere, parehas lang din yan sa ibang mga assassin junglers. Dependent pa rin yan doon sa may purple buff. The fact na itong Fanny ay lumilipad ng walang katakot-takot sa game na to, ito na agad yung win condition ng AP Bren na nakuha nila. there is a very strong combo nga lang dito sa RSG. Double sustained composition, sabay meron silang Bruno, and they have the Teresa. However, wala silang jungler to kind of finish off itong kanilang composition. Surely, there will be a world na gumagana tong Guinevere. Yun nga lang, ang kanyang katapat dito, Fanamis, which, in a way, maganda yung sustain going up against this Guinevere. Guinevere wants to eliminate people as soon as possible. Meron silang Bruno for the damage, for that, to complement that. Meron pa silang sustain ng Angela. Yun nga lang, hindi nila naabot yung power spike nila dahil early game pa lang. Pinuruan na sila ng AP Bren. Kaya nga naman, ang pinaka-MVP talaga para sa laban na to is the draft. Yung Hilda na nakita natin mula dito sa AP Bren naging problema para dun sa Guinevere eventually. And obviously, nakita natin na yung pag-flex dun sa may Fanny na uncontested sa laban na to, very important yan sa pagkakapanalo ng AP Bren. This was a wonderful series. Nakita natin na draft pa lang, alam mo na kung sino yung mas nakakalamang. Only one game went in favor na sa isang team na nalugi. Kumbaga, dahil dun sa kanilang comeback potential. But overall, nag-decide ng ating laban sa ngayon is yung early game. That's why AP Bren, in this particular game number 5, kahit 17 minutes, 55 seconds ang inabot, alam mo na one-sided sa kanila. They're just waiting for their proper timing. Big props to RSG for prolonging this game. But nakita natin na early pa lang, alam mo na kung ano ang naging resulta. The Fanny na uncontested, pinuruhan yung jungler ng kabilang team, nakapag-invade ng dire-diretso going up against the members of RSG. That's the reason why they were able to win. At babalik pa rin tayo dun sa matchup na kapag mas maganda yung draft mo, sinabi mismo ni Coach Panda yan, sila yung mananalo dun sa may laban. That's game na number 5. And fortunately, RSG will go to the lower bracket. For now, that's it for me. Ibabalik na natin to sa ating mga casters.
And it goes full circle. It was Coach Panda himself who acknowledged the fact that who has the better draft has a better game and wins the series. But who'd have thunk, even if Wolf broke it down and explained exactly why, who'd have thunk that it would come in the form of what AP Bren has brought to the table to close off the series?
Not exactly the finish I was expecting, for sure.
Yeah, well, honestly, not overhyping it, but just someone who really appreciates like our global esports scene. One of the best last two swing picks I've ever seen in recent memory. Hilda out of nowhere, Fanny out of nowhere, completely changed the picture of the draft. What AP Bren did here, Blacklist International are looking at APB. It's like, oh, you guys get creative. Oh, you guys get loco with your draft.
There's sudden surge to actually study what happened here.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure, again, just acknowledging the diligence and, of course, intelligence of our coaching staff here. Yeah. I bet Coach mastered the basics. Everyone at Blacklist going, I see what you're doing. All right.
Yeah.
May the best men win tomorrow, because that's it. They're fighting for that slot in the grand finals. They're fighting for that M5, the first M5 slot.
Yeah, good luck to those guys. They're going to be doing overtime the day after that one.
Tonight.
Yeah.
And it's already almost midnight.
We're about to get into day 2.
Yeah, day 3.
Day 3, right.
Day 3. Today's day 2. Yeah, it's crazy to think that, wow, here we are.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
It still feels like a dream. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Renmar Santa Cruz and Rockhart, my name is Leo at your service. Throw over the stage to Mara Aquino.
Hindi ang mga sumusunod na laban matapos bumandera ng Blacklist International at AP Bren sa kanilang naging laban. Bukas, makikilala na natin kung sino nga ba ang magre-represent ng ating bansa para sa M5 World Championship. Will it be the Agents or the Bees that will prove that the Philippine era is not over yet? Bukas, we have 2 more series coming your way. Kaya kita-kits, huwag kayong mawawala. Muli, ako po si Mara Aquino na nagpapaalala. Ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo ay mas pinaslakas. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you tomorrow.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Zero 35G, 4K ultra clear front vlog phone. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines, Pi Channel, and EVM Convention Center. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 Playoffs action live at EVM Convention Center. Get your tickets now from our official ticketing partner, Slash. Just go to bit.ly/S12 Playoffs tickets for more details. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.